The two girls were discussing how a young gentleman passed by them and smiled at them, and they could not believe their eyes, for Ern had never smiled at them. It was rumored that Ern had been training hard lately. Girls looking at the boys who were training suggested that at such a young age of the young lord, it was too early for him to get smart. The boy didn't want the tragedy of Ern Stilgard to happen to him again in this life. He was 16 years old. Ern had previously left his past world and body at the age of 33, after which he found himself reborn in another world. The lad was born into the noble Stilgard family that has ruled the northern part of Navarro for generations. Ern's grandfather, Rebahan Stilgard, was a war hero. Stopping the takeover of the Paver Empire was a knight of mythic rank. The guy's father, Rebadan, was just a brilliant knight. Ern's abilities were very weak and could not compare to those of his grandfather and father. He had a simple third knight rank, but he became an earl and lost everything in just 3 years. People have heard that a lion's pride can give birth to a little dog. People around him treated him carelessly because he lost his title. Ern understood that all their words were true, although he could not compare with his father, but he tried to become at least a good count. But he was screwed and robbed of his order and property, and eventually he left this world at the hands of mercenaries Kunzi. Kunzi, after all, he had taken from Ern was little. The guy asked what this book of measurements deals. Surprisingly, it had a lot of blank pages. Ern asked the offender not to touch this book. The guy asked his captor to shut up and not talk to him. Looking at his assailant, Ern realized that the Book of Dimensional Transactions was not a mere paper, but a treasure of the family that allowed them to make trade deals with the inhabitants of other dimensions. If he used it correctly, he would raise the family from its knees. The offender pointed out that Ern simply believed the book and gave away all the property, saying that the rumors about him were not false, calling him insane. Ern asked the offender to give him the book, saying that it was his, and he saw something fall out of it, which he was very surprised to see was a bookmark of wishes. The wishing bookmark is a trinket that Ern got in these trades in another dimension. Earlier, the unknown man had said that this bookmark was very expensive, but it could fulfill one wish of his life. Ern realized that it was a fraud, not believing that this bookmark could fulfill his wish. Ern wanted to save his family through such deals. Suddenly, his thinking was interrupted by a guy who started to drink him an unknown liquid. The guy realized that it was a healing potion that gave temporary recovery. He asked his abuser why he had given him the potion. The unknown man replied that he had been asked to play with him for as long as possible, stating that he would not simply leave this world. He pulled out torture implements. The abuser reported that Kuntz told him to tell him that this bullying was his last gift. The boy was very angry with his acquaintance Kunzi, who wished him only torment and deceived him, but he could not resist it. Ern indicated that he was the last of the Steel Guardians and would leave this world as an unwanted dog. The offender, hearing this, assumed that Ern had gone mad at the end, for one cannot endure such a thing in one's own mind. The guy realized that if he hadn't been such a fool, he wouldn't have been treated like this, and the family would have been fine. Ern realized that if he had another chance, he would really want to correct all of his mistakes that he had made in this life. The bookmark of wishes heard his words, and the will of one who was facing despair, but to the end was not broken, and dreamed of mending this condition that was fulfilled for the fulfillment of the wish. The system asked the guy to say his last wish, but the owner of the wish was unconscious and could not make the wish. After analyzing the owner's wishes based on his memories and finding no slight difference, Ern woke up in a different place, completely unharmed and rejuvenated. Looking out the window, the guy noticed the same view from the window that he always observed. He didn't understand how it could be, because just now he was sent to the other world by a mercenary sent by Kuntz. Suddenly, from behind the door came the voice of Izel, who asked permission to enter Ern's room. The boy realized that Izel had been his maid, who had cared for him more than 10 years before. The girl told the young master that the head of Ern was waiting for him, and he was surprised to see Izel standing in front of him. After looking around the room and seeing the jewelry from his memories, he asked the maid how old he was. Izel was surprised at his question, not understanding why he suddenly asked such a thing, replied that he turned 16 this year. Ern realized that he had really gone back 17 years. After the guy rushed to hug the maid, who did not understand what was happening to the young master, because earlier he did not behave like this. Ern asked the girl what she really... Izel, the maid, noticed tears in the guy's eyes. Not understanding what was happening to him, she assumed the guy was having a nightmare. Izel had believed in Ern in the past. Even when the whole family had lost hope, the guy had expressed his gratitude to her by wiping away his tears. The maid did not understand what had happened to the young gentleman. Being shocked, she assumed it was a new form of harassment. The girl apologized to the guy, saying that if she had done something wrong, let him just tell her, because she was ready for any punishment and will certainly correct herself. The young gentleman replied in the negative, adding that it was not the point to assume that his past life had been wasted. Ern remembered how he used to treat this maid and felt ashamed of his actions. Ern asked Izel why she had come to him and asked her to come to her senses. The maid said that Ern had not been there yesterday either, and that the head was very angry about it, so he was waiting for him now. The guy replied to the girl that he would go to him now, not realizing where he had put his sword again. Izel was surprised at this answer from the guy. Ern asked why she was so surprised by his answer, assuming that he had better not go to this meeting. The maid replied that this was not quite so, and she was not against his decision. The guy didn't know how it happened, but he realized that he was given another chance to change everything and started to get dressed for the meeting with the head of the Stilgard family. A momentary mistake that led to the destruction of a family and its terrible past is gone now. Ern Stilgard will try like crazy to change the future. After changing his clothes and taking his sword with him, the guy told the maid that he was ready to meet with the head of the department, and he was glad that he had the opportunity to change everything. Izel continued to be surprised by the young master who behaved unusually. Meanwhile, on the Stilgard training ground, the knights of which the Stilgards were proud, Ern made sure they were the same as before. Before Ern didn't value them and just thought they were sweaty old uncles, he noticed that in there were about 70 people. Knight first rank. Raphael was the captain of the Stilgard Knights, having asked Ern that he had just showed up for training. The boy apologized to him, assuming he was a little late, realizing that Captain Raphael's character was the same as in his past life. Raphael replied that it didn't matter about the lateness, asking Ern that he hadn't forgotten about his promise, saying that since he wasn't there yesterday, today he would work for 2 days. The knight told the guy that he had to make 50 circles around the field, 1,000 sword swings and the same number of dodges, saying that this time the guy would not get off so easily, but to his surprise, Ern did not object. The young master asked what he could already start immediately to fulfill. Raphael thought that the guy would start scolding again, but Ern's submission was a surprise to him. Ern realized that in his previous life he had put things off, and so he was in a depressing situation. But now he was determined to make things right, and so he had already run 50 laps around the field. The guy realized that everything was back 17 years ago, and only he had changed. Now everything was in his hands. He knew that about the future of his life, deciding to become better in any way. Raphael noticed that the young lord was serious about this training. Meanwhile, the boy made 472 swings of his sword. Ern wanted to stop the attacks that awaited him and protect their family's legacy. After he made the 1,000th swing of his sword, he fell to the ground. The guy, for the first time, fully completed a workout that was very hard for him, realizing that his strengths and weaknesses and the upcoming events forced him to try so hard, realizing that he needed to improve his fitness. Suddenly, the guy received a notification of a new user offering Ern to make a transaction between dimensions. The guy didn't realize what this window system was. Raphael asked if the guy was in line. Ern asked Raphael if he could see the system window that opened in front of him. The knight replied that he didn't understand what Ern was telling him, saying that he was pointing at nothing. Raphael assumed that the young gentleman was beginning to see things because of fatigue, and Ern asked if he could see anything. The boy realized that he was the only one seeing it, but Ern didn't understand why it was floating in the air and not in a book, deciding to try to make a measurement exchange. Ern accepted the offer the system made to him, and a book appeared in front of him that only he could see, realizing that this was a real transaction between dimensions, thinking it must be in the form of a book. Unexpectedly, his thoughts were interrupted by the knight Raphael, who was worried about the condition of the young lord who was behaving strangely. Raphael asked Ern if he had come to his senses, for he had said something strange, suggesting that he was not well and should see a physician. Ern replied that he was all right, for he was not what he used to be. The knight was surprised at the answer of the lad who sewed with happiness. Raphael had not noticed such determination in Ern before. The boy said that he was done with his training and asked if he could leave the training area. The knight replied that he could rest and bowed to him in farewell. Ern assumed that Raphael couldn't have lied to him, realizing that he himself had seen the exchange window all too clearly, and it couldn't be a simple hallucination. The man said hello to Ernie, assuming that he had just come from training, and asked if he wanted to make him something to eat. The guy said he didn't want to, realizing that the butler couldn't see the system window either. The butler noticed that there was a strange blue flame coming from the young lord's eye. When he informed about it, the boy was surprised by his words, assuming that the book of measurement transactions was right in his eye. The boy replied that this is how mana is displayed, stating that there was nothing wrong with it. The butler was surprised at this excuse. Informed the man that he intended to go rest. Left alone, the guy realized that it was all right in front of his eye, realizing that those around him really didn't see what was available to him. Had a hard time believing that he had gone to another world and returned 17 years back in time. A relieved exhale, the guy was pleased that the butler hadn't noticed anything. Suddenly, the guy received a notification asking if he was ready to continue bidding under this account with the nickname Earn. The guy was surprised that there was no reject button. Seeing his old ID, he accepted the offer. Then a transaction through the dimensions began to take place, reporting that he had 0 transactions, with the status of a normal person on his account was 10 coins. Realized that everything had started from scratch when he saw that supply and demand were not the same, realizing that there was nothing he could do about it because he was in the heat of the system. The guy did not understand where he got 10 coins, assuming that it was his past account, but the level of the transaction was not suitable because in his past life, he had a second level while he did not understand anything. A week later, Raphael asked what wanted to spar with the knight, trying to make sure the young lord was serious. Nodded positively. Raphael asked Fry to keep Mr. company, asking him to use only his left hand and without mana. The knight knew that despite his hard training, it was too early for him to spar with a real knight. Realized that Fry was a 6th rank knight, assuming that Raphael considered him weak, asking Fry not to listen to the captain and just put his best foot forward. Fry was surprised at such a request from Mr. was ready for them to spar together, stating that it was time for them to begin. Suddenly, the knight was surprised by the guy's lightning sword strike on his opponent. Fry was surprised by the guy's aggression, because he thought to treat him more gently, but the speed of the attack and sword technique were all expected. Surrounding people were surprised at such a heated battle. Because the young lord was crowding Fry, the knight assumed that his strength had weakened since managed to crowd him. After another strike, Frey used mana and there was a bright flash that blinded everyone on the training field. The knights were shocked by what they saw. They couldn't believe that the young lord was able to withstand this attack. Asked Frey, who had fallen to the ground, that he had won in this sparring. The guy was satisfied that he had managed to defeat this knight. Frey pointed out that he had used magic and didn't understand how he could lose to him. The guy asked his opponent to simply admit defeat. The people around him couldn't believe that the young lord had defeated a 6th ranked knight who used magic. A week earlier, had been satisfied that all the money he had gotten for the deal was in his hands in full. The guy knew that this time he would not be cheated, deciding to spend it all properly for him. The most important way was the transactions between dimensions. Decided to see how things were going on the trading exchange, because the most important thing now was the exchange he wanted to do. After providing 30 coins, the system reported that he could make an exchange. He expected to receive 25 coins. After he started making transactions between dimensions, he realized the main rule. The rule stated that depending on the market situation, the value of goods changes, and in every world, goods have different value, and to maximize profit, it is best to buy cheaply and sell expensively. However, on the exchange, certain goods have taxes and commissions, and the lower the level of the transaction, the more restrictions on the exchange. Knew that to level up, there had to be real results, and to get real results, there had to be a high level to find a normal item. At level 0 was like getting a star from the sky. Suddenly, the guy noticed Heartstone, who was selling small and medium mana stones. Wrote to the man, and the man replied that his mine produced excellent quality stones. Didn't understand why his name was glowing red. The guy decided to click on the red name of his interlocutor, who was offering to buy mana stones from him. A user information window popped up indicating that Heartstone is an entrepreneur who uses slave labor to mine the mine and is willing to do anything for profit. Decided to first find out the price in this channel. The average price for a small mana stone was 3 coins, for a medium 12 coins. Realizing that if the information was true, the seller wanted twice as much money and said that the price was market price. The guy asked Heartstone how he could sell stones for overpriced. Realizing that he is a scammer, the seller pointed out that his price is quite low, asking on what basis he says. So the guy said that the exchange will explain everything to him. Noticed that the seller was confused, assuming that what he saw in the information window about the seller was true, because Heartstone could be sanctioned by the exchange for the wrong price. The seller replied that the profitability of the mines has fallen in the present time, and the workers are also asking for wages, stating that after paying the workers, he himself will have nothing left, and therefore wanted to cheat him. Earn realized that the salesman was fooling him again, and asked what wages the slaves could ask for. Saying that he was going to file a complaint against him, Heartstone asked him not to do that and offered him the stones at half price. The guy thought about the vendor's offer, assuming that Heartstone might still move, and decided to try to lower the price of the mana stones, but decided not to do so in order not to get a complaint. Then began the deal with Heartstone, who gave him 2 small stones and 2 medium stones. In return, Earn gave him 25 coins after both guys accepted the deal. Suddenly Earn noticed that he would pay 22.5 coins for the deal. The seller's information and the report of the transaction appeared. Even the number of coins in the transaction decreased. Earn decided not to report the seller for a while and keep him on the hook. The guy was surprised by the applied cashback, realizing that it is a privilege only for VIP clients, assuming that it can't be. So why would he be a VIP client? After the transaction, Earn decided to taste the mana of the stone as he absorbed it and felt the mana flow, realizing that the seller had not slipped him a fake. For several days, Earn Steelguard had been diligently studying the special mana-breathing technique of the family that his grandfather had once perfected. In order to master the breath of steel, 2 conditions had to be met. At first, it was impossible for Earn, who didn't possess anything, but he got the former through endless effort and training, and the latter thanks to the mana stones he bought. Earn succeeded in mastering the breath of steel and was able to win a glorious victory over Knight Frey. Some of the crowd assumed it was a staged training session, saying that Frey could play along when needed. Earn decided to prove his strength once again. The young gentleman offered Michael to compete with him. The guy asked the guy what it was he was addressing him. This night was perfect for Earn to demonstrate his abilities. Suddenly, a girl intervened in their conversation and said that it would be very interesting to watch. Rebutton Stilgard's eldest daughter, Karen Stilgard, approached them, intent on observing what was happening. Raphael replied to Mistress that the young master was not yet ready for such a fight. Karen replied that she understood what he was worried about. The girl stated that if the knight was worried about the state of his mana offering, in return to simply hold a sword fight, Raphael did not object to Mistress Karen. Michael was a knight of the 6th rank, and in a normal sword fight comparable to the 5th rank, the man understood that the most important thing in such a fight was distance, assuming that the young lord had no chance of winning. Unexpectedly, Earn began to push Michael, who, according to the beliefs of those around him, was stronger than the guy. Michael tried to counter the guy's pressure by putting blocks, but Earn kept attacking his partner, who could not do anything against him. Raphael could not believe his eyes, for only a few days ago, young Mr. Earn had been blown about by the wind. Earn managed to win this fight too. The other knights were shocked that Michael had lost dryly. Then they began to admire the young lord and his strength. Karen came closer and whispered to her brother that he was good for him, and she thought badly of him all this time. The boy had not expected such a confession from his older sister, which pleased him. Rebutton regretted every time Karen was born a girl. She could not master the breath of steel that was only passed on to the men of Steelguard, but her talent was visible to the naked eye. Steel breath is the root and foundation of the Steelguard family. It was only passed down through the male line, and no girl in the family can master it. So Karen understood more than anyone the value of Earn's days of silent training. The sister praised the younger brother, who tried to accomplish this in secret from everyone where no one would see. Karen apologized to Earn for underestimating him because she was his older sister who didn't support him and judged him like everyone else. The boy's conscience was gnawing at him because it was really just to get his older sister's recognition. Raphael asked Earn if he wanted to fight again. Earn realized that Karen, of all the siblings, was the person who could see the situation most clearly without prejudice. Being full of virtue and insight, Earn realized that he had no other way to change things. A little while later, the Steelguard family was having dinner at the table. Earn realized that so far everything was going as planned, but he didn't understand what would happen next. The head of the household, Steelguard Rebutton, told all present that he was feeling particularly excellent today. Karen said she had asked the servants in the kitchen to prepare this dish for them because Earn would be leaving for the academy soon. Rebutton marveled at how his youngest son had matured lately. Earn had thought that as soon as he brought his sister's attention to himself, she would immediately start taking care of him. The head of the household told his son that Karen had told him about his victories among the knights in training, and realized that his plan had worked. For the first time in a long time, a father finally took an interest in his youngest son. Ern realized that he should not miss this chance, saying that he was not good enough to defeat the knight because it was a small sword fight. The father was surprised at his youngest son's words. Hearing that he had fought a 6th-ranked knight made him even more interested. Eldest son. Kieran added that in the duel, the knights did not use magic against Ern, trying to make his younger brother look weak. Ern was surprised that his older brother had so lewdly interfered in their conversation with his father, trying to make him look like a loser. Karen pointed out to Kieran that he too had become a knight of the 5th rank, only at the age of 18. Summarizing that Ernu was still only 16, Kieran replied that it was winter, and he was 17, and then he got the rank officially. Rabadan praised his youngest son, calling him a good boy, realizing that he was beginning to try harder in his achievements. Rising, his father informed him that his grandfather had first entered the battlefield at the age of 16, asking if Ern had any reason why he had taken to the mine so abruptly. The father walked over to his youngest son and extended his hand to him. Ern assumed his father wanted to shake his hand. Ern replied to the head of the Stilgard family that he was already 16. He shook his father's strong hand. The combat handshake is a competitive action where people pass mana through each other's hands. Ern was surprised by this act of his father. Ern assumed that the combat handshake was some sort of test, realizing that it was important for him to please his father and deciding that he should hide all skills above the 3rd rank to avoid suspicion. The father pointed out to his son that he had grown noticeably, adding that he had been worried that his youngest was a troublemaker, but now he could relax a little. Kieran watched his father with envy as he praised his younger brother, having heard that his father thought Eren would do well outside the walls of Stilgard. It seemed to the father that he had paid too little attention to his younger son, realizing that he was too late in coming to his senses about it. Rabadan said that Ern could ask him for something as a gift when he entered the academy, and he was pleased that he had managed to win his father's attention. Ern decided to ask his father for something, but afterwards he realized that it seemed too much for him. Rabadan told his son that he should not worry and promised that he would try to listen to him. The guy indicated that he didn't want to ask for something too global, being sure that the request would be denied. His father stated that he didn't know that their youngest son could also control people's souls, adding that he would give him an oath to fulfill his request. Rabadan, as head of the Stilgard family, has sworn a mana oath that he will not break his promise and will do whatever his abilities allow him to do to fulfill the request that his son, Ern Stilgard, voices, stating that he is willing to listen to him. The younger son informed his father of his request. Kieran, hearing his younger brother's request, told his father that it was simply not possible. Kieran asked Ern that he was crazy to ask such a thing from his father because it is impossible to break the traditions of the family. The eldest son asked his father if anyone but the head could enter the treasury. He did not understand what visit Ern was asking about. His father replied that the right to enter the treasury belonged entirely to the head of the family, saying that he had also entered the treasury with his father. Kieran pointed out to his father that this was a different case. Rabadan asked his eldest son that in such a case he should break his oath of mana. The eldest son nodded negatively, and his father asked his eldest son to leave them alone, for he and Ern would go to the treasury of their family. Ern was pleased that his elder brother had been subdued. Kieran realized that Ern wanted the right to enter the treasury, which even he didn't have, and he was angry with his younger brother. When he opened the doors, his father pointed out that he could only enter the outer treasury, asking him not to go inside, and that he could take any item but one. But Rabadan gave him enough time to choose an item calmly and deliberately. Ern intended to put a real book of measurements in his son-in-law's hands, for this book was the strongest weapon to ensure that nothing threatened his new life. This book should be owned only by him. The boy realized that before his past exodus over the last 100 years, the only two traders from the land of 1,342 were Grandpa Rebahan and him. The difference from his past life was that he could see transactions in other dimensions in his eye, and that meant the real book was still stored in the treasury, which is why he wanted attention from his father. Ern went to one of the shelves and realized that the book must be here somewhere, but it was not among the chests. The guy continued to pierce through the treasury, realizing that he couldn't have this book found by someone else, because he had to destroy the real book of dimensional transactions. The father asked his son if he had chosen one of the treasury items. Ern responded positively. Rabadan saw that his youngest son had chosen a hero figure. His father was surprised by this choice of his son. The figure of the hero exceeded 1,000 gold coins at the rate of the state in which the Stilgard family lived, a thing that is easier than all the others to see in the treasury. The father didn't understand why his youngest son's eye fell on this particular figurine, which was just a momentary gain, asking Ern that he had entered the treasury just to score gold. The boy understood what his father was thinking, and replied that this figurine was the most valuable thing for him, because thanks to it, he could buy a sword and a mana stone and still have money left over. His father advised him not to spend this time buying and selling things, but to train his youngest son hard because he was still not strong enough. The younger son replied to his father that it was not always the way. Only one Rebidon reflected on the words he heard from his son. Ern agreed with his father's words, adding that if he had an innate talent for the sword, then as his father had said, he was wasting his time. After the guy suggested that this option might be the fastest way for him to reach his goals. His father scratched the back of his head and replied that his youngest son was not easy to understand, and Ern was glad that he had managed to persuade his father to take the figure for himself. Sometime before, Ern had noticed something strange in the treasury that gave him a shock. Going to the shelf, where there should have been a book of measurement deals, he didn't find it there. He didn't understand where it could have disappeared. The guy decided to look for it in other places, but the attempts were even. After spending some time looking for the book he needed, Ern realized that it was nowhere to be found in the treasury. Ern came up with two hypotheses of what had happened. One implying that while he hadn't seen the book move somewhere else, and the other implying that someone was now using the book of measurement transactions, but neither hypothesis he could confirm at the moment. The guy did the math and realized that if he counted from the moment he became an earl, it was another 14 years he had to wait. Ern had no idea what had happened to the book in his past life during this time, realizing that he could only hope that the book of transactions would never fall into anyone's hands. It was a great achievement to learn that the book of dimensional transactions was not in the treasury now, so Ern grabbed the first thing that came to hand, knowing that the hero figurine could fetch good money. Ern realized that he had privileges that he had discovered during the Hearthstone deal that made his head spin, and a cashback effect on merchandise purchases was available. The guy remembered that he had seen the name of this effect somewhere, realizing that it was the privilege of VIP clients, but it continued to seem impossible to him. Ern decided to try this effect because he had heard rumors that if there was nothing in the VIP category, then he was not a VIP customer. In front of the guy's face opened a bigger window, where all the items were of the maximum level. Ern couldn't even imagine such a thing. Suddenly, to the guy came the realization that earlier, he was given more money for the exchange 0 commission of the maximum level allowed to carry out all transactions with 0 commission. An item called the Eye of Providence provided information about the seller and a report on the transaction made, recognizing the flow allowed to know the quantity of goods and the real price. A counting skill that made his head spin returned 15% of the transaction. Ern began his transactions due to the privilege of presence that gave him his first 10 coins. The guy was very happy with such privileges, realizing that in such a case, he could make mountains, realizing that everything would happen faster than he thought. Ern realized that it was time for revenge, realizing that he was already prepared for the upcoming battle. The guy decided to start getting coins from the hero figurine, applied the effect by putting the figurine on a magic scale. The scales showed a value of 115 coins. Ern assumed that this figurine was worth more, knowing that its price was at least 150 coins. After Ern activated the privilege of VIP stream recognition, the system reported that according to the Zero World's estimation, this figurine was worth 150 coins. The item was suitable for exchange in the Zero World. After taking the figurine, the guy did not understand where the stock exchange employees have shared 40 coins of value, because 40 can be equal to 400 gold coins. The guy was lazy, but he knew he had to make some kind of deal, although he was comfortable enough to make deals lying down because the book of measurements was in his eye. Rising up, the guy realized that the book of measurement deals was now right in front of his eyes. Ern assumed that this book that he had in his eye was the real book of measurement transactions. The guy decided that in this case he could walk without glasses, began to finalize the deal on the figurine. The guy was surprised at the quick sale of this item. Ern didn't know what his next item would be, deciding to stock up on mana stones first. Clicking on the stone seller's profile, Ern realized that the seller would agree to his offer because he could file a complaint against him. The man didn't understand how this guy dared to call him a fraud. The man didn't know this guy at all, which was very surprising. Ern asked to sell him the mana stones at the old price. Heartstone replied that there was a special concession that time, and this time he can't sell to him. Ern asked him not to cheat, adding that their past dialogue is preserved. The man realized that from his complaint, he would get a temporary lockout, but the losses for those few days would be high, deciding that it would be easier to sell it to him cheaper. The guy pointed out that he didn't understand how someone with 10,000 coins could be so petty. Heartstone didn't understand what this guy wanted from him, asking Ern how many mana stones he wanted to buy from him this time. Ern managed to purchase medium stones at 10 coins apiece and small stones at 2.5 coins apiece for a total of 25 medium and 20 small stones. After the guy put up an ad selling medium stones for 12 coins and small stones for 3 coins, he decided to take a nap until all the stones were sold. Meanwhile, in the Heartstone room, a man drops his bong on the floor he saw on the exchange. Heartstone was shocked because he had sold Ern the stones for cheap and he had put them up for more in his world. He resented the guy who had uploaded his ad to the same channel where he had bought them. When the guy woke up, he didn't understand why he received so many messages. He noticed that all the messages were from Heartstone because after 3 years of trading, the guy had learned something. Ern knew what to do if the interlocutor raised his voice, because he couldn't get through the wall of measurements to him anyway. Raising his heads twice as much, Ern replied to Heartstone that he was a bad, angry businessman, asking why on earth he thought he could yell at him. The man was surprised to hear the lad speak. Ern asked why he had fallen silent, assuming he was frightened by his swearing. Once in a past life, Ern had clashed with an unyielding salesman, and his particular manner of speech had forever seared his soul. Certain that he was not human, but something from Azeroth. Heartstone asked the guy if he could stop screaming after realizing that this customer was not normal at all. The guy stopped yelling. The salesman pointed out to him that in any case his behavior was too. Ern replied that if he had promised Heartstone he wouldn't trade them, then maybe it wasn't fair. The seller replied that it was rude to sell at an undervalued price. Another thing if he was selling at the same price. Ern pointed out that it was because he himself was selling them too expensive. Heartstone indicated to the guy that he would no longer sell to him at that price. After this dialogue, the guy realized that this salesman is too touchy, since he doesn't want to trade with him anymore. Ern realized that for guys like Heartstone, money is religion and faith. If the right appetite is whetted, they quickly realize that there are things more important than emotions, and they are willing to do anything to benefit. Heartstone realized that such a distinguished person like him should not allow emotions to interfere with the man. Asked at what price he would buy from him, Ern replied that at which price he was selling. Now, Ern had 455 coins, and he could spend 30% more, and the amount would increase to 657 coins. The guy was ready to buy 50 medium mana stones and 19 small stones, but Heartstone replied that he only had 25 medium stones and 50 small stones in stock. Ern agreed to this amount of mana stones, realizing that he would also benefit from this deal. Seeing that Ern had put the small stones for sale for 2.5 coins and the medium stones for 11 coins, Heartstone was furious, not understanding why this guy was reselling his stones so cheaply. The guy realized that if you look at it from the side of a normal customer, then Heartstone says everything right, but for VIP customers, the story changes, because for him there was 0 commission on bidding. Ern knew that if he lowered the price by 25%, he would still be on the plus side of those sales. In addition to high demand, mana stones had one more advantage, because the restrictions on the sale were very free. Disconnecting from his conversation with Heartstone, Ern realized that he had little time to make money and therefore had no reason to chat with him. The guy looked at the mana stones that were on the table and decided to absorb the mana from these stones to become stronger since he had little time. Now that he had a cool body, he would be fine wherever he went because he could stand up for himself. But so far, Ern was only quick with the basic requirements. Ern realized that he wasn't a true genius like his grandfather, and if things stayed as they were, he would have flaws and stagnation. If Ern Steelguard went up there, he wouldn't be able to survive with his current strength and skills, so he needed to keep growing. The guy knew that he didn't have much time left before going there, realizing that it was generally time for reckoning. Ern decided to lower the price of medium stones to 9.5 coins. Many deals fell through because of this. He was pleased that he was able to realize his plan. For the sake of going there in his previous life, Ern had to give up the entire year in the first year of the county. But in this life, only 8 days had passed since he had started making transactions through the dimensions. When Earn owned Steelguard, it took him a year, but now he had managed to make the multiple transactions necessary to level up. The guy fulfilled the necessary conditions, and his deal level increased, and now he can enter the channel of the first level. Earn used Move to the new System 1. He managed to move to the first system, received congratulations, the skill sponge inside the head was unlocked, the skill mastering speed was increased. System 1, where even errand boys and restaurant workers become as strong as knights, otherwise this system is called the World of Murim. Earn noticed the announcement of Tu Hu, who had received God's indulgence and obtained his world, but he did not possess artistic tools and wanted to acquire them at an appropriate price. Everyone reacted negatively to his analogy in acquiring a sword. The guy was notified of the side effect of absorbing the sponge inside his head. He didn't know what it took to unlock privileges in this world, realizing there was only one thing he could do. Earn ordered the system to activate an epiphany window that showed information about who he was trading with and the exchange center report. The guy was surprised that the epiphany window didn't go off, realizing that the guys at the center of the system were useless. Earn realized that these guys should at least tell him why he was privileged, or let him see the reason through the eye of insight. After a bit of thought, Earn realized that he could figure it out himself by assuming that they opened with level up. The guy received a notice of a special sale this week, selling special scrolls of various martial arts with no commission for an hour. If he exchanged 10 coins, he would receive one as a gift. Thinking about it, the guy thought it was too strange from such spontaneous actions and events. Earn realized that even if it was a special sale, the discounts were based on the market price and would be expensive anyway. And because of his level of privilege, the lack of commission didn't matter. Suddenly, the guy was congratulated for going to the #1 exchange center system, rewarded him for it, and gave him 3 coupons that he could use at the center. The guy assumed it was a customer care service that gave him some kind of cheapie as a reward. Earn received a Dantian image item and 3 years of internal energy martial art, maximum body and sword stealth, and 500 coins. The guy was surprised at the resulting maximum body and sword stealth, not realizing what it even was, hearing about it for the first time. The skill sponge in the head, absorbed effect, side effects absorption, was reduced by 80%, and absorption speed increased by 300%. The guy realized that the martial art truth was absorbed by the sponge skill in his head. He thought it was impossible. Earn realized that this meant that the martial arts of this world used mana as fuel, but in System 1, they used internal energy. The mana crystals and the item image Dantian 3 years of internal energy had similar actions in this world. If someone were to ask Earn what is better, he would say without a doubt that martial arts in System 1. The strange sword technique that symbolized Lazakan and seemed as if the mysterious blade technique was from the world of martial arts. Martial arts are similar in that they utilize the power of nature, but mana is in a more natural state, and internal energy is a refined version of mana. This privilege is compatible with poison. You still need to open your meridians and veins. The guy realized that in such a case, the skill becomes more refined than anything else similar. Suddenly, his body was filled with unknown forces, similar to the mana of the other world, and his eye began to glow with red light. Earn realized that he instantly managed to create a Dantian and learn an entire sword technique. This was more amazing than he could have imagined. The guy was curious if there was any limit to this spatial trade at all, because he didn't know about it. Earn realized that he could buy anything if he had money, even abstract values. Concluding that he needed to be careful when using coins, he decided to go to his first goal, the merchant of the spatial exchange, Mu Hyoja Manor. He adored the customer guy pointed out that there was no need to talk to him so rudely. The merchant assumed that he was of a different species. The man asked the buyer to think of it as a love of the human species, rather than a love of measurement. The buyer replied that he wanted martial arts scrolls, asking to be shown the assortment. The seller replied that he sells a lot of things. Asking the buyer to refrain from such non-formalities, the buyer suggested that he also communicate like that. The man realized he had gotten another bad customer who refused to listen to him. The seller assumed the customer was from a small bipod lower system. The seller realized that it was not for him to complain because he lived at their expense, thinking that he should thank such buyers. A man asked the buyer what kind of martial arts he was interested in. The buyer wanted sword techniques. The seller replied that he had a couple of them, including triple sword techniques, balance techniques, and sneaking tiger. Earn had listened to the salesman many times, but could not understand the strange manner of speech of this rogue Mu Hyoja. knowing that his specialty was to sell random, cheap, overpriced scrolls. The scammer reported that the triple sword technique is an unfathomable technique that contains all sword techniques. If one succeeds in mastering it, then the buyer can become the strongest in the world he chose, people of System Zero, and deceived them. Ern realized that this rogue chose people like him who were real wimps in their past lives. The guy realized that it was a deception again, because the triple sword technique was a normal technique containing 3 stabbing, slashing, and blocking movements. Ern was sure that it would be useful if it was used by the strongest in the world. The salesman added that he had other techniques nurturing penetration punching, and many others. Ern did not answer him. The salesman decided to give him a couple tips if he paid him 20 coins. Ern agreed, realizing that he was deliberately going along with his ruse to benefit himself by learning that his real name was Hakshol Lee. Meanwhile, in the 5th world of Marima in the mountain bamboo sector, a servant was trying to communicate something to his leader. Jusong Ha asked the servant that they had managed to find this rogue named Hakshol Lee. The leader of the mountain bamboo sect asked his subordinates how they managed to find the rogue, in addition to asking what source they used. The manager of the spatial trading sect replied to the guy that he also had a lot of questions and couldn't he answer them all at once. Ern replied that Hakshol Lee was upset right now, adding that, in any case, if he took care of their enemy, they would owe him a reward, asking if they agreed to such an arrangement. Jusong Ha replied to the guy that he won't be able to gain his trust with sweet words by asking what if he's a common scammer. The guy replied that if they don't believe him, it's bad because Hakshol Lee is their enemy, not his. He'll just put him down. The cult leader asked the guy that he called him to mess with him. He was angry at the guy who was trying to use this situation to benefit himself. Ern replied negatively, adding that Jusong Ha should realize this by looking at his information. Jusong Ha saw that the guy came from the lower system. He calmed down from that. The guy replied that all was correct, asking how he thought he knew the secrets of their book of techniques. The sect leader assumed that Hakshol Lee had told him about it, suggesting that he too trades in this dimension. Ern suggested that for a fugitive like Hakshol Lee, there is no better backup than a book of measurement deals. The guy received 200 coins from the leader of the mountain bamboo sect. Asking Ern that it was enough for him, the guy fell silent. Jusong Ha suggested that it was too little for him asking to enter his position. Ern actually just wanted to return his 20 coins that he had given to Hakshol Lee, realizing that no one would know that those 20 coins had become a point of no return for Hakshol Lee. Jusong Ha said that the guy should not think of cheating him because he cannot hide from him, but if he catches Hakshol Lee, he will get more than what he has now. The guy was surprised by such an unexpected fortune that came to him at such a moment he was ready to take on the case, but his reason for going to the Din system would be Seok Hyun, the seller of martial arts scrolls. Seok Hyun became the harbinger of the Steelguard family's demise. Ern met the guy while he was searching for martial arts scrolls to carry on his grandfather's legacy. He tricked him into spending money needlessly. Then the Steelguard family finally fell when Ern bought a wishing tab from the man in system number 2, but that didn't take away his grudge against Seok Hyun. The shame and pain the guy had to go through, he was sure he could Seoku Hyunu to get him back. Ern managed to approach him. Seok Hyun learned that he had come to him from Mu Hyukja, assuming he already knew a lot about him. The guy was sure that this man usually cheated people from low systems because Hakshol Lee had copied the information from the scrolls and stolen them and was selling them at a high price to strangers. The man was curious when Hakshol Lee would get rid of this bad habit of selling copied scrolls at inflated prices only to those from System Zero. Ern asked Seok Hyun, he is different from Hakshol Lee after all. The man replied that it is rude to compare him to Hakshol Lee, asking the buyer not to go overboard. The guy mocking the scammer apologized for his rudeness by asking him to show the assortment, saying he was looking for sword techniques. Seok Hyun was surprised at such a request. After looking at his inventory, he offered the buyer something suitable. Plum Blossom Technique, Secret Art Book Technique. Exuding a pleasant plum blossom fragrance, said the higher the skill, the deeper the scent. The seller asked Ern how to him. This technique, Guy realized that this is not a bad technique. Asking what the price of the seller, said that the market price of 50 coins, but he is ready to sell for 35. But Ern knew that the real price of 15 coins. Ern realized that if Mu Hyoja was selling a triple technique that wasn't even worth half a coin for 5, then Seok Hyun raised the price by 20 coins. The seller asked the guy why he wasn't answering. The guy decided to teach the scammer a lesson and replied that he was ready to take it for 35 because it's not that much, asking the seller to make the exchange immediately. Seok-hyun was pleased, assuming that this guy was not only rich, but also had a keen eye for technology, and asked the buyer how he made his money. The guy replied that he also works in the business, stating that he plans to meet with him often in the future. Seok-hyun was confident that he could fool this buyer who didn't even know the market price and grade of this technique. After the seller said that he always welcomed such customers, offering Earn to become friends, decided to deceive him further. Earn accepted the friend request from Seok-hyun, knowing that he could resell this technique even if he lost a little. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. A female voice announced that it was Izel. The guy let her come into him. The maid apologized for his unexpected visit, after which she was very surprised to see his red eye. The guy realized that his thirst for revenge had gotten out and he couldn't control it after meeting Seok-hyun. Earn came to his senses and pointed out to the maid that she wasn't guilty of anything. The maid asked if the young gentleman wanted something because he missed the morning workout. The guy replied that he was in great condition. Izel noticed that the guy had progressed a lot these couple days. Suddenly her face turned red. The guy wondered why the maid was blushing at the sight of him. Earn assumed the girl saw him as a real man, but he hadn't even unlocked half of his potential, and she was already looking at him like that. The guy asked the maid to be uninhibited and ask him whatever she wanted. The girl said that she had come to see him about the matter with young Master Kieran this morning. Earn remembered that in his previous life, he had also dealt with his older brother. In the morning, the two brothers of the Stilgard family met on the training ground. Earn was surprised to see his older brother, not expecting to find him here, though he had guessed what was going to happen. The younger brother asked Kieran what brought him to the training ground, because he doesn't usually train with knights, because their skills are nothing compared to his older brother, asked Earn why he thought so. Earn replied that anyone would realize this at a glance, since he doesn't show up on the training ground, instead practicing in a corner by himself. Earn assumed that his older brother was still a child. The older brother was enraged to hear the younger brother say such things, suggesting that he was crazy to say such things to him. Earn apologized to his older brother, pointing out that he was just making a bad joke and shouldn't take it so literally. Kieran swung around and said that he would start by teaching his younger brother a lesson in how to behave around his elders. Dodging Earn suggested that this behavior of his older brother was too disrespectful. Earn tried to understand what Kieran could be so upset about he was ready to keep dodging his blows. Kieran pointed out to his younger brother that he was asking to get punched by him. The older brother swung around and declared that Earn shouldn't think he was better than him just because his father praised him. Suddenly, Earn struck back at his older brother, and their fists clashed into one powerful blow. Kieran recoiled from the blow, not understanding where this power was coming from, thinking that his younger brother must be a simple knight of the 5th rank. The elder brother realized that he had let his guard down, stating to Earn that he would no longer hold back his strength, the true beginning of the mana enhancement technique and a basic requirement for a 2nd-ranked knight. The younger brother saw his aura and didn't understand why he would go so far in his grievances, since he was still pretending to be a rank 5 knight. Earn realized that he couldn't use his aura to retaliate by telling his older brother that he was out of line. Kieran replied that he would take this opportunity to teach his younger brother a real combat lesson. Earn noticed that his older brother had started attacking him with all his strength. The younger brother realized that he had no choice and would have to fight him at full strength, and he got into a fighting stance, preparing to strike. Earn used a rock-shattering blow. Their blows once again intertwined into one, after which there was a bright flash. Kieran didn't expect such strength from his younger brother and didn't understand why the hell it happened. He didn't understand how Earn could be so strong. The younger brother managed to temper the older brother's fervor with his powerful punch, and a crater formed in the ground where they had struck. Kieran tried to ask his younger brother how he had managed to become so strong in a short time. Earn replied that he couldn't answer that question. He felt that Kieran had gone too far in this battle in exposing his aura. Kieran asked his younger brother that he use the power of the secret vault he had gotten from the vault. Earn realized that his brother was upset that he had entered the secret vault and replied that Kieran should have been there, if not in the inner vault, then at least in the outer vault. Kieran asked what this outdoor vault was, assuming Earn was messing with him, since the only other person who went in there besides his father was his younger brother. Earn assumed that his father didn't know about the existence of the Book of Measurement transactions in his past life, and he hadn't used it either, so the likelihood of someone actually using the book was slim. Since Earn would never be in the inner vault, he had two options. Either she was in the inner vault, or she didn't exist. At all, his musings were interrupted by a maid. The guy reported that nothing much happened between him and his older brother. He just asked him to show him his aura, but Kieran lost control of his power in the process. Ezel asked if the young lord was hurt, for if he wanted she could bandage him up. Seeing the naked body of the guy, the girl noticed that the young gentleman had already matured, assuming that he would not like her idea. The guy assured that he was perfectly fine. Thanking the maid for her concern, he decided to take a pill from the medicine cabinet. Ern realized that he was lucky because Kieran didn't give him a hard time about it and asked the maid not to worry about him, saying that she could go and rest. The maid didn't mind and left the guy. Ern knew that now he had to find a way to get into the inner vault. He wanted to get there before he entered the academy. Ern realized that it was time for the very incident he had planned. Meanwhile, in his room, Kieran couldn't believe that his little brother possessed such a powerful force. Rabadan's second daughter, Darren Stilgard, suggested that her brother had embarrassed himself by losing to Junior. The boy said that Ern was obviously hiding something, suggesting that he was pretending to be weak until then. His sister replied that his younger brother had seemed like a bear to Kieran, but turned out to be a cunning fox. The sister added that despite this, Ern was still a simple child. He had not revealed his true nature because he was tired of enduring Kieran's barbs. The brother replied that Ern had not used all of his power because he felt he was holding it back. Darian pointed out that even if that was true, it was more likely that Ern was just a foxier vixen than Kieran. The boy replied that he was not a fox, but a leopard. After a little thought, he added that Ern might turn out to be a real tiger. Kieran told his sister to find out what Junior was hiding from them and what he planned to do next. The girl agreed with him, assuring her brother that this action he could grant her. Darian assured that she could get to the very last detail of their little brother's secrets. Meanwhile, a protest broke out in the Mana Stone Merchant Alliance because Ern was selling the stones at low prices. Hearthstone asked everyone to stop chatting. Hearthstone assured them that there was no reason for them to fight, since their common enemy was Ern, suggesting that they all create a plan to eliminate the guy who had dropped the price of their stones. Ern was selling medium mana stones for 10 coins, small ones for 2.5 coins. He noticed that all the other sellers had also started to maintain such prices. The guy noticed multiple reductions in value, all happening faster than he expected. The mana stones he was selling were worth 1 coin, less than their market price. The other merchants were angry with him because he lowered the average cost, and consequently, their prices began to fall as well, which began to destroy the competition, which was not a problem for Ern because he was making a profit thanks to the VIP privilege. Opening the inventory, the guy noticed that he had 1,002 coins. He thought he could sell medium stones cheaper than usual, but selling small stones for less than 2 coins is not profitable. The profit from the average grade stones was 1 coin, which didn't seem like a bad profit for Ern. Though the stones were dropping in value faster than he expected, he couldn't affect it much. Realizing that he had other things to worry about now, he decided to go into the system alone. Ern intended to take revenge on Seokyun for his past life by deciding to take everything from him. The librarian realized that the customer was looking for mid-level sword techniques and pointed out that in this catalog, the techniques were arranged by power strength, asking if the customer liked anything. Ern noticed that these techniques were expensive. Realizing that the library was not a stall on the street, and realizing that it was not enough, he asked Chin Sung if there was anything more expensive and powerful. The man was surprised at the suggestion that he look at the skill of their 1,000 Swords library, which was a basic set of unique primary skills that they were selling. The guy saw that the set contained the Breaking Fist, Despair Fist Sword Technique, Swan Tien Maneuvering Ruler. All of them were worth over 1,000 coins. Meanwhile, in the Castle of 1,000 Swords sect, with a huge influence in the 5th Murim system, its influence was not even comparable to the Mountain Bamboo sect. Ern stated to Chin Seng that he wanted to test something. The man asked what exactly the buyer wanted to try out. Seokyun graciously greeted the customer who approached him, saying that he had waited for Ern all day and thought he would never come to him again. The vendor provided the guy with the martial skills he had asked him for yesterday. It was the 8th Cloud Dragon Art and the Scarlet Dawn Green Cloud Technique. Ern indicated that he didn't think the vendor would be able to get both skills, pleased with his quick work. Seokyun replied that the whole team had been looking for them, and they couldn't keep dear customers waiting, asking if Ern wanted to buy anything else. The guy responded positively and assured me that of course he wanted to buy something else from him. Ern explained that Haifiel is a rich guy he serves, and he is the ultimate martial arts fanatic, stating that he is hard to please with a mid-level martial arts book, so he needs Seokyun's help. The seller was enthusiastic about such a story, envious that his team would help the buyer with everything. The boy thought about showing Haifiel something big rather than many small techniques. Seok-hyun asked the buyer what he meant by saying anything. One big Earn replied that he was talking about the unique primary skill of the Thousand-Sword Castle. Earn assumed that it would even be difficult for Seok-hyun to get such a technique, but the man didn't understand why the buyer needed it. The vendor assured him that the martial arts from the third or fourth world of Murim were very good, assuring him that he would try to get them, knowing that the most important thing was not to get caught by the librarian. When Earn saw his answer, he realized that Seok-hyun had fallen for the trick he had planned for him. The seller added that it looked rather risky for him, so he wanted to take Earn's advance payment. The guy sent him 200 coins. The guy promised to pay the rest of the coins when he received the book. Seok-hyun was pleased that the buyer left him 200 coins as a down payment and replied that he would contact him in 5 days. Seok-hyun knew that the only people in the library were him and the librarian himself, Jin Sung, and he realized that he needed to avoid getting caught. A few hours later, a customer told the librarian that he wanted to check something out. The guy asked Jin Sen what would happen if anyone tried to sell a unique primary skill anywhere else. The librarian laughed and replied that such a thing was impossible, asking what kind of crazy martial artist would think of stealing from divine swords. Jin Seng was ready to swear on his honor that if he did such a thing, he would regret not passing away sooner. Earn was satisfied that the first step had been successfully completed, realizing that he needed to find the 1,000 coins he had promised Seok-hyun, but 5 days would be enough for him, decided to go for a walk. After opening the trade window, the guy noticed that his supply of medium mana stones was rapidly melting away and wondered if he should buy more of them. After Earn contacted the seller, but he saw his nickname and refused to sell him mana stones, and so it happened several more times. Earn did not understand what happened and why everyone refused to sell him stones. The salesman's responses were more aggressive than he thought, realizing it would affect his job a bit. Suddenly, the guy noticed not far from him a maid who was standing behind a tree. He thought it was strange. As he got closer, the guy noticed the girl asking the maid to turn something out of the mouth. Suddenly, Darian slapped the maid who refused to follow her instructions, with Earn watching. The guy was shocked to see his older sister's behavior. He didn't understand what was going on there. The 2 daughters of the Stilgard family were complete opposites. Karen, the eldest daughter, possessed the warmth of a spring ray, and Darren, the second daughter, was cold and contemptuous. Darian indicated that she was not satisfied with the maid's answer, envying that she would ask her again, expecting a satisfactory answer. She was trying to find out what Earn was hiding from them. Izel replied that she was a simple servant girl who took care of the young master, assuring that she knew nothing of the sort. Darian tried to strike the maid again without hearing a response, but was suddenly stopped by a shout from Earn, who had intervened in their conversation. Earn asked his sister why she shouldn't leave the maid alone. The girl looked suspiciously at her brother. The girl asked Earn what brought him here. She didn't understand how to react to his sudden appearance. The guy stated that he wanted to ask him something, because he was angry and didn't understand what his sister was doing with the maid. Darian was surprised that her brother was treating her so well, asking since when he had been so close to his maid, adding that Izel was doing a below-average job. Earn asked her to leave her alone. Her sister asked her brother to stay out of their conversation, stating that she was teaching her a lesson for what she had done wrong, and Earn should be grateful to her for it. Attempting to strike again, Darian indicated that he was doing his brother a favor and training his maid for him. Izel was about ready to get punched in the face again. Suddenly, Earn stopped his sister's strike by pointing out that if she had a complaint about his maid, she should report it to him. Darian asked her brother how dare he touch her. Asking him to let go of her hand, Earn replied that he had warned her. The boy let go and tossed his sister aside, ordering her to leave Izel alone. Darian hadn't expected this. The sister declared to her brother that he was crazy to ask what this insignificant maid meant to him. The guy replied that his sister was crazy, pointing out that she'd better not touch the people who serve him, asking his sister to apologize to Izel before it's too late. Suddenly, Darian started beating herself in the face. Izel was surprised by this, asking why she was doing this. Darian asked her brother not to act so arrogant, asking who her father would favor if she came running to him with such injuries. Her sister was curious to see her father's face. When she told him that Earn had raised his hand to her, the boy was surprised at such meanness on her sister's part. Looking at Darian, Earn pointed out that she did not cease to exceed his expectations. The girl interjected, trying to figure out what he had said. Whispering in her ear, the guy wanted her to remember once and for all what he was about to say to her before she did what she had in mind. Suddenly, the girl replied that she had nothing to do with it. Earn was surprised at her answer. Her brother said he would go and tell her father right away if it was okay with her. Darian looked at her younger brother with anger. Darian didn't understand how Ern knew about all this. She decided to apologize to the maid so her father wouldn't find out. The maid was surprised at this turn of events, and Darian added that she would try not to let it happen again. Ern kindly asked if Izel was all right. The maid nodded positively. She didn't fully understand what had happened. Crying, the maid added that she didn't deserve to be treated in such a way that he would defend her by calling herself a mere maid. Guy stated that if anyone dared to touch one of his men, he would not forgive it no matter who he was, even if it was the Emperor. Ern asked the maid not to belittle herself too much. Isel continued to cry at his words. Darian suspected something strange about her younger brother's behavior. As he left, the boy told Isel that she deserved to be treated like that, and the maid did not resist him. Darian did not understand how Ern knew about her secret. Darian suspected that someone had given Ern information she was trying to hide. She didn't understand how her younger brother could even know about it. A few days later, the members of the multi-union, of which Heartstone was the leader, were still arguing amongst themselves because Ern was selling medium stones for 7 coins apiece. Suddenly, Heartstone noticed the nickname of a stone seller who assumed someone desperate for coins the leader was surprised to see for the first time. His level and description made him look like an experienced merchant. The stone seller said that sometimes 10 coins in the present are more valuable than 100 coins in the future. Heartstone understood that these words make sense and replied that even he makes quick transactions when coins are needed. The unknown man replied that order is destroyed because of such sellers. The leader thoughtfully asked the stone seller what he was suggesting in such a case. The unidentified man replied that they had to choose one of 2 possible options. The first was to buy everything before the intruder could get to them. Heartstone interrupted him and assured him that this option was not feasible because they wouldn't be able to buy up all the stones. Asked what other option, Unknown replied that they needed to lower the price of mana stones even more than Ern. Therefore, the multi-union has significantly reduced the price of mana stones from what buyers bought them up like crazy. The price for the average mana stones was already 6 coins. Ern assumed that a bidding war would now begin, realizing that demand was growing insanely fast, realizing that he would then be even busier. Heartstone furiously asked him to explain, because an unknown member of their sect had promised that lowering the price would produce a certain result. Unknown replied that he didn't remember saying that, pointing out that in order to prevent the infiltrator from getting all the mana stones, their prices had to be lowered. The leader pointed out that even so, Ern wouldn't stop selling mana stones, saying that the unknown man's words weren't very convincing. John Doe was fine with the criticism, pointing out that Heartstone can do it all at once, stating that his predictions were wrong if the leader plans to succumb to that offender's entreaties. Heartstone stating that he would never ever succumb to this guy who dropped the price of mana stones. The unknown man replied that in that case, the sect leader should continue to trust him, stating that he had a secret plan up his sleeve to stop the intruder. Heartstone responded that its capital is losing momentum, and this infringer doesn't even give a sign of it. The unidentified person asked what the agreement was, with the offender assuming that since they lose 1 coin, the offender loses 2. The leader stated that the violators' prices are the same as theirs from yesterday. Suddenly he realized what this stone seller was getting at. The unidentified man suggested that Ern is now at his breaking point. Heartstone pointed out that this guy is the kind of person who hides a trump card until the last minute and then shows it. Heartstone indicated that he didn't understand anything, because why would Ern take such a risk asking an unknown person about it? The stone merchant replied that Ern planned to overtake the entire mana stone business. The sect leader was surprised by such an assumption. The man was sure that it was impossible because there were limits on sales of goods, asking how he could get around them. Unknown replied that the guy would easily solve this problem by finding helpers who would sell instead of him, or create a union just like them. Heartstone got the question that wasn't this kind of thing this multi-union man was created for, surprised by such a question. Unknown added that by gathering a few vendors and increasing control over the mana stone market, to then become the one who would control the price of mana stones. Heartstone realized the words of an unknown member of their union, the one adding that he admires the head of their union, who aims to control prices. The leader exhaled in agreement with the unknown man's words, and replied that this was exactly what he planned to do. This unknown was Ern, who realized that Heartstone wanted to be called the head, realizing that he saw right through him. Guy had been waiting for the formation of this alliance since he started selling mana stones. He had a special privilege of the maximum level that the people of the lower system didn't even know about. The guy assumed he looked pretty depressed, But information is an important aspect of commerce, so he could understand why controlling information is a special privilege. Earn has been a member of the multi-union since its inception in order to have a bloody competition for profit. The first type of people that participated in this competition were those who can't live without instant gratification. The second type are the crazies who are willing to do away with these trades for the evil of all so that everyone suffers from it. Earn, pretending to be a multi-union member, said that they would stop Earn the Infiltrator and show everyone their union power, and when the Infiltrator reaches the limit, they can strike, saying that they need to come to an agreement urgently. Hearthstone assumed that if he successfully took Earn out of the game and took over the Mana Stone industry, he would be able to control prices, and if a new merchant appeared, he would immediately get hit by the Alliance. Such a scenario seemed great in the mind of the Hearthstone Union leader. The guy planned to lead the leader in this direction and further leading him into deception, because the other members of the multitude have not realized it yet. Some sellers within this competition will begin to get defensive and watch the Earn and multi-union battle closely. The guy assumed that they would hire a third party to take all the mana stones for themselves, and the wise person to do so would be Earn. Meanwhile, in Darian's room, the girl sat at the table and tried to figure out how her younger brother knew about it, because he had said Damien's company name exactly. Suddenly, there was a knock on the girl's door, and Darren asked who was there, saying that she had asked no one to bother her. When she opened the door, the older sister asked her brother why he had come to her without letting him go straight to his room. The guy looked her straight in the eye and told Darian that they needed to talk about something. Earn asked if she knew about Damien's firm. The sister asked her brother to come into her room. Damien's firm provided gentle materials to homes, and it was a relatively stable and respected firm. However, the problem was that they had a close relationship with Darian in a past life. After he became a lord, the firm used money to manipulate Earn. Sister asked how he understood. Earn replied that the firm had changed significantly since she became involved in their affairs, stating that it was very obvious. Darian asked her brother how he could prove his words and asked him to show them to her. Earn asked his sister to calm down because he had come to her to understand her position. Earn pointed out that he was the youngest child of the family, suggesting that he would get nothing from the family, but as a son, mastering the breath of steel, he could probably make money as a swordsman. The boy clearly understood that Darren was trying to find a way to make a living. The sister realized that Earn had been hiding his real self until now, and now he was trying to show her something. She tried to find out from her brother what he wanted. Earn asked the sister to listen to him. The brother said that there was only one thing he was interested in, asking if she had come to the firm herself, or if they had come to her. The girl replied that they were the first to come to her and said they just wanted to do her a favor. Darren added that in return, he would have to pay them back for her. Earn realized that his sister was lying to him because it was impossible that such a powerful firm would come to her. Suddenly, the sister asked if her brother was satisfied after what she had told him, for now he could start criticizing her. Earn replied that he had not come to her for that. The guy was wondering how he could earn his sister's trust by claiming that he and she were very much alike. The girl was surprised at his words, asking what he really wanted from her. Earn knew she had such a temper. Earn offered the sisters to work with him jointly. Darian was surprised at such an offer from her younger brother. The younger brother knew that it would be very difficult for his older sister to refuse such an offer. After the conversation, Earn left his sister's room, indicating that he trusted her with the case. Darian replied that he would report the specifics of their case later. The brother knew it was a lie-filled argument, but right now it wasn't such a bad deal. Earn realized he had to work with Darian to see what would happen after a certain amount of time. Using the eye of bidding measurements, Earn realized that the main thing for him right now was dealing with Hearthstone. He noticed a message in his bidding profile. The guy received 800 coins from the Mountain Bamboo sect. Earn assumed that they had caught Hacho Lee on his tip. The Mountain Bamboo sect sent the guy a gift of 10 bamboo life pill. Earn was surprised that they gave him more than what they promised. Earn took the gift of the bamboo life pills. He didn't yet understand what he should do with them. Measurement bargain book users have hit a gold mine. Hearthstone has decided to reduce the price of medium mana stones by another 4 coins. This is due to the price war between Earn and the multi-union. Earn noticed that Hearthstone was trying to minimize his losses. The guy was wondering why the union leader had tossed out 4 coins. The guy had asymmetric information, and all he had to do was change his name and buy up all the stones. After a bit of thinking about what was going on, Earn realized that in addition, if you take into account the price and the cashback, it was 3 coins per stone. After checking the inventory, the guy noticed that it was half empty, and he still had 1,573 coins left. He decided to buy another 500 stones. Ern started buying up mana stones, realizing that he would be damn rich when he sold them at a bargain price. That night at Damien's firm, guards were guarding the firm's office to make sure no one overheard the bosses talking. One of the guards spotted the unknown man and pointed out to him that he couldn't just walk around here, asking him to leave the area. The unknown man asked the guard to bring him the manager. Immediately, the guard was surprised by such insolence. The man asked to tell him that Yulaf had come to see him. As they approached, the manager was pleased to say that she was waiting for Sir Yulaf and asked him to follow him because Mrs. Darren was waiting for him inside. The manager escorted the guest to the right room, where Yulaf seemed suspicious to the guards. A servant informed Sir Damien and Lady Darien that their expected guest Yulaf had arrived. The girl was surprised at this sudden arrival. The leader of the firm, Damien, introduced himself to the guest and graciously greeted him. Darien didn't realize who the man was. Darien assumed that her younger brother had sent Yulaf, not understanding how he could know someone like that. She looked suspiciously at the supplier of mana stones, suggesting it could be a trap. The man assumed Darien thought it was some kind of trap, noticing her gaze on him. Earlier, Ern had informed the sisters that an influential merchant would be coming to the firm, assuring them that he could be trusted and asking Darien not to worry. Sitting down at the table, Yulaf suggested that they get right down to business, stating that his mana stones were very good quality and asking how much they would pay for them. Damien began to scrutinize the samples the merchant had given them. The head of the firm told the trader that with one stone, it was very difficult to determine its quality and how much they were willing to pay him. Yulaf replied that he had prepared for such an occasion and had brought more mana stones with him. He began to take them out of his inner pocket. The influential merchant placed a whole bag of mana stones on the table. The head of the firm was surprised by such a quantity. An hour earlier, Ern realized that partner markets are very expensive, but he managed to accumulate a lot of points. Ern bought a human mask made of human skin, and when he put it on, he would look like a completely different person, and bought a voice-changing pill, after taking which his voice would change for 30 minutes. The guy pretending to be Yulaf was sure that he could complete the deal in 30 minutes. The head of the firm, Damien, said that these stones were of the highest quality. Yulaf said he wanted 100 gold pieces for them. The head of the firm replied that this price was a bit high, offering him 90 gold pieces, saying that no one in Lehite would offer more for them. Yulaf got up and asked Darien to follow him, because he couldn't bargain with someone who didn't understand things. The girl agreed with him, saying that she had hoped for their agreement, since they had bargained with the noble's Ern in the guise of Yulaf, was glad that his sister read the atmosphere well. Leaving, Darren told the head of the firm that they would contact another company to sell these mana stones. Yulaf pointed out that there was a Krite firm nearby. Suddenly, Damien asked them to stop pointing out that Yulaf was a fierce man. He was willing to settle for 100 gold for a mana stone. Damien didn't expect Yulaf to raise the price to 120 gold pieces now, so he asked the seller if he was serious. Yulaf repeated that he wanted 120 gold coins for his top-quality mana stones. The head of the firm realized that if he bought the stones for 120 coins, he would not profit at all from this deal. Yulaf stated that he came to him knowing the market price, adding that he couldn't just be cheated. With a serious look at the head of the firm, the salesman pointed out that it was called a trade negotiation. Damien asked the stone seller to sit down first, informing him that he wasn't backing out of the deal, and he was willing to consider a price of 120 gold pieces. Suddenly, the head of the firm cast aside all doubts and said that he was ready to buy all the stones from Yulaf at a price of 120 gold coins. Ern, in the guise of Yulaf, did not show his joy at such a favorable deal. Darien was surprised at what was happening. The girl didn't realize if it even made sense, since they were arguing between 90 and 100 gold pieces, and now suddenly the price had jumped to 120. Darien thought Yulaf only looked intimidating, assuming the man was up to something. The head of the firm decided to be honest with the mana stone seller, saying that he could get up to 130 gold for such quality stones. Adding that he would remain in favor by 10 gold pieces, Yulaf pointed out that he shouldn't joke with him like that. Damien indicated that he meant what he said, because he too should get a profit for his labor until Yulaf provided enough stones to make up for the low profit. Yulaf placed a pouch on the table, indicated that the head of the firm underestimated him. Asking him what it was, Damien asked the salesman what it was all about. Suddenly, Yulaf said that in this pouch lies 300 mana stones, realizing that such a quantity would be enough. Yulof added that labor fees, storage management, and transportation costs notwithstanding, he didn't think Damien would be at a loss. The head of the firm realized that this opportunity comes only once in a lifetime because the price of mana stone depends on its availability. Even if buyers have the money, they won't be able to get these stones because they are usually always out of stock. Damien realized that 300 of these stones, no matter the price, could make him a profit even if he was destroyed in the negotiations. Darian was surprised to hear that the head of the firm was willing to buy the stones, saying that this trade would benefit their firm. When Damien heard there was a merchant willing to trade, he didn't expect so many, and Yulof completely exceeded his expectations. The head of the firm said that he didn't have many connections, but he knew the market quite well and thought it was strange that he hadn't heard of Yulof before. Yulof asked that he suspected him of someone Damien had never heard of or seen before selling expensive mana stones. Damien replied that he in no way thought so, assuring that he couldn't suspect someone whom Mistress Darian herself had recommended. The man said it was just pure curiosity, asking Yulof to tell a little more about himself. Yulof was pissed off by this behavior of the head of the firm, but he understood that Darren would probably refuse him. He wondered why the girl looked much more interested than Damien. Exhaling, Yulof asked what Damien wanted to know what kind of person he was. Suddenly his voice changed. Ern, in the guise of Yulof, realized that 30 minutes had already passed, and the effects of the voice-altering pill had worn off. Coughing, Yulof used the voice-altering pill again, so as not to arouse too much suspicion. Surrounding people saw the strange behavior of their interlocutor. The head of the company asked whether the seller of stones was in a straight line. Yulof apologized for the incident. His voice remained the same, saying that he had to take medication because of his illness. Damien pointed out that in that case, Yulof should not delay there, and he would get to work on paying for that merchandise immediately. Ern, in the guise of Yulof, was pleased that even though it wasn't planned, he had managed to avoid questions. Leaving the room, Darian indicated that since they were alone, she would like to find out more about this man her younger brother had recommended. The girl reported that she acted like she was on his side for the deal, but she was curious to know who he was and how she knew the youngest member of their family. Yulof pointed out that it was none of her business. Darian objected, stating that she deserved to find out from him. The man asked what she thought Damien's firm was her local convenience store, in addition to asking why she thought they bought mana stones of unknown origin. Darian proudly replied that the firm had bought the stones for her because she had guaranteed her identity as Darian of Steelguard. The boy was surprised at such confidence. The girl added that the case has put her in a difficult position because if anything goes wrong, the firm will blame it on her. Darian stated that she couldn't just turn a blind eye to Yulof's strange behavior. The guy was surprised to hear the words. The girl asked why he tried so hard to hide his identity, assuming that the name Yulof was not his real name. Ern had expected such insight from his sister. Darian seriously assumed it was her younger brother Ern's trap and asked her companion about it. Ern, in the guise of Yulof, laughed at such a statement. The girl did not understand what could make the man laugh so much. Yulof asked her what kind of crazy person would burn 30,000 gold pieces to mess with some girl. The man assumed that the girl wanted to say that these mana stones were stolen, and he was some kind of criminal. Darian asked that this was not the case. Yulof explained that in order to get 300 stones, he would have to rob an imperial vault. Stating that he wasn't that talented, the girl asked how he got that many stones. The man pointed out that he had heard from Ern that they were siblings worse than enemies. Darian was surprised at the way Yulof translated the conversation. The girl asked Yulof to take his hands off her and not touch her again. He was furious at the permissiveness of the stranger. Yulof replied that when he grew up, he realized that the only people he could lean on were his family. The man informed Darian that she should get along with her kin so she wouldn't regret it in the future. Yulof left and asked the girl to wait in the carriage, saying that he would send her compensation through Ern. Darian didn't realize that this strange man had met her and was familiar with her younger brother, but she didn't realize that it was Ern in the guise of another man. Guy noticed that the final price of the average mana stones for Damien's firm was 120 gold in coins. It was 12. Ern had a bamboo pill in the amount of 10 pieces, 690 medium mana stones, 2 voice changer pills, a leather human mask, and 62 kilograms of gold. The guy was very satisfied because he bought the mana stones for 3 coins and sold them for 12. Considering Darian's 1% share, he made an incredible profit. Ern realized with age that the only thing you can really rely on is family, so it's best to be on good terms with them. The boy realized that he had to disguise himself as Yulof to get the truth to his sister. Ern assumed that his true intentions never reached Darian, which struck him as rather ironic. Ern's present life was different from the past, and he was not ready to accept any acts of ill intentions from his brother and sister toward him. But all the hatred and resentment he harbored toward them had long since faded. The guy decided that it wasn't a bad thing at all to begin with, because he shouldn't focus on resentment toward his sibling. Ern stated that he was a few steps away from Seok-hyun, asking him to wait, and the hour of reckoning would catch up with him. The commonly accepted currency of the continent of Jion is gold coins, while in the world of Murim, it is gold pieces. Gold is a rare metal that was very often used as currency. This night, the guy managed to sell a bunch of gold, and thus his balance was 2,752 coins. The guy was pleased with such an event because preparations for his fee were complete. He noticed that he had an unread message. The system reported that Ern had received a message from Seok-hyun asking if he would like to read it. The guy realized that he shouldn't give the appearance of being desperate. The guy realized he needed to look natural. He took a deep in and out breath. Slightly calming down, he took the message. The salesman noticed that Ern had entered the chat room, which made Seok-hyun very happy, knowing that he had better be on time, because trust is what drives everything in this business. Seok-hyun had put a lot of pressure on himself to acquire the secret arts of the poison sect in Heavenly Sword Castle, because if he only mentioned the words poison or poison sect in passing, everyone would just leave the chat room with him. Ern was surprised to learn that Seok-hyun was having a hard time with his connections getting the order he needed, realizing that the salesman was trying to cheat him again. The guy thanked him for his hard work, asking if they had come to a consensus. Seok-hyun replied positively he was ready to show him the goods. The chaos. Cultivation technique. Unlike the heavenly cultivation, which can be mastered by anyone who is part of the heavenly castle, this technique is only allowed to be used by a select few. An inner cultivation technique that contained not only the primitive laws of the natural world, but also the laws of the entire universe. Ern made sure that the vendor had the technique he needed. Ern replied to the salesman that with this arrangement, Hifael would be satisfied. The salesman decided to share the guy's information so that he would pass it on to Hifael. Seok-hyun pointed out that 2,500 coins was a huge amount of money. However, even such an amount was small for a chaos cultivation technique. The seller added that in the official market, the heavenly cultivation technique cost 2,000 coins, and if one were to consider it overpriced, it still couldn't be resold in the channels. Ern received a message from Seok-hyun that the market price of this technique was about 5,000 coins. The guy realized what the seller was trying to tell him. The ability to sow doubts in the minds of the buyers and push them to buy his overpriced junk seemed to Ern a great skill, and he realized that this seller had been cheating the buyers for years. Earlier in Seok-hyun's past life, very often he was deceived. Ern previously wanted to become an expert. The salesman replied that saving human life is always a priority, asking me to trust him because he will provide him with everything he needs to become a true expert. Earlier, Ern had fully trusted the deceptions of Seok-hyun, who assured that their meeting was orchestrated by fate itself. Seok-hyun replied that he couldn't afford to go broke from a big loss alone. He would try to offer him the best price in his past life. The salesman fooled Ern. The boy realized that this was the stupidest decision he had ever made in his life and was very angry with Seok-hyun. Ern asked the salesman how much he wanted to sell him the technique, for eventually realizing that he was going to cheat him again. Seok-hyun replied that he was willing to sell him the technique for 4,000 coins, saying that he had discounted it by as much as 1,000 coins. The seller added that, on either side, he only saw a profit from this transaction. Ern realized that he was short 1,000 coins, but with his skills he could cover the remaining costs. The guy replied that, in that case, he only owed the seller 3,800 coins, considering that he had given him 200 last time. Seok-hyun replied that it wasn't like that, suggesting that this guy was engaging in a major transaction for the first time in the #1 system, saying that he would spend 200 coins to buy this technique. Ern realized that the seller was trying to deceive him by answering that he was in shock, because he was asking him not 1 or 2 coins, but 1,700 coins. The seller replied that if one goes into details, one should not think that these are his client's coins, asking, since Hifael will pay, why don't they take the easiest way out in this transaction? The guy replied to the seller that in that case, he would first talk to his customer. Seok-hyun was fine with it, replying that he would wait for his message. Ern realized that Seok-hyun was trying to make it look like he was the only one who would lose if Ern didn't agree to the deal. The guy's current balance was 2,752 coins. Ern realized that if he used all of his special privileges, he would still be 25 coins short. Ern said he would rather throw them on the ground than trade them at the exchange center because he didn't have much time, and the sales limit was pushing him so he wouldn't get another chance. The guy decided to calculate his losses he might incur in this deceitful deal with Seok-hyun. Ern realized that, in any case, he just needed to pick up the tech later, and it would pay off hundreds of times over. He took the salesman to see that he had consulted with his client. The guy reported that the sum of 4,200 coins wasn't such a bad deal. It was far from an ordinary secret arts technique. The seller was happy about this message and replied that his client was extremely generous to pay such a sum. After that, they made a trade deal where Seok-hyun provided the chaos secret art chaos cultivation technique, and Ern provided the necessary amount of money. The guy was happy because the prey took the bait, and he managed to trick Seok-hyun, who had cheated him in his past life, into accepting the deal, and then it was finalized. Ern realized that his precious trap was finally activated, and now he could manipulate Seok-hyun. His account balance became negative. Now he knew what revenge tasted like. The guy found what had happened very exciting. The guy realized why the people from the Mountain Bamboo sect had been chasing Hakchol Lee for more than a decade. Now he would look forward to making new acquaintances. Ern was surprised that Seok-hyun was starting to get excited about making a fraudulent deal so quickly. The guy decided to teach him a lesson. The guy asked what he looked happy. The seller replied that it's not every day he manages to sell something for 4,000 coins. Ern was curious to know how long Seok-hyun would feel like this. The salesman didn't know what he was talking about. The man saw a message with his name on it from unknown people who said he now belonged to them. Seok-hyun was surprised, assuming he had eaten the wrong thing. Ern replied that he knew his true name, stating that Chun-hung was a fraud, in addition to asking if the librarian Chin-seng knew about his shenanigans that he was doing behind his back. The man wondered how this guy managed to find out who he really was. He started to get worried about such a thing. Chun-hung decided to calm down because he couldn't just confess so easily, and decided to continue pretending to answer the buyer that he didn't know what he was talking about. The guy asked Chun-hyun not to embarrass himself and not to act like someone he didn't know, because he knew him. Ern suggested inviting a third-party fucking verification, informing that the librarian Chin-seng is also online. The man was shocked by this outcome of events. The guy wanted to call out to Chin-seng, but Chun-hung asked Ern not to do so. He admitted that his name was really Chun-heng. Ern pointed out that there was no point in playing dumb since he had confessed his true name anyway. Chun-hung did not understand what this guy was that managed to trap him. He realized that the trade that looked like a joke was a trap. The man noticed that the guy was from System Zero. He made sure he wasn't imagining it, and he was really from that system. The fact that he stole martial arts from the library. His nickname is Seok-hyun. He didn't tell anyone that he deals in measurement transactions. This book of measurement transactions was also stolen, so there were no records in it. Chun-hung didn't understand how a young guy from a lower system managed to know all this and guide him. Ern was ready to tell the salesman a few rules, assuring him that he had better memorize them, because if he broke them, he would become an enemy in the Heavenly Sword Castle. The man asked if the guy realized that in such a case, he would also become an enemy, and replied that such threats do not work on him. Ern replied that no matter how majestic the Heavenly Sword Castle was, they would be able to travel across dimensions. The man asked, what about the suspension of commerce because they wouldn't let him through for nothing? The guy replied that he would soon start feeling guilty if he didn't immediately return the chaos cultivation technique to them, and said that they had a corrupt librarian. Ern pointed out to Chun-hung that he should speak respectfully to important people, because in Heavenly Sword Castle, people who leaked superior skills were treated as #1 criminals. Chun-henu was terrified to see Ern's reports that he would have a one-way ticket and a lifetime of torture to boot. The guy added that if it were him, he would never mess with a unique, supreme skill. Ern called Chun-heng a real man. A brave and ambitious man didn't know what to do. The lad assumed that the man hearing all this was treasured out of fear. Ern was pleased that he had managed to outwit the rogue. Ern asked if he was ready to work with him. Chun-hyun said that, of course, he was ready to work with him. In response, the guy asked him not to do anything stupid. The guy said that first, he would die if he didn't respond for more than 5 seconds. Second, he would die if he closed their message tab. Third, he had to follow all of Ern's orders. Ern added that in the fourth, he would pass away if addressed informally, ordering him to think before he spoke. The guy indicated that let the gathering time begin. Now Chun-hen asked what he was talking about. Ern added that he would send him to the other side of the world if he acted like he didn't understand. Suddenly, the guy received 3,420 coins from Seokhyun indicated that he had given him 4,000 coins, assuming that he had bought candy with the rest. Chun-hen replied that this was due to the coin transfer fee, assuring that it was 5%. The guy replied that he had completely forgotten for the commission, indicating that the exchange center had stolen 580 coins. Earn asked Chun-hung where his 580 coins were. Asking that the lawful master would pay the apprentice's debt, the man replied that he would take the transfer fee. Chun-hung sent the guy the missing amount of coins. Earn was satisfied that this rogue understood how to treat him. Earn was surprised that after the refund, he had 1,000 more coins than before he paid him, because even with the transfer fee and repeating the transfer, he could have tons of coins. The guy understood that the exchange center couldn't be that stupid to assume that they had already figured out how people could abuse the system. Earn still didn't know why he'd gotten the maximum level privileges, realizing that if he did anything suspicious, he could ruin everything for himself. The fellow also asked for a refund of the 200 coins he had deposited as prepayment, for he had never heard of the pay, for which Chun-heng had told him. Chun-hung replied that he used all the money to obtain the chaos cultivation technique he had to bribe the guards. Earn angrily told the man not to take him for a fool, and told him to return the missing coins. Chun-hung threw back 200 coins. The guy replied that in that case, they had dealt with the chaos cultivation technique, suggesting that he move on to the green technique and the 8 cloud dragon martial arts. Then Earn received all the coins he had spent earlier from this vendor. Chun-hung asked, "Is that all, or is there more?" Earn saw that he only had 215 coins left on his balance. Earn said that from now on, the time he would spend on it was also billable, stating that he was willing to make it easy for him. Chun-heng was shocked to hear that he owed the guy the last 215 coins he had left. He didn't understand how Earn knew how many coins he had left in his account. The man concluded, and asking that this guy is a Veep Earn, asked him not to divulge this information. Chun-hyun didn't understand why Veep was doing this, since he should be on a different level from him and Mu Huge. The man asked the guy what he wanted from him. Earn replied that it would be appropriate to say that he was returning an old debt. Chun-hen asked which doga he was talking about. Earn asked Seokhyun that he really didn't understand the seriousness of the situation, stating that he was the only one asking questions here. Seokhyun really didn't understand what this guy wanted from him since he had no more coins left. The guy asked me to stop lying to him, because he must have made a nice fortune by cheating people from the zero system, asking what happened to all the other coins that were cheated. The man replied that he spent all the coins on alcohol betting and on providing for his 2 wives. Earn asked that he was the one who handled everything, and immediately pointed out that he must have more than just coins. The man replied that he had books of martial arts and could make a decent sum by selling them all, realizing that he could get 1,000 coins from the sale of all the books. Chun-hung was ashamed to realize that he would have to get rid of the books, but at least in the future, he would be able to return most of them. He decided to sell enough to get by this month. The guy asked what martial arts books he was talking about, since he was talking about the martial arts themselves. Earn reported that the internal energy, internal cultivation technique, and the body brightening technique were Chun-hung's main weapons, suggesting that he had studied a bunch of auxiliary techniques and sword techniques. The guy ordered to give these all the techniques to him. Chun-hung was completely shocked by such an order, stating that it would be equal to his demise. Earn replied that they were 2 different things by asking what he should tell the librarian about his shenanigans, suggesting that he choose for himself. The guy offered him a choice of giving him his life or martial arts, which he tricked him into giving him 10 seconds to think. Earn had always wondered about those who lived in the system alone, living and going to another world with their martial arts. Chun-hen had passed down to him all the martial techniques he had. This one incident was enough for Earn to realize that it wasn't true, realizing that Chun-hung had nothing else of value left but his life. The guy asked the scammer what he really didn't have the basics. The man didn't understand what he was telling him. He was desperate. Earn understood if it was only about the point techniques of the fist and fingers, they would themselves be a level below, since they were not his basics, asking why his body techniques were so weak. Chun-hyun replied that it didn't mean anything. Sobbing, he asked the guy what else he wanted from him, apologizing he wanted to end it as soon as possible because he had nothing left. The man reported that all of his internal energy, all of his money, all of his martial arts, all of it he gave away, stating that he had a minus sign on his balance sheet due to transaction fees. The guy asked the man to stop making a big deal out of it. He knew that Chun Hyun was the type of person who, even in a situation like this, would wriggle and deceive someone. Earn decided to check his profile and was surprised that Chun Heng really had nothing left. The guy promised him that he would not touch him for now, indicating that he could do what he had always done before Chun Heng was surprised, because he was sure that the guy would let him live. Earn replied that he only told him to do as he tells him to survive. The man was surprised by this message. The guy realized that getting rid of Chun Heng would end everything, and when he thought back to his past life, he realized that he couldn't just let him slip away so easily. Earn was ready to make Chun Heng suffer and beg for him to send him to the next world. He wanted to get even with him fully for his misdeeds in his past life. Earn then informed the man that he would be in touch with him, asking him to check his mail regularly, stating that his whole life was now in his hands. Earn interrupted the conversation with Chun Heng, who still had some questions for him. Relieved exhaled, the guy was satisfied that he had managed to accomplish what he had planned and take the crook on the hook. He realized that everything had gone exactly according to plan, and now Seokyun was in his hands, and the martial arts techniques that Earn had dreamed of in his previous life were also in his possession. Earn decided to now study each technique in more detail. He began to absorb one technique after another. Early in the morning, Earn checked the foot technique of the Thousand Sages. It lightened the body, but it lacked mobility compared to the stride technique. Earn felt this description, realizing that there are both pros and cons to this technique. The guy realized that running fast is not everything, and jumped off the cliff with the analogy that he was like a bird floating in the air. Upon landing, Earn realized that it was worth all the effort. At that moment, he thought he would die, for he had absorbed this skill relying only on the special privilege of the sponge inside his head. Earlier, when he was absorbing techniques, his brain without privilege could have just exploded, but he managed to survive. Earn thought that he had enough body lightening techniques, the initial stance of the sword technique. Swantian was performed in the manner of a peaceful water wave. Using the combat skills of this technique, the guy realized that however the power of these attacks is quite impressive. The secret technique that turned the hero Rebahan Steelguard into a knight of mythical rank is a mystical blade that was thought to be a lost technique after the owner's demise. Earn was surprised that he had managed to discover this secret technique that had been lost. The mythical blade would be recreated in his homeland in the lands of Steelguard after more than a decade. After making a strike, it seemed to Earn that this technique was a bit too strong. Earn didn't believe that Raphael was capable of such a thing, even though he was a first-class knight, assuming that he too could strike such blows. The guy couldn't believe that just now, a swordsman pacifist from the first system had surpassed the greatest knight in the country besides Earn's father. Earn realized why he thought he was low system and ignored. He was a little upset by this realization. Afterward, the guy realized that he had no reason to be sad, because he was only better off if he was trained and under his power. Warming up, Earn decided to check out the rest of the people he knew. He was curious to know their powers for real. A little later, the guy used the Heavenly Saint technique. Compared to the internal cultivation technique of the Breath of Steel, breath seemed obsolete to him. After finishing, he used the Jantian sword technique. He was very satisfied with this sword technique. Then, he tried out the Thousand Dimensions footwork technique. It was a little weak for the first system, but overall decent after applying the initial Despair Destruction technique. Continuing to train, Earn used the Golden Wheel technique, which included many pressure skills, suggesting that it might prove useful. Earn realized that all 5 martial arts were compatible with continental arts, after he realized that he was increasing his physical strength, but he didn't understand what was happening to his mana, assuming that they used mana stones. The guy realized that martial arts attracted a lot of attention, deciding that he shouldn't stand out right now. Internally cultivating Dantian heart mana in this situation would be very useful. Earn assumed that he needed to train twice as much. After thinking, Earn found out that these techniques were slightly different from each other. He thought it was impossible because the pressure points were the same. Earn decided to try using a mirage that is so close yet so far away. Thousands of millions of trial and error. He couldn't see that ridiculous light. With a little practice, he managed to use a silver aura, which made him surprised. No matter how much the guy thought about it, he still didn't understand. He thought it would work, but it was too realizing that revenge and content was the best outcome. The butler asked the young gentleman to stop. Earn was surprised, not assuming what he wanted from him. The man reported looking everywhere for the lad, asking where Earn had gone. So early in the morning, the lad replied that he had gone for a walk, asking why he was looking for him. The The butler answered the young lord that the lord was looking for him. The boy was surprised, not knowing what his father needed from him. The man answered positively and added that his father had been looking for Ern for a long time, asking him to come up to him. Ern was curious to know what his father wanted from him in the early morning hours and decided to go after all. Walking into his father's study, Ern reported that he had heard from the butler that he was looking for him. The boy noticed the warden next to his father. He didn't expect to see such a picture in front of him. Overseer Kaloi was a useful man who watched over the island. He was not a knight, but his sword control was quite good. If Raphael was Rebidun Steelguard's right hand, Kaloi was left-handed like a shadow. Ern hadn't met him much, and it was hard for him to understand what he was thinking, knowing that it would be difficult to agree with him. The father was curious to know where his youngest son went, assuming he had started practicing first thing in the morning. Ern nodded affirmatively and replied that he was doing his best, for he did not want to disgrace the name of the Steelguards. Ribaden, stating that he liked his son's attitude towards training Ern, saw the seriousness in his father's eyes. Just looking at him, the guy's body tensed, realizing his father's heroic rank, but it's not as bad as it was before. Ern realized that the wall between them, that he would not overcome that, was called awakened heroic. A wall crushing many knights in despair, crying wall, a barrier that was hard to even imagine, stood before Ern. After a little thought, the guy realized that he wasn't so simple either, assuming he could do it. The father pointed out that this behavior was unexpected, for his son Ern asked what he was talking about. Rebidun pointed out that Ern had previously told him that he had other ways. It seemed to Rebidun that training with the Dawn was a bit out of place, since he had other ways of accomplishing things. The younger son replied that just as there are different paths, one does not have to follow, one stating that he is following several paths at once. The father realized from his son's words that he had decided to chase two birds with one stone, concluding that it would not be easy. Rebidun guessed that the two ways were sword and trade, seeing how his son would react. Ern was surprised to hear this. His father added that he would be interested to see how many more times his son could surprise him. He thought that only Darren was talented at trading. The boy assumed that his father knew his older sister's secret. Rebidun asked his son why he was hiding this talent. Ern replied that the nail might be sticking out of his pocket, but it was better to keep it out of sight. Rebidun realized what his son was trying to imply. Rebidun reported that the praise is overstating that amazing things are one thing and censure is quite another. In a serious tone, the father asked his youngest son if he knew about the mistake he had made. Ern assumed that using their family name in trade was a mistake. Rebidun nodded positively, realizing that Ern knew about it, adding that the man's shop was under the protection of the Steelguard family, and he must have known him for sure. Suddenly, my father announced that today or tomorrow he would meet Yulaf in person. The father asked his son why he was quiet, in addition to trying to find out if he could contact him. Ern realized that in any case, he needed to take care of this before leaving his lands, replying to his father that he would contact Yulaf and make sure he met with his father tomorrow. Rebidun agreed with his son, asking that in 3, for Ern leaves for the Knights Academy. The father asked his youngest son if he was ready for the trip. The boy replied positively, because the butler had already taken care of everything. Rebidun demanded whether he could somehow help his youngest son by suggesting that he might want something. Ern realized that his father could help him, but he couldn't say so, so he decided to keep quiet about it, replying to his father that he had taken care of him enough already and didn't need anything more. Rebidun replied that in that case, Ern could go to rest, realizing that his youngest son had indeed changed in recent days. He exhaled a sigh of relief, not understanding why his father wanted to meet Yulaf. Suddenly, Kaloi approached the boy, offering to chat a little. Ern was surprised at such an offer. It seemed strange to the boy that the warden was the first to start a conversation, realizing that this was the first time this was happening to him. Ern replied that chatting wouldn't hurt them by asking Warden Kaloi what happened and what he wanted to talk to him about. Kaloi asked the guy how he knew about the relationship between Darien and Damien's firm. The guy realized what the conversation would be about, assuming he now knew who was on his tail. Ern knew that if his father asked something like that, even Darien wouldn't be able to get away with it. The lad replied to Kaloi that his father had surprised him greatly. The warden asked Ern what he was talking about. The lad replied that he assumed Rebidun would not let his sister play with him. Kaloi replied that it seemed like condoning it, for the Lord valued the talents of Darien's older sister, and instead of warning and punishing her, he allowed her to realize the consequences herself. Ern heard the warden's words and realized that in that case, Darren's weak point had simply evaporated. The warden asked Ern to answer, assuming that someone from the firm had told him about it. The boy replied negatively to the warden, indicating that he was just assuming Kaloi was surprised by that answer. Ern added that in a land of their size, needing big customers, merchants would do anything to lure such. He just threw the bait, and the sister fell for it. Kaloi was shocked by this explanation. Ern asked if the warden wanted to ask Kaloi anything else. Kaloi answered that there were no more questions, and the boy said that he would go because he still had to meet Yulaf. This conversation annoyed the guy a little because he knew what was going to happen very soon. Ern realized that there was something he had to do before leaving for the academy, and it would be good for the Steel Guard family. The guy realized that Kaloi would never know about this, and he had better start investing. Upon opening the affiliate market, Ern was shocked at the prices he saw, saying that it was just crazy now. He understood why everyone had such a bad opinion of these markets. Ern saw that the technique of 1 year of internal cultivation was worth 3,000 coins, and from the perspective of a person from the first system, the price for 1 year of realization didn't matter. A year of internal nurturing is what the average martial arts user can get by training for a full year using only basic nurturing techniques. It had been a long time since the people of the first system had settled on this value. Ern didn't know what the value of the inner cultivation year was now, because if Seok-hyun had been doing it for 50 years, Ern had nothing to say. Ern couldn't say it was expensive, but he could have gotten it cheaper. He decided to look at the affiliate market. The guy noticed an advertisement in which Hwa Young Nyo was selling inner cultivation for 250 coins for a year and 2,300 for 10 years. Ern realized that he would spend half of his coins, but this price was the cheapest. Ern realized that, considering the price, it would be better to buy potions or fermented nurture and absorb them, but he doesn't have time for that. The guy decided to try to absorb the earlier technique in the trade dimension. By absorbing tech, he managed to skip a whole 60 years of internal nurturing. To be precise, he missed 63 years in the first system. It means nothing, but for the guy, it was a weighty reduction. Ern got the achievement and reward of 5 years of inner nurturing. When he thought about it, then switching to the second system was almost impossible. The guy remembered that in his past life, he had reached the second system only through luck. He had planned to sell all his martial arts and stop trading after realizing he couldn't do that. Ern in his past life couldn't even dream of a soul status, but in this life, he can achieve other statuses. After outdoing himself for 2 weeks, Ern was thinking about what he should do next. Spotting one of the items he was sure he had previously seen it in a partner store, he realized that the yin and yang bugs would come out expensive, but they were only sold at this location. Ern didn't understand what it said. He thought it would be better to learn more about this product to do the right thing. The guy submitted a dialogue request. He was surprised that the interlocutor was online. He wanted to chat with him immediately. The unknown man surprised a customer who wanted to buy not an object, but an organism from him. Ern didn't know what he was talking about because he had put them in that category, but he apologized to the seller. The guy wanted to know more about the use of the beetles because he didn't understand much from their description. The seller was surprised that Ern didn't know what the name meant. Assuming that he was from the first system, Ern answered positively. The seller pointed out that the bug symbol in their names is actually a symbol of loneliness, parasites living in humans and causing some entertaining symptoms, and this couple is particularly interesting. The unknown man asked if Ern knew what the worst thing his rival could utter. Ern assumed there was something wrong with this salesman. The vendor pronounced that he had just swallowed the yin and yang bugs, laughing suspiciously, adding that upon hearing this, his heart begins to sink, and he loses hope and thinks that his end has come. Ern asked if these words were true. The seller had a positive answer. If Ern used these bugs, he could easily turn an honest and rich man into a deceitful and stingy man, and even people who wanted revenge would instantly turn into cattle. Ern was alarmed by this conversation. He decided to open a window of insight, seeing that this salesman, because of his interest in black magic since birth, his character had changed dramatically. The evil god of cruelty, who cast away humanity, the devil with the face of man, Ern thought that by earthly words he had turned into a black magician or a demonic novice. The seller asked, "What isn't it?" Just Ern realized that his behavior made the seller more trustworthy, replying that he was right. The unknown man did not recommend using these bugs on his family or Mistress Ern, asking why the seller replied that it would give him complete control, but there was no way to avoid the side effect. The seller said that people come to him all the time asking about how to take them off, especially those who have used them to conquer girls. The unidentified man asked the buyer to remember that once the bugs get into the body, it is almost impossible to remove them. Ern was surprised that it would be impossible to remove the effect. Ern rejoiced, realizing that this was very excellent, and it was far from what he expected. The guy realized that if that was the case, he shouldn't worry, so he decided to see who would eat the bugs. Later, the lad turned to Sir Havis, who was standing on the training ground. Havis greeted the young gentleman who approached him. Ern asked if he had finished his training. The knight answered positively. Captain Raphael's training was enough to make the knights collapse from fatigue. Ern pointed out that after such a grueling workout, Sir Havis was still on his feet, stating that this was what he expected from a knight's ace. The knight thanked him for such words. The guy offered him a drink. Ern was sure the knight was thirsty after such a workout. Havis was surprised at such a thing. Taking the glass, the knight thanked the young lord, not understanding why he gave it to him, for Havis had never spoken to Ern before. The knight realized that this guy was the son of a lord, and it would be good if he was on his side. He saw that the contents in the glass emitted some kind of unpleasant aura. Havis didn't realize what it even was. Surprised that Ern gave it to him to drink, he didn't feel like drinking that liquid. The knight felt that his throat would feel ill after such a drink, but Ern looked at him with such intense eyes that he could not refuse this drink. Havis didn't understand why the young gentleman was looking at him so intently and pressing him with his gaze. The knight decided that whatever would happen, decided that Ern could not give him something bad, and he drank the contents of this glass. Drinking the contents, which tasted disgusting, the knight was shocked at this. Ern asked how he liked the drink, indicating that he had prepared it especially for Havis. Havis replied that he felt great, suggesting that it would definitely be good for his body. Ern was relieved that the knight liked the contents of the glass. Asking if he could take it away, Havis didn't mind, and gave the glass to the guy. The knight thanked the young lord, indicating that he was now under his care. Ern asked if he was really grateful to him. Ern decided to ask Havis for a favor because people always return good things. The knight was surprised that the guy wanted to ask him something, deciding to ask what exactly Ern needed from him. Havis thought that Ern might not have made him drink the liquor, but simply asked him to fulfill a request. He kindly allowed the boy to name his request. Ern suggested the knight move to a secluded spot so the others wouldn't hear their conversation. Havis was surprised at this. Stepping back to a quiet place, the knight asked what the guy wanted to create an aura. It was a surprise to him. Havis indicated that if Ern followed the instructions he could create it. Ern asked the knight to show him the aura. The guy was full of energy, stating that he wanted to see Havis's aura. He was trying to test his hunches. Havis understood what this guy wanted for him, but couldn't understand why he let him drink that stuff. He thought Ern's behavior was very cute. Normally, Havis didn't show his aura to others, but deciding that he should show it to Ern, asked the guy to step back a bit. The knight drew his sword, which was filled with his aura, and began to emit a bright glow. Ern was pleased that the knight had shown him his aura. As he had requested, he covered his face from the forces that were beginning to arise in the area. The guy expected this from the knight ace behind Havis was smoke that originated from his aura. The quality of color and density of Havis's aura was incomparable to his older brother. However, he noticed something strange. Ern understood that he didn't have to worry about the level of such an aura, realizing that he was stronger than the knight. The boy realized that everything was going much better than he had thought it would. He was pleased that it had worked. Ern pointed out that he had expected nothing less from Havis. The knight was flattered by such a reaction, pointing out that compared to the captain's aura, he was nothing. Havis reported that there are many other aura users asking Ern why he chose him. The guy replied because he was the youngest. Ern asked when the knight had gotten the aura, assuming that if he did like everyone else, it must have taken him 5 years to get it, because if he got it before the others in his 20s, it hadn't even been 10 years yet. The feeling of overcoming the wall of knowing how to surpass oneself, Ern asked who besides Havis could feel it. Havis realized why the boy had chosen him, not understanding why they had to come to a place like this, pointing out that he didn't need to be ashamed of his passion for auras. Unexpectedly, Havis suggested that teenagers feel differently than adults. Ern patted, asking what the knight finally realized, why they had come to such a place. Havis was surprised at this guy's reaction. The guy asked what Havis had finally managed to catch him continuing to clap his hands. Havis didn't understand what was going on. Looking at the guy, he didn't know if he was a human being. The atmosphere changed. Ern noticed that the knight's calmness was gone. Havis didn't realize what was happening. The boy pointed out that overcoming the wall and surpassing himself was just bullshit, suggesting that he would be hurt if everyone knew about it. Havis didn't know what the young gentleman was talking about. Ern replied that he was talking about his personality. The knight didn't realize what was wrong with his personality. She began to worry. Guy asked Havis how the weather was down south, calling him Mr. Imperial Spy. Havis was surprised at such a statement from the young gentleman, not understanding how he had managed to figure him out. The knight indicated that he didn't know what Ern was talking about by asking that being a spy was too much for him. Ern asked why everyone acted like this when pressed. He realized the knight was lying to him. The guy asked what he thought he was just calling the knight spy, assuring him that he wasn't some maniac. Havis surprisingly continued to listen to him. Suddenly, Ern said his real name, Harvis Durakal. The knight panicked, realizing that his mission was a failure. Ern pointed out that it would be bad if everyone knew about it, and he purposely brought him to a quiet place, but he still suspected him calling him a common spy. The knight pondered his words. Assuming it was a trap, Havis asked the guy to stop it, stating that he had the pride of a knight, stating that if he had proof, they wouldn't be standing here. Havis pointed out that if the guy had proof, he would have told the counter-captain, and they would have looked into it. Ern asked the knight if he would confess to being a spy, but Havis replied in the negative, adding that he was lucky he wasn't a spy, because Ern wouldn't have left the forest if he had been. The guy asked what the threat was. Havis replied negatively, explaining that he was just not being careful. Ern pointed out that it was true that he was the only one who knew who Havis really was, adding that it was just the two of them. The boy asked the knight if he could be sent to another world in this place. Havis gave him a surprised look. Havis didn't know what the guy was thinking at all, assuming he was stupid or trying to intimidate him. The knight decided he shouldn't worry about it since he knew his real name. Havis assumed that would be enough, and he rushed to attack Ern, who was standing against him. Suddenly, Ern disappeared. Havis was sure he had managed to strike a blow at the young master, but didn't understand where he had gone. Ern attempted to strike with a spinning kick at his opponent, but the latter managed to guess his intentions in time. Havis was surprised to see a young lord who possessed such powerful strength confronting him. Ern emitted his powerful aura that shocked the enemy. Havis did not expect this outcome. Looking at his sword, Havis noticed that it was chopped in two. He couldn't help but wonder. Ern pointed out that it was obvious since he attacked and backstabbed, asking how Havis became a spy in the first place. The spy realized that this guy would be a problem because he never worried about the younger son of the Steel Guards. Nothing changed when they found out about his talent, because the island is full of geniuses and talents. Harvis Durakal was surprised that a boy of 16 possessed the aura, realizing that this event was taking a very different turn. The spy assumed that this guy had Rebahan and Rebadan's blood awakened in him at such a young age. What was happening in this place was frightening for Harvis Durakal. He realized that now was not the time to settle. Standing up in a fighting stance, the spy realized that his life was now on the line. Ern was surprised that the spy wanted to fight him on his fists. Ern, rescinding his sword, said he was ready to fight him on his fists in a show of strength. Harvis Durakal noticed that this guy's sword and aura were missing, suggesting that it was a very stupid move on his part. Spyro tried to shorten the distance with his opponent, intending to strike Ern with a powerful blow. Ern gathered his strength into one and tried to block the attack of the opponent, who was in a rage. Suddenly, a bright flash from their battle showed in the forest, but no one but the two of them saw it. With his powerful and precise strike, Ern managed to counterattack the opponent, who was trying to disarm him. With the force of the strike was much better than Ern thought it would be. After recovering from the blow, Harvis Durakal didn't understand what had happened and how this guy had managed to attack him so powerfully. Approaching Ern didn't think that the spy might get internally injured by asking if his heart mana was fine. Ern asked Harvis Durakal not to resist, because this time he would not get away with it. The spy looked at the boy with anger, not understanding how he could hide such skills. Harvis Durakal realized that this guy was clearly not messing with him, not knowing what he should do in such a case. Spyro realized that they had an obvious difference in strength that he could not surpass. He realized he was finished. Harvis Durakal asked who told him, assuming it was an inspector or a security agency. Ern pointed out that Harvis Durakal did not understand the whole situation in which he found himself. He looked questioningly at Ern. The guy looked at the wounded spy and menacingly pointed out that he wasn't the one to ask questions here. Ern has always been curious because this island is only known for being the land of Rebahan, who stopped the Empire, and it is neither a research center nor a strategic point, assuming that the information department has so much time. The boy asked what the information department wanted to accomplish by sending spies to the Steel Guards. Harvis Durakal remained silent. Ern thought it was necessary to choose a loyalist if you were sending him to a foreign country. Looking at the spy, He assumed he had all the skills, so he was also a knight with an aura with class. Guy guessed, since they sent such a one meant they were worried about the steel guards. Ern pointed out that his silence was very suspicious. Ern informed the spy that he was nothing more than a replaceable tool, asking that the Emperor notice him for it. Harvest Oracle replied that it didn't matter. Ern pointed out that he was making him cry, asking if he knew that it only made him feel worse. The spy pointed out that he could tear his nails or limbs and do whatever he wanted. Ern replied that he was not a savage. Ern knew that wasting time torturing a spy was futile, and so he had a backup plan of action. Taking out a flask of bugs, Ern asked what he should do now since what was happening was a little different. Harvest Oracle was surprised to see the maggot in the flask, not understanding what this guy was up to. Ern pointed out that someone would have lost their temper upon hearing those words, saying that they were yin-yang beetles. Harvest Oracle was shocked to hear that there was a yin bug in Ern's hands, and he had already eaten yang he didn't realize when he ate it. Suddenly, the spy realized that that offered drink was along with the yang beetle he drank. Harvest Oracle tried to induce gag reflexes to extract the poison from himself. Ern informed him that it was too late, suggesting that the bug was already in his brain. Harvest Oracle asked the guy what it all meant. He hadn't heard of this kind of poison before. The guy explained that yin-yang bugs share feelings and it hurts enough, and Yang is especially worried about Yin. Ern reported if Yin passes away, then Yang will lose the will to live and start eating Harvest Oracle's brain, then the owner and the bug will pass away. Harvest Oracle replied that he was not foolish enough to believe all these words, stating that he had never heard of such creatures. Taking out the needle, Ern realized that it would be better to feel it once than to have hundreds of times explained to him, stating that he would lightly try to do it. Ern pierced the lid of the flask and lightly pricked the yin bug that was inside. The spy was surprised by it. Suddenly, an indescribable pain pierced the entire body of Harvest Oracle, who didn't believe Ern's words. Earlier, the salesman explained to Ern that the bug Yang more than Inu, but the owner is even more painful and will be a problem if the owner just passes away. The salesman told the guy a few tricks. The first step was to simply lightly poke the bug's owner would feel pain, as if countless spears had pierced its body. The second step is to throw the beetle into cold water, and the owner will feel as if his body is frozen, even if he can't breathe. The third step is to put the beetle near the fire. The owner will feel as if he has been thrown into a pit of hellfire. The salesman said they would even be able to feel their body burning, but it would all be their imagination. Earlier, John Doe swore that these 3 steps would be enough, but there are a couple more steps that are of purest evil. Ern made sure that this salesman had not lied to him, realizing that he had reason to be sure. Unexpectedly, the spy identified himself as Agent Harvest Oracle of the Imperial Information Department. The young lord asked him why he had come to the Steel Guards and what the Empire wanted from their family. The spy replied that the Empire feared a second Rebahan might appear on this earth. Since even mythical ranks were lost in history, it was said that the legendary rank was the last in sword skill level. The man who shattered this belief was the knight who stopped an empire from taking over an entire continent, was the guardian Navarro Steelheart. After his son became a knight of heroic rank, it was Rebadan Steel Guard. Ern indicated that he didn't want to hear what he already knew, asking that the heroic rank was surprising. But after all, the Empire has nothing to worry about. The spy replied that he was right, and the Empire has a couple heroic ranks and a legendary rank. Harvest Oracle, stating that what matters is the heroic rank of the son of the mythic rank, asking that it's just a coincidence. The spy indicated that the Empire had thought of this, stating that the reason must be the blood of the Steel Guardians. Ern asked Harvest Oracle what exactly it was that the Emperor had predicted, thinking that the whole snag was in his family. The spy's silence spoke volumes to the guy. Ern asked the spy, assigned to them, what he thought about it. Harvest Oracle replied that among his grandsons, Kirin is the most outstanding, for to reach the second rank at his age is a very significant achievement. Spyro suggested that if Kirin reached his grandfather's level, or even his father's level, Ern interrupted him, stating that it was impossible. Harvest Oracle said he would be pleased if Kirin reached at least the awakened rank. He thought the power runs in the blood of Steel Guardians, but it weakens with generations. Spyro told Ern that he couldn't have thought he would inherit the most from Rebahan, and besides, he hid those skills well. Ern realized that he wasn't just wrong, because he was completely wrong. It's not that the power gets weaker with generations. The guy could use the aura from behind the Dimension Transaction book, and it had nothing to do with inheritance. Ern realized that the most important thing in this situation was that the Empire was still keeping tabs on their Stilgard family. Suddenly, Ern remembered that his father's disappearance in a past life might be the handiwork of the Empire. The fall of the Stilgards began with the disappearance of Rebidon Father Ern. This has been called Navarro's biggest mystery. Ern in his past life failed to learn the truth about his father's disappearance, suggesting that the Empire's goal was not just to keep tabs on them, but to prevent the emergence of a second Rebahan. There's no way the guy could have expected something like this when he realized it could be a new story. Coughing heavily, the man realized that this was happening more and more often, and there was no way he could resist it. The man didn't know when it started, but he starts having pain in his head while exercising. It's dangerous because he can't get rid of it. Rabadan realized that he was not recovering while he rested, suggesting that he had an inner enemy he had not yet faced, calling it a mind demon. Suddenly, Kaloi the man entered. The Lord allowed him to pass. Bowing, he was ready to begin his report. Kaloi apologized to the Lord for disturbing him during the training session, saying that Rebidon needed to know about it right away. Rabadan asked the aide what he was talking about. Kaloi replied that the younger son had brought the merchant Yulaf. The Lord wondered with asking that this was something to worry about. The aide replied that it was about the man who came with them. Rabadan was surprised that his youngest son had managed to detect an imperial spy. When everyone gathered, they saw the body of Harvest Duracle lying motionless, and were surprised at the sight. The Lord, seeing the body of the spy, assumed he was dead. He didn't fully understand what had happened. Ern apologized, saying he tried to keep him alive but failed. Rabadan replied that there was no need for him to apologize. Asking his youngest son to go and heal, Ern replied that he was fine. The Lord asked his son to explain to him what had happened. He was anxious to know the details. Ern introduced the Mana Stone seller he was familiar with to his father, calling him Yulaf. Rabadan replied that he had heard about this vendor from Warden Kaloi. He was not surprised by this encounter. Ern reported that he went to Lahit to meet Yulaf and explained his situation to him, and the two of them left, saying that something was wrong. The guy suggested that it was very strange to follow a merchant. Then he lured the spy to a quiet place and asked who he was. Ern reported that the spy then drew his sword and tried to attack him. The father asked his youngest son how he knew this knight was a spy. Ern pulled out a letter in response. The lad asked the butler to give his father this letter he had found, and the servant obediently obeyed his orders. After reading the contents, the Lord announced to everyone that he believed everything his son said, stating that he was indeed a spy. Kieran shouted out from the crowd and asked what it said, showing with his whole demeanor that he didn't trust his little brother. My father said that there was some kind of code written there, because the Imperial Information Department often did it, and said that he had seen it a couple of times. Kieran put forward the theory that if it's just a copy of the message and Ern is trying to trick them. The Lord assumed he didn't want this sent to the Empire. He looked seriously at his eldest son. The eldest son confusedly replied that it was an Imperial problem they needed to clean up. Rabadan asked him, what is the real reason? Kieran answered positively to this question of his father. Lord stated that when something happens, and if people believe in the best at all costs, and it is not always worth it to deceive the people if you are not a mere pawn. Rabadan pointed out to his eldest son that lords think differently, for if there is no rain, then we must prepare for drought, for that is truly how a leader thinks. The father asked his son if he understood what he was saying to him. Kieran looked down at him and replied that he understood the Lord's words completely. The Lord praised his youngest son for such a good job. Ern replied that he had caught it by accident and should not praise him. Rabadan ordered the warden to call the doctor. Kieran continued to look at his younger brother suspiciously. To himself, the older brother hated the younger for his good fortune in winning his father's trust. Later, Yulaf asked the guy that he wasn't overreacting to what was going on. Ern replied that he had expected to be locked in that room for a long time, but that was not what happened. Yulaf pointed out that the boy had only had a scratch and had been treated with potions, asking if he was healthy now. The doctor checked the guy after every meal. Ern realized that they were really focusing on healing, although the regeneration rate of the aura wielder was much faster than a normal person. Ern asked how long it would last, for it was a very pitiful sight to him. Yulaf asked Ern that it is not bad. The guy in response suggested to the interlocutor to look at himself in the mirror. The guy replied that he himself had told him to keep that mask on, but now he had decided to take it off his face. Ern asked his buddy what his father had said, deciding that something very suspicious might be going on. The guy replied that the Lord was asking the usual things. The guy thought the Lord didn't care about Yulaf because of the spy. A friend pointed out that this mask is not badly made, because even the Lord they managed to fool, because he could say that he was wearing a wig because of the scar. Ern asked his buddy to take care of this mask, since he can't create the same face. Once again, the guy asked why this. The guy replied to his buddy that a similar face could not be found, and in that case, they would have to come up with something else. Suddenly, the guy thought about Ern's words since they really couldn't find a similar mask anymore. The guy, immersed in his worries, unknowingly dropped that mask. He was shocked. Ern asked him to take care of this mask, as it was his only chance of salvation. The boy was shocked at the words he heard. The boy thought the skills and things Ern possessed were incredible because he had no idea where he got them all. Thinking for a bit, the guy decided to ask Ern why he was hiding his abilities from the outside world. Ern retorted by asking what good it would do if he started showing off his skills to everyone, stating that he was only a 5th grader and people were already uncomfortable. The guy pointed out that there is a limit to which a chisel can chisel out a blocked stone, and at his class, it would just break. Suddenly, the guy claimed to be a descendant of Rebahan and a true steel guard. The guy was sure that no one would object to Ern, even if he told everyone about his skills. Ern ordered his interlocutor to stop sassing him. He was surprised to feel his aura. The guy suggested that he wanted him to become a walking billboard and attract the attention of the Harvest Oracle Empire, and replied that he didn't mean it. Showing the bug flask, Ern stated that it was still in his grasp, and not the Imperial guy's. The guy was surprised at such a threat. Ern cheerfully asked Harvest Oracle if he wanted to take that flask of hooch in from him. Harvest Oracle assumed that Ern couldn't fool him twice with an innocent grub by answering him that it wasn't what he thought it was, indicating that he wouldn't ask such questions again. Ern asked the guy to take a look at the report he had written earlier. He handed him the sheet as requested. The report said that Rebidon's Stillguard kept hiding his true rank, and it was hard for him to say for sure. Kieran's Stillguard was described as a normal bearer of a 2nd-class name, with potential for 1st-class ill will. Jason's Stillguard was described in the report as a normal 3rd or 4th-class host. A spy was trying to study his body. Ern learned from the report that he is an absolute 0 with no sign of advancement. The spy in the report assumed he was incapable. After Ern had read that there were a couple of changes in the information about the communications manager Gilbert, who had died, and Harvest Oracle was still trying to figure out the real reason for his death. Ern reported that the report was okay, but to call him incapable is a little wrong. He felt the report was a little biased, and it pissed him off. Harvest Oracle tried to explain himself by assuring that he did not want to call Ern that in the report, because he had ordered him to belittle him as much as possible in the document. Ern pointed out that he shouldn't apologize because it makes him suspicious. Harvest Oracle assumed this guy was playing him. The guy told Harvest Oracle that he needed to hide a lie inside the truth, and if you're too straightforward, you can get caught. Harvest Oracle replied that in that case, he would correct his report and write that Ern is about 6th or 7th grade. Ern asked how he would contact his superiors without a communications manager. Harvest Oracle replied that he knows an agent at Acadio. Hearing this, Ern assumed that no matter what, they would have a trip to Acadio. After that, the guy let Harvest Oracle go, advising him to stay out of sight of the others. Ern realized that Harvest Oracle would make a good double agent. He needed to keep an eye on the Empire and find out what their plans were. The guy realized that if Duracle started working with the Empire again, he could just finish him off with a bug. After his father came in to see Ern and asked how he was feeling, the boy was surprised that his father had come to see him. Ern tried to get out of bed, but the Lord pointed out that he could stay out of bed. The younger son replied that he was fine, stating that he was healthy. His father asked if he was really all right. Ern nodded positively and assured him that it was all thanks to his care, saying that the doctors had given him a potion, so he was much better now. Rabadan was pleased to hear this, for he had thought of postponing the trip already. Ern replied that he was fine and had a long way to go anyway. When the boy thought about it in his past life, he didn't remember his father coming into his room. Ern remembered that he and his father didn't have private conversations like this, and he really couldn't get used to it. Suddenly, the father sat down next to the boy on the bed. Ern did nothing wrong, but felt like he was being yelled at. He didn't know what to do in such a situation. The father informed his son that the knights had found where the spy had previously stayed, indicating that they had been hiccuping all night, so more time had passed than expected. Rabadan, adding that the spy was masquerading as a merchant from Lahit, said they needed to increase the number of guards and make sure there were no more spies. Ern was pleased, for unlike in his previous life, his father now knew that the Empire was targeting their Stillguard family. The father pointed out that it was all thanks to Ern. The boy replied that it wasn't at all and he shouldn't praise him. The Lord asked his youngest son to be as careful as possible from now on. Ern was surprised at such a request from his father. Ribadan added that Ern had done them a great favor, but that didn't mean he could let his guard down after that. The father stated that he didn't want to lose his precious youngest son to a spy. The father Ern knew didn't treat him so friendly in his past life. He was a strict man with a cold heart and completely different from who he saw now. Ern couldn't believe that it was really the same person he knew. Suddenly, an unconventional thought crossed his mind. The future of everyone in the family and the collapse of the Steel Guards. Ern remembered the faces of everyone who had been in his past life, but his father was not there. Ern knew that the hero's disappearance would happen 2 years later. When his father disappeared, he was at the academy, and his memories of him were only of childhood. The boy realized that he had misunderstood his father by comparing memories from the past and present time. The father pointed out that judging by the way Ern had been behaving lately, he would be fine in the capital. Asking his youngest son to always be wary, Ern realized that it was his father who needed to be more careful. Ribadan noticed the strange look in his son's eyes, then asked what was wrong. Assuming that he had bumped somewhere, Ern replied that he was just listening thoughtfully to his spoken words. Ern added that he would keep in mind all of his father's instructions, realizing that he wasn't kidding. The guy almost let his emotions take over and tell his father everything, because if he tells everything he can prevent the worst future, but if he tries to start this dialogue, his father will just consider him crazy. Ern decided not to say anything to his father and to change everything on his own, because this time he had enough strength and experience. His father said that since his youngest son wanted to look around a bit, he had an hour of free time. Ern thanked his father for that. Ern was pleased that he could finally get into the family's inner secret vault. But he could actually get here anyway because his father wanted to reward him for his achievements and for entering the academy. The father asked his son what he liked so much about the secret vault, pointing out that if he needed an allowance, he could just ask him for it. Ern wondered why his father looked so disappointed, considering that if the Knights of Navarro were given the same opportunity, they would all ask for only one thing. All of them would ask to be a trained knight of heroic rank, but Ern didn't ask for that. Ern, looking at his father, assumed that he wanted him to ask him that, and he was asking him for time to walk around the secret vault. The youngest son said he didn't want the gold. He just wanted to see what was here. The guy actually knew everything from his past life, and it felt like everything he was telling his father was a lie. His father replied that in that case he dared not detain him any longer, and Ern apologized to his father for his deception. The father said he would wait for his son outside, advising him to take a good look around, and Ern replied that he would be on time. Left to himself, the boy was satisfied that he could examine the vault he hadn't been in for so long. Opening the doors, the guy stated that it had been a while since he had been here. He was ready to continue exploring the rooms of this vault. Ern knew that the outer secret vault was mostly emergency supplies that could be used at any time, while the inner vault was packed with rare, unique items. The guy realized that just because these items were rare didn't mean they were expensive, indicating that he needed to give something like this. The commander's shield is a magical shield given to the family by the king, said to be enchanted with morale-boosting magic, so that it can maintain the spirit of an entire army. The guy didn't understand why a knight of mythical rank would need such a shield, since even a legendary or heroic rank wouldn't use one. Looking to the side, Ern remembered that the king granting such a thing had ulterior motives, assuming that the Steelguard family was the king's shield rather than sword. Ern realized that when the king's motives were revealed, grandfather had visited this shield here in the vault. After they won the war, his grandfather could do anything he wanted because he was a knight of mythical rank who supported society and could take over the kingdom if he wanted to. The guy knew that of all the titles and other honors he had received from the king, a lot, but those honors weren't even close to his accomplishments. Ern said that they could not sell such rewards, for it was a gift from the king himself, but he knew that there were real treasures here. When he came to the table, he noticed that there was his grandfather's equipment with the help of which he won the war. The best of this outfit was his grandfather's fellow sword that bore the name Dark Sky. Suddenly, Ern thought of putting this sword in his inventory, but realized that it would be disrespectful to him because his inventory was only level 1, but he wanted to upgrade it anyway. The cost of upgrading his inventory was 200 coins. Ern remembered that he had managed to earn a good amount of money from the last exchanges, so 200 coins seemed like a small thing to him. After the upgrade, the system reported that the next inventory level upgrade would cost 500 coins. Ern pointed out that it wasn't a problem and upgraded to level 3. Unexpectedly, the next message of the system shocked the guy because the increase to the fourth level already cost 1,200 coins. The guy realized that he had such a large amount of coins, but he hesitated whether to spend them so thoughtlessly to raise his inventory level. He decided to stay at the third level. Earn pointed out that the inventory of the third level looked cheap compared to the coins he had spent, and he needed another 1,000 coins if he wanted to set up here. Picking up his grandfather's sword, he indicated that he was just going to check something out if he put it in his inventory and look at the item's characteristics. Having made this action, the guy was satisfied because his theory was confirmed. There it was written that this is a great sword containing in itself the spirit and perseverance of the master. Taking the sword back, Earn realized that it was different from the swords of this system. Since his grandfather was good at martial arts, he assumed his equipment was not from the first system. The guy stated that the Dark Sky sword had been with his grandfather since he was a child, and it meant that he had originally participated in spatial trading. Putting the sword back after testing his theory and quenching his curiosity, he was satisfied but didn't want to take it out of the family vault. Suddenly, Earn realized that he had a limited time to nail down here, and he shouldn't waste time being curious. After all, the reason he came here was to find the book of measurement deals that was supposed to be here. The boy knew that from the Earth of 1,342, there must be only one spatial merchant, and if this book falls into the hands of his loved ones, he may repeat the mistakes of his past life. Earn realized that he had to get this book first, so he wouldn't make the same mistakes. Walking over to the shelves, the guy assumed she must be here somewhere, but she was nowhere to be found, which seemed very strange to him. Earn decided to search the place thinking that the book was in the old place, according to memories from the past. He looked on the shelf where it should have been. It was not there. Looking under the closet, the guy noticed something strange that was lying too far away. He decided to get this object a little awkward movements, but he managed to grab it. Pulling an object out from under the cabinet, the guy realized that it wasn't too big, not understanding how it could have been there. Earn managed to get an ostrich egg, which was black for some reason. The guy didn't understand how it could have ended up under the cabinet. Earn realized that by feel this egg was like a metal egg. Earn didn't know what it was because it wasn't his thing, and he decided to leave it where he found it and throw it back. Having performed this action, Earn realized that in any case, it only all but confirmed the book of transactions of measurements not in the inner vault. All the guy had to do was figure out how he got to the past, and how he started interacting with the spatial exchange system without the book. After Earn returned to this world, he could think of only one possible explanation for what had happened. Earn tried to remember what he had wished for before he died, thinking it was a wish bookmark. What had happened in his past life was so vague that the guy couldn't remember exactly what he wished for, assuming that he had asked for another chance and that he also wanted to monopolize spatial trade. Earn realized that the bookmark only gave him one wish when he thought about it, but he couldn't put together a picture of what had happened. The guy realized that he wasn't going to be able to come up with anything about it anyway, realizing that there was no other book in this vault. Earn realized that it would be a bad idea if he left her here unknowingly, deciding that he would take something else instead. Going back and looking through the shelves, Earn tried to find something useful to take with him, since his father had only given the limit for a while. Walking past the sword, Earn stopped and wondered if he should take it for himself, or if he didn't need it yet. The boy was still very much immersed in his thoughts about this Dark Sky sword that his grandfather had wielded. After realizing he had so much time, the guy decided to finally give up on that sword. Earn realized that there were many magical items in this vault, and before they seemed incredible to him, but now he didn't need them. Passing by the shelves of books, Earn suggested that maybe he should pick up his grandfather's old records. Suddenly, the black egg he had found earlier rolled out to him again. Earn didn't understand how it had ended up in this place again. Picking up the egg, the guy remembered that he had definitely shoved it back under the cabinet, seeing that it had no legs and it couldn't just move. Earn realized that this inner vault was the personal vault of the grandfather of the greatest spatial merchant's personal vault, and strange things couldn't happen here. Looking closely at the egg again, Earn realized that it was from another dimension. Earn decided to look at it and what would happen if he put it in his inventory to verify the information. A window appeared, which reported that it was just a system balloon with unknown features. Earn pointed out that with such successes, it was possible to show nothing at all. Earn was surprised that the system didn't want to show information to the first level, because if most basic information services don't work, it means it's from a higher dimension. The guy pointed out that this ball is not from the second or third system, deciding now to deal with it. Ern decided to activate his visionary eye skill. He was surprised at what he saw. Memories surfaced in front of the boy, and he remembered this day very well. It was his first day at the academy. This day was like a holiday. Ern didn't hear the insulting words of the people around him who didn't understand why this guy entered the academy. Everyone who saw the guy off asked him to take care of himself, asking him not to hurt himself out there. Guy thanked everyone for their concern. He was curious what he would have thought of all this in his past life. A couple weeks ago, Ern was the one everyone avoided, and now, in the present tense, he was the last hope of the Steelguard family. Karen approached her younger brother and asked him if he was happy about his departure. The boy was surprised that he was going to be there for 4 years. Ern replied that she was right, but he would try to go home for vacations. The older sister asked Ern to text her when he got to the academy. The guy was fine with that suggestion. Karen instructed her brother to remember to eat well and to always wash his food well and not to throw away his laundry. Ern was shocked by this admonition from his sister. My sister knew my brother would be fine, but she couldn't stop worrying about him, assuming it was because he was the youngest child in their family. Karen asked her brother to give her hand. Ern was surprised at such a request from his sister, but obediently extended his hand to her. The boy received from his older sister a bag of coins. He was surprised at such a presentation to Karen. Karen reported that it was a small gift. Ern asked why he needed the money at the academy. Big sister had heard from Karen that money could come in handy at the academy, so she gave it to him. Ern replied that he didn't need to do that, assuring that he had a good allowance, because if he exchanged all his coins for gold, he could hire a group of knights. The younger brother thanked his sister, promising to spend the money in a good way. Karen replied that there was no need to thank her. Suddenly, the boy wondered where his sister got the money from. Ern noticed that her ruby pendant was missing, that she always wore, realizing that she had sold it for him. The guy assumed that this pendant didn't belong to their mother, and it wasn't passed down from generation to generation. Even so, Ern realized how much his older sister valued her pendant and was sorry she had sold it. The guy assumed Karen was feeling the pressure and decided to give him such a gift before he left. The Steelguard family was without a mistress, and older sister Karen was replacing all the children for their mother. Ern assumed she couldn't help but felt she had to. Ern realized that it must be his feeling and not hers. He sat alone in the carriage and mused on the subject. Afterward, the guy realized he had no time to grieve because he had to be more ready than ever before he left. Ern decided to enter the first system to trade. He received 30 coins from Seok-hyun. The guy was surprised at Seok-hyun's indication that he wasn't kidding. The scammer asked the guy what he was talking about. Ern indicated that he told him there was no time and asked him to get Seok-hyun out as soon as possible. Seok-hyun replied that he was working on it. The guy replied that he was sure he was working on it, suggesting that he was ecstatic about the request. Ern asked Chun-hung if he had found a useful person, as he had asked. The man was surprised at such words. Chun-hen pointed out that it was a misunderstanding, and it is an automatic exchange. Ern asked what scammers such as this use, assuming he wants to screw him over. The guy said that now there will be new interest rates, -1% and 2%. Chun-heng asked to stop. Chun-hung pointed out that he had suddenly received a call from a customer, but that didn't mean he had forgotten about Ern's words, because he had been watching him while he was doing the register. Ern was sure he'd told him that already. He assumed this crook was trying to keep fooling him. The guy angrily added that Chun-hung wasn't trying to trick him because he would immediately throw a complaint against him to the librarian. After Ern changed the interest rates, he pointed out that if he tells him to do something, then he should forget about everything and perform. Chun-hen apologized, replied that he would immediately check everything and contact him afterwards. Ern knew that this manipulation would work because contracts between dimensions are guaranteed by the exchange center. A Secret Service contract was applied in exchange for protecting and keeping Seok-hyun's secret. He must obey his orders and give 80% of the profits. Chun-hung had already enjoyed the luxury and fun. Even if he took away 80% of his profits, he would not stop selling because the normal salary would no longer satisfy him. Ern realized that Chun-hyun was already like a candy that was melting, saying that she would milk him forever. Unexpectedly, Seok-hyun said that he had gotten Ern pointed out that it didn't take him that long. The guy decided to see what he found there was Evangeline's breathing technique. Ern didn't understand why the explanation of this technique ended. He used the Eye of Providence. Even so, he failed to find additional information, suggesting that the description of this technique is true. Ern replied that Chun-hung had found it, but it wasn't exactly what they needed. Even if she was a swordmaster on Earth, it couldn't be said that everything worked properly. Chun-hung replied that he too had studied this book, pointing out that Ern had said that the person he needed was a third-level person. Ern angrily asked the rogue who he was calling third level. Chun-Hung replied that if one could not use sword chi, then probably third level was not enough. The guy asked him to shut up, stating that it was his inner third-level energy the man didn't realize who was to blame. Chun-Hung decided to bear with it because he couldn't risk his life for it, and replied that theoretically, it could be said that this was the ultimate martial art. Ern asked the rogue what about stability, since that was the most important thing in their case. Chun-Hang replied that she was pliable and delicate, so the likely risk of internal wounds was low. The seller said he had barely managed to get the book when he wrote to his friends, assuring them that it would be very hard to find anything better. Now Ern asked if that was true. Seok-hyun gave an affirmative answer, asking why zero system art, because if he needed methods to study internal energy for women, he had a couple. Ern replied that it was none of his business asking how things were with the others, since that was not his only request. Chun-Hung replied that he was still waiting. He had managed to find the sellers, but they had not answered him yet. The guy asked Chun-Hung to direct these salesmen to him after they gave their answers. Chun-Hen replied that he understood everything and tried to negotiate with the guy to return the previous interest rates, but Ern said nothing and left the chat with him. Ern was pleased that he had spared this rogue because he was useful to him. He decided to look at the book that Chun-Hung had taken out. After reading a few pages, the guy realized that it was a good book about martial arts. In addition, it was perfectly translated into their language. Ern decided in that case to give this book to his older sister. She was surprised at such a gift from her brother. The younger brother stating that the book would be more useful to her, Karen asked that he took the book out of her, assuring her that he shouldn't have done that. The guy replied that it may seem strange now, but there is a reason he is giving this book to her. Karen asked what reason he was talking about. Ern replied that she would know that reason when she read it, and he would appreciate it if Karen would read the book in full. The older sister thanked her brother. The guy knew his older sister had talent. He realized she was better than the old him. Ern realized that if his sister learned Iron Breath, then perhaps their Stilgard family would not fall. But he could not be sure, for it was difficult to become a special knight. His brother was certain that his sister would not miss the chance to nurture her talent for the good of their family. Martial arts first system, or higher mana stones, Ern could give her if she wanted it, realizing that now was not the time for it. Now, after all this, he was ready. Suddenly, he remembered something he thought was important. Before leaving, Ern indicated to Darian that he was leaving, but that he would not stop watching what was going on. Ern asked Darian not to fool around and interfere in the serious trade affairs of the Stilgard family. Going to the academy in a past life was a road to hell, but now a lot has changed in this world. Ern realized that in this life, he had a good relationship with people who hated him in the past, positive views of those around him. This was what was most unlike his past life, for now he had plenty of experience. The guy realized that this was what would create even more differences in the future. Chun-Heng told Ern that the sellers he was looking for had answered him. Ern replied that it was very timely, asking if they sold Chun-Hen, positively responded by suggesting that Ern personally discuss the details with them. The guy didn't mind contacting the seller. Seok-hyun found he asked Ern to wait for a while. Ern was pleased because finally he would start to find out something. He took out the black egg he had found in the secret vault. The Bulgasari egg is incredibly weak at birth, but later grows into an uncontrollable, metal-eating beast. The adult Bulgasari is so powerful that it can cause a natural disaster. Ern realized that the egg could hatch into a living natural disaster. He could not believe that such a creature could be in such an egg. Chun-Hong gave the guy the contacts of the salesman. Henry Ern indicated that he would call him later if he needed to, asking him to wait. Ern noticed that Henry was from the fourth system, Callisto. He thought it odd that this salesman was in the channel of the first system. The exchange center provided Ern with a report indicating that Henry was a 3,827th rank warrior who participated in competitions and was also obsessed with championships and gambled away all of his winnings. Ern contacted Henry, saying he wanted to buy a taming guide from him. The seller saw that the buyer was from the first system. The guy asked the salesman if he could see the item. Henry replied that he didn't mind showing him the manual that listed the tricks and gimmicks of the Grand Butte Beast Emperor. Upon seeing this technique, Ern replied that he was confirming the purchase and wanted to buy part 215. Ask Henry what he didn't hear, because he told his slave Chun-Hyun that he couldn't sell that part. Ern asked what the seller wanted to sell all 14 at once. Henry answered in the affirmative, saying it would cost 2,000 coins. The boy was shocked at the price. assuming that Henry wanted him to give him 2,000 coins for an egg hatching allowance. Ern replied to the seller that he would not agree to such a price. Henry assured the buyer that this book made the Emperor of Beasts so assured that this price was quite low for such a manual. Ern responded by asking the seller not to lie to him, pointing out that it was not she who had made him like this, for she had been written after he had become emperor. The fellow offered Henry 150 coins for the 215th part, stating that he was giving 8 coins more. Henry asked the buyer to use common sense when trading because a complete collection of 666 pieces is worth over 300,000 coins. The seller asked the buyer that he didn't see a pattern. After all 14 chapters in a row are premium items. Ern pondered Henry's words about whether he would be able to find this book in the first system, realizing that he would not be able to find one here. The guy realized that didn't mean the salesman could push him around any way he wanted by raising the price. Ern offered to sell Henry a copy of the 215th for 100 coins. The seller was surprised at such an offer. Henry asked that how dare he talk about a copy of such a manual, assuming that Ern wanted to use the licensed item without paying the full amount, since the author had spent a lot of blood and sweat creating it. Hearing the salesman's words, Ern assumed he was on drugs, not realizing what the sudden admonitions were sprinkled about him. Copyright tags on books managed directly by the exchange center, because if caught selling a copy with such a tag, he can forever be banned and take away all the coins. Ern seemed unsurprised after apologizing to Henry for not seeing the mark. The salesman told the guy to be careful and added a caution that they were going crazy on those tags. Ern replied that in that case, copying would not work. He thought about the situation. The buyer indicated that then just let Henry sell him the 215th part for 200 coins, stating that this was his final offer. The guy asked the seller not to accept his offer if he didn't agree with it and just closed the chat. Ern realized that now they would find out who was more desperate. Henry texted him a message. The system asked the guy if he wanted to join the chat room. Henry said that 200 coins would not be enough, offering him a price of 250. Ern asked if he knew what the last sentence meant, indicating that he needed to think straight. The seller stated that the price would drop if the part from the middle Ern asked what he wouldn't sell to him. Ern managed to talk the seller into selling to him by asking him to throw him an exchange window, just as the guy suspected. The fellow knew that Henry had only 400 coins, and how desperate he was to come to the first system, assuming he was trying to raise the money he had lost at gambling. Ern wanted to see if the Emperor knew about Bulgasari. A well-trained werewolf could reach the national level. The guy realized he had thoughtlessly dragged the egg with him, but didn't expect much. He assumed it was planet level. After this assumption, he felt scared and didn't know how to behave properly with this egg. The absorption was completed. The system reported that the evil beast here was not used 215th of Bulgasari. Ern realized that there was a reason he was called a beast. Emperor brooding only began day and night. Methods of raising him differed. Ern realized that it was almost impossible to raise him in the former system. The guy knew that since Bulgasari is an imperfect organism to breed, it would require the genetic information of another organism, such as saliva mucus or other bodily secretions like blood. The most important thing in the beginning was the potential to make it bigger. You need powerful genetic information as a basis. The guy thought about the fact that he needed a strong organism for genetic information. Beasts existed even in the first system, and martial arts users here called them spirits. Not a single particle was wasted, and it was evident that they were actively being sold in the store. Ern recognized that the description of the order was such a human, earthly, heavenly, and heavenly guy didn't know what to take. Suddenly, Ern remembered that he had Chunhen to help him. He asked him if he knew about Chunhen. Spirits asked him what he needed. Chunhung was surprised at the guy Ern's suggestion and indicated that he wouldn't force him to tame any beast without internal cultivation. After all, he wasn't that stupid. The guy asked Chunhung what he knew about it. The man replied that he knew as much as anyone else. Ern sent the man a file asking him to assess their combat power, assuming that good healing skills did not mean high strength. Chunhung replied that the guy had put together a good list, confirming that healing skills and combat power were in no way related. The blood of the 10,000 iron mouth was good for nurturing, but in the end, it was just an old turtle. Chunhung pointed out that it was much harder to compare with the blood of a blood fire dragon and the bile of a 1,000-year-old bear. Ern asked, which would be better? The man replied that a bloody fire dragon becomes such only a serpent, which is trained for thousands of years, although it should be practiced, because a dragon is a dragon. After Ern learned that the big bear was no match for him after asking how art users hunt such beasts, Chun Hen replied that incredible people live here. Ern thanked the man for his help, but Chun Hung asked the guy to wait. Ern asked what was wrong. Chun Hen replied that he had bought Evangeline breath with his coins, though they had contracted he still. Interrupting the man, the guy asked what it was that hit his wallet. Chun Hen replied that he didn't mean it. Ern asked how much Evangeline's breath cost. Chun Hen replied that he bought it for 300 coins. The guy wondered how much it cost. Chun Hen replied that he was in a hurry and couldn't bargain with the seller. After thinking for a bit, Ern asked if he was lying this time. He had already used flow recognition to check the price. Chun Heng pointed out that he wouldn't have lied to him under threat of death, because Ern wouldn't have bought it anyway. Ern decided to reward Chun Hung for his honesty. He swapped the interest rates between their trades, which amounted to 20%. The guy then said he would call him if he needed him, asking him to be in touch, and if he didn't answer within 10 minutes, he would issue him a warning. The guy decided to use the bloody fire dragon before buying it from one of the customers. Ern doubted whether the elixir he had bought would work, since the egg had been in storage for 10 years. The boy dripped a single drop of elixir, and it immediately evaporated. Ern assumed he was pouring it as if on a hot pan. Suddenly, the egg reacted. Ern realized that he wasn't just called a beast, realizing that this creature was alive after so many years of oblivion. The guy was curious to know how this egg got into his grandfather's vault, assuming he was trading with someone from the fourth system. Egg continued to react. Ern was glad that everything was going well because he was afraid he might not like someone else's blood. Sitting down next to the egg, the guy realized that he only had to wait for his caravan to continue to the academy. Gathering his thoughts, Ern began to meditate in anticipation of arriving at the academy. Suddenly, there was a crunching sound, and the guy saw that the egg was moving and assumed that the hatching had already begun. Indeed, the egg began to crack, and from there gradually began to climb out unknown to the guy beast. The infamous shapeshifter from the fourth system in planetary level theory is a living Budstvite Bulgasari. Ern was shocked by such a cutie that came out of the egg. The beast didn't realize what had happened or where he was. The guy assumed that something went wrong because he hatched early. He didn't know this little guy was a normal animal. The beast let out its cute growl. Ern realized that there was no difference in it. He fell in love with his new pet. The guy read a manual on raising pets afterward and made a cut in his hand. Since the Bulgasari had no mammary glands, they fed the babies blood instead of milk. Bulgasari children have memorized the taste of blood and treat the human species as their own, and they will follow the owner of the blood, like a mother. Aggressive behavior disappears after this, but it is best to feed them their own blood for easier control. The beast was drinking blood very actively. Ern became uncomfortable and asked it to stop doing so. The guy stated to his pet that he could die from blood loss. He realized he needed to find a way to feed him before he sucked all the blood out of him. Afterwards, Ern realized that he needed to give the little pet a name, since it would now follow him everywhere. Ern couldn't decide on a name, trying to match something related to Bulgasari. The guy asked the pet what his name was, Sari. The pet was surprised at the name, showing with his look that he didn't like it. Harvest Duracle noticed the young gentleman asked him what happened to his arm. He began to worry about him. Ern replied that everything was fine, and there was no reason to worry. He bandaged his wound from which he fed his pet. The servant pointed out that it wasn't normal because he was bleeding from his wound. Ern pointed out that he was bored in the carriage, and after playing with the sword, there was such a mishap. Harvest Oracle replied that he didn't believe him because after he demonstrated his real skills to him, he couldn't believe that he could hurt himself on a sword. Ern realized that he had to do better than that. Duracle didn't know what Ern was up to when he asked him to be more careful because he was responsible for his safety. The young gentleman asked what they had stopped for to eat. Harvest Oracle answered positively, stating that after a snack, they would continue on their way until sunset. Harvest Oracle asked Ern to bring him something. The boy asked him to bring him food in the carriage. Suddenly, the guard noticed something suspicious in the bushes near them and tried to draw his sword, but Ern stopped him, telling him not to be so adamant. Ern replied that it was fine. Harvest Oracle did not understand this behavior of the young master. Suddenly, a cute little beast jumped into Ern's hands. The guard was surprised by such a thing. Harvest Oracle asked the gentleman what kind of animal it was, assuming it was a weasel. Ern replied that it was his new pet. The beast was attached by feelings to its master, who had managed to hatch it from a magical egg. Duracle asked, since when his master had had a pet, Ern replied that it had been quite a while. Ern asked that Harvest Oracle was not at all interested in him or aware of his affairs. The guy pointed out that Duracle had followed him diligently and failed to notice that he had gotten himself a pet. Ern asked Sari to say hello to Harvest Duracle. The guy asked if he could pet him. The guy decided to check something out and let Duracle pet his cute pet. Harvest Duracle tried to pet the animal, pointing out that it was very cute when Sari touched it too, looked at him angrily. The guy thought the beast hated him and decided to stop touching it to avoid bad consequences. Ern asked what Duracle expected his stroking of Sari to make her tail wag, indicating that he had almost pointed a sword at him earlier. The guard said he would bring Ern food to Ern as soon as it was ready. Bulgasari is a ferocious beast that grows stronger by eating metal and can also take other forms, which can be useful but also dangerous. If Ern doesn't control it, he can't keep it around when he gets angry. The boy realized that the blood feeding had been worth it. They were both happy because they had managed to become friends. Based on the Emperor's theory, Bulgasari's potential power is the strength and energy of the body given as a child, so it was written. The first part of the equation Ern solved. When he chose a blood fire dragon to solve the next, he needed sources of strong energy. The problem was that these sources of power were damn expensive. Ern decided to feed his pet. Ern couldn't hold back his tears because he had given a bamboo pill of life to his pet, which was given to him by the leader of the Mountain Bamboo Sect 1. Such pill was worth 150 coins. The guy realized that even selling cheap stuff, he still wouldn't have enough, realizing he needed to act again. There were 53 days left before the Mana Stone limit reset, and he needed to choose the next product. Ern tried to decide what he should sell, realizing that it should be something desirable to everyone in the first system, with a large margin of maintaining balance. The base price must be high to make a big profit. He started trying to find the perfect object in his memories. The internal nurture sold well as it was desired by everyone in the first system, and could be bought for a tidy sum of coins, the number showing the quality of the nurture. Ern realized that even if one bought for 250 coins and resold it, one would get 58.5 coins on top due to skills. If he just resold it like that, he could make thousands. He couldn't even imagine how much he could get. The guy understood that the exchange center would not allow him to do such a thing because there was a restriction on the sale of this item. Ern couldn't wait because he would have to wait more than a year to sell his internal nurturing. After being rewarded with 1,000 coins for the achievement, he decided to increase his reach by buying the next item, Elixir. The guy started buying up roots of Centennial Polygonum Rainbow, Dazzling Fruit Roots, Black Ginseng Summoning Pills, and a lot more. Everyone's elixir category was different, so there was no limit on sales, which meant that Ern just had to prepare to earn coins. Ern asked Sari to open her mouth, since he had bought many useful elixirs for him. After eating a few of them, the guy noticed that his pet had developed small fangs. He realized that these elixirs worked. Sari. For the last few days of the road has changed a lot. The color of the fur of the Bulgasari depended on the creature of the first blood. When the beast grows, its fangs and fur completely change, and in this case, the baby stage ends. Now that he had reached his limit, feeding him elixirs no longer made sense. Ern realized that the coin-eater stage was over. 30% of his profits the guy reinvested in the exchange, and 50% went to Sari. The other 20 went to internal nurturing and other items Ern needed. Ern's most used item was the second round of daylight healing magic. The guy often used this scroll, and at this moment, he too decided to use it by tearing it apart. Ern suggested that if breathing chi is good for the soul, then there is nothing better for cleansing the outside. The guy used to be called the star of the Navarro community, though not for as long as he would have liked. The guy realized that looks are also a strength. He decided to do everything in this life to look good. Suddenly, the guy was approached by Michael. Ern asked the knight what was wrong. Michael informed his young master that it was still half a day's ride to the academy, and Sir Havis asked him to tell him if they needed a break. Ern replied that everything was in order and asked him to tell Havis to keep moving, promising that they would rest when they got there. The guy realized that time flies very fast for the trades because half of the day had already passed, and he hadn't even noticed her. Ern decided to continue making deals before he arrived at the academy because he still needed a large amount of money. Meanwhile, in the second town of Navarro Acadio, the guys opened their mouths and were shocked to see the place they would be sleeping in. Harvest Duracle asked Ern that it wasn't too expensive for a servant's resting place. Ern replied that these guys have come a long way from behind them. Duracle pointed out that this is a famous inn in Acadio. The young lord indicated that his guards needed to rest, asked Sir Havis to keep an eye on them. The boy asked what people would think of the steel guards when they saw them. Ern asked the aide to take them to wash up. Ern handed Harvester Ackle 200 coins, indicating that he could use all of them. The boy was surprised at the young lord's generosity. The guy asked what was enough for everyone for a hot bath and expensive food. The aide replied that he had given him more than was required. Ern pointed out that and he is thanked by pointing out that everyone else should enjoy it too. The guy asked that they weren't here to play after all, asking how things were going with the venue. Harvester Ackle replied that he had left a mark near the castle walls. They were to contact them after noticing it. Ern praised him for doing such a good job, realizing that they just had to wait until they were contacted. A little later, Ern's guards were rejoicing at the banquet the young lord had arranged for them. The knights noticed Harvester Ackle approaching him and asked him what they were doing here. The lads offered to share a drink with their captain, but to their regret, the captain replied in the negative. The knights pointed out that it wasn't like him to try the local booze either. The captain replied that he really couldn't join them. Looking at Ern, the captain asked if he could have one drink, hoping he would let him. Ern grimly replied that he could drink if he wanted to go to the other world immediately. The captain replied that he couldn't drink this time, asking to be left alone. The guys didn't understand why he decided to refuse even a drink. Harvester Ackle pointed out that one glass would turn into two, and two into three, and so on, saying that they could not fool the captain so easily. The knights pointed out that if he changed his mind, he could join them at any time, adding that there might not be enough booze for him afterward. The captain was ashamed to hear the knights say such things, but he could not risk his life for liquor. Suddenly, the waitress caught the captain's eye after she apologized to him for that the guy asked her to be careful because she could hurt herself. Ern asked Havis, who sat down next to him, that he hadn't lost the very thing he was giving him. Havis asked in response who he thought he was, stating that he only hiccuped because he was surprised. The guy said it was the first time he'd ever seen someone deliberately hit him, and he pulled an obscure piece of paper out of his pocket that the waitress handed him. Leaving the restaurant, Havis indicated that they memorize the map and divide the city into parts, because that's what the note said. Havis pointed out that the letter T stands for the name Trevor is the man he had earlier told Ern. The guy asked if everything was going according to plan. Harvester Ackle replied that everything was fine. Harvester Ackle added that it was an agent he had worked with before and thought it would go smoothly this time because he was going to go to him right away. Ern asked that he wanted to go to him alone. Havis nodded positively, explaining that that was the way it always was. The guy suggested that they go to the meeting place together, and he would hide there afterwards. The captain replied that they could do that, but there were too many eyes in the academy, and if anyone saw them in the place, it would be a failure. Ern realized, after realizing Havis's words, that he was right, and the problem was that he might not return after this meeting. The young lord realized that although they had become close while traveling, he should not trust Havis. Ern asked Harvester Ackle to show him his progress report. The interlocutor asked the guy that he didn't trust him, since he asked to see it. The guy asked to be understood correctly, stating that there could not be anything resembling trust between them. Havis gave him his report. Reading the report, Ern was convinced that Havis had not lied to him, for he had changed the part as he had asked him to earlier. Havis indicated to the lad that if he was done with his reading, he could search him, saying that he could give him a copy of his report. He was trying in every way to gain Ern's confidence. Ern asked what he was offended. Havis replied that he wouldn't dare do such a thing, for he knows his place, he was told. Havis added that his life was important to him because he didn't want to go through that hell again because of some suspicions about him. Ern gave him back the report, indicating that he could be free and he would not search him in an attempt to demonstrate his trust in him. Harvester Ackle bowed to the young master and told him that he would be back soon. Ern decided not to go to the academy with him. Ern didn't understand whether Havis was trustworthy or not, because it was always difficult to understand someone's real intentions. So he had a process prepared for Ern to go through, because if Havis found out his secret, it would be very bad. Ern used the third circle of transparency magic to apply the invisibility technique on the ground. A red magic seal was formed. Gradually, the guy's body began to disappear as the magic seal itself became invisible to the surrounding eyes. This technique was better than Ern thought it would be. He didn't know what would happen if he still used the skill to make his body light. The guy had managed to become so secretive, he intended to follow Harvester Ackle to find out his true motives. Watching Havis, Ern was convinced that his behavior was worthy of a true pro. Harvester Ackle walked quickly and not slowly, having fully adapted to his surroundings in the shopping plaza, and was not at all like an outsider. Ern noticed that there were many people following Harvester Ackle, realizing that it would be very bad if he went along with him. The boy continued to watch Harvest Duracle, who didn't suspect that Ern was secretly watching him. Harvest Duracle came to the indicated place, then quietly knocked on the door. Ern continued to follow him. The unknown man opened the visitor's door and looked around carefully, trying to see if he was being followed. Ern was standing on the roof of this building under the invisibility technique. He easily managed to avoid detection and made sure that Harvest Duracle was doing everything he had told him to do earlier. After the guy decided to try out a new martial arts ability by using perception at 100 paces, he began to hear what was going on inside the room. Ern heard the voice of Harvest Duracle saying hello to Trevor, who replied to Harvest that it had been a long time since he had seen him. Trevor asked his acquaintance what news he had come to him with. Duracle replied that Junior had entered the academy, and he had become his bodyguard. Trevor assumed that he had done it to see him. The people around him were surprised to hear from Harvest Duracle that Gilbert had passed away, and one of the guys asked how it happened. Harvest Duracle asked how he himself thought, giving him a choice of assuming that Gilbert had died of illness or accident. Trevor asked when he found out about it. Harvey Duracle pointed out that it was obvious, since he owed him his life. The guy felt very sorry for Gilbert that he died like that, assuming he passed away when he was tortured. Trevor pointed out that the academy was in the capital and far away from Acadio. Thus he began to suspect Harvest Duracle of trying to deceive him or hide something. Harvest Duracle looked calmly at Trevor, who was beginning to suspect him of betrayal. Ern, overhearing their conversation, assumed that something had gone wrong. He heard Harvest Duracle's question about Trevor having fun. Trevor was surprised at such a question from his acquaintance, not understanding what he was trying to hint at. Laughing, Trevor asked Harvest Duracle to relax, asking her not to be mad at his ridiculous joke. Trevor explained that he was sorry about what had happened to Gilbert, but there was nothing they could do about it now, because that was their life. Ern heard that they couldn't do their job if they regretted every demise of their employees. Ern assumed it would go well. Trevor asked Harvest Duracle how he had gotten here, since the others should not have suspected anything, saying that the journey would have taken much longer. Harvest Duracle replied that he used Ern's Stillguard and mentioned the visit to the academy, then he happily agreed. Ern, hearing Harvest Duracle call him names, made his words hurt without understanding why. Trevor found out how he managed to get to him by asking how he could help Harvest Duracle. Then he handed him the mission progress report, asking Trevor to encrypt it and send it to the Empire. Trevor looked thoughtfully at his guest and asked what else he needed. Harvey Duracle said that that was all he needed and that he didn't need anything else, and turned around and told Trevor that he was leaving. Ern had experienced the life of a spy, and it was a pity that he could not get any useful information, for they were talking business and had already finished. Even so, Ern was pleased that Harvest Duracle had succeeded in accomplishing what he had planned, and he congratulated him mentally as he continued to watch him. Ern realized that in that case, he needed to start acting. He continued to be under the invisibility technique. Suddenly, the guy heard a conversation inside. Someone asked Trevor that it was strange because the agent was alive and the contact had died. Ern realized that it was not all over. Trevor asked his assistant what it was about, suggesting that Harvest Duracle may have switched sides and is now working for the enemy. The aide responded positively, adding that he was technically demoted too. Trevor replied that Harvest was not the kind of person who would betray them. Ern heard that Harvest Duracle valued his family and would rather die than cause them trouble. Trevor assumed his assistant disliked Harvest Duracle by asking or something. The assistant couldn't answer anything intelligible. Trevor ordered him to stop talking nonsense and focus on his work. Ern heard that everything was decided by upper management, and Trevor and his team would relay the information they received to management. Watching the departing Harvest Duracle, Ern realized that he had his own reasons for conducting such affairs. The guy realized that invisibility and perception at 100 paces were perfect for this mission, and they were definitely worth the coins spent. Ern came down from the roof and said that he would use such useful techniques many more times. Suddenly, the guy overheard someone talking about social hierarchy. The second guy replied that he dare not talk about it. Ern noticed that a fight was breaking out in one of the courtyards. He didn't understand why it was making a ruckus in the middle of the night. One of the guys asked, "How dare a common baron's knight dare to cross them?" The other party replied that his master was the Marquis and not himself. Ern realized that it was his knights who had gotten drunk, at his fault. The knight pointed out that if it weren't for the steel guards, his powerful Marquis Albret didn't exist at all. The boy was surprised to hear the name of Marquis Albret. He had crossed paths with him in a previous life. Ern couldn't believe it was the same person. His eyes were full of shock and incomprehension. The knight replied that he was foolish, since he had hoped to simply socialize with uneducated northerners. The guy declared that he would show him a country slave what dignity was. He was ready for a fight. The knight ordered him not to turn back to defend the honor of the steel guards. Ern realized that in this case, a fight could not be avoided. The crowd of drunken knights started moving on each other, trying to figure out who was stronger. Suddenly, their skirmish was interrupted by a man who asked what they were doing in the middle of the night. Hearing his logos, all the guys froze, looking at him. They didn't immediately realize who it was in front of them. Someone in the crowd recognized the man as the second captain, and he looked angrily at the knights who had caused the debauch. Ern, noticing him frantically, began to pant in his head as events from his past life began to float into his mind. The guy felt like his body was tearing up as he closed his eyes. He remembered how he had been interrogated. The second captain was the man who had taken everything from Ern in his past life, and he had never been able to forgive him for it. Ern noticed behind the back of the second captain, Kunz Albrecht, who stood quietly watching the clash of knights. The lad came to be furious at their encounter. Ern could not have thought he would meet Kunz Albrecht in this place. Ern managed to control his emotions, realizing that now was not the best time to get rid of him, realizing that it was impossible to get rid of Kunz Albrecht so quickly and painlessly. The boy intended to return the pain he had suffered because of him in his past life, telling himself that the hour of reckoning would soon come. The second captain approached the drunken knights. One of them was surprised that the captain was so tall. The captain pointed out that he told them not to make a fuss. Hearing his angry voice, all the guys were scared of what was coming. Suddenly, all the knights in one voice asked the second captain to apologize, saying that such a thing will not happen again. The second captain introduced himself to one of the knights as Captain Albert Dirac, asking him who he was and where he was from. The knight replied that their squad of steel guards Dirac asked the guy what steel guards were doing in Acadio. Suddenly, everyone was surprised to hear the voice of a guy who loudly announced that he would answer this question of the second captain. Dirac thought this guy was strange because his gaze was calm but sharp as a dagger. Ern realized that second captain Dirac was surprised by his sudden appearance, assuming that this was the first time he had heard a voice caused by internal cultivation. The guy decided to intimidate Dirac anyway. The second captain grabbed his sword, seeing that the guy was approaching him. The second captain, seeing the kid, never ceased to be amazed when he asked him who he was. The guy introduced himself as Ern's still guard. The people around him were surprised to hear this from the guy. Dirac couldn't think that a member of the Steel Guard family was here, realizing that things could get much more complicated. Ern asked the second captain what his name was. Dirac. The man answered him positively. Guy pointed out that Dirac was asking why they were here, asking that there was a reason the Steel Guards couldn't be in Acadio. Dirac replied that he didn't mean it. Ern indicated that he just wanted to stop by on his way to the academy and was interested in Navarro's second city. Ern asked second captain Dirac in response why Kunz Albrecht was also in Acadio. The second captain replied that his master was there for the same reason as Ern, for young Mr. Kunz wanted to rest. Dirac added that he wanted to apologize for the past turmoil that occurred between them. Suddenly, young Mr. Kunz Albrecht intervened in their conversation and pointed out that Dirac had nothing to apologize to Ern for. Kunz Albrecht asked his bodyguard why he should apologize, stating that the Stilgard family is the cause of all the trouble. The Stilgard family couldn't be suppressed by the title of Marquis, and if you do that to them, there will be a backlash. Dirac knew that, and he suggested that Kunz Albrecht finish here and go back. The young gentleman replied that he did not want to return to the hotel, asking why he had to leave. Dirac indicated that there was a misunderstanding between them that they could discuss in the morning. Ern pointed out that there was no point in waiting until morning, since they could figure everything out definitively now. The guy asked for permission to ask a question and said he didn't understand something, asking if they even knew what had happened since they had just arrived. Kunz Albrecht replied that it was not so important, saying that the Baroque was lower than the Marquis, making it clear that he was above him in status. Ern realized that this guy was saying that because his title was higher, asking that in that case, it was his own fault. Kunz Albrecht indicated to the lad that he had gotten it right, and he wouldn't need to explain every detail for them northerners to understand. Laughing, Ern pointed out to his interlocutor that he was just talking some nonsense. Kunz Albrecht was angry at this reaction. Kunz Albrecht ordered Ern to take back what he said and beg his forgiveness for it. Ern calmly replied that he would do so if it turned out that he was wrong. He was determined to prove his interlocutor wrong. The guy turned to the knights who were yelling about the title. One of them asked what he wanted from them. Ern asked one of the knights to tell them all what really happened here. Knight pointed out that it was the Steel Guards who started it first. They yelled at them and started a fight between them. Kunz Albrecht pointed out that in that case, Ern was wrong, and he should kneel before him and ask for forgiveness. For his offensive words to him, Ern replied that there was no need to hurry and both sides should be heard. Then Ern asked Michael that the words of the knights of the second side were true. His subordinate hesitated to answer. Michael replied that it was true, but they were the first to start laughing at the steel guards, shouting hurtful words. Ern asked what exactly he meant. Knight reported that the other side of the conflict asked how long they would milk Rebahan's accomplishments for former glory, for they behaved too proudly and thought they were someone important. Michael apologized for making a fuss, but he was not sorry for his actions, for if they were to sit lazily by and hear such things, how dare they call themselves Knights of Steelguard? Ern asked the titular guy that Michael's words were true. The knight hesitantly replied that it was true, adding in justification that they didn't directly say so. Hearing this, the second captain was horrified to realize that his squad was full of stupid guys who couldn't think ahead. Ern pointed out that it was true. Suddenly, Ern asked Michael to raise his head. The knight didn't know what to expect from his young master. Ern informed him that he had done a great job, and he held no grudge against him. Michael was surprised at the guy's reaction. A guy stating as a member of the family who inherited a heart of steel that he can't ignore what happened. Ern pointed out with rage and anger that the Steelguard family's steely heart, protecting Navarro Kunz Albrecht, stood in incomprehension, trying to tower over him. Looking at his knights, Ern added that they would fight for the sake of those who remembered them, and spill the blood of those who laughed at them. Second Captain Dirk realized that this conflict had moved to a new escalation. Kunz Albrecht was angry at the captain for keeping quiet. Ern said he would ask them again that they still think they mean nothing to the country. Dirk was shocked by the guy's serious words, since he was Mr. Kunz's classmate. The other captain assumed this guy was using his grandfather's fame to say the standard political nonsense. However, Dirk couldn't think that he could stand up for himself with such elegance. The anger was matched by the strength of the family. Dirk became convinced of the reality of what real Steelguard blood was. Ern looked at them with contempt. Kunz Albrecht tried to say something to Ern, but Dirk realized that provocation would only get the situation out of control. Suddenly, the second captain landed a powerful blow on one of the guys in his knight squad to end this situation. Seeing what had happened, the surrounding people were surprised by such an act of the second captain. Kunz Albrecht was silenced by such a thing. The second captain continued to strike at the knights of his squad, pointing out that they had done an excellent job of defaming Albrecht's name. Having been maimed for their rash act, the knights pityingly apologized to the second captain and the others. Dirk indicated that he didn't need their apology after all, and it was worth asking for one from the young lord. Turning around, the second captain stated that they had started it all, so in addition to embarrassing their Mr. Albrecht, the knights continued to dutifully apologize for what they had done, as the second captain had instructed them to do. Ern, watching what was happening, realized that this captain was not joking, for he must have understood the hidden meaning of his speech. The guy realized that this man had created an atmosphere in which it was safe to replace mocked with provoked, and made the knights ask Kunz for forgiveness, pretending that the quarrel was only between the knights, reducing the size of the situation. Second Captain Dirk retreated, but did not ruin his reputation. Ern realized that this was no ordinary man. Ern decided to keep a close eye on the second captain as much as possible, so as not to cause trouble. Kunz Albrecht was angry that Ern had emerged victorious from the situation. He said he was tired of it all, and he headed to the hotel to sleep. Ern pointed out that it felt like he didn't get anything, but he accepted Marquis Albrecht's apology. Hearing these words, the young gentleman stopped and turned back angrily to look directly into the guy's eyes. The boys' gazes met, but neither of them continued the dialogue. Kunz Albrecht turned around and silently left the place. Suddenly, they were approached by Harvest Duracle, who asked what they were all doing here, assuming he had missed all the fun. The squad of knights looked at him with disbelief, saying that it was better for him to keep quiet and not interfere right now. Harvest Duracle was shocked by the stares, asking them to apologize for not knowing what had happened here. A little while later, Kunz Albrecht was eating at a premium hotel, reflecting on what had happened last night. Kunz Albrecht pointed out to Dirk that this Ern was known as the worst of the worst. The second captain confirmed his hunch. Dirk pointed out that the sons are nothing compared to their father, and the youngest can't even catch up with his brothers. He had heard such simple rumors about the Steelguard family. The guy asked what the statement meant. Just rumors stating that they hadn't seen Ern's swordsmanship, asking the bodyguard not to exalt this guy for his sharp tongue. Ern didn't like Kunz Albrecht in the slightest. He asked Dirk why he ordered the knights to squirm. Dirk replied that retreating was the right thing to do, because there were still people afraid of Steel Guardians. Continuing the heat of the situation could make Lord Kuntz angry. Albrecht was shocked by such words because he hadn't thought of such a thing. Guy pointed out that either way, one should keep watching Ern. He wanted to make him pay for yesterday's embarrassment. Kuntz Albrecht reported that now that he thought about it, he hadn't seen a single rat from Steelguard, asking where they had all gone. The second captain replied that they had all left early in the morning. From this city, he offered them to travel together, for they were also going to the capital, but they refused his offer and went on their way. Kuntz Albrecht asked his bodyguard why he was doing something he wasn't asked to do, because he was convinced he made it look like they wanted him to. Dierek replied that there was nothing strange about increasing the number of defenses, since Kuntz Albrecht's safety was his most important assignment. Then came the night, and Kuntz Albrecht slept in his expensive room. Unknown penetrated to him, but the guy did not notice and did not even wake up. The guy was awakened by a powerful slap on the cheek. He could not immediately realize what had happened and who had done it. Ern, under the invisibility technique, got into his room and woke him up and covered his mouth so he wouldn't scream at the whole hotel. The boy asked his adversary to shut up, for he intended to have a serious talk with him in private. Kuntz Albrecht realized that it was Ern. He felt the mighty power that was in his hands. Ern told him that he was looking for a better way to get revenge on him. Ern wanted to give Kuntz Albrecht back his tried feelings. He stated that he would watch him break down. The guy asked Kuntz Albrecht if he knew about it. The guy tried to answer him, but his mouth was closed, and he managed to utter incomprehensible sounds. Ern pointed out that seeing his face this night had changed his mind earlier. Kuntz Albrecht's Lasse burned with envy. Ern added that it wouldn't be like that in this life. Kuntz Albrecht would pursue the Steel Guards and try to take everything they had. Ern realized this. Ern indicated to the enemy that he would tonight pass away. Kuntz Albrecht was frightened by such a request from this fellow. Earlier, Ern didn't understand why Kuntz Albrecht was doing all this. He asked what Ern really didn't understand it. Sitting on the throne, Kuntz Albrecht replied that he had hated Ern since the first day they met, and that's why he had done it. Ern was surprised at the words he heard, and Kuntz said that the name Ern Stilgard annoyed him too. The guards did not let the boy near the young master. The boy asked that Kuntz Albrecht took over their lands because he hated the Steel Guards. Kuntz Albrecht, after a little thought, pointed out that Ern was no better than him in everything, thus belittling him. Young Master Kuntz pointed out that although Ern had learned Steel Breath, he was just as good, but because of his appearance, Ern was greeted with a smile everywhere. Albrecht asked what now, since there was nothing in him that was better than him, pointing out that Ern was broken and pathetic. Ern did not come alive to hear such words. Kuntz Albrecht asked who he was, a simple failed lord without land. The young Marquis began to praise himself over the lad who failed to object to him in return. Earlier in his past life, Marquis Albrecht had claimed that in the end, he had won, leaving Lord Ern with nothing. Kuntz Albrecht didn't understand why this guy was even here. He didn't believe that Ern would really send him to the other world. He tried to remove his hand. Suddenly, Ern removed his hand from his mouth. For the first few seconds, the young Marquis didn't know what to do. After Kuntz, Albrecht tried to call the other Captain Dierek to his aid, but his voice didn't sound as loud as he wanted it to. Ern indicated that with a pressure point, he was able to press one of them down and block his mouth. Kuntz Albrecht was shocked to learn that he would not be able to speak until Ern unlocked the pressure point. Ern intended to complete the plan by saying that unfortunately for Kuntz Albrecht, this would be the last night. The guy said he could frame the young Marquis' face and hang it on the wall. Kuntz Albrecht didn't understand how this could have happened, because his room was full of guards, and Captain Dierek was in the next room. Suddenly, the young Mark had decided to get to Dierek's adjoining room to rescue him. Kuntz Albrecht got out of bed and decided to run to the door that led to second Captain Dierek's room. The young Marquis realized that if he simply opened the door to Dierek's room, he would be saved. Ern was able to successfully stop his enemy from calling for his second Captain Dierek to help him. Marquis Albrecht twisted from the powerful blow. He began to moan in pain, but no one heard it. Ern noticed that Kuntz Albrecht was trying very hard to survive, knowing that he wouldn't succeed because he had thought of everything. Suddenly, Ern used an unconventional hold on the body of the guy who was trying to run away from him. Kuntz Albrecht felt as if his body began to sink in space. He could not move. Grabbing the guy, Ern recommended that he just stay still, adding that he didn't need to cause any more trouble. Ern promised that he would just listen to him without hurting. After those words, Kuntz Albrecht realized he could move. The guy sat his foe down at the table, looking at his hands. They realized he could now move them. Ern placed the sheet on the table in front of the enemy, instructing him to write. Kuntz Albrecht was surprised by this. The boy asked the young Marquis to take the pen. The young man looked at him nervously in response. Cousin Albert decided not to listen to this guy, realizing that he would send him to the other side of the world when he finished writing. Suddenly, Ern drew his sword and made one quick swing with it. Cousin Albert didn't realize what happened at first. Then the realization came to him that Ern had severed his left arm, which had flown away from them. Ern ordered his foe to take the pen as he had asked him earlier. He showed with all his appearance that he was not joking. The young Marquis clutched at his wound and began to scream at the top of his voice, but no one heard him. The guy warned Kunz Albrecht not to complicate the situation by asking why he kept causing trouble. Suddenly, Ern said that if Albrecht continued to resist, his right foot would be next. Cousin Albrecht felt the aura that emanated from Ern Stilgard, realizing that he already knew how to wield it. Having recovered himself, the young Marquis showed by gestures that he agreed and would write what Ern asked. Sitting down at the table, Kunz Albrecht asked Ern to tell him what to write. He was willing to obey him. Ern asked the enemy not to stain the sheet with his blood. Kunz Albrecht looked at him warily. The guy said if one drop of blood fell on the paper, his head would hit the floor. Ern ordered Kunz Albrecht to begin writing. The beginning was that of a pathetic son of a marquis addressing his father. Kunz Albrecht assumed that everything was all right now because he could just put a prosthetic hand on his arm, since servants do everything. The guy realized that the most important thing in all this was to stay alive, but he didn't understand how to do it. The young Marquis assumed that he had made a serious fuss when he fell wounded to the floor. A first-ranked Dirk should have realized that something strange was going on in the young Marquis' room. Kunz Albrecht didn't understand why nothing was happening, and the guards hadn't come to him. He was surprised that Dirk hadn't come to see them yet, because he was already on the last sentence. The guy realized he needed to buy time, assuming he could purposely make a mistake by deciding to just drop ink on the paper. Ern informed the enemy that he could hear his thoughts from the beginning. Kunz Albrecht was terrified by this possibility. The boy asked the young Marquis what he was trying to buy time for. Albert was surprised at this. Ern informed the lad that there was one last sentence left to write. The young Brand continued writing, abandoning his ideas. Taking the paper on which the message to the Marquis was written, Ern decided to reread it. Ern pointed out to Kunz Albrecht that surprisingly, he had done well on this task. The young Marquis did not realize what was about to happen next. Kunz Albrecht realized that he couldn't hold on much longer because of the bleeding. He knew he had to give some sign to make Dirk understand. Suddenly, Ern struck a blow to the guy's throat and he grabbed it, realizing something strange was happening to his vocal cords. Ern pointed out that it was unpleasant, but now he could speak again. Realizing this, Kunz Albrecht looked at the guy with anger. Predictably, Kunz Albrecht started calling for Dirk's help, claiming there was an intruder in his room. Laughing, Ern asked the young Marquis, is that all he managed to come up with on the verge of passing away? Ern pointed out that in that case, let him shout louder. Kunz Albrecht didn't understand why the intruder was so calm, because he could be sent to the other world if the guards came. The guy told the enemy that he had seen it all coming and had thought out all his steps ahead. Ern used a scroll of silence as soon as he entered his room, and not a single peep will come out of that room. The young Marquis was shocked by what he heard, for not only the sounds could not leave the room, but also the vibrations. Kunz Albrecht asked Ern why he had taken his voice from him in that case, since no one would have heard him anyway. Ern retorted, asking the guy had he written that letter, would he have had a chance to survive? Kunz fell to the floor. Cousin Albrecht pointed out that in that case, he lost to the Steel Guards, and Ern was the reason. Ernu pointed out that the young Mark did not deserve the power and wealth he so dreams of. Kunz asked what he was talking about and what he had done. Swinging his sword, Ern pointed out that it was all because of Kunz Albrecht's inferiority complex. The young Marquis tried to stop him, begging him not to do it, saying that he would never forget that night and would never do anything to hurt him again. Kunz Albrecht asked Ern what he knew about his family, indicating that they were damn rich, asking him to name what he wanted from him, and he would give it to him in exchange for his life. Ern stated that Kunz Albrecht shouldn't have sent him to the other side of the world in a past life. Marquis asked the guy to stop. Despite all promises on the part of the enemy, Ern Stilgard accomplished what he had planned and sent Kunz Albrecht to the other world. The body collapsed breathlessly to the floor, and none of the young Marquis's guards were able to suspect anything wrong. Ern stated that it was the best look on Kunz Albrecht's face in his entire lifetime. He would have congratulated him, but he had other things to do. The guy decided to use bone acid that melted the body when it came in contact with blood. It easily melted hard substances like dental bones and was good for hiding a breathless body. Ern realized that it was necessary to make it look as if Kunz Albrecht had disappeared rather than gone to another world so that he would disappear from the Marquise's reach. The guy realized that it was terrible, because in any case, he often gave out something unimaginable. Afterward, Ern decided to double-check the dead man's belongings to make it look like he had disappeared. Ern opened his inventory. He threw in all of the young Marquis's belongings, realizing that the Stilgard knights traveled by horseback and were now in a city a day's journey away from here. One night wasn't enough to get back here knowing that Albert's family might have suspected him, but Ern had a perfect alibi. Taking out the scrolls, the guy used invisibility, stealth, and concealment to discreetly leave the place. After a quick look around, Ern realized that he had gotten rid of all the evidence and could now leave this place safely. Ern left a note that Kunz wrote to Albrecht that was addressed to his father, saying that Kunz was leaving Albrecht's family, asking them not to look for him. The boy managed to catch up with his squad. Sari looked at her exhausted master and didn't understand where he had been missing all night. The revenge Ern had dreamed of had come to pass. He knew that even if he raised a glass to wash away the victory, it would not be enough. He did not understand what ailed him. Ern realized that things would have been different if he had planned his revenge a little more carefully and repaid Kunz as much as he had suffered at his hands. After a bit of thought, Ern decided that all in good time, he thought he would never get a better chance to exact his revenge. The guy assumed it was enough that he regretted countless things he'd done in his life. Ern couldn't get the overwhelming feelings of regret and pity under control. He tried to gain self-control. The guy asked himself what he was doing, not realizing what he had done to Kunz Albrecht. Sari was surprised at this behavior from her master. Ern remembered that the family's downfall had happened independently of Kunz, and the disappearance of his father was the deciding factor in his past life. A steel guardian who once ruled the northern Navarro, and a pack of wolfhounds roaming around a declining family, and Kunz was just one of the pack. Ern decided to come to his senses because he had a long way to go, and he decided not to regret what he had done. The guy got a lot of coins, realizing that precious metals and jewelry are quite expensive. Ern stated that he only had one thing left to accomplish. He looked at the magical sword Kunz had taken from him. Assuming that the exchange attached the name of the owner of the sword to the name of the item because he was not in the channel, he thought the description of the item was too rough. Ern received a message from the ubiquitous beach lobster, who was ready to buy a magic sword for 500 coins, although the sword, and belonged to the low circle, but it is a magic that can be used with the benefit of knights. It could be used repeatedly. The guy realized that when fighting against a knight with similar abilities, it was enough to affect the outcome of the fight using this sword. Ern was curious if he could defeat the second Captain Direk, because according to Javis, only special knights are stronger than Direk. After assessing his strength, Ern realized that now he would have no problem dealing with the first class. He was proud to be the best at this level. The heir to the mystic blade, perfecting deep inner nurturing Ern, had already surpassed 1 year out of 60. Considering his age, he had achieved crazy achievements. Ern assumed that this was not enough, for it was not wise to fight a special knight, yet. He would prefer something that could help him in this. The boy suggested that maybe he himself could use this sword. He looked at Sari. Ern realized that this option was definitely not suitable for him, because if he carried it around, he would only attract suspicion. The best solution would be to sell this sword, but before the sale of 500 coins, Ern stopped remembering a very important detail. The guy assumed that if it was a magical sword, then he pulled it out of his inventory and turned to Sari, who was lying next to him. Ern asked his pet if he was interested in the potential value of this sword. Sari swallowed the sword and began to eat it, for she fed on any metal, and it increased her skills and strength. The master asked if Sari tasted good, as she braided it in both cheeks. Ern realized that 500 coins for this sword was not a small sum, but compared to the coins invested in Sari, it seemed like a pittance. Ern realized that while there was no way to use the coins, he should still try to raise the one he had tamed. Beast Emperor Grandboit divided the potential value of Bulgasari into 5 levels. The lowest level was absorbing certain kinds of metals, and the highest level was absorbing the magic and powers of all metals and items. Ern realized that since Sari wasn't giving up metals, she had a medium level or higher. He didn't anticipate how much he would need to spend in coins for the highest level. The guy noticed that his pet had already devoured this magic sword for 500 coins. Ern asked Sari how she thought she had absorbed the magic of this weapon and would be able to use it. The owner didn't understand what the pet was telling him, assuming that either Sari had succeeded or was just purring a song on a full stomach. Guy saw the confidence in the pet, asking Sari to show him what she could do. Suddenly, the guy stopped rejoicing and asked the pet not to demonstrate lightning strikes, because if the carriage goes up in the air, they'll be in big trouble. Suddenly, the pet began to do his master's bidding. He was covered in a magical shield. Seeing what was happening, Ern assumed that Sari had indeed succeeded and was now using the magic of the absorbed weapon, stating that the potential value was at least top level. Guy asked the pet if it could take the form of the sword he had eaten. Sari tried to perform it. The master received notice that the Bulgasari he had tamed had turned to something he had absorbed. He had raised Bulgasari, reaching his maximum potential. Ern was pleased with this. Ern was surprised that the sword that appeared had a wagging tail. He thought it was very strange. The pet owner didn't know how to react to such an incomplete transformation of Sari. Suddenly, the pet turned into its usual beast form. Ern praised Sari for her good work, but he was not left alone by the tail that was in place of a sword hilt. Ern asked the pet that he was doing something like this for the first time, suggesting that she try the same thing again. Sari made it clear that she agreed with her master. Sari turned back into a sword with a tail, and the guy didn't give up hope that the pet would succeed, because it was only his second attempt. The next attempt was the same. The owner suggested that the pet relax a bit and try again. Ern gave Sari one last try, but the sword was once again tailed. Until now, there were still no such. Bulgasari guy didn't realize what level Sari was the highest or highest. They looked at each other in silence. The pet showed its appearance of apologizing to its master, and Ern replied that it was fine, praising it for its efforts as it had managed to absorb the magic sword. The guy decided that before his pet would finally lose heart, he should be consoled, because such a case was not described in the complete collection of the Emperor of Beasts. The owner indicated to the pet that it had the highest level, stating that in the highest class, it was the best. Ern asked Sari not to kill herself by failing so badly, because she is already number 1 among all levels. The guy was pleased that he was able to support his pet. He informed him that Sari was the world's best pet, was happy about it. Seeing that the pet was happy, Ern realized that now he could breathe easy. He was worried that Sari might be completely disintegrated. Ern resolutely refused to give up valuable items from the inner secret vault and chose Sari, although the Eye of Conduction helped him a lot. But the truth was that the result was close to a gamble without any guarantees. The guy tried to paint a pretty big picture, and although it's not flawless, he still came back with good results, having prepared well for it. What was happening was just as Ern thought. It would be different in this life. He had a good feeling about the future. He already had a 5-digit sum in his account, which was not a level that could be ignored at the first stage. Ern realized that if things were going so well, he shouldn't just stop there. He bought more items for resale because the Earth level had been skipped, and immediately started selling heaven-level elixirs. A little later, their group entered the city of Midium, though the forced route was difficult. Now they were close to the gate leading to the capital. One of the knights pointed out to the commander that if he worked hard beforehand, it would be easier later, saying that it was just as he said. The knight asked Harvest Oracle what the young lord was doing, for as soon as they arrived here, he went straight to his room and never left it. One of the knights suggested that Ern was a little anxious, for tomorrow they would arrive in Theros. The interlocutor assumed he was joking, but the other pointed out that the young lord had a grim face. The knights realized that even though Ern looked smart beyond his years, he was still worried about the academy. They didn't understand why he was worried about it, because he had decent abilities. The boys replied with one voice that the young gentleman had nothing to worry about, and they looked at each other in surprise. The knights began to discuss their interactions with the young lord, for the former was the one who had fought Ern officially, and Harvest Oracle had fought Ern unofficially in secret from everyone. Harvest Oracle suggested forgetting about the bad stuff and having a mug of beer. His comrade didn't mind, and raised his mug too. The commander assumed that the man was really acting like that because of the academy, realizing that there was something wrong with the situation. Meanwhile, Ern had a nervous breakdown. He didn't understand why the elixirs he had purchased weren't selling. A long time passed, and there was no change in sales. Ern assumed that it was all because the heaven-level elixir was an expensive item that cost around 2,000 coins each. The guy realized that, nevertheless, it was not part of his calculations. It was 100 coins cheaper than the average bargain price, but so far there had been no single request. No matter how many times he looked, there was no one selling such elixirs cheaper than him. He thought it very strange. Ern noticed many reviews that these elixirs he was selling were of the worst quality, and users were warning others not to buy from this vendor. The guy didn't understand what kind of scoundrel had arranged this, because he hadn't sold anything yet. He didn't understand what was going on here. Ern remembered hearing about something like this before there were forces that acted only to mislead public opinion. The guy didn't know where the term came from, but he realized that these guys were definitely part-time employees to slander the rest of us for profit. After going through all the ads, the guy decided to just check just in case, and everything turned out exactly as he had envisioned. The healthcare center and Heavenly River Clinic and the other 5 Tier 1 partner stores were the main elixir makers who were the embodiment of the Murim world, and they had united against Ern. The guy assumed he'd crossed the line because up until now he'd only dealt with wages and deposits, so he wasn't touched. But the big players wouldn't act because of one annoying dwarf. Ern realized that if this little dwarf was selling heavenly-level goods, this kind of thing could not be ignored by the big players because they needed to crush the possible competitor beforehand. What was happening was new to the guy. He had never been so pissed off before Ern realized that the big players were acting like true gentlemen in the figurative sense. Ern realized that since they had settled in at the top of the system, they were slinging mud at others as a special favor. Angry, the guy decided to accept their challenge, saying that he would mix dirty water with slop and all sorts of filth and then pour it on them. He was sure that the big players had messed with the wrong one. Meanwhile, at the healthcare center, the leader didn't understand what was wrong with this lunatic who dared to welcome them. The leader of the Heavenly River Clinic asked to be told what to do because enough time had been wasted on useless chatter, stating that they had been bitten by a rabid dog. A man from Chongjin Taoist Temple warned his colleagues not to do such a thing, as it was obvious that they were using part-time workers. The leader of the North Star Healthcare Center indicated he agreed to this, but their agreement led to a very different event. The man pointed out that no one could have predicted this, but since they had already done it, they had to decide how to handle it. The interlocutor responded that it would be of no benefit to either of them if they broke up, stating that there would be a training camp soon, and they needed to take immediate countermeasures. A colleague asked what action should be taken against the guy, saying that he would try to handle it himself, and everyone else should play along. The man stated that he would show this insolent, low-level guy what the general state of affairs was. In the first system, all 5 major elixir sellers entered the same conversation. Afterward, one of the 5 members asked Ern that having summoned such busy people what he was going to do, asking if he could be held accountable for what he had done against them. The guy replied that why would they suddenly call him a buddy, asking how they would act if it turned out he was much older than them. The man stated that Ern dared not treat him so disparagingly, informing him that he was 67 years old, asking how old he was. Ern was uncomfortable listening to this salesman in return, asking that age was the only thing he could brag about. The men were surprised at such insolence, pointing out that this fellow was ignorant because, from a lower system who did not know elementary manners, it was terribly unpleasant to them. After listening to them all, the guy asked that they immediately decided to run him over with the crowd, informing him that he was offended, and so he would do the measurement deals alone. Suddenly, there was complete silence in their chat room. Everyone present was surprised at this. Ern assumed it was one of the MC's controls. The unknown man thanked Ern for joining them, despite his busyness. He introduced himself as Channel Master MK Mayam. This meeting was set up for the 5 to explain the suspicions about Ern. Miam said that they are not here to argue, so asked them to refrain from sarcasm or profanity, and if the silence mode is used again, they will not be allowed to speak. After the silence was lifted, one of the traders said he wanted to speak out, saying that Ern had claimed that they had mobilized part-time workers. The man said that he had heard such statements many times and was tired of it, asking if Ern's product would have been of high quality. Ern heard their speculations and realized they didn't want to deal with what happened fairly. The man said that everything here is different from the zero-trade system, stating that in the first system, quality is trust. Shouting, the man pointed out to the guy that instead of wasting their time with pointless complaints, he'd better improve the quality of his goods because that's the attitude of a real merchant. The guy attached a document in chat, asking everyone to check it, stating that there is no record of him selling a sky-level elixir. Ern added that people who didn't buy anything complained that the merchandise was of poor quality, asking that if it wasn't part-time employees, then who was? The man replied that he didn't know how to explain it all to him, suggesting that it might be a document that Ern had altered. Miami indicated that a query of the transaction history confirmed that the document contained valid information. The salesman suggested that in that case it was possible that there really were part-time workers there. He couldn't argue it any better. The guy was asked if he had proof that it was these 5 major players who bribed part-time workers, and replied that the MC would confirm that too. Mayam replied that mere suspicion alone cannot reveal information of other exchanges. Ern asked why so, since he was just asking for confirmation of their affiliation with organizations. Mayam stated that this is not possible because buyers' personal information is very valuable to the exchange. The guy asked how they were going to grab part-time workers in that case, assuming that Mayam would just watch and do nothing. Mayam didn't know what to say to this guy, stating that he was just in charge of this channel. Adding that justice is not his job, all 5 major players rejoiced at hearing such words. The guy was aware of the dark collusion between the master and the partner store, but he had a little hope because Mayam seemed legally neutral to him. Afterwards, Ern realized that these all big players in Miami were in the same boat against him. Affiliate stores offered bonuses and MCs provided them with comfortable deals. Ern realized that despite what he knew about the close relationship between those who adhered to this scheme, it was essentially no different from the transactions of the measurements, realizing that one should not expect justice from them. Mayam asked. Everyone they had anything to say, the sellers responded negatively to the MC, stating that, in that case, that was the end of their meeting. Suddenly, Ern asked them to wait, asking that there should be some solid evidence, and not mere suspicion. Mayam answered positively. Ern asked what, if any, such evidence he had. One of the salesmen suggested that this guy was just bluffing, asking him not to make up a problem out of nothing, and better try to find his way. Ern attached a new file and asked after what he had seen if they could lecture him on this as well. When the sellers saw this file, they were surprised because they thought such proof was impossible to obtain. It was an exchange report with 4 people, including Narcissus. Ern said he kept records of exchanges that had left bad reviews on his product that belonged to these 5 major merchants. After reading this document, one of the sellers stated that it was a falsification, asking why he got such nonsense. The guy asked what the MC thought about this document, suggesting that he too thought it was a forgery. Mayam marveled at this, not understanding how this guy managed to get a report like this, assuming he was a VIP. Ern asked why it was the MC who so suddenly activated the silence mode in their chat, suspicious of him. Mayam realized that there was nothing of the sort because saving the screen content provided by the exchange could not be edited. The sellers were surprised to learn from Mayam that the attached file by the guy was real. He didn't understand what in that case they should do. Ern stating that since the MC said so, the level of suspicion was raised. Mayam replied that the elixir companies used part-time workers. The man asked if the MC can do their job properly, because up until today how much they were buttering up. Unexpectedly, Mayam forbade the leader of the Great Mountain Healthcare Center from saying anything in chat. The man did not understand what the MC was doing also. He forbade the leader of the North Star Healthcare Center to speak. After Mayam banned the rest of the big merchants from saying anything in this chat, the leader of the Taoist temple, Chojin, was surprised that he was also banned from speaking because he had been silent all this time. The guy asked the MC if he got too hot doing such acts. Mayam didn't say anything back. Ern asked Mayam that part-time workers for scoring reviews were indeed banned by this exchange. MK gave a positive answer. Ern asked what sanctions would follow for them. Mayam said that the first time a violation is detected, trading is suspended for 30 days, and the same with exchanges that have made similar orders, stating that the 5 companies will only be penalized for 30 days. Ern interrupted the MC, assuming they could all agree since he wasn't particularly interested in doing justice either. Mayam was surprised at the guy's words. Ern asked that for someone who deals in exchange, the most important thing is not the coins. The guy suggested that the big players just pull out of the trade or pay him compensation and get on with their business. 30 days was too pancake term for them, realizing that they would lose a huge amount of coin. They didn't want to do a good favor for a guy like that. The guy asked the MC to remove the total silence mode from those people. Mayam removed the mode, and now the merchants could talk. The man pointed out that the guy was revealing his true nature by asking what he was all about. One of the leaders stated that compensation was not favorable to them. He tried to refuse the guy's offer. Ern responded that if they are twisting things so much, then let them accept the suspension. Man pointed out that they will be able to trade even if they lose the ability to deal with the measurements. The man reported that their center is overflowing with members of the Murim world who buy their elixirs, stating that they are only blocked for a month, not a year. Ern pointed out that then let them do just that by asking what the others thought, assuming they were unanimous with him. The man realized that they were called the 5 major elixir producers for a reason. He was sure he could not undermine their solidarity. One of the major players was at odds with the healthcare center company, causing the leader to sink in shock at this turn of events. The man pointed out that this does not mean that he will unconditionally pay him, because first he has to find out the exact amount of compensation by asking how much Earn wants to receive. It was impossible by the eye of providence to determine the damage they would suffer during the suspension of trade. If Earn says it's too high, they'll just say they're ready to suspend operations, and if it's too low, they'll catch him by the tail. The big players in this case may take this one like they can't help it screaming in pain. In fact, their mouths will stretch into a smile, and they will inwardly cheer. Earn didn't want to let that happen, and so he decided to think for a while before naming the amount to the big merchants. The guy told the merchants that he had saved up something, and the problem wasn't that he couldn't sell the elixirs at all. Earn said that his reputation had been damaged because they had branded him as a seller of low-quality goods, and just the thought of it made him furious. The guy reported that he couldn't get rid of the oppressive feeling of anger if they didn't end up getting punished. Sellers asked the guy what he was ultimately going to do. Earn knew that each major company's monthly income would be different for him. It would be foolish for him to offer a settlement in such a situation. The guy said he would only agree to settle with 3 companies, and the other 2 would be penalized. One company had already refused to settle with Earn, so they had to eliminate one of the remaining 4 companies. Earn stated that he was starting an auction for the amount of the settlement and the remaining companies, indicating that the lowest bidder would receive a card to suspend trading for 30 days. The merchants were outraged and asked the MC if this was acceptable. Mayam realized that with the authority of the clan master, he could press the stop button and end the dispute, but if he intervened, he would be in a more difficult situation. Miam replied that there was no problem. Because the method of agreement is left to the discretion of the applicant, he decided to be a mere observer in this dispute. Earn asked, hearing what the MC said, suggesting that in that case, they could start their auction since they are all busy people. The guy asked who would make the first bet. Since a cartel is a group that has banded together only for profit, they can stick knives in each other's backs for profit. Seeing the initial bets, Earn was pleased, thinking that they would continue to raise them. The bets had already risen to 9,000 coins. It seemed to the guy that they were slowly approaching the estimated amount of damage that would be caused by the suspension of trading. The upward trend was powerful. One of the bidders called Monk Malco an unscrupulous man. The other suggested that they all end the auction by raising the bid to 10,000. The leader pointed out that they wanted only him to suspend the activity, but it was not acceptable to him. The other pointed out that he was a hermit monk, not understanding why he was so greedy. The selfless life of not having any property was the life of a monk. The man pointed out that since property sucks for them, let them give it to him, because there is no merchant who doesn't know what greed is. A man pointed out that a healer should first and foremost think about saving lives, and a colleague replied that this is coming from a merchant who fills his stomach at the expense of the faithful. Earn was curious to watch them, because even if there was only a small crack in the cartel, it could be called a success. But what he saw was the cartel shattering into small pieces. One of the merchants said he was making a bid of 10,000, asking if everyone else was happy. The second asked that by making such a bet, he wanted all other companies to pass away and cease to exist. The third asked why the old man decided to raise the bet to net 1,010 coins. He replied that he didn't want to be last. The trader pointed out that this is all madness. He decided to refuse to raise the rate longer, because if this continues to go on, the skin is not worth it. He decided to simply suspend trading for 1 month. Mayam pointed out that in such a case, the decision was made, and the exchanges that refused to participate further in the auction suspend their activities for a month. Suddenly, the Great Mountain Healthcare Center made a bid of 12,000 coins. The traders did not understand why he suddenly decided to make a bet, because it was ready to suspend trading. Leader responded, came to the conclusion that it would be the right decision. The man stated that he could not think of his monthly income so lightly, bearing in mind that the position of their retail outlet would fall heavily during the downtime. Considering the time and cost of recovery, he decided to go for a settlement. One of the merchants realized that in that case, he would be the one who would have to suspend trading, asking Earn that the healthcare center Great Mountain could also participate in the auction. Earn replied that it wouldn't make any difference if they wanted to trade, then let them bid higher. The man realized that when the amount exceeded 9,000, he was already at a loss, but 6 was definitely too much for him. Watching what was happening, Earn assumed that a decision had been made and their auction was nearing completion. Miam said that in such a case, the Body Care Center, Great Fortune, and Heavenly River Clinic will be suspended from trading for 30 days. The two exchanges will be banned from all channels over the next month and should have paid special attention to future trades, as penalties will become more severe as disciplinary actions accumulate. Earn said that those who were supposed to go out were out, and those who should be paid should pay him. After the guy received 10,000 coins from the Cheongjin Taoist Temple, 10,010 coins from the North Star Healthcare Center, and 12,000 coins from the Great Mountain Healthcare Center. The merchant told the guy that he had made a big mistake by contacting them. He would remember Anna's name for a long time. The guy decided to give them one piece of advice that he realized from the situation. The guy said that if they have time for silly antics, it would be better spent on improving the quality of the goods, asking who said so, because that's the attitude of a real merchant. After that, all the big merchants left the place furious that the guy managed to rip them off. Noticing how they all left lightning fast, Earn realized that they weren't the least bit ashamed of their act, assuming they had tasted the bitter taste of defeat. Earn realized that he, too, should already walk from this chat room and get on with his business. Unexpectedly, Mayam asked the guy to stay with him for a while and talk a bit about what had happened. Earn didn't understand why the MC suddenly suggested he talk to him. He found it very suspicious. The boy assumed that Mayam had managed to find out that providing coins legally was a privilege, but Earn thought it was simply impossible to find out. Earn checked the data aspect before rolling a complaint against the Big Five, just as he couldn't verify the MC's information with his top-class epiphany. Miam pointed out that the guy is a rich zero-system man, asking if he has a lot of coins and why he would mess around with the elixir industry. MK couldn't see Earn's data, which had been altered to information asymmetry. Earn realized that in that case, the topic of conversation had to be related to the disclosure of the exchange report. He had no choice but to avoid mentioning the Epiphany Ocean and look around carefully. The guy indicated that he was willing to listen to MK Miam, asked if Earn knew that he was being condescending to him. The guy replied that he was comfortable with it. In that case, the elf decided to ask him a direct question. Miam asked the lad that he was Mr. Auditor, adding that it was useless for him to pretend as if he knew nothing, for he was very shrewd. The elf added that although he had made a decision to take care of the convenience of the exchanges entering the local trading points, he was very conscious and moderate in his actions, asking if one manager would eat a lot. After Miam asked the guy, thinking he was an auditor, whether he would report the incident to his superiors, Earn didn't understand what it all meant. Rolling over the words, auditor, manager, supervisor report in his head, Earn realized something, assuming that he smelled the scent of profit. The guy reported that Miami got caught because, in any case, the channel masters have good taste. It was a stunning chance that Earn decided to take. Earn realized that a crisis was an opportunity, and there was no more appropriate expression for the situation. The guy managed to win a confrontation with the top 5 producers of the first system, and the MC mistook him for an auditor. Earn was actually a little hesitant about whether he should file a complaint, because the maximum level privileges he was granted were like luck. The guy was always worried that the VIP privileges could be taken away from him at any moment. If he sent a useless complaint, he could start doubting the MC's doubts about his privileges. He was haunted by anxious thoughts. Earn realized that it was foolish to refuse honey for fear of being stung by a bee. He lay in bed and thought about what had happened. He had closed all his debts a little more, and he would have 30,000 coins. The guy managed to earn the Stilgard family's annual profit overnight, comparing it to a spoonful of honey. Once the easy money came to him, the guy decided to put something. He got a lot of messages from other users of the system. As soon as he posted an advertisement about the desire to purchase methods of increasing the inner nurturing techniques, he was flooded with messages. Afterwards, the guy realized that things weren't going his way without understanding where the nonsense came from. Earn assumed he should have changed his profile to the first system first, and then posted the request. He didn't know if those people would see him as a simpleton when it says he's from System 0. The guy said it wouldn't go on like this and decided to find what he needed. Earn punched in a search for the technique of internal cultivation first class without restriction in the search, specifying a price of less than 10,000 coins. Even though he had easy money, it didn't mean Earn should spend it left and right. Even if Earn absorbs QE energy at a certain point, the amount of energy absorbed is still not the same as before, and no matter what he does, his combat skills do not increase. Earn had reached the saturation phase. His inner strength had reached the maximum that the 8-star heavenly cultivation technique could hold. It was possible to increase the level of achievements and nurture internal QI energy, but the first-class wall wasn't malleable enough to be climbed and explored immediately. The only way was to think leisurely practice and move forward slowly but steadily, so it was before the dimension deals. Something that could save people a lot of time, and that was the beauty of the measurement deals, provided there was enough money. Earn decided to check the selected techniques with a professional by sending the file to Seok-hyun, who replied that the techniques he had selected were very good, and the achievement was also high. Seok-hyun advised to remove magic techniques from the list. Earn asked that they should be removed because of the extraction, and the interlocutor said that the more evil the energy, the more loss in the purification process. The man added that this was also an important reason, but the big problem was that if Earn absorbed magic power, his abilities were reduced. The guy asked that the deeper one delves into magic, the harder it is to master martial arts. Seok-hyun said that's exactly what happens. The principle was the same as the difficulty in purifying water that had become cloudy from the ink. Seok-hyun said that times have changed, and since trade between dimensions became active in the past, choices and opportunities were limited. But now there is an era when everyone can learn and master martial arts. The perception from this changed greatly, asking that Earn needs to learn magical techniques with obvious weaknesses. Seok-hyun explained that the amount of mana is also decreasing, so there is more of a limitation in improving achievements. Earn responded that he understood his advice. The man pointed out that if he wanted to reach a high level, then he should empower himself with pure martial arts. The guy, after listening to all the advice, realized that in this case, he had no need to buy magic techniques. He decided to change the search list. Earn suggested that it would be fun to hit someone with lightning instead of aura, but if a simple knight started throwing lightning, he would attract the attention of the entire continent, even if it was a magical swordsman. The fact that 8-star martial arts were displayed on the same page as 7-star martial arts meant that his limit was extremely low. The guy realized that he had to choose one of the two Northern Lights technique, the secret art of the forgotten Chongjin clan, or the method of increasing extreme intelligence. Earn decided to keep his choice on the spiritual technique of the Yang method of increasing extreme intelligence. Seok-hyun asked why Earn made that choice. The guy asked what he was talking about. Seok-hyun said it was nothing, but if he were in his shoes, he would have made the opposite choice. Seok-hyun explained that the Northern Lights technique was the essence of the purest martial art. The guy asked that it was bigger than his existing heavenly cultivation technique. Interlocutor gave a positive answer, indicating that in terms of numbers, it was much higher. The man added that the heavenly cultivation technique was known for its quick gains and gentleness, but if he looked closely, he would realize that it was only a common technique of the Heavenly Sword Castle sect. Earn replied that there was some truth in what he said, and then he began to doubt his choice a little. After a little thought, Earn decided to choose the spiritual Yang. The description said that secret records would be sent as an additional service. Seok-hyun pointed out that if he chose her because of the secret records, he could give them to Ernu. They were in the library, so he could take responsibility and copy them after sending them to Ernu. The guy was surprised that Seok-hyun could get him the secret records of the Northern Lights technique. Earn realized that under this condition, the Northern Lights technique was much more advantageous than the second technique. Spiritual Yang technique. Method of enhancing extreme intelligence. Having chosen this path, he would even be able to look towards the highest point of darkness of Earth energy if the price was the same. Earn decided to choose the option that would benefit him more. The guy didn't understand why that nasty man was acting so strangely, knowing that he would never try so hard for him. Earn asked Seok-hyun if he knew what his character was like, saying that if he had made up his mind, he would follow through with it, and the man said he knew it better than anyone. The guy pointed out that if he didn't want Seok-hyun's profit share to be cut in half, then let him quickly answer his question while he was in a good mood by asking why he was so desperate to recommend the Northern Lights technique to him. Suddenly, Seok-hyun knelt down and begged the guy for forgiveness and mercy for him. Earn didn't understand what had happened. Earn asked why he started acting like this, asking if someone had told him that he was sending Seok-hyun to another world. The guy assured me he wasn't going to do it to him since they signed him to a contract. Seok-hyun said he was speaking figuratively, using the analogy that surviving is not living. The man told the boy that if he helped him just once, Seok-hyun would be devoted to him with all his heart for the rest of his existence. Seok-hyun asked Earn to give him back the heavenly cultivation technique. The guy was surprised at such a request. Moram was a warped world that is crazy about martial arts and dumpling seller Choi and beggar Kim and boys with ruddy cheeks. Each of them had at least one or two low-level talents. Such was the life of a first-rate warrior, maybe. Seok-hyun didn't understand how he could be in such a world when he was suddenly a newcomer. Without any words, it was obvious that Seo-hyun was a defenseless victim among strong predators. Seo-hyun said that he had no excuses if he made one wrong move. His wife would beat him to death. The guy understood Seok's situation. Earn asked that if he retrieved this technique, his status would drop, not understanding why he should suffer such a loss. The man replied that it was because of this that he recommended the Northern Lights technique, which was similar to the Heavenly Cultivation technique and had the same direction. Seok-hyun pointed out that despite any losses, he guaranteed him that Earn would be able to cover them quickly. The boy pondered his words. The man added that when he provided him with the secret records, Earn would be able to reach an even higher level. The guy realized his words were true, but if it was appetizing for a quick bite, he didn't have to obediently follow the man. After a moment's thought, Earn decided to risk telling Seok-hyun that he didn't know what was going on inside him. The guy hadn't known him longer than he thought, asking that he too was feeling some inner discomfort right now. Earn meant that it was hard to pretend to be vulnerable to someone from a lower system. Seok-hyun was shocked to hear the words. The guy asked what the man was waiting for the moment he let his guard down to get back at him for everything. Seok-hyun tells the guy that it's not like that, adding that he's wrong because he knows exactly what will happen if he misbehaves. Earn indicated that he had asked this just in case, but now he assumed that his guess was correct. The interlocutor replied that there had been a misunderstanding, for he had been sincere and honest with him. The guy replied that it was an expected reaction, choosing to pretend he hadn't heard. Seok-hyun was grateful for it. Earn wondered what was the right thing for him to do in such a case. He suggested he do something differently. Seok-hyun was also engaged in the exchange, then should not appeal to his emotions, but only observe the basics. The man did not understand what Earn was getting at. Earn pointed out that if a heavenly cultivation technique had 8 stars, then it was worth around 6 coins. Then he should start the conversation by setting a minimum price. If Seok-hyun wanted to regain the technique of cultivating internal energy, he should come to Earn with a worthwhile proposal and give him a day to think about it. Earn said that the interlocutor must have expected such a thing. When he said he would be truly devoted to him, Seok-hyun was shocked by such a request from the guy. Meanwhile, at the Albrecht family residence, the second captain brought the head of the family a note left by Kunz Albrecht. The head of the family asked why his son had run away from home. Derek replied that it was too presumptuous. He wasn't sure the young lord had done the right thing in leaving his home. Marquis Dorian Albrecht indicated that this letter was accurately written by the hand of his son. He was confused by such news. Derek replied that just because this letter is handwritten by Kunz Albrecht does not mean that Marquis Dorian can believe everything that is written in it. Marquis asked how much his son was threatened for writing this letter. Dorian pointed out that his eldest son was too greedy to pick up and drop everything, considering he had talent. Derek replied that if the boy had really run away, he must have left some trace behind him, but there were no eyewitnesses who had seen him, and no one or servants had noticed him preparing for the train that day. Marquis Dorian Albrecht asked the second captain what he believed his son had been aided or abducted by someone. Derek replied that perhaps it was a desire for revenge against the Marquis or his son. The Marquis asked Derek what he meant. The second captain wondered how to properly convey the thought to his master. Derek reported that 4 days ago at the arcade, Marquis Dorian Albrecht had interrupted him by asking if he even had a brain or if his head was just for decoration. Marcus understood why their knights were judged to be a meaningless band of spendthrifts by asking if they had any dignity, by asking if they wanted to hurt anyone, then why bother going to the Steel Guards in the first place? The second captain asked the Lord for forgiveness. Dorian asked him angrily why he was even paying money to the Night Squad. Dorian pointed out that if they are evaluating someone, it is not necessary to clash with them, because if they continue to behave like this, they will ruin everything by saying that their Night Squad is about to be at the bottom. The Marquis asked that the youngest of the Stilgard family was a surprise. Derek confirmed his words, saying that he was completely different from what was said about him in the report received. The second captain suggested that Earn might be the true successor to Rebahan. Marquis asked what he said about a heart of steel protecting Navarro at the time. If they didn't keep supplying, there was cardiac arrest. Dorian realized that through actions this heart of steel was still beating. Derek was in agreement with the Lord's words. Marquis realized that in any case, it was very strange that Steelguard appeared in Arcadia. He thought about it. A little afterward, he pointed out to the second captain that he had overreacted a little when he said it might have been revenge, since Stilgard had no reason to harm his son. The second captain replied that if that was the case, the situation that had occurred was too sudden. Derek pointed out that the cold stare Ern cast then was frightening, though their knights may have insulted Stilgard, but as soon as he left, young Mr. Kuntz was gone. The second captain was sure that there was definitely some connection here. He thought there was good reason to investigate this theory. Marquis Dorian realized that Derek is not resting and gave him permission to investigate, because he had to do anything to find his son. Dorian ordered the second captain not to take any rash action on this because the enemy was Stilgard. Derek said he was putting his life on the line to get to the truth. In the rush of the night, Seok-hyun realized that he was doing something really crazy, but in any case, it had been a long time since the situation had become irreversible, realizing that he was going to die sooner or later. As he continued to run, he started to get out of breath, but he knew he was doing the right thing, so he kept running. Ern laughed at what was happening, although he realized that he couldn't do that in this situation. He couldn't help himself when he looked at this picture. The Heavenly Sword of the Lost Soul. In the Fifth World, Miram was one of the top 3 sword techniques, the martial art of ascension, containing the secret of reaching the highest peak. If one were to succeed in this technique, one would not be inferior to the great sword masters. The guy realized that the official #1 technique that had brought the Heavenly Sword Castle to its current position was in his hands, now a sword-wielding martial art that even in the Fifth World of Miram, even infants know about. Seok-hyun stated that he really put his life on the line by choosing this technique. Ern replied that it wasn't bad. He estimated it at 5,000 coins. They were chatting with Seok-hyun. The man replied that this technique is worth a lot more because it's an item he can't find anywhere else. The guy realized that he was right in the first place. Such a thing is not for sale. If you get a chance to acquire such a thing, then whatever the price is, it is worth it. Ern reported that in any case, he had done a good job of proving to him that he was speaking sincerely about being loyal to him. The celestial cultivation technique had already been retrieved, and Ern would deliver it to Seok-hyun as soon as he received the Northern Lights technique. The man replied that he would be done by tomorrow night. Ern replied that it was very good, asking then to contact him. Then he logged out of their chat. The guy assumed that Seok-hyun was in a hurry since he was doing so many reckless things, and this was completely different from the situation of rewriting the chaos cultivation technique. After Ern finished his preparations for the next case and was ready to get down to basics, he would buy the Northern Lights technique and wanted to absorb it. The guy managed to earn the achievement as a bonus reward was 50,000 coins after the settlement money auction felt more and more relaxed. The 7-star. Northern Lights technique was 1 level higher than the 8-star Heavenly Cultivation technique. If he overestimated himself again, he might fall ill for a long time. Ern possessed the method of cultivating inner strength, so the QI energy of the lower abdomen became the 5th wheel in the body. For a while, he should only rely on the mana of the heart, realizing that he needed to spend a few days peacefully. Suddenly, Michael Ern approached the guy and asked him what happened, because he was in the carriage and did not see anything. The knight informed the young lord that they would soon be in place in Theros. Ern replied that he and Havis would go straight to the academy, and he and the knights would go to the inn and get some rest. Michael agreed with him. Left alone, the guy decided to finish as soon as possible with absorbing the new equipment he had bought. The carriage arrived at the Royal Knight Academy. Ern realized he hadn't been here for a full 15 years. Havis stated that it was a very grand appearance for an academy he expected from the academy, from whose walls Rebahan Steelguard emerged. Ern asked the assistant that this was the first time he had been here, and Davis answered positively, saying that he had wanted to come here once before, but that he had to go somewhere else. Havis said that thanks to Ern, he had made it here, which he was very happy about. Ern asked how he was doing, because if he compared it to the Imperial Academy, he looked at him suspiciously. Havis thought that the Imperial Academy was not as imposing as this one, because in the first place, it differed greatly in scale. The aide excused himself by saying that it was just a casual comparison, and he sincerely thought the Royal Academy was majestic. Havis added that it was because of this place that the not great Navarro Empire was considered a knightly power. Symbolically, this nuance meant much more than the Academy as a whole. Ern replied that Havis was far from being a spy, for he spoke so well that the man was surprised at such words of Mr. Havis, who was curious to know where the admissions office was. Entering one of the offices, Havis asked the man that the admissions office was here. The man responded positively by asking for their letters of recommendation. Noticing the seal, the man from the admissions office was very surprised to ask what they and the Stilgard residents were saying, that it was a great honor for them. The man reported that he had taken applications from their two older brothers, indicating that he recognized them at first sight, and the boys knew he was lying to them because he had never looked at them. A member of the admissions committee asked how Earl was doing now and if Ern had any accomplishments during that time. Ern's father was one of the masters representing Navarro, however. Despite his remarkable achievement of heroic rank, he was always compared to his grandfather, who had reached the mythical rank and was judged as not living up to expectations. Ern constantly wondered the same thing, wondering if he should at least rise to the legendary rank, without realizing what about Ern himself and his brothers then. The guy realized that let alone the heroic rank, he and his brothers couldn't even reach the awakened rank. The man apologized for the unacceptable tactlessness of informing him that Ern would be enrolled on the basis of a letter of recommendation. The commissioner said that if they go to the next building, there will be a small training area there. Havis asked about the training area. Havis was sure that the entrance exam had ended a month ago, indicating that the Stilgardum family was eligible for special selection. The man replied that it was just an entrance test. Their academy did not grant special privileges. Despite being from a powerful family, Ern asked that special selection was not a privilege. The entrance committee would consider this as a simplification of the process because the members of the Stilgard family couldn't fail the entrance exam, but the group assignment was no exception. Havis asked what kind of test there would be. He was eager to learn more about it. Instructor Circle reported that the first test would be to leave a palm print on the back of the stone wall. Circle explained that Ern shouldn't strike, but only feel like pushing through the stone, asking him not to think about showing off his strength because the instructor wanted to see overall mana control. The instructor stated that if a guy doesn't want to get the lowest score, he should try harder. The guy asked the instructor what wall he needed to push up to get the highest score. Circle was surprised by this question, because usually children of famous families only wrinkle their faces when they hear that they are addressed in the first name, and Ern's brothers were just like everyone else. The instructor realized they had an interesting specimen at their academy and replied to the guy that he couldn't clearly delineate the boundary, asking him to just show as much as he could at most. Ern remembered that in his previous life, he didn't know what the test meant, but now things were different. Depth was the outlet of his mana. Brightness was the control of his mana. He reached out to touch the wall. The guy noticed that all the prints here didn't look good, but he noticed only one good one and was curious to know who left it. Ern assumed that among the entrants was the one he had heard rumors about. Instructor Circle asked the guy why he was looking at the wall, asking him to proceed. Ern responded positively. Havis looked at the young gentleman and assumed that he was worried, but with his abilities, it would be easy to accomplish this task. Ern touched the wall as the ordeal demanded. The men looked at the boy, who exhaled heavily. Then the guy used all his mana power to leave his handprint on this wall. The instructor was surprised, being not sure if this guy was definitely from the Stilgard family. Ern left an even neither blurred nor deep nor superficial handprint. Circle stated to Ern that he received 5 points for this test. The guy asked, "What is the highest score?" The instructor replied that he got 5 points out of the maximum 10. Havis was surprised at this and didn't know what to say to such a thing to his young master. He stared at his imprint in silence. After they started fencing, the instructor noticed that Ern had a strange fencing technique, because without talent, he tried to look like an ace in the eyes of others. Circle realized that the future of the Stilgards was not as cloudless as it seemed at first glance, after he informed the boy that that was enough. Turning to 73rd Cadet Ern Stilgard, the instructor wanted to tell him the result. The guy looked at him. The instructor said that this guy's mana control was ordinary. Sword skills were also ordinary, indicating that it was middle class. Havis asked Ern what middle class means, because it means that the plan he was talking about yesterday is off the table. Ern had previously said he would be graduating early from the academy in 2 years. Ern replied that Havis had reported to the Empire that he had approximately rank 7 and needed to match that information first. Havis pointed out to the young gentleman that he was brilliant. If he had been in his place, he would have long since snapped in indignation, asking until when he was going to hide his abilities. Ern replied that he would hide them until he was sure he could handle the Empire. Havis was surprised at such words. Havis made sure that these breakdowns of the guy weren't like idle chatter, realizing that Ern's potential was no less than Rebahan's. Harvest Duracle suggested that it was possible that the Stilgards could once again bind the Empire together. Ern asked why his assistant had such a distrustful expression on his face. Havis replied that it was nothing of the sort, adding that at that age it was characteristic of the heart to beat frantically in anticipation of new accomplishments. The guy said he'd have to work for the next 2 years without any respite. Ern asked Harvest Duracle to report constantly on the state of the Empire and the position of the Steel Guards, asking him to disguise himself as Yulaf to hold strongholds around the Steel Guard holdings. If he does well, he will be free from his forced life of loneliness in 2 years' time. Havas replied that he can be relied upon. Ern replied that in that case, he would look forward to it. He was pleased with his subordinate's attitude. After the guy gave him the money saying that he could have a good rest with the members of the night squad and carefully return back, Havas asked that Ern would not go with them because the admission ceremony would be the day after tomorrow. Ern replied that he couldn't waste time on mere amusements without end, adding that he needed to cut the semester in half. Havas replied that everyone would be very upset by this outcome. Ern pointed out that they weren't breaking up for good anyway, asking them to just ignore him and enjoy a well-deserved vacation. Harvest Duracle thanked the young gentleman for the award, wishing him much success, so that he would always be in good health. Saying goodbye to his assistant, Ern realized that he had made all the preparations he was capable of right now, and now he had to prepare for the collapse of the family that would begin in 2 years. Ern was once again walking the path of a cadet within the walls of the Theros Knight Academy, determined to do his best. The boy stood and looked at the Academy's emblem, realizing that this time everything would be different than in his previous life. The semester started the day after the admission ceremony. At the same time, the Academy's curriculum called the Hell Race began. Dmitri Tolobryman's son, a Viscount. Tolobryman asked Ern if he had heard that the first class was a negotiated duel against each other. The guy said it was a so-called internal ranking battle. Ern replied that he knew about it. Ern was really pissed off about this in his past life because being in the lower class, he was on the lower level. Dmitri asked, "What about the internal ranking is not an indicator of uniqueness of the Theros Academy. All cadets had the right to apply for a duel with any other student. And if you win 2 victories, you can change the place in the ranking." Ern realized that he didn't remember Dmitri Tolobryman from his past life and was curious to know a little more about the annoying guy. A young guy and Stilgardov didn't want to get close to him, but for 2 days, he kept up with him. Ern realized he'd screwed up his choice of roommate, deciding that the instructor's appearance would silence Dmitri. Suddenly, Instructor Circle entered the classroom and asked why it was so noisy. He asked everyone to quickly take their seats. The students of the academy were surprised at this sudden appearance of the instructor and decided to follow his instruction. Circle said that he would henceforth be in charge of their class, adding that they would learn about him during their training. The instructor suggested that we start with a duel, explaining that the format is a full tournament in which the entire class participates and the opponents will be determined by drawing lots. Circle asked students not to think that the purpose of the bout is to scout the environment. If they are eliminated in the first round, they are guaranteed to drop lower in the rankings. The instructor asked if everyone understood. All the audience stated that they understood. Circle directed everyone to gather in the training area. Later, the guys started bouts for the fight in the academy rankings. One of the guys managed to defeat his opponent. The instructor reported that Holland won this fight, stating that the next ones would be numbers 33 and 34. Franz's overall score was above average, but in terms of swordsmanship, he was so good that he could safely stand in line with the higher levels and Ern would fight against him. The instructor assumed that Ern was at an intermediate level, no more and no less, realizing that Franz's abilities would be quite sufficient to move up to a higher class. Circle knew that the hero's family was on the lower middle class level, assuming that they were about to witness an extremely pathetic spectacle. The guys were facing each other, preparing to engage in battle. The instructor calmly watched them. The instructor was sure that his judgment could not be faulted. He had watched these guys fight. Franz struck the first blow at his opponent. Ern managed to block his opponent's blow with his sword in time. The instructor noticed that Ern was good at blocking strong enemy attacks, but had trouble finding gaps in the defense to counterattack. Ern realized that it was a fiasco. He could not imagine that in the middle class would be such a frame. He was not just weak, but nothing at all. Ern pretended that he was difficult. Even pretending that they were on the same level with him, the matter was not easy for Ern. He had to accidentally defeat him in a way that didn't look awkward. Franz called his opponent a stubborn man swinging. He offered to repel this strongest blow. Ern realized that this was his chance to win. Ern dodged his attack. Franz didn't understand how his opponent managed to dodge his quick attack. Ern then managed to quickly make an attack on his opponent's leg, thereby knocking him down. The instructor was surprised at such a clean attack by the guy, realizing that it was pretty good, realizing that this guy was aiming for something more. Franz fell to the floor, clutching his leg where the powerful blow had struck. Ern was sure it was his weakest blow, for he had not invested a drop of mana in it. The instructor reported that this fight was won by Ern. Rising phrasen indicated that it was not over yet. Ern didn't care about his threats because the 6th grader had told the 1st grader that he would still see who was who. The lower class was too annoying, as the low-status students keep challenging Ern, decided to just stick in the middle. Ern was enough to win the 2nd round, and in that case, the 3rd round could be abandoned. He was curious who would be the next dueling pair. Next up was Baran Darius versus Dimitri Tolabriman Ernu, had an obvious outcome to this fight. With a deft move, Baran Darius threw a punch at his opponent, who awkwardly blocked his punch. After a few punches, the instructor said that Barandan won this fight, but the guy heard this and continued beating Dimitri Tolabriman. Suddenly, an instructor intervened to stop the bullying of the weak guy. The instructor angrily asked Barandan that he found his words amusing, not understanding why he continued beating his opponent. Barandan apologized to Circle for being agitated and not hearing his words. Circle pointed out that this was a training match and not a final fight, giving him a first and last warning. The guy took note of it. The instructor advised Dimitri to go to the hospital and get some rest. Barandan left the field of fight satisfied. Walking up to Ern, he asked him to relax and not worry about his friend so much, stating that it would be over for him in one blow. Leaving, Barandan assumed that Ern had pissed his pants at his words, and that's why he was silent. Ern looked at the beaten Dimitri. Ern suddenly remembered the past after seeing Dimitri fight and felt sorry for the guy. The guy looking at Dimitri saw himself from a past life, who was angry at his own incompetence. Ern decided to do something not for his roommate, calling his act a payment for making him remember a moment he wanted to forget. Today, Ern decided to give Barandan a good thrashing for his unjust deed. He looked at Barandan with a stern look. The 2nd round was announced by the instructors, in which Ern Stilgard fought against Barandan Darius. Ern managed to dodge his opponent's attacks. Ern managed to seize the moment to inflict his attacks on him, which were a surprise to his opponent. Barandan stated that it pisses him off Ern. He was striking his opponent, amused. Barandan asked that for him, dueling is child's play. Striking, Barandan wondered to what extent Ern's tricks would work on him. Suddenly, Ern struck back at him. Those around him were surprised at this outcome of events. Barandan clutched his stomach where Ern had hit him. Ern asked that he should have waited for his opponent to finish his sentence, pointing out that when he opened up, he unknowingly lunged. The instructor was shocked, assuming that his vision had been deceived, and didn't understand how the average Ern had defeated the top-ranked Barandan. Circle didn't know if it was a victory of resilience after a fierce fight, but from the outside, it looked like he was just having fun with him. The instructor reported that Ern Barandan had won this fight and asked him to wait, stating that he could still continue this fight. Barandan shouted orders to Ern to fight him properly without using his cheap tricks. The defeated man informed the instructor that he was applying for a duel. Ern was surprised at this persistence of Barandan. The instructor replied that no duel in the middle of the tournament was out of the question, and that it was impossible to challenge the same person to a duel 2 times in a row. Barandan could not apply until next week at the earliest. Barandan asked the guy that his name was Ern, and how dare he even lower him in the rankings, stating that in a week they would see who would have the last laugh. Ern was surprised at his words, assuming that everyone would just watch it as long as they liked. The boy claimed to be the son of Count Darius Baran Darius, telling Ern to memorize his name properly, for he was intent on revenge. The instructor laughed at this guy's loud bids Barand, asking why he was laughing, assuming Circle was mocking his family. Sirikal replied negatively, adding that in no way did he mean to do so, asking how he could raise the Count's family to laughter. The instructor explained that he just thought it was funny that Darius was trying to elevate himself at the expense of the Stilgard family. Barandan was surprised by his words. The people around him were surprised that Ern was from the Stilgard family who possessed a heart of steel, although this family was also an Earl family, but unlike the Darius family, it was on another level altogether. Baranda asked the guy that he was from the Stilgard family, not understanding why he didn't say so from the beginning. Ern answered the boy that he hadn't asked him about it at all. He was pleased that he had made Barandan experience the awkwardness of his actions. A little later, Ern noticed that his neighbor had gone somewhere else, assuming that losing in the first round was good motivation for Dimitri, although Ern thought he was just an annoying guy who talked too much. Ern realized that Dimitri was much better than he was in his previous life, for after he got the last place in the lowest class, he cried for 3 days. The guy realized that he too needed to move out slowly, asking Sari to eat that shield and sit in his room quietly, ordering her not to eat anything else, adding that he would be back soon to play with her. The first day of the academy, cadets' first day, began with a climb up a rocky mountain. This training was also called the Hell Race because of the fog-covered peak and steep slope. Quickly ascending, could not believe that the ascent was always so easy on this mountain. He did not sweat a bit. He felt that he was running on the plane, deciding to climb again later. Suddenly, noticed that the guy who had been the opponent in the first round had come out from behind a tree. Tried to remember Franz's name. Franz said he had waited for him here, specifically implying that he wanted to talk to him. Asked why he had waited for him here. Franz told the guy that he had to go somewhere with him for a short while, saying that it was about his friend Dmitri. Replied that he was just his roommate. Franz thought he and Dmitri were friends and was surprised at that answer. Franz reported that Dmitri had been hit by a rockfall and asked to rush to his aid. Replied that if there was an accident, they should call an instructor. The guy replied that one of the students had already gone after him, stating that Dmitri kept calling for help. Did not trust his words, looked at him suspiciously. Franz assumed that if went to him, it would give him strength. The guy realized that by setting Franz a trap, he should have dug deeper. All his words seemed very unconvincing to knew that if he ignored it, they would probably piss him off even more. Franz eyed the guy suspiciously. Looking at Franz, decided that the best solution would be to get rid of everything now, and replied that he was ready to follow him. Later, Franz brought was pleased that he had fallen for his trick, and they had managed to trick him into the wilderness. Barandan indicated that he had done a good job. Dmitri was lying under his leg and unable to move. Was not surprised at this outcome. Fratz said that now was dead because he had told him that they would see who was who. Was calmly looking at what was happening. Barandan asked how he felt when he saw his friend being beaten like a dog. Replied that he was indeed interested in something, stating that he would only ask him one question. The guy asked that something so serious happened yesterday that Barandan decided to stoop to such a thing. Barandan went into a rage when asked what he had just blurted out, stating that had caused him to drop in the rankings yesterday. Guy asked if knew what pissed him off the most about it, adding that he beat him with a primitive punch, and voluntarily withdrew from the next round. Barandan assumed that had decided to avenge his buddy and then wash his hands of him. Replied that Dmitri was not his friend. Angry and not believing his interlocutor, Barandan asked not to make him laugh, saying that yesterday he had fought him out of resentment. Answered them that of course if they gathered in a group of 5, including Barandan, they would feel more confident. Barandan asked how he knew about the 5 men. Asked that it would have been even more surprising if he hadn't known about it, saying that if they had decided to hide, they should have done it more carefully. Advised them to put some effort into it. If they touched it, they couldn't deal with the consequences. Barandan asked what he had decided to intimidate him with his family, stating that everyone had heard about his older brothers who were acquainted with his older brother Erna. Looking at Barandan asked what he thought he even had the right to be called Steel Guard. Remembered that his brother had also attended the academy, but didn't know what he was like now. Barandan said that brother had given him permission to do whatever they wanted with him, because if he was an errand boy or something like that, no one in their family would take care of pointed out that he had beaten him up yesterday, and asking if it would be better for him to lie down in bed. Barandan said that would lie down here now, and ordered the others to beat him up. The guys rushed at but with deft movements he managed to immobilize the opponents who were approaching him. After knocked them all down, the guys didn't expect such strength from their opponent, and therefore couldn't deal with it. Having dealt with his enemies, suggested that a possible place for Rabandan to lie down would be his coffin. Getting angry and striking at the guy indicated him to shut up. He was confident in his abilities. Calmly placed his hand, thereby blocking the blow of his opponent, who intended to avenge him for the past. Barandan was surprised that his opponent managed to block his blow with one hand with the maximum amount of mana. Grabbing Barandan by the fist, shifted him to the side. Then his opponent cried out in pain, realizing that he could no longer strike him. Stating that he could have withstood more mana in his strike, adding that he was a bit disappointed with his strength. Barandan continued to scream in pain. The fellow suffered a slap to his forehead. Rabandan reported using the mani, so the opponent didn't realize what intended to do to him. On receiving the flick, the lad fainted and fell to the ground. Was pleased with his action against the villain. Saw that Dmitri was watching the whole thing, and he stood up, not understanding how had managed to deal with such strong opponents alone. Looking at Dmitri, Ern said that he had seen nothing and ordered him to keep his mouth shut. After a good lesson on the Rocky Mountain, life in middle school became very easy. Dmitri continued to follow Ern everywhere. The only exception to this problem was the level of teaching in the middle class of the academy was completely inadequate to Ern's level. Ern reflected on the fact that he really should have gone to a higher class, realizing that there was little difference between a chicken and a hen. The guy couldn't wait to graduate from the academy as soon as possible, for that he must first recover QE energy. The system informed the guy that the absorption of the celestial radiance technique had been completed. Ern was glad that it was very timely. A little later, in the capital of Navarro, Theros, as in every great city in this great city, light and darkness coexisted, and what Ern desired was on the dark side. The guy realized that in order to get a guaranteed freedom of action in the academy, he just needed to get his hands on one person. For the sake of today, Ern had watched this man countless times. If he only glimpsed him from the back, he could immediately tell that it was him with the same height and gait. Ern realized that without any doubt in front of him was Instructor Circle, who was walking in an unknown direction. The guy, using a human mask and voice-altering pills, suggested that he too should slowly move out to continue following him. Instructor Circle didn't understand until when he should keep doing this, but he had no way to change anything. Turning around suddenly, the man felt the murderous energy that was near him. The instructor noticed an unknown man in the crowd who was following him, and it was from him that this energy was emitted after he quickly disappeared into the crowd. Circle didn't understand how he had disappeared so quickly in such a short period of time, realizing that this unknown man definitely had a look as if he recognized him. The man was wrapped up in foolish premonitions and decided to run away from this place as quickly as possible to avoid bringing trouble on himself. Suddenly, on a deserted street, the instructor encountered the same unknown man who pointed out that the academy instructor, who was supposed to be a role model, was addicted to alcohol and women. Circle was surprised to hear that love between a knight and a waitress was a bit much. He didn't understand how he knew about it. Ern disguised himself as an unknown man and pointed out to the instructor that if the truth came out, he would become the most talked about person in the capital. Circle asked who he was. Unknown asked to call it a fateful meeting in a good place. Circle did not understand such statements. The instructor did not sense any more energies in the vicinity and was curious to know to what extent this unknown person was aware of his personal life and what goals he was pursuing. Circle decided to catch the unknown man and find out everything from him. He tried to strike at him, but his opponent was able to dodge. The instructor realized that this man was not as simple as he seemed, realizing that a protracted fight could be dangerous for him. Applying mana into his strikes, the instructor decided to deal with this unknown. He thought he had managed to hit it as soon as possible. After the dust cleared, the instructor noticed that the man was standing still and was not affected in any way by his blow. He felt his aura. Ern, pretending to be a man, asked the instructor if he was happy with the massive hit, adding that second class is very close to the borderline of first class. The instructor realized that this user was at the level of enveloping his upper body, with aura realizing that he was of the purest first class. Circle asked the unknown man who he was in general, adding that he didn't look like an ordinary passerby, and what business he was following him for. The unidentified man asked the instructor that waitress's name was Sylvia Circle, was surprised that he knew such details. Circle assumed that this unknown male was from the Knight's check squad. The man replied that he wasn't going to embarrass the instructor. The man added that he had come to help keep his secret. The instructor asked what he meant. Suddenly, the men heard the voices of people who had heard them fighting and were about to check what had happened. Ern, in the guise of a man, suggested that the instructor start by going elsewhere without so much as an eye or ear, asking him to follow. Once alone, the man asked that Sylvia was the daughter of the instructor's former lover, Tirkul, replied that they did not have the relationship he thought they did. The unknown man replied that in life there are all sorts of difficulties, but to the instructor, life was especially cruel such sacrifices for the sake of the daughter of his first love with whom he is not even related. The instructor reported that Sylvia was now doing a job she didn't like at all, and when he was near her, she could feel a little relief for a few hours. The interlocutor suggested that Circle had spent a decent amount of money so far, asking if he was going to continue in the same vein, why he didn't immediately shell out a tidy sum to buy her freedom. The instructor replied that with his salary, it was impossible to realize this, saying that the slave traders demanded 10,000 gold pieces. The man asked White Circle didn't just ruin the business of these owners, pointing out that it was a trifling matter for someone with the power of a knight. The instructor asked his interlocutor what he knew of the Black, adding that it was a huge faction that controlled the entire dark side of Theros. Ern, with the guise of a man, replied that he knew about it, adding that the city guards were not in a hurry to deal with them. Circle pointed out that Sylvia worked in a drinking establishment run by this group. He did not know what to do in such a case. Hearing this, Ern was surprised because this situation was different from what he knew. Ern thought the instructor who had ruined his life by falling in love with the waitress, but now it looked like pure love that brought tears to his eyes. Originally, Ern was going to use this trump card as pressure on the instructor, but chose the wrong approach, realizing that it would be better to do him a favor and leave him in an unpaid debt to himself. The instructor was surprised that John Doe was willing to help him. He didn't know how to respond. Ern, being in the guise of a man, kindly offered Instructor Circle to make a deal with him. The instructor asked what he would then have to do in return for his help. The unidentified man asked the caller if he knew Ern. Stillguard Circle replied that he was the responding instructor. The man asked for Ern's cooperation. The instructor assumed that the unknown person was from the Steelguard residence, asking if it was a directive from Master Rabatin. Circulus pointed out that that man wouldn't have done that, adding that whoever sent him in his offer was no good. Ern was surprised to hear that a cadet's accomplishments were also evaluated by the other instructors, and that manipulation by Circle would not affect the overall grade. The unidentified man pointed out to the instructor that he had misunderstood him, stating that there was no need to manipulate the grades because he had asked for attention to his comfort during his stay at the academy. The instructor told John Doe that he was not the first to ask him to do so, pointing out that bribing instructors from powerful families had always been around. Circle stated that he picked the wrong person because there is no such thing as tampering in his vocabulary. The man explained that he didn't need to care about Ern's grades because he had asked to give the boy free rein. Adding that as payment for this, he was willing to rescue his daughter, Sylvia. The instructor was surprised at such an offer. The man pointed out that if Ern got free rein, then Sylvia would also become free. The instructor asked that he wanted to organize her escape. The instructor stated that the Black Mamba is a stubborn group with no idea how Sylvia might have a chance to get away from them. Ern, in the guise of a man, promised that nothing like this would happen. She would not have to leave Theros. Circle pointed out that, nevertheless, tampering with grades is unacceptable. He could not understand exactly what this unknown person was demanding of him. The man reiterated once again that there was no need for that, offering to prove his words to him. The instructor did not understand what his interlocutor was telling him, but suddenly the man informed him that the allotted time was almost up. Suddenly the man's voice changed. Ern decided to take off that mask of a man and show himself in front of the instructor in his own guise. Ern demonstrated his intentions. The instructor had not expected this outcome and was shocked by it. Circle asked that he used magic. He realized that this guy flawlessly controlled the aura. The guy reported that he was originally faster than the others. The instructor, in shock, stated that it was an astounding growth rate. If he was a freshman, he would barely have an aura similar to his level, calling him a genius that would go down in history. The guy asked the instructor how his strength was, asking if he could get Karsum. The instructor continued to be in shock at this situation. Ern didn't understand why in such a case, Circle should fudge the grades. The instructor made sure that there was really no need for it. The guy told the instructor that he had only one request for him, asking him to just skip lessons from time to time, adding that there would be a legitimate reason to do so. The instructor replied that if that was his condition, he could facilitate it on his part. Circle asked the guy why he was hiding his abilities. In addition, he asked how he managed to find out about his daughter Sylvia. The guy replied that if the instructor asked too many questions, he would get insomnia. Ern said that it was not the most important thing to know right now, suggesting that the instructor think hard and give him his answer. The guy once again asked the instructor if he was ready to make a deal with him after knowing everything. A man came to the bandit group and wanted to take Sylvia down. One of the ringleaders looked at him carelessly. The man replied that he had gotten him right. The ringleader asked the girl if she knew the man who wanted to ransom her. The girl remembered the words of the unknown man who came at her father's request to get her out of here. Sylvia replied that the man's name was Flip, and he came to her often. The leader of the group said that it was a very strange name, and Ern, in the guise of a man, agreed with him, for he had said the first thing that came into his head. The man reported that he just forgot about the girl, and then he was immediately visited by such guys. The leader of the group said that he was ready to give the girl for 10,000 gold pieces, and in that case, he would let him take Sylvia. The man put exactly 10,000 gold pieces on the table, as requested by the ringleader, who was surprised. The leader asked that there were such people who could bring so much money to ransom some girl. Earn, in the guise of Flip, said that in that case, he would take Sylvia and leave here. Suddenly, the leader of the group asked him to delay. The man asked if it was okay to leave like that, saying he had to listen to the end of the conversation. Earn replied that he had given him exactly 10,000 gold pieces and asked him if he had any problems about it. The ringleader said that he was doing it to weed out the scumbags and that he was not doing anything at a loss. The ringleader asked at his discretion how much Sylvia could earn their business in a year. The man said that for some ordinary eatery, her earnings would be 8,000 gold, indicating that he could get 12,000 gold for her. The ringleader asked if there was any point in giving up an ace for money that could be recovered in just a year. Earn, in the guise of Flip, asked how much he wanted for Sylvia, in which case, the man replied that she could be used for the next 10 years. The head pointed out that when she was old enough, she would no longer be in demand. Then she could be sent as a concubine to some local rich man, saying that in this case, he could get 20,000 for her. After calculations, the man said that he could earn a total of 140,000 gold pieces from it, indicating that he was ready to sell it for 130 gold pieces. The man looked at Earn and said that he must have the money to pay such a sum for the girl, adding that if he didn't have the money, he should take his change and go away. Earn, in the guise of a man, replied that he too would be generous and give the ringleader another chance. The man stated to the ringleader either he takes the 10,000 or they fight him for Sylvia. The leader of the group didn't know what to say to this stranger's insolent suggestion, asking where he had seen everyone doing only what they liked. Earn, in the form of a man, replied that he knew it would happen this way, and that all those who were involved in the underworld did the same. The man added that, although he was not a kind man either, he felt that the bandits needed to be taught a lesson. Sylvia asked Mr. Flip what he was going to do, pointing out that those people were in the Red Cobra. Earn, in the guise of Flip, asked the girl not to worry, asking her to just stand behind him. The leader of the bandit group, saying that his blood pressure is slowly reaching the limit, ordered the guys to quickly deal with this impudent. Unexpectedly, a swift blow disarmed one of the guards of the head of the bandit group, who at first did not notice what had happened. The people around them were surprised at what happened. Earn managed to shoot a coin at the guard, stating that he was suggesting they just take the 10,000 gold and end this tedious conversation. Earn, in the guise of Flip, asked the faction leader why he was angry. He continued to shoot coins at the opponents that were in the room. The bandit leader noticed that all of his guards had already been neutralized. He didn't understand how this could happen to him. Taking out his dagger, he intended to attack this crazy unknown who had managed to deal with his guards. The ringleader used the Hellfire technique on his enemies, telling the man to go to the underworld. Earn, in the form of a man, made an attack on his opponent. He didn't understand why he couldn't move his arm. He dropped his dagger. Flip asked his opponent who he wanted to attack. With his dark magic, he intended to strike at him with his fist. Earn asked if he should talk to this thug in the language of the underworld. The ringleader asked what he meant. He didn't understand him. Flip said that since he didn't understand him, he needed a good smack to clear his head. Earn, in the guise of a man, reported that man was indeed a complex creature. Crawling away from him, the ringleader asked to stop. The ringleader said he was willing to give him twice as much just to let him live. The man asked what he meant. Cornered, the bandit leader assumed that Flip was the troublemaker who had been sent to him and asked how much he was paid for his demise, promising that if he let him live, he would pay him 3 times as much. Earn, with the appearance of a man, asked what he was really willing to pay him 3 times as much. The leader of the bandit group replied that there was no need to worry because he had a lot of money, saying that he had heard what a weasel he was. The man offered to tell Flip who his customer was, and in that case, he would pay him 4 times as much. Earn asked to let him think about the offer. The bandit leader asked his buddy how he could even contemplate such a thing, saying that he could give him a recommendation to work in their organization. Earn, in the guise of Flip, replied that it was not that. Earn, in the guise of Flip, said that if you multiply 0 by 4, you get 0 anyway, asking if he should have gotten the order first and then come here. The leader of the bandit group was shocked to learn that this man came to him without any order. He did not understand why he then could not agree with him. Flip replied that he had come here to take Sylvia with him. The bandit leader asked if that was really why he had come to him. Earn, in the guise of a man, replied that the bandit should have grabbed the opportunity when he was providing it to him. The man asked him to stop. Flip fired a coin directly into the head of the bandit leader, sending him to the next world. Ern, in the guise of a man, pointed out that Sylvia had witnessed too violent a scene, explaining that when he heard his words, everything boiled inside him. The girl looked at the man in surprise, asking who he was and how he had managed to deal with the bandits alone. Flip replied that he is the man who sent her father's circle. The girl continued to be in a shocked state. Ern, in the guise of a man, reported that he had granted her freedom. He had managed to rescue this girl from slave captivity. Then they went into one of the hotels, and Flip told the man that he wanted to rent the top floor of the hotel and told him to bring the girl dinner and not to go near him until he called him. The man, having received the payment, was satisfied and replied that he would do as he ordered, adding that he would arrange everything so that not even a mouse could get through to them. Flip told Sylvia that he would be in the room across the hall, saying that she shouldn't worry, asking her to just get a good night's rest. She thanked him for saving her and said good night. Ern erased all traces with fish and acid, and they got out of there unnoticed, realizing that at least this night they would not be threatened. After that, the guy in the guise of a man decided to go into his room and mind his own business, because he was not to be disturbed by anyone. Encountering Circle's aura, a sending method by which Ern channeled chi energy into the gold coins and the footwork technique of 1,000 dimensions, used it to reach the inn. As Ern unleashed his skills without any concealment, he realized how he needed a foundation to comprehend the Northern Lights technique, realizing that he needed to understand the basics of the techniques for further. In the morning, the guy came to his senses, realizing that he had managed to pull together all the scattered strands of techniques, clearing the space by removing weeds and sowing the seeds of Northern Lights, techniques of having 7 stars. Now all of his past actions had finally begun to bear fruit, the special rank that Emperor-founder Fei Wei had attained at the age of 17. Ern managed to achieve this at the age of 16. The system reported that the perpetual record had been renewed. Thunder Sword. The hilt of this sword was made of wood, struck by lightning, and the blade was made of forged iron, smelted in a 1,000-year-old thunder shaft with lightning embedded inside, so it emitted electricity magic even in normal times. The electrical energy could be amplified by introducing internal force. Ern thought that with such characteristics, this sword could be considered magical. After doing a lot of shopping, the guy realized he hadn't shopped like that in a long time, buying cast iron ghost bullets for eating sari. The way of domination is a sublime dignity, and laws adapted to the rank of awakening. Ern assumed that the purchase of the distortion technique was impulsive, but he figured he could use it because messing around with human skin was a bit difficult. After that, the guy decided to test the effectiveness of the new purchase. He couldn't wait to start testing. Waking up in the hotel, a familiar voice knocked on Sylvia's door. The girl opened the door and saw an unfamiliar guy standing there looking at her angrily. Sylvia tried to close the front door to her room, but the guy put his foot down, making it impossible to completely close the door. The guy pointed out that it was him, Flip. Ern, in the guise of a guy, indicated that he was Flip, and this was his real face, and yesterday he had used reincarnation magic and couldn't allow himself to be exposed. Sylvia apologized. He thought it was someone from the Red Cobra. The guy asked the girl why she looked so tired. Assuming that she couldn't sleep, the girl replied that she was very anxious and didn't sleep a wink during the night. Flip pointed out that in that case, she should have come to his room. Sylvia pointed out that he had asked her not to approach him. The guy replied that those words were addressed to the owner of that hotel. The guy handed her a bucket of sewing supplies and told her she couldn't walk around town like that either. Ern, in the guise of Flip, suggested that the girl change her appearance for starters. Sylvia was surprised at such a suggestion. Suddenly, Circle burst into the room and, noticing the strangers, assumed he was in the wrong room and apologized for his visit. Sylvia, with a renewed image, informed her father that it was indeed her Circle did not recognize her and was shocked by this. The girl said that she had just dyed and cut her hair. The man asked if she was really Sylvia, and he had the feeling that he was a complete stranger. Ern, in the guise of Flip, informed the instructor that it was simple cloaking magic. The pendant that Ern gave Sylvia was a magical artifact. With its help, one could avoid the pursuit of the Black Mamba. Instructor Circle asked the guy where he got such a thing after realizing that Ern had also changed his face. Suddenly, something from under the instructor's clothes began to come out. The girl was shocked by what she saw. Sari couldn't bear to rush over to her master, whom she hadn't seen in a while. Ern asked the beast that he was surprised that he hadn't shown up home for the night without any warning. The instructor and his daughter were shocked by such a surprise. All of Circle's clothes were torn to shreds. Ern realized that his pet might recognize him despite his master's change of appearance, assuming it was instinct. The girl wanted to meet the cute animal. Ern introduced Sarah to Sylvia, who wanted to pet the pet. Sylvia said a nice hello to Sari. The beast realized that this person was not hostile to her master. The beast made an approving sound sign. Dating girl Sylvia and her father were shocked by Sari's cuteness. Ern indicated for Sari to play a little with Sylvia. The pet rushed into the arms of the girl standing next to her. Stepping aside a bit, the guy asked the man, "What about his request?" The instructor replied that he had signed him up for a private training session. Closed training was held in the training room, prepared with the achievements of geniuses in mind. Ern replied that this was great news because it could have been a tolerable excuse for many aspects of his future activities. The guy asked for what period he was listed there. Circle replied that it was until the next full moon. Ern replied that it was too short a period. The instructor explained that the number of days an intermediate class can get at one time is very limited, and the rules say that closed training can be done up to 3 times. The guy realized that there was nothing he could do in that case, and he would have to think about what other options there were. Ern said that they would start with what they already had, suggesting that the instructor do an accurate calculation. When he took out the money, he said that it was Sylvia's share of the deed he had done. The girl was surprised. Ern pointed out that they could count it as compensation for exploitation. So far, the guy had managed to rob the bandit's safe. Sylvia pointed out that it was too much after he handed the instructor his share. The instructor replied that he could not accept. Ern asked that it be counted as a refund for the money he had spent in Black Mamba establishments. Ern felt a little awkward appropriating the entire sum to himself alone, and so he decided to share with everyone else. The instructor realized that everything had been resolved so easily, and the shackles that seemed to bind him had been shattered in just 24 hours. He thanked the boy for his kindness. Circle stated that he would definitely repay Ern in any way he could for what he had done, no matter what the cost to him. Ern replied that they would definitely work together in the future. He was glad that he had managed to please the instructor. After the guy asked the girl what she was going to do next, if she had any thoughts on the matter, Sylvia replied in the negative, explaining that it had happened so suddenly that she didn't yet know what to do next. Ern offered her to help him for a while until she made up her mind. The girl was surprised at such an offer. The guy offered Sylvia to work for him officially, suggesting that she do some business with him. The bandit asked his partner that he was pushing back the date of the bribe transfer because he was going to pull a similar stunt. The partner replied that he understood their boss to some extent, and they were standing by the empty safe. The man pointed out to his comrade the game was not the one who said Safe Bass was sure otherwise. Titan pointed out to his partner that he was being judicious again, saying that one look was enough to realize that he'd raked up all the gold and left. Bass asked that, in his eyes, the safe looked like it had been opened with a key, indicating that the door had been broken open using force. Titan replied that in that case, the safe had been broken into by Gabe's subordinates. He was sure of his words. Bass didn't believe that among Gabe's subordinates, there was someone who could cut the iron plates so neatly. Titan pointed out that he hadn't seen such a person. The man reported that he had no doubt that there was an aura involved. Titan asked why an aura wielder would rob Gabe. Bass said he didn't know the answer to that question. Looking around the room, Bass realized that there was definitely something wrong with the situation. Not understanding why everything was so clean, he suddenly noticed a coin under the closet. Looking under the closet, Bass stated that apparently Gabe had indeed been attacked, reporting that this room had been visited by a character unknown to them. The Titan asked his partner in surprise what he meant by those words, because he couldn't think that fast. Showing him the coin, Bass asked how many aura wielders existed who could defeat people with a toss of a gold coin, adding that this was a highly classified place that no outsider could know about. Titan asked his partner who could have done it. Bass, looking around further, said it didn't matter who he was. Bass stating that the most important thing was that this unknown person dared to disturb them. He was ready to find this guy who had committed a crime against them. Ern understood to expand the QE energy concentration area, he used the 1000-level elixir, and if he could gather 100 years of Q energy and awaken the Northern Radiance technique. As he continued to meditate, he realized that he had never been able to reach such a state before. When Ern finished, he said that such progress would be enough for him for the time being. He hoped that he would reach the peak stage of Ki development right now, thus showing excessive greed. The boy had achieved certain goals, deciding that in that case he should get some rest. He thought he might have to live as Flip a little longer than he expected. Therefore, Ern decided to acquire a mansion for 50,000 gold coins, realizing that it was for sale in the capital, and for him, it was a reasonable price that was neither overpriced nor underpriced. After looking at his possessions, the guy realized it was worth the money spent. He noticed strange noises that came to him. After observing Sylvia for a few days, Ern came to the conclusion that she was much more capable than he had thought. The girl managed to finish all the work Ern assigned to her, and she could read and write and was also trained in etiquette. Ern assumed that Sylvia belonged to some fallen aristocratic family, but he didn't ask her about it. If Ern's hunch was correct, then perhaps by his questioning, he might touch upon some painful memory of the girl. He himself had experienced a similar memory in a past life, and it still haunted him. Ern realized that there was no need to interfere in Sylvia's affairs, since he only had 10 days of closed training left. The guy realized that he couldn't waste a minute on useless things, and decided to look at the ads for the sale of mid-level mana stones. Ern noticed that Hearthstone had grown noticeably, and was already selling similar stones. No matter how the Alliance promoted its high-price policy, Ern thought he would limit himself to 20 coins. The guy realized that his familiar salesman was much more sneaky than he thought. After realizing the situation, the guy was happy with it, and said that it was time to cast for the big fish. Again, Ern put out mid-level mana stones for 20 coins. When the buyers saw that the price of the stones went down, they were happy. They were sure that paying 25 coins to Hearthstone is too unthinkable. Guys noticed that these stones are not sold by the Alliance. They realized that the guy had returned. Everyone started buying stones at a bargain price from Ern, who meanwhile was having breakfast in his luxurious mansion. The situation was working out perfectly, as Ern thought now was the perfect time to sell similar mana stones. Hearthstone sent him a private message. Ern decided to accept the request to correspond with him, indicating that he had too quick a reaction to what was happening in the market. Hearthstone was angry at the actions of the guy who had lowered the price of the stones again. The man asked what the brat was up to again. Ern replied that he was glad to hear from Hearthstone too. Ern replied that Hearthstone's business was booming, and because of that, he was able to sell mana stones that were worth 4 coins. The man assumed that this guy was that unscrupulous creep. Hearthstone asked the guy how he did it. Ern said it was a trade secret. The interlocutor couldn't stand it and started calling the guy with hurtful words. Ern said that he didn't contact him for the sake of a fight, because he didn't have a grudge against him. Ern said that he would simply make 10,000 coins and leave this channel, leaving him to continue trading at his own prices. Hearthstone asked the guy to cut the crap, saying he wouldn't just sit back and watch him crash prices, adding that it was all a great excuse to file a complaint against him. The man said that he would soon file a formal protest. Ern realized that he must have gone a little overboard in writing his announcement. The guy did this by planning ahead. He was ready for such threats from Hearthstone. Mayam pointed out that he had a younger comrade among the Zero System Channel Masters, and so he had assigned him to the case. In the future, they would provide Ern with a more comfortable environment for their activities in the Zero System. Ern thanked Mayam, stating that he was indebted to him. The elf replied that no debts could be talked about with their relationship, pointing out that if he continued to talk like that, Mayam would be upset. Mayam reasoned his words with the phrase, "what a hello is like," and Ern's reply realized what he was talking about. Ern replied that it was certainly true, and he did not doubt him in the slightest. Mayam thanked him for that, and said that from now on, he could always count on him. The boy mentally wished Hearthstone good luck, deciding to do some other gift for him. The notification came. Ern was surprised that the official protest of Hearthstone's Golden Dragon with jade-faced Joe Guillaume wanted to talk to the guy about the part-time job offer. Ern assumed that he was sent by the 5 major elixir makers. He used the Eye of Providence. The guy didn't understand where this man came from because he was a very powerful person. The owner of the Trade Guild, the only grandson of the King of Trade, Joe Guillaume. Nama, even the Golden Dragon, envied his skills and wealth. Jade prominent beauties admired his face. The level of inactivity that threatened the super advanced players for wanting to avenge their parents did not reveal all of Ern's abilities. Saw from the summary that he was an outstanding person. The boy wondered about Joe Guillaume, who avenged his parents. Ern didn't know if it had anything to do with part-time workers. The man said it was regarding the hourly wage dispute. Ern didn't understand why Joe Guillaume was going around. Just by looking at the report, one could tell that this person didn't want for anything. The guy assumed that the man had decided to try to play hard to get with him. It had been 4 hours since Ern had received the note from Joe Guillaume. He thought he had stretched the time enough and could now slowly make contact with him. Ern decided to enter the first system by sending a request to talk to the golden jade-faced dragon, Joe Guillaume. Nama Earn asked the man what business he had with him. Jo Geom Nama answered him immediately, apologizing to the guy for disturbing him while he was working. Earn suggested that the interlocutor get straight to the point and asked him how he had found out about the part-time job. Jo Geom Nama replied that he was in a hurry, so he simply demonstrated the urgency of the matter without much preparation and apologized for it. It was rumored that the head of the Great Mountain Health Care Center, Yen, had been severely insulted. Earn assumed that Jo Geom Nama was well acquainted with him since he knew about it, asking if Yen had involved him in this matter as well. Jo Geom Nama replied in the negative, saying that he and Chief N were just acquaintances and that the story had been passed on by word of mouth to him. The man reported that he had heard that Earn had 10 tickets for reporting. Earn was surprised at such words, realizing that the words of the MC had some weight to them. The guy didn't think anyone would believe such nonsense. Earlier, Miak had indicated that he would say anything that the stock report fell out by drawing from a random box. Earn realized that if he stuck to this legend, he would lose nothing. Earn asked Jo Geom Nam how he found out about it since he had not shared this information with anyone. The man realized that the rumors were true. Jo Geom Nama asked if Earn still had those 10 tickets. The guy said he had used them. The man was surprised at that. The man was upset and thanked the guy for his time, but despite his busyness, he wanted to say goodbye. Earn reported that he did not have 10 tickets, but the right to report remained. The man was pleased with this report. Jo Geom Nama asked how many grand Earn had left. The guy said 5, since he used the other 5 to catch part-time workers. The man asked what he was sure to have. 5, Earn pointed out that there was no point in tricking him. Jo Geom Nama laughed and said that he finally had a chance to take revenge on these people, saying that today the heavens had turned away from them. Earn didn't understand his strange reaction. He felt like he was communicating with a bloodthirsty demon. Jo Geom Nama explained that there are those in this world with whom he cannot live under the same sky. He talked about the enemies who massacred his parents. The man added that all his life he had lived with the thought of a place for these people, and now he finally saw a ray of hope. Earn assumed that Jo Geom Nama wants the right to report, and hence his enemies are those who are involved in the exchange. Jo Geom Nama replied that it was a correct assumption, and he had in mind the one he suspected the most. The guy replied that he understood him, and asked how they could be in such a case, because he could not give up the right to provide him with Jo Geom Nama's reports, and said that the contents of this report would be enough for him. The man was ready to buy 5 reports for 50,000 coins. Earn concluded that he was not from an ordinary rich family, since he was ready to part with such a sum. Earn could not judge Jo Gum Hui's grandson, whom he had never heard of in his past life, concluding that for lack of information, Jo Gum Nama had not engaged in transactions on the stock exchange. The guy assumed that Jo Geom Nama thought 50,000 coins would be enough for him, but the guy wasn't some simpleton. Earn asked the man what he could offer, only that Jo Geom Nama indicated that it was more than 2 grams of gold, stating that this stockpile would not deplete even after 3 generations. He knew that Earn had earned 30,000 with the reports. The fellow replied that the amount earned by means of the 5 tickets was exactly 32,010 coins, stating that he had gained from it much more than might appear at first sight. Earn explained that by suspending 2 companies from the top 5 elixir producers for a month, he was able to strengthen his position in the elixir market. It was hard for the guy to say that it was the reports that made it so, but having them increased his chances of success in that case. Jo Geom Nama heard from a guy that depending on how and who uses the report, its value will vary greatly. Earn stated that also, with the help of these reports, he took revenge on the big players. He was overwhelmed with emotions that could not be conveyed in words. The guy asked the man in all seriousness that revenge was only worth 50,000 coins to him. Earn pointed out that if this is really true, it means that his saying that he lived his whole life with the thought of revenge is a lie. Jo Geom Nama was surprised by his words. Jo Geom Nama indicated that he had been looking forward to this day very much, and he let out the reaction that Earn had been expecting, realizing that if pushed a little more, he could get more. Hearing strange sounds outside the window, the guy suggested to the interlocutor to continue their conversation a little later. The man asked why. Earn replied that he had one very urgent matter. Pulling out his sword, Earn felt a suspicious energy gathering outside that could harm him. One of the guys asked his comrade if he was sure it was here, and he replied that he had checked this information several times. Bass informed everyone that the invasion of this mansion would begin in a second. They arrived at Earn's house. After going inside the house, the guys came to one of the rooms from which the light was shining. They lurked and decided to sneak in unnoticed. Opening the door suddenly, a lightning bolt struck one of the outlaw members who didn't expect this turn of events. The others were shocked by what they saw, not understanding how this could happen, after suddenly Ern ran out of the room. Ern was ready to fight them. In his hand was a sword that could emit lightning bolts at his opponents with the help of his master's mana. The guys realized that this man knew they were coming for him. They decided to throw a mass attack on this guy. Having dealt with a few of the foes, the guy struck at the man, assuring him that if he could answer his question, he would send him to the other world without too much agony, by asking that their target was him. Then Ern used magic and changed his appearance, asking his attacker that they had come for Flip. Titan informed the boss that he saw a blue glow in one of the mansion's windows. Bass replied that he saw it too. Bass didn't like what was going on here, assuming that their guys had gotten into trouble. Titan asked what the owner of the house knew about them going to his place. The boss replied that he didn't think so, realizing that their opponent possessed the aura, and now there was no point in splitting the forces at his disposal into pieces anymore. The commander ordered everyone inside with orders to send this guy to the afterlife in one fell swoop. A squad of brigands entered Ern's mansion, being on guard, not knowing what to expect from the place. There was complete silence that gave me goosebumps. Bass ordered everyone to be alert, saying that they didn't know where the attack might come from. One of the boys informed the commander that he should look ahead. The man was surprised at this. The bandits noticed that the owner of the house was slowly descending the stairs towards them, stating that because they had gone into a frontal attack, he was even more puzzled. The Titan asked in surprise who he was Ern, as Flip indicated that he would not stand silently watching those who had snuck into his home. Bass asked the guy that he was the one who sent Gabe to the other side of the world. The guy replied that the other guys called him Big Brother. Ern looked at the man, asked that he was the boss of the Black Mamba Bass, ordered his squad to attack this guy. The guy pointed out that he was in a hurry, suggesting that we leave the introductions for later and fight first. The Titan tried to hit the guy with a powerful blow, but he managed to dodge and was ready to counter-strike his opponent. Ern realized that this opponent wasn't bad. He was sorry to see such abilities languishing in a criminal organization. Titan managed to block his opponent's lunge by placing his sword, but he couldn't resist the lightning that pierced his body. Bass realized that this guy was much stronger than he thought. The subordinates he had brought with him were a select elite, and moreover, Titan had joined them, and the guy still managed to deal with them alone. The Black Mamba boss hoped that there was no need to use this scroll, but he had no other choice, or else they would lose this battle. Bass realized that if this guy didn't go to the other world from his technique, he would definitely pass out. He signaled his guys. The signal meant that everyone had to leave, otherwise they would also be affected by the technique he would use. Ern noticed that the opponent was using ice blast magic, and many blocks flew at him. The ice blocks blocked Ern Bass as he ran away and told his team that he was about to blow him up, telling everyone to run for cover. There was a powerful explosion. The room was engulfed in vapor and nothing could be seen. The bandits thought they had managed to deal with the owner of this house. The Titan pointed out that the scroll was worth 1,000 gold coins and asked Bass if it was a pity to use it that way. Bass replied, positively adding that it was a mass destruction magic that could be used on the battlefield, but that aura wielder was very strong. Suddenly, Bass heard the voice of a guy who said he bought this mansion less than a week ago. He was surprised he survived. Ern, in the guise of Flip, stated that the repairs would cost a penny, asking if they would be willing to reimburse him. Titan stated that their opponent had taken no damage. Bass didn't understand how that was possible. He was sure the opponent was in the center of the explosion. Ern realized that the highest limit was so great he could block magic in self-defense. The guy was sorry he hadn't been able to completely negate all the cold energy, and his hair had suffered from it. Ern noticed that his hair was icy. He was furious, stating that he had put a lot of effort into taking care of it daily. As he struck, the guy asked his opponents if they were willing to take responsibility for his damaged hair, and the bandits were surprised that the guy was so furious about his hair. The bright light from Ern's powerful attack came from all the windows of his mansion, and the bandits realized that they would not get out of this mess alive. Ern realized that if he hadn't held back, he would have completely destroyed his entire house. He had managed to disarm the leaders of the dangerous group. The guy stated that his hair was standing on the coma, and he couldn't just turn a blind eye to what he had done. Ern noticed that there were fewer people in this room than were originally fighting him, realizing that he had overlooked a couple when dodging the ice blast. Noticing the open door, the guy realized they were in there and decided to run in there to deal with all the hostiles. Running into the room, the guy noticed that all the enemies had already been destroyed, their breathless bodies lying on the floor. Ern saw that they had all had their rib cages pierced through, and the marks were like sword marks. He couldn't understand who had managed to defeat them. Suddenly, the guy noticed a silhouette in the corridor of a horse that began to approach him. Ern drew his sword in anticipation of the worst event. Seeing the unicorn, the guy assumed it was his pet Sari, who used the form of a horse. Ern pointed out that it's awesome that Sari was able to transform and deal with all the enemies. The guy asked the pet that he was the one who dealt with those guys. Sari positively nodded her head. Suddenly, Sylvia walked into them, who saw Ern in the guise of Flip. Along with the unicorn, she was surprised by it. The guy asked if the girl was okay. Sylvia replied positively, indicating that what happened to Sari was more important. Ern said that it was just a normal transformation of Sari. Ern asked why he would carry a regular marten, pointing out that Sari could take on other guises, and Sylvia would see this often in the future, suggesting that she would soon get used to it. The girl asked the guy what had happened, saying that she had heard some strange noises in the house, asking who the suspicious persons were that were lying on the floor. Ern informed Sylvia that there had been a black mamba invasion, asking the girl not to worry because he had already dealt with them. The guy said he was glad to see her safe and sound, asking her to stay in her room with Sari for now. Ern, in the guise of Flip, said he was going to interrogate them because he had so many questions for them. Suddenly, Bass came to his senses, realizing that he was still alive. He was sure that he had received a blow to the stomach incompatible with life. Afterwards, the man realized that he couldn't move his limbs without understanding why this happened. Ern approached the man, asking if he was awake, yet in addition to asking how he was feeling. Bass angrily asked the guy what he had done to his body and why he couldn't move. The guy was surprised at the reaction of the man he left alive, not understanding why he was yelling at him. After Titan came to his senses and was surprised that he survived, he pointed out that he could not feel his limbs and could not move. Bass advised his partner not to waste his strength, stating that it was some kind of magic. Titan was surprised that his boss also survived the fight. With a pat, Ern said he had to interrupt their sentimental conversation by suggesting they introduce themselves to each other. Sitting against the guys, Ern, in the guise of another guy, introduced himself to the gangsters, as Flip the guy told them in advance, because he was afraid they would keep their mouths shut. Ern reported that it was in his power to bring them back to life again and again, burn and revive. Again, burn, and revive. Again, burn, and revive. The guy threatened that if they didn't talk, he'd do it all night. The men introduced themselves as Bass and Titan. Ern was pleased, stating that this was a great start to their dialogue. Ern pointed out that this was not the kind of incident in which a faction boss would become personally involved, realizing that these men were not the most important. Titan asked if the top leadership would behave like a hunting dog, stating that such people would not engage in a duel with an aura wielder. Ern found out it was the new band the boss had thrown out. The guy looked at them questioningly. Guy thought the Titan was well up to 3rd class. Those who came with them definitely had 4th class, asking that a group consisting of 3rd and 4th class men be thrown out. Ern assumed they wanted to tell him that their organization had suddenly become a royal knighthood. Titan replied that in that case, they would understand why something like this had happened, saying that the leader Kamazan was throwing talented people to the bottom just for not siding with him. Ern asked that a man named Kamazan was their new boss, suggesting that they had a strained relationship with him because they had taken the other side. Titan replied that in general terms, that was the case. The guy realized that these men are just expendable. If they win, it's good, and if they lose, it's no pity. Ern realized that Kamazan would benefit from their demise as well as their return with the stolen money. After the guy asked the next question, in which he tried to find out how they managed to find him. Bass replied that when everyone was saying that other organizations did it, he paid attention to one nuance, because one of the waitresses was missing that day. The man pointed out that if someone had taken her and fled, there were only 2 options. Either they left the capital together, or they were hiding somewhere in Theros. Earlier, Bass had looked at several possible routes, and even looked at real estate deals, so he managed to find this place. Ern asked Bass how he managed to recognize Sylvia since she had changed her appearance. Bass replied that even if her voice and appearance had been changed, it was very difficult to get rid of old habits and gestures, adding that since she was the main ace of their establishment, he often looked up to her. Ern, after listening to the bandit, realized that he was a professional, being very perceptive and meticulous for a member of a criminal organization. The boy realized that one was the torso and the other the head. Realizing that this was not a bad combination, Ern suggested that they might be useful to him. Afterwards, the guy said that he had found out everything he wanted to know from them, saying that now he had to decide what to do with them. Ern asked that ending them would be the most prudent option. The bandits were afraid of this outcome. Suddenly, Bass asked the boy what good it would do him to send them to the other side of the world. Ern replied that it would relieve him of his worries about the future. Bass pointed out that regardless of their being outcasts, the organization would not turn a blind eye to the incident. They had connections all over the capital, and there was no place that would not feed them. The man asked Ern if he could weather the storm by disturbing the Black Mamba. The boy replied that his words made sense, though their organization was not a big threat to him, deciding that it was not worth ignoring the possible consequences. Ern stated that they wanted to live, and he wanted to get rid of the worry about the future by asking if there was a way in which all three of them could get what they wanted. Titan asked Bass to brainstorm, saying that if he didn't come up with a way to do it, they'd be screwed. After a little thought, Ern told the men that there was one way that would suit them all. Later, all the guys were surprised at the offer to get rid of their faction boss. Kamazan Ern resurrected them all too. Bass reported that they could all capture the Black Mamba. Everyone couldn't stop being amazed to hear those words. The man informed the group that they had failed their mission, saying that they would not be able to get rid of Flip, even if they made another attempt. The boys looked at Flip, thinking he was ready to send them off again. In another world, he looked at them strangely and smiled. The bandits replied that it would be quite difficult. Bass pointed out that it wasn't just difficult, it was almost impossible, even if all those who stuck to their line came. One of the guys asked how they could even take Flip's word for it, since he had just sent them to the other side of the world. Bass replied that he brought them back to life when they were dead, asking that even if they didn't believe him, what then should they do in such a situation? The man reminded the squad that Flip had been able to resist the ice blast with his bare hands. Bass explained that even though it seems a little strange, the man was the first person to make them such an offer, suggesting that they might never get another chance like this again. The leader suggested that they should accept that they were lucky to end their discrimination, and if Kamazan continues to be at the head of the organization, they will be used as expendable material. Titan stated that since they were resurrected, they should try to do something big with their lives. The guys were surprised to hear him say that Titan asked if dying here or there was not the same thing. Ern realized that those two had excellent teamwork, as he thought good cohesion was the key to success. One of the guys said he couldn't risk his life for a man he didn't know, but he trusted his commanders and agreed to go with them. The squad realized that the commanders were absolutely right and were ordered to capture the aura wielder, whose abilities they were completely unaware of, stating that Kamazan dared not call himself a boss after such a thing. The guys decided to change the power in their group because the leader Kamazan after such a thing did not suit them. Ern, in the guise of Flip, stated that this is a great event because the Thieros Nightmaster will change tonight. A man in a bandage asked that their acquaintance was captured. He was shocked by the news. The interlocutor reported that the enemy was now on the first floor of this building. The man realized that these guys were like cockroaches. No matter how much he crushed them, they kept on living. The one-eyed man asked what the condition of the aura wielder, the aide, replied that he was on the verge of being made a bloody mess of. Kamazan realized that since his squad had managed to beat the enemy, he was a third-rank boss, ordered the use of restraining devices, chains, and handcuffs, asking him to tie him up and bring him here. The boss ordered a couple of guys with good skills to be brought along, just in case the assistant said he would start executing right away. Kamazan would be pleased if all his subordinates immediately evaporated, realizing that there was nothing to be done since the guy who had cleaned out the company wasn't that good at it. After that, Flip was brought into Kamazan's office in shackles, and it was clear from his appearance that the boy would not be able to escape from such captivity. Kamazan, seeing the guy, said he knew his face, asking him who he was, Ern, as the guy said his name was Flip. The dangerous gang boss angrily asked Flip where he put his money that he had stolen from Gabe's enterprise. The guy calmly asked Kamazan why he thought it was his money, stating that it belonged to Gabe. Flip added that it's his money now. Kamazan called the guy a nut job who doesn't know what he's doing. Kamazan stated that this money is the property of the Black Mamba, and in turn, the Black Mamba belongs to him. After the leader asked Bass what was up with the money, he thought he had taken it with him, but Bass only shook his head negatively. Kamazan was furious at such an act by his subordinate, asking why he was suddenly prostrating himself before him. The leader asked that he not be able to stand at attention and report everything properly. He started pounding the table in anger. Bass replied that he never did anything pointless by asking what good it would do to talk to a dead man. Kamazan was furious at such words from his subordinate, asking how dare he talk to him like that. Looking around, Bass informed Flip that there was no one in this room who was supposed to be alive. The guy replied that this was very happy news. Suddenly, after these words, the captive managed to break the chains in which he was shackled. Flip asked Bass and Titan to get out of this room if he didn't want to hoof it like the others. Using the chain, Ern in the guise of Flip began to slaughter the enemies one by one, and they could not resist him. Kamazan realized that he had had a strange feeling about this from the beginning. He didn't understand what kind of aura wielder this was. The leader realized that those guys had secretly joined him and planned it all together, and took out a dagger he tried to strike at the enemy. The guy noticed his lunge in time and ducked back, trying to throw chains at him. Ern managed to chain the movements of Kamazan, who couldn't move because his neck was shrouded by the chain. Continuing to strangle his opponent, the guy finally told Kamazan that thanks to him, he would completely devour the Black Mamba. Kamazan was shocked by his words, asking him to stop and negotiate with him about it. The guys entering the office were surprised that this guy had single-handedly handled the opponents, and the place was so clean. Flip asked the aides why they were frozen like stumbling blocks on the aisle, directing them to go inside. The boy asked the man how things were going downstairs. Bass replied that they had dealt with all the gang members loyal to Kamazan, and the servants and ambiguous gang members had been bound and thrown under lock and key. Ern, in the guise of Flip, replied that it was a good job, stating that now it was necessary to finish everything before sunrise. The guy asked what the most important thing is: brothels, gambling establishments, trade associations, and smuggling organizations. Bass gave a positive answer. Ern thought he'd done enough by dealing with the upper management. Guy asked the men what they could do to sway the remaining opponents to their side. Bass replied that the smuggling organization still belonged to the line of the previous boss, and Titan had once been a member of their ranks, so the negotiations would go well for them. The trade association was also unkind to Kamazan because of his unreasonable demand for debt repayment. Ern realized that half were already on their side. Bass reported that the main problem was justifying their actions, because otherwise it could be considered treason. Ern looked at the aides, telling them not to worry because the rationale could just be made up. The guy told them to spread the rumor that Kamazan was responsible for Gabe's death, and that it was Kamazan who hired the aura wielder, and they found out about it by investigating the case and found their sword. Bass replied that this is not a bad thing, and in that case, they could even win over the brothels to their side. Ern added that the gambling establishments would be isolated, and they would have no choice but to put up the white flag. Titan asked what they really think organizations would believe a story like that. Ern asked in response for what reason he had been caught by them in the same way, concluding that there were already those who had seen everything and started spreading rumors. The guy suggested they create a rumor like Bass and Titan had captured the aura wielder who was responsible for the incident at the brothel, and so they would have no reason not to believe what they said. The men were shocked to realize that they were now the backbone of the Black Mamba Foundation. Standing up from the table, the guy pointed out that he was just a shadow in this case, and it was the two of them who should come to the forefront. When it came to settling things with other organizations, the men said they would try to do so. As they were leaving, the guy told them that he would listen to their report at his mansion and asked them to come there when they were done. Upon reaching his mansion, Ern realized what kind of rebellion he had caused in the middle of the night. But nevertheless, he now had the Black Mamba. After the guy decided to see what decision the Golden Dragon had made on his suggestion, he sent him a message. "Jo Gyum." Nama quickly answered the boy and told him that he had been waiting for him all this time. Ern assumed that his interlocutor was impatient. The interlocutor said that his grandfather had something to say to Ern, and now he would talk to him. Ern was surprised that the King of Trade would talk to him. The old man introduced himself as the King of Commerce, Jo Gam Huin, after which he said hello at Ern. The guy realized that it was a very good sign that the event had become such a character, because now he had to deal with an experienced merchant. Besides, the King of Commerce does not conduct interdimensional transactions directly, so Ern could not see the information about him. With the help of the Eye of Providence, he did not know whether he needed to negotiate with extreme caution. The guy greeted the head of the Gold Trade Association. Just as Jo Gam Huin assumed this guy knew him, Ern replied that he was famous in his world. Ern made an investigation regarding his grandson's entourage, and he told him that he knew the head of the Great Mountain Enam Healthcare Center. The old man replied that the guy was quite knowledgeable about affairs, saying that he had avoided interdimensional transactions all his life, but couldn't think that a man from the Null system would be knowledgeable about it. Zhou Gumhui indicated that as he is known to be a merchant and an expert in buying and selling, from his perspective, Ern's request seemed a bit excessive to him. The old man said that heaven-level elixirs were expensive because their production cost was also not small, asking what Ern wanted to say that he had earned about 20,000 gold coins during this time. Ern learned that it was quite difficult to earn such a sum of money because even the head of the great mountain Yen couldn't earn that much. Zhou Gumhui asked that if the guy didn't think he was a little over the top in offering his grandson that price. The guy realized that he had calculated everything, and he couldn't even argue with him in this regard. Ern replied that the head of the association was underestimating the value of 5 tickets too much. Zhou Gumhui responded that he too accepts their value, stating that when he heard about the value of these tickets from his grandson, he was amazed. The old man said that he was a merchant, and so revenge would also be viewed from a merchant's perspective. He thought that 50,000 gold coins was enough for those tickets. Ern realized that the old man was definitely different from Zhou Gumnam, assuming that it was all about experience gained, and he knew how to calmly assess a situation. The guy realized that this king of commerce had made one very huge mistake. Ern became curious to compete with him in the skill of the trade, drawing the analogy of a game of chess. The guy replied to the old man that he was also a merchant, asking if he thought 50,000 coins was a reasonable price, adding that for him it was also a pretty decent sum. Ern asked the king of trade if he would regret his decision after Zhou Gamhuin asked what he should regret. Guy asked how he would live out his final years after his grandson's revenge attempt failed, adding that he was a merchant and he should take revenge as a merchant, asking if he could find comfort in such words. It became clear with the appearance of the king of trade in the conversation that the revenge was much larger and was the cherished wish of the whole family and not just one grandson. Ern told the old man that he was the only one who could give them what they wanted. Zhou Gumhuin asked what his terms were. The guy was pleased that he had managed to woo the king of commerce. The guy replied that what he wanted was not coins or objects, saying that he was talking about trust. Zhou Gumhuin thought this guy was a mediocre profit seeker, so was going to listen to what he had to say, but this guy kept making exaggerated demands. The old man asked his grandson to tell his interlocutor his words that the Gold Trade Association was not in the business of trading measurements. Zhou Gumhui didn't want to start a new commercial business for the sake of report tickets. Those were his words. The old man realized that that young stock trader was too greedy, assuming that he couldn't just be satisfied with a heavenly level transaction. Zhou Gum. How he knew that dreaming is not harmful, daring him to offer a contract for exclusive trade with the Gold Trade Association if they enter into trade measurements. This fact alone will cause a huge commotion in the world of Murim. The old man assumed that Ern wanted to become the sole mediator and profit from the deals Zhou Gumhui made, but he couldn't imagine how influential he would then become. The grandson informed the grandfather that the stock trader Ern had made another offer, and if this condition was also rejected, he would end the dialogue with them as well. The old man asked him to tell him Ern's offer. Zhou Geomnama indicated that Ern would forgive Grandpa to invest 200,000 coins. The old man was surprised at such an amount. The grandson added that the guy would pay back the full amount, and even refund the interest. Zhou Gamhui didn't understand how he could trust this merchant at his word. Zhou Geom Nama indicated that his grandfather just has to sign a contract that will provide a guarantee to the exchange. Zhou Gumhui replied that he didn't know what Ern's trading ability was, and if he blindly invested money in any business, he would probably lose everything. Grandson responded that Ern was offering a solution to this problem and how they could completely eliminate such risks. Ern applied the sponge effect in his head and many other techniques to make a successful deal. The guy realized that no matter how much he did it, he still couldn't get used to it. He felt as if he had opened his head forcibly and stuffed the knowledge into his brain and then put it all back. Ern reported that the person from whom this knowledge was extracted could not continue to work with them in this area from now on. Zhou Gumhui replied that it was one of his subordinates who had been by his side since he was just taking his first steps in the trade, and Ern indicated that he needed to convey words of thanks. The old man said that there was no need to do so because he had forcibly kept him with him while he wished to move from the capital to the countryside and look after his grandchildren. Now that man would do so. Zhou Gumhui was sorry that he would become an ordinary villager, but if his abilities persisted in other dimensions, he would only be grateful and happy about it. Zhou Gumhui added that in any case, he will take care of his men himself, asking the guy not to worry about it. He will treat him with respect, so they will never feel bitterness and regret. Ern pointed out to the old man that he had said that the Gold Trade Association did not deal in trade measurements, asking how he was immediately able to organize the shipment. Joe Nama responded that not only do they transact on behalf of the company, but there are no restrictions on individual transactions. Ern realized that this deal was a real jackpot for him. The knowledge of a subordinate who had spent 50 years of his career alongside the King of Trade, the knowledge he needed was directly supplied by the King of Trade. Zhou Gumhui stated that he had met all of Ern's demands, asking him to remember that he had made all of these concessions on the condition that he would be sure to help his grandson. The fellow replied that he remembered it by promising that he would provide him with the goods necessary for revenge for the next 3 years. Zhou Gumhui realized that Ern was a stock trader, so it was a highly unusual bet. He couldn't think he, the King of Trade, would make a deal with such concessions. Leaving the old man said that in that case, he would consider that they had agreed. There was no doubt that the contract would be of great help to his grandson if used carefully. Ern hoped for further cooperation with Zhou Gamhui. The old man answered him nothing. The old man suggested that this was the so-called hope of good fortune, saying that one day good days would come for them. Then Zhou Nama said that he would immediately provide the merchant with a list. In it were the nicknames of the Wanderer Weed Eliminator and Roots Storm Girl First Island Hangzhou Gundogan and the midfielder. Ern realized that these 5 were all characters from the 5th world of Murim. The amount of coins available in the account and the level of transactions differed, but there was one thing in common. It said that their soul phase was called a transcendent martial arts possessor. The guy realized that Zhou Nama had also reached such a level, but there was no way such a youngster would be able to confront them, so he decided that it was none of his business and sent him a report. Ern reported that he sent Zhou Nam. The report asked him to check. The interlocutor replied that he received it, thanking him for it. Zhou Nama suggested that Ern was joking, stating that to get something more to add some more condition. The man asked Ern to confess, honestly asking him that he had now fabricated this data. Ern replied that the head of the Great Mountain had told him the same thing, adding that the report could not be faked. Ern assumed that something had gone wrong by asking Zhou Nam that perhaps his enemy was not among these people. Zhou Nama replied that there were 2, but the main culprit was missing. He asked again if he had made any changes to the file. Ern replied that it had better be so, stating that no matter how many times he asked him, his answer would remain exactly the same after Zhou Nama thanked him for the data and said goodbye to him. The feeling of fiasco that made one feel anger and frustration, despite the fact that they were in different dimensions, was extremely clear to Ern. The guy became curious to know if the frustration is as great as the despair of Zhou Nama, realizing that in this situation, he can no longer help. Ern realized that if there were 2 enemies among the Ifera, then there was something users with the nicknames Weed and Root Eliminator and Storm Girl had in common. Both of these users played a major role in the Nanzhou Bloody Massacre. A guy thought about it. One of the men suggested it was a dream. The other responded negatively, stating that he still could not believe what had happened. Bass added that the night host of Theros, when he first heard his proposal, he asked himself what the hell he was talking about, but it worked out exactly as Flip said. Titan said that Bass should be the head of the Black Mamba because he was good at paperwork, and as for Titan, he only knew how to use power. The partner assured me that if he settles in this office, it will be no different from the furniture here. Titan asked his partner if he had managed to find out about what he had been asked. The partner was taken aback for a moment. Bass replied that he had been told that neither healers nor mages would have the courage to do such a thing unless a mage could be found who had never seen them before. Titan asked his partner that in that case they would leave things the way they are. Bass replied that they simply had no other choice at this point. Bass pointed out that Titan too endured that pain, and worked partner was shocked to hear his words. For some reason, when Ern said to drink, they got a bad feeling. The guy claimed they had become a team, and so he made them cocktails. Ern asked the men to drink these drinks down to the bottom. He also put yin larvae in them to have control over them, as was done with Harvest Duracle. After drinking these horrible drinks, the men realized that this guy was like the devil. They didn't fully realize what they were walking into. Afterward, the boyfriend suggested the man share with him his feelings on matters that had been going on in his absence. Bass replied that the mood was much worse than he'd anticipated because they had no idea what Ern's demands would be in Flip's guise. The guy asked that they were concerned about taking the reins of the organization into their own hands. Ern added that he would try to give them as much leeway as possible because he was not interested in doing business in the underworld. Placing the envelope on the table, Ern said that it described his conditions on this matter. If they obeyed them, they would never suffer the fate of Kamazan. The men read that trying to get rid of the bugs would be considered cheating. Bass realized that this guy knew everything. The second condition was that attempting to reveal Flip's identity would also be considered treason. The third condition was that he would make a monthly payment of 15% of the organization's net income. All materials necessary for the organization would be purchased from the Flip a Black Mamba trading campaign, including the trade association pledge to actively cooperate with the Flip a trading company. Men did not understand that threats or conditions were written there. Bass said that to some extent, these conditions are quite acceptable. Ern angrily asked. To some extent the men were frightened and replied that these offers were very generous. Ern kindly informed the men that he was a sane man. The men were shocked by his behavior. Bass understood that this was not the worst-case scenario. He wondered what exactly Ern would do if he decided to secretly control the organization, realizing that the monthly payments were quite high, but they could meet the demand. The man asked what Flip's trading company was, stating that it was the first time he had ever heard of such an Ern, and Flip's guys replied that it was his personal trading company. Both men were surprised that this guy was a merchant. They looked at him questioningly. Ern, in the guise of Flip, announced that he was a merchant with 50 years of experience, and they were even more surprised by this. A little later, sneaking into the academy, the guy didn't understand if he needed to use the invisibility technique, realizing that security wasn't as tight as he had assumed. Exhaling, the boy suggested that there was nothing wrong with being overly cautious, because if he got caught, he could be expelled from the academy. Even though 15 days was a small amount of time, Ern managed to get a lot done. Ern, during this time, managed to achieve an excellent rank. Having made a contract with the King of Trade, he gained the knowledge of an experienced merchant for life and received an investment of 200,000 gold coins. Because of this, he was able to buy out the bankrupt guild and open Flip's trading company. In addition, Ern put his own man in place of the Black Mamba boss. The guy even managed to sketch a sketch during this time. He was right not to forget about his studies at the academy. If he went outside and looked around, he could see that the world was simply woven of different possibilities. Ern realized that even the measurement trade exists to enhance reality. The guy would need to ask Circle for another closed practice to keep him going about his business. Going into the room, the instructor saw the guy. He was glad he was back in time. Ern replied that he hadn't seen Kirkle for a long time and he was just about to visit him. The boy wanted to talk to the instructor about the closed training. Circle answered the young man that there was a more serious problem now. The instructor asked Ern if he had gotten into any trouble before entering the academy. Yesterday, a man from the prosecutor's office came to see him and wanted to meet Ern. The young man was surprised that he was being sought out by a man from the prosecutor's night corps. Ern asked what the instructor had told him. Circle indicated that the closed training session ends today. He asked him to come back next time, asking if Ern had any guesses. The guy replied negatively. The man assumed that this event didn't seem like a small thing, since a man from the prosecutor's night corps had arrived here. Suddenly, the instructor remembered that he had a companion with him, Derek from Albrecht's estate. Aaron was surprised by his words. The young man was absolutely sure what their arrival here was all about and why they were searching for him. Ern realized that Marquis Dorian had begun to suspect him of his son Kunz Albrecht's disappearance. After the guy came to the interrogation room, assuming that it was impossible to punish the murderer who left no evidence, and Ern had a solid alibi. Even if this man was from the prosecutor's night corps, there's no way he'd disprove Ern's alibi. The man asked the boy that he was Ern Stilgard. The young man replied that he was. He looked suspiciously at his interlocutor. Zenitz, the commander of the prosecutor's night corps, introduced himself in response, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. Ern asked what business he had summoned him for. The man asked the pair not to be frightened, as he only wanted to ask him a few questions. Zenitz asked the guy if he would mind if he got straight to the point. He looked at the guy seriously. The commander of the prosecutor's corps briefed him on the situation, stating that they still had not been able to find Kuntz. Ern pretended not to know anything about the situation. Zenitz asked the young man what he didn't know about what had happened. Ern shook his head negatively. Zenitz pointed out that the boy could not have known about such a thing, for the Steelguard guards had left the day before, and the incident had occurred between midnight and dawn the next day. The commander of the prosecutor's corps asked the guy that he didn't think it was strange that Kuntz was absent from the academy. Ern replied that he thought they were in different classes and was puzzled that he had never seen him at the academy. Ern explained to Zenitz that they didn't even know each other in the first place, stating that Kuntz always did as he pleased. so Ern decided that he had returned to Albert's residence. After this explanation, the commander of the prosecutor's corps replied to the guy that he had no more questions for him. Ern wondered if that was the end of it, if indeed it was. The guy didn't understand why he had summoned him to the interrogation room. He thought there would be some sort of intense interrogation. The young man asked Zenica if he could leave the room, and the man replied that there was another person who wanted to ask him questions. After the commander of the prosecutor's corps stated that he could now enter their room, Ern had expected such a turn of events. Ern realized that this was the second that the real interrogation would begin, as the second Captain Derek entered the room. The second captain informed the lad that it had been a long time since they had seen him. Ern replied that the man's face had become very gaunt since their last meeting. The man replied that in such a situation there was no other way. Ern looked him silently straight in the eyes. Suddenly, Derek asked Ern why he did it. The young man was surprised that the second captain decided to skip everything and get straight to the point. Ern asked the man what he was talking about, pretending to be unaware of Kunz Albert's passing. The second captain explained that only 24 hours later, on the day after their departure, young Mr. Kunz disappeared without a trace, adding that there had been a fight between the knights the day before. Derek asked that it wasn't too strange a coincidence. Ern was surprised at such a weak basis for blaming. Ern asked the man that he only suspected him because he happened to be there. The second captain replied that until today, for he had pondered this a dozen times, it had been over a month since Kunz had disappeared, stating that if he had disappeared of his own free will, they would have had plenty of time to locate him. Derek stated that if the young lord had been kidnapped for profit, the perpetrator should have already demanded a ransom. The man added that there were no traces anywhere, and no one had made any demand, concluding that it was not an escape or kidnapping. Derek pointed out that when all impossible possibilities are erased, the last thing that remains is the truth, and he believed it, adding that Ern had the motives and opportunities to put what he had planned into action. Zenitz pointed out to Sir Derek that this guy is the son of an earl and a descendant of a hero, asking for respect. Derek apologized for his rash statement. Ern asked the commander of the prosecutor's office if this man had the authority to question him, indicating that he was not a prosecutor. Zenitz replied that Derek had come with him because Marquis Dorian had requested it, asking the lad to show understanding. The commander of the prosecutor's corps said that if the young man had any objections, they could stop the interrogation for the day, to which Ern replied negatively, indicating that he was also curious. Ern asked Derek for his thoughts on what his motives might be for dealing with Kunz, explaining that they live in a world where even destruction sometimes happens just because someone looked at someone the wrong way. The young man asked the second captain to substantiate his speculation by asking what his reasoning was on the matter. Derek replied that on the night of the young lord's disappearance, a Stilgard guard force had stopped at the village of Tain on the map, just 24 hours away from Acadio. The second captain asked if it was strange, because it looked as if Ern was trying to get to the village at all costs. Ern replied that it was because sleeping without a roof over his head was extremely uncomfortable, adding that he was worried about his men. Zenitz agreed with the lad, pointing out that sleeping on the ground was not the most pleasant of pleasures. A soft bed was certainly much better, stating that he too had done the same. Derek agreed with this option, saying that from this point on, the most interesting part of the story begins. The second captain reported that villagers testified that the arriving security detachment remained in the village from nightfall until the following morning. Zenitz replied that this is not enough for the charges, because there are dozens of similar testimonies. Derek pointed out that they stand firmly on their own, and there is a crucial gap in the eyewitness testimony. Derek stated that the man who used the room alone, the one who didn't leave until dawn, was Ern Steelgard. The young man realized that the second captain had prepared well for this meeting, because the information provided was still not enough to sink him. Zenitz pointed out that from what he said, Ern Steelgard returned to Acadio, made Kunz disappear, and then headed back to the village. Derek replied that he thought so. The captain of the prosecutor's corps asked him to listen because Ern was a middle-class cadet, saying that he didn't know if it was possible for him or Derek. Derek replied that he had already done the experiment, stating that he had barely managed to pull it off. Zenitz stated that even if it was physically possible, asking how it was possible to deceive the guards, Derek replied that Acadio had a low fortress wall and it was not difficult to get in and out after midnight. The captain of the prosecutor corps asked that the guy even managed to conduct Kunz's subordinates were in the next room. Derek gave a positive answer. Zenitz stated that it was a complete set of speculation and assumptions, indicating that Derek should take some time off, suggesting that he was getting too carried away. Dirk asked why he didn't ask for a favor since they only had to check it once. The second captain stated that they needed to see if Ern's steel guard was hiding his true abilities or not. Looking at the boy, Dirk knew that having the first rank at the age of 16 was a total nonsense, but from the first time they met, he felt a unique energy. In addition, Dirk suggested that if the opponent is a steel guard, one cannot conclude that it is only speculation, realizing that Ern must have the first rank, and then all their questions would be answered. Zenitz didn't know if Ern was the main suspect, but Dirk's accusations looked really absurd. The commander of the prosecutor corps realized that if he was not stopped, this situation could eventually escalate into a conflict between the two noble houses, stating that Dirk could not place mana into another's body at his discretion. Ern replied that there was nothing wrong with that, suggesting they try to check it out, but he wanted to make one thing clear first. The young man pointed out that they said he was involved in Kuntz's disappearance, and that it was a bit insulting to him to say that it looked like data falsification. Guy asked the men what they would do if it turned out that he had nothing to do with the incident. Dirk replied that he would do anything. Ern was pleased with the answers, letting me know he was ready for the test and wanted to get this over with as quickly as possible. They shook hands, and the other captain started putting his mana into the guy's body to test his hunches. Dirk made sure that the guy was rank 4, assuming that this was nonsense, not believing that it could be. He didn't understand where the excess mana had gone. If one did not know about the existence of the first system and the various martial arts techniques used there, he would never be able to find Erna mana. The mana of the first rank was blocked in certain blood vessels. The 100 years of internal chi energy accumulated in the lower abdomen was no comparison to the mana of the heart. After they unclasped their hands, Zenitz asked Dirk what the result of his test. The second captain replied that Ern was on a 4th class, approaching 3rd. Zenitz marveled at his words, asking the young man how he managed to get into the middle class of the academy in the first place. Ern replied that he had recently managed to acquire several achievements. Zenitz said that at first, he was puzzled by the fact that a freshman middle school student had a closed practice, but now he understood everything. The captain of the prosecutor's corps assumed that the boy's father would be proud of him, asking him to try his best from now on as well. Ern thanked him for such words. Dirk apologized for his speculation, saying that he was wrong. Zenitz hoped for the guy's understanding and said that the captain was desperate, and that's why he behaved that way. Ern replied that it was all right. He was glad that the doubts he had had were now dispelled, though they had been groundless from the beginning. Dirk once again apologized for his action, saying that he was very ashamed of it. The second captain, in his defense, pointed out that it was as if a demon had possessed him, and he did not know what he knew. Ern said that although he didn't know Kuntz well, they knew each other well, and he hoped that Dirk would find him. The young man pointed out that he had a class coming up and needed to get going. Zenitz didn't mind thanking the guy for his cooperation. As he left, Ern realized that the Kuntz case was completely closed, and he had succeeded in getting rid of his suspicions. Later, Dmitri asked the guy how he was even able to do that to him. Ern asked him what he had done wrong. Dmitri asked his neighbor how it was possible to go to a closed practice without saying a word to him, stating that he was very worried about him. Ern pointed out that if he had asked Circle, he would have immediately told him about his position. A neighbor stated that he had been up nights waiting for Ern to return. Everyone started talking about it. They didn't understand how a middle-class student could get into a closed training session, assuming he was privileged due to his powerful family. Hearing their words, Ern realized that their level of thinking was still at a low level because they still didn't see the whole picture. Suddenly, Ern's musings were interrupted by one of the boys who asked what he was from Steelguard. Ern realized that this is the same guy who distinguished himself on the ACE placement test, who never came down from the top until graduation, whose very existence was a sort of reinforcement of his inferiority complex in a previous life. His name was Cassian Trauss. The boy was curious as to why Cassian Trauss spoke to him. Ern answered positively to his question, asking what was wrong. Cassian Trauss unexpectedly challenged Ern to a duel. All those around him were surprised by his bid. The entrants didn't understand what the point of this fight was, assuming that Ern was much weaker than Cassian Trauss. Ern replied that he didn't want to fight him in a duel. The students were sure that it should have been Ern offering Cassian Trauss a duel, and not the other way around. Cassian Trauss asked why he was refusing. Ern replied that he just didn't want an interlocutor, replied that was not the reason. Ern asked why he was the one who suddenly decided to challenge him to a duel, asking if he knew him. Cassian Trauss pointed out that it was impossible to refuse the fight, because those are the rules. He wanted to fight him. Ern asked his interlocutor if he knew why this rule was created. If he was at the top, he should not get hung up on his ranking and accept the challenge, pointing out that this rule was given to lower-class students. Cassian Traus noted that he too could use the rule. Ern explained that the right was not given to humiliate others, but to compete fairly, adding that if he was of the upper class, let him have fun with his equals. Guy reported that instructor Serkal had also given his agreement, and they had agreed that he would be an observer. Ern decided that since the instructor had approved it, he couldn't refuse it, and there was talk of a closed training session. The young man realized he had no choice but to tell Cassian Traus that he agreed, asking when the duel would be. Cassian Traus replied that the duel would be today. Ern indicated that he was ready since it wouldn't take long anyway, asking his interlocutor to go first. Both guys went to the battleground. The rest of the students were surprised at this turn of events. They thought this impossible between freshmen ranked 1st and 72nd. One of the guys offered to go and see Cassian's skills. They were curious to see how talented he was. The instructor noticed Ern's indignant look and mentally apologized, because those were the rules and there was nothing he could do about it. Ern tried to find out from Cassian Traus the true reason for his action by challenging him to a duel. Cassian Traus had heard that until this morning, Ern had been at a special training session among the freshmen, stating that no one had ever gotten to it before him. Ern agreed with his words, realizing that it had only been a week since he had entered the academy and could be said to be an absolute record. Cassian Traus said that he did not understand how Ern managed to do such a thing, as his application was rejected. Ern assumed that his opponent was acting this way because he had stolen the opportunity to be first from him. The guy asked Ern not to talk nonsense, because he was only wondering why he could get a permit and he couldn't. Ern realized that Cassius Traus must have been very hurt. Ern responded that this is not a surprising argument, pointing out that training room assignments are based on potential, not ranking. The guy said that there was a stira in front of him, and thanks to closed training, he was able to cross it, indicating that this was the purpose of the special training. Cassian Traus stated that he knew about it too. Ern asked his opponent what the problem was, then asking that since he entered the academy with the highest grades, he should be first in everything. Cassian Traus asked what nonsense he was talking about. Ian noticed that he had overreacted to such a petty provocation, realizing that Cassian, who had shown in his past life, was still a child. The guy vehemently stated that Ern shouldn't think he was the only one who ran into the wall, adding that he was just like Ern. Ern replied that in that case, he would work hard and overcome it someday. Cassius Traus asked his opponent not to overreact. Cassian Traus, stating that he himself would check to see if Ern, the middle-class student, had improved his skills and if he was even eligible to attend the closed practice. Ern managed to block his opponent's attack in time. Everyone was surprised at his quick reaction. The guy realized that Cassius Traus was without a doubt the most real genius in his past life. This guy would flaunt his head proudly up to the end of his days. Ern remembered his past battles with the ilk and realized that Cassian had chosen an opponent beyond his abilities today. The young man called Cassius Traus a minor speck in his path, preparing to counterattack. Guy stated that Ern used a solid defense, asking, until when will he continue to only be defensive? Ern realized that his opponent was annoying him and wished he could have dealt with him in one blow, because that would make the others suspicious. The guy realized that in the eyes of others, his level was not high enough to defeat Cassian. Now he tried to choose the option of smashing him to smithereens or a draw. The downside of the trace Cassian left behind was that it released mana perfectly, but the control quotes were noticeably lame. Ern realized that this was the way to go. Cassius Traus struck at his opponent, but Ern was able to easily dodge his attack. Then he stood in his own and lowered his sword. The opponent didn't realize what he was doing. Ern asked why he lowered his sword, not knowing what to expect from him. Ern replied that a knight who has reached the heights controls strength by gentleness, overcoming gravity with lightness, and overcoming speed with slowness. Guy stated that these were the words of his father, Cassius Traus, asked that these were the words of his lordship, Rebadan. People around did not understand why the guys suddenly, instead of fighting, began to talk someone, and those watching asked what is acceptable in a fight. Someone said that being heavy, strong, and fast is the best. Cassius Traus asked, what was the continuation of this instruction? Ern replied that his father had said nothing more on the subject. Ern added that Rebadan in return demonstrated everything by example. He pointed his sword at his opponent. Ern's opponent wrestled his sword away, saying what kind of frivolous antics he was letting himself get away with. Suddenly Cassius noticed that his opponent was missing, but he was sure that he had touched him, but there was no sense of impact. Enraged, the guy started trying his best to attack Ern, who kept dodging deftly. Ern, noticing that his opponent had seen his skill, asked how he liked his dodge attack skills. The guy asked that after that, he still wasn't allowed to go to indoor practice. Cassius Trauss looked at his opponent in surprise. Ern calmly looked him straight in the eye. Putting away his sword, Cassius Trauss answered his question negatively. Ern looked at the instructor, who hadn't caught up with the situation. The instructor stated that he didn't see them wanting to fight, declaring a draw in this fight. The observers were surprised by this, saying that this is nonsense, asking the guys to continue the fight, because all the most interesting things have just begun. Instructor Circle ordered everyone to shut up, saying that this fight was over and everyone should return to class. The guys assumed the two had gotten friendly and stopped fighting. Someone asked what was being said about some kind of law. One of the students said they meant closed practice. Since the duel with the first place ended in a draw, then Ern is indeed worthy of attending the closed training session. Cassius Trauss thought about these words. Bowing to the instructor, the boy left Ern and Circle, who were staring at his back. Ern pointed out to the instructor that this was a perfect ending to the duel. Circle asked the lad that this was his plan. The young man replied that it was the best option. Circle asked the guy didn't think he was a bit over the top by doing so in this fight, pointing out that this art was hard for even him to realize. Ern thought that this was exactly how it was, pointing out that it was like leaving a special rank door open after he had mastered it all. The guy realized that what he had demonstrated was the 8 stars darkness sword technique. Magic was a first-class enlightenment, or higher Ern, realized that he had only shown everyone the tip of the iceberg. The instructor indicated that a child who had rapidly reached 2nd grade must have been confused by the demonstration of higher-level skills. Ern replied that that was why he did so, adding that it was because of Circle that the duel had such an outcome. Circulus reported that Ern could have lost if he hadn't overreached and he was going to hide his skills. Ern pointed out that he had just decided to mess with Cassian Trauss a little, and Ern didn't want to lose to that kid. The instructor looked at the kid questioningly. The young man said that after classes, he would have to leave the academy for a while and asked the instructor to prepare a pass for him. Circle didn't understand why Ern had entered the academy in the first place. In the evening, the men were unloading wagons of goods that had arrived at Flip's trading company. Ern, in the guise of Flip, was content to watch this picture, rhetorically asking that it was all his. Suddenly, someone was glad that the head of the trading company had finally come to his place. Flip realized it was the deputy, asking if there had been any incidents in his absence. The man cheerfully replied that there had been nothing of the sort. The head of the former trading company and current deputy, Marcus, informed the owner that things were going so well that not even a mosquito would be able to pinch his nose. Marcus told Flip that he had come just in time because some decisions had to be approved. Ern, in the guise of Flip, noticed that Marcus had hired 15 porters, 10 merchants, and 3 clerks, saying that the number should be doubled. Marcus was surprised at this, asking that it wouldn't be too much. Flip replied that as it stands now, they won't be enough, but from now on, as deals are made, they will increase the staff. The deputy was surprised that the owner intended to increase the number of workers even more. He still couldn't believe the volume of transactions that the head of the trading company had requested. Flip asked the deputy why he was so surprised, because he really wanted to quadruple the staff, but he thought there was no hurry. The head of the trading company pointed out that it is better to slowly gain momentum, because they will have a lot of business ahead of them, as in a few years, Flip will become the largest company in Theros. Flip explained that it was good to be careful, but first they needed to grow the company to a size that would suit him. The deputy replied that he would keep that in mind. The head of the trading company told the deputy another important thing, pointing out that the building was too old, and therefore he should call carpenters to repair it and expand the warehouse. Marcus thought it was unnecessary because Flip had just started his business, and there was still plenty of room in the warehouse. Flip objected because he had just told the deputy about the scale his trading company would take. The head of the company asked if their trading company Flip would use a shabby building, how their customers would look at them, telling Marcus not to try to save money somewhere. The deputy understood his thoughts and said that he would do everything to the highest standard. Ern realized that if you looked through the eyes of an old man who had been in the trade for half a century, Marcus was a pretty good choice for the position of deputy. because Marcus was not greedy, diligent, and he had good practical skills, but being too phlegmatic and timid in making any decision was his biggest flaw. Ern was sure that Marcus would not stab him in the back. He knew that when there was a need to appoint someone to a leadership position, the first choice was someone trustworthy. Flip then asked the deputy where their secretary was, assuming he was indoors. Knocking on the door, the girl was surprised by the visitor. He was busy familiarizing himself with all the documentation of the trading company. Flip asked Sylvia that there were no complaints about the secretary's office. He decided to check on her settling in. The girl, along with Sari, were happy that Ern had come to them in the guise of Flip. The guy stated that he hadn't seen his pet for one day at most. He missed him so much. Flip realized they were engaged in a score, asking Sylvia to keep an eye on the Sari, assuming he'd given her too much work. The girl replied that she was only too glad to help him, because under his guidance, she had mastered everything here without difficulty. Flip pointed out to the girl that she was a quick learner, saying that Sylvia was doing better than he expected and advising her to go to him when she had difficulties. Sylvia said that she had just heard from the workshop that Flip's order had already been fulfilled. The guy was surprised that his order had been fulfilled so quickly. The girl added that during the day, the deputy had personally picked up his order, and it was now in the backyard. Flip replied that he shouldn't have bothered because he could have gone to get it himself. The secretary asked Flip where he was going to use the item. She looked questioningly at the head of the company. The guy replied that this order was for Sari. The girl was even more surprised by this. Approaching the carriage, the guy said that it was an exclusive meal for Sari. Asking if she could eat it all, the pet said she could handle it. Ern realized that from a human point of view, it was like seeing a carriage made of sweets. The carriage was really huge, so Sari couldn't eat it in the blink of an eye. After sitting down, Ern, in the guise of Flip, realized that there should have been some result by now, deciding to check the ground first. The guy decided to enter the first system first, congratulated Merchant Ern for successfully passing the entrance exam. The system reported that from now on he could manage the affiliate store menu. Ern was glad that this feature actually worked. It was a real place to invest the coins received from the King of Trade. Ern realized that compared to this money he was spending on trading companies, Flip was only 100,000 coins for the entry fee he had to pay. The price was 1,000,000 gold coins. Guy was grateful to Miam as a channel master, who was very helpful in many ways. From now on, he would make the most of their relationship while the opportunity presented itself. The young man decided that he should start by changing the name of the store by making an enticing description of his store for customers. Rereading his description, the guy suggested it was a bit pretentious for this store. Ern decided that it was okay because he had such a concept, deciding that he should have written something else along those lines. The guy understood that partner stores had one specialized field since the number of seats was limited, but such stores were already overcrowded with representatives of the first system. Ern knew that he was not a producer, but a middleman in this trade, and whatever trick he used, he could not sell wholesale a product of better quality than the others. With this being the case, Ern decided to favor variety as the main advantage of his store, but many items were not yet in stock. It was a shame to call it a store of everything based only on what was in his inventory. The guy decided the day of the start to put a stockpile of martial arts records. Seok Hyun joined in the conversation. Ern was pleased that he had answered him so quickly, asking him what the situation was like. Seok Hyun replied that everything was just fine, because with his help, he was also buying and gathering inner energy, little by little. Ern replied that he wasn't interested, and asked him about the security of the library, because he said that security had been beefed up recently. The man informed the lad that the security of the library was now no joke, informed him that it was very difficult to take away even one single volume. He thought such a practice would last for some time to come. Ern replied that there was nothing to be done in that case, saying that he was going to provide him with a reliable business partner. Seok Hyun asked who he was talking about. The guy asked what was the point of telling him about it if he couldn't do anything about it because of the library's increased security. Seok Hyun said that his words did not mean that it was impossible to make a breach in the guards, adding that he was a legend who was still alive even after putting his life on the line at Heavenly Sword Castle. The young man pointed out to his interlocutor that he was too chatty and asked if there was a way to bypass the guards. Seok Hyun asked how much he needed. Ern replied, the more the better, saying that for the first time, the payment would be about 3,000 coins per month. Seok Hyun realized that in 1 year, he could regain half of the internal energy that he had in the past. Seok Hyun asked who his business partner was in that case. Ern said it was a partnership store. The man said that in that case, the money would definitely not go down the drain, asking what the name of the store was. In the guise of Flip, replied that the store was called All Sorts of Goods Marima Shop. The man was surprised at the name. The guy ordered his interlocutor not to laugh at this title, or he would destroy it, stating that such a concept. Seo-kyun replied that it was not the case, pointing out that he had opened an affiliate store, asking if he knew that he would need to pass a very rigorous background check. The guy replied that he would deal with it himself, somehow asking him to better prepare martial arts recordings. The offer price would be 10% lower than the average price. Seo-kyun pointed out that 10% is a little, realizing that in that case, his income would also be less. Suggested to his interlocutor that the problem was that the records had been left behind, or that there were not enough of them among the stock traders willing to make a deal. He chose the stupidest lousy guy and started laying the groundwork. Seo-kyun realized the words of his interlocutor and realized that a large volume of sales was beneficial. Asked the man to then prepare martial arts recordings and send them to him after he finished talking to him. After the guy decided to restock other products, it started buying up the goods at low prices. Upon arriving at the academy, realized that the outing had been useful, albeit short-lived. He had opened a partner store, obtained a shelf of goods, and even made progress in the necessary connections. The guy got the achievement of King of Trade, using 250,000 coins in the channel of the first system, and was rewarded with 15,000. In addition, Sari's ability to transform was confirmed, because until now, this possibility had been in doubt. Earlier, after Sari had eaten the carriage, she had managed to transform into it. Was surprised that his pet had taken even the smallest of details into account when creating the carriage. The reason why the transformation of the magic sword wasn't perfect was because Sari was still too young back then, as thought the last transformation into a unicorn wasn't an accident. So, the guy, to make sure conclusively of the abilities of his pet, Sari Bulagasari, was of the highest level. Besides combat aid, there were many other uses for the pet. Henceforth, decided to feed her different items. Entering the room, the guy did not find his neighbor in his seat, assuming that Dimitri had gone to practice. Was just burning with impatience, wanting to find out how things were going with the affiliate store as soon as possible. The system reported that the golden jade-faced dragon, Jo Guillaume Nama, had sent him a request to talk. The young man assumed that finally Jo Guillaume Nama had finally managed to make a firm decision. He opened a dialogue box with him. Jo Guillaume Nama reported that he hadn't seen him in a while. Asked how he managed to get his thoughts in order. The interlocutor answered positively that after long deliberation, he had finally decided to take revenge. Even though it would be incomplete, he was ready to do it. The young man replied to the acquaintance that he had made the right decision. Jo Guillaume Nama replied that it took him a long time to think about it. Jo Guillaume Nama stated that he hated those two too, but not as much as the main culprit, realizing that if he got rid of them, the main culprit would realize the existence of the vigilante. The man added that if the main culprit hid, he would forever lose the opportunity to avenge him. Asked what he thought those three still kept in touch even after so long. Jo Guillaume Nama replied that they were Marima masters, and so even after decades, some news about each other could reach their ears. Agreed with his reasoning, stating that they had a special relationship because they were accomplices to the Nanju massacre. Jo Guillaume Nama was surprised at this guy's familiarity with these matters. For a moment, he was silent. After the interlocutor asked what he knew about it, the guy replied that he was familiar with the situation in general terms. Had sent Seo-kyun to Nanju earlier, and he had struggled to get information about the incident. The tragedy that occurred after the world of Muram introduced dimensional transactions is a terrible case of abuse of the basic characteristic of transactions, allowing the exchange of internal energy. The boy knew that on that day, the inner energy of hundreds of people had been drained out, and then they were all killed, and among the victims were also Jo Guillaume Nama's parents. Learned that Jo Guillaume Nama was going to wait a bit and find the main culprit and then capture the whole gang. Jo Guillaume Nama added that when he managed to find the enemy, he is no longer able to wait before striking at them. The desire was burning Jo Guillaume Nam from the inside out. He wanted to make them feel what he had gone through and repay them in kind. Pointed out to his interlocutor that he was thinking in the right direction, for according to their treaty, if he needed anything, he would support him. The guy said he could contact him any time, and as a bonus, he was willing to be his interlocutor as well. Jo Guillaume Nama thanked the guy for such words of encouragement. He decided to wait a little longer after he left the conversation with The young man realized that both of his acquaintances' opponents were at their peak, not knowing if Jo Gyum-nam would be able to easily take revenge on them. Exhaling, the guy realized that this was already Jo Gyum-nam's own concern. He just needed to do his duties well. After the guy decided to see what the response was to his affiliate store, he opened up the system. The guy realized that opening a retail outlet with a diverse assortment instead of a specialty store was the right decision, and it generated a much bigger response than he expected. Customers were happy that this store had everything of good quality. Now they didn't have to scour the entire channel looking for the right product and didn't have to contact those people who tried to scam them. Checking his store a day later, Earn was surprised that things were going so well that it seemed a little strange to him. Earn realized that at this rate he could sell out all the goods he had in a week, and there was no need to worry about leftovers. The minimum plan was to reach the heroic rank and enter the second system of measurement transactions. At first, Earn was set a bar of 2 years, but at this rate he could move on to the next step. Suddenly, Earn felt a familiar energy, realizing that they had met him like this. The unknown man pointed out to Earn that he was still lazy by asking why he was sticking around at this time here. Earn turned around and pointed out to the boy that he had come to him quickly, because it had only been a month since he had enrolled in the academy, and already so much had happened. Guy pointed out if Earn had been quiet, they wouldn't have had any need to date for a whole year. Rising up, Earn reported that it was a true brotherly affection that drew tears. Jason, the second son and third child of Earl Stilgutter, asked what happened to Earn. During this time at the academy, the younger brother asked what he was talking about. The older brother was sure that Earn would end up in the lowest class, but the middle class and another 72nd ranking, asking how he managed to achieve this. Earn asked that it was so surprising to Jason that his older brother answered in the affirmative, pointing out that it was about Earn and no one else. The younger brother realized that this was exactly the reaction he should have expected from Jason, because he only remembered Earn as he had been in his previous life. Earn asked what was the reason his older brother was so anxious. Jason asked what he meant. Earn replied that he understood perfectly. In retrospect, Yatsuk had not lived up to Count Steelguard's expectations either, and Kieran, who had graduated from the second-class Knights Academy, had often heard cries of regret. Jason, on the other hand, was only rank 4 at all, and luckily for Earn in his past life, he simply didn't have any outstanding skills. Then Jason was broken when he couldn't overcome the wall of aura wielders. That was why his gaze turned towards Earn always had a slight sense of unease. He was the one who ignored Earn the most, and the one who watched him with the highest wariness. Jason will never beat Kieran, but if you try hard enough, you can get in the middle, and then no one will blame him for being better than Earn. Earn hadn't known it in the past, but now looking at Jason, he realized how pathetic he was. Little brother didn't think Jason had come here for a tearful reunion with his little brother, asking him to tell him what business he had with Earn. The older brother said he wanted to talk to him about the fight with Cassian, asking how Earn had done it. The younger brother said it was all a matter of calculation. Jason didn't believe him and asked him not to laugh, because there was no way his fight with Cassian was going to end in a draw. Earn asked that he shouldn't have done that. His older brother replied that it wasn't that, because Earn was fighting against a man who was ranked number 1 in the rankings. The younger brother replied that there was always a way. Jason told Earn that regarding that way, they wanted to see him. The older brother informed Earn that Tane Earn asked if it was the same Tane Carson who wanted to see him. Earn pointed out that he was some kind of strange man. If he had anything to say to him, he would have let him come himself, not realizing why he had sent Jason. Jason asked his younger brother to watch his language and not carelessly call Tane Carson names. The younger brother asked his words too rashly, assuming there was someone else here besides the two of them. Earn asked Jason that he needed to go to Tane right away and asked where he wanted to meet him. Jason told Earn not to think that Tane would meet him personally. The older brother gave Earn a letter asking him to come tonight to the address listed in the letter, asking him to wear Earn's dress suit for such meetings. Earn noticed a familiar seal on the letter. He was shocked by it, realizing that this was not going to be an easy meeting. Jason pointed out that his little brother was honored because an invitation to the freshman club was something out of the ordinary. Earn, picking up the letter, did not understand what honor he was telling him, for he had given him an invitation to a puppet show. Jason didn't understand why Earn was trying harder and harder with every word to make the event seem ordinary. As he left, the older brother ordered Earn that he was not to be late for the meeting. Earn decided to go if he had the chance. Earn realized that there would be those he would have to face sooner or later anyway, and those whose faces he sincerely wanted to see. The 21 Club is an unofficial club of the High Society of Theros Academy. Since the number of members is limited to 21, only students from high-ranking and noble families were invited to participate. The connections made here would last a lifetime, so many sought to be among the chosen few. A gathering of the current generation of Navarro's rising stars on whom there were high hopes all noticed that Ern had appeared among them. Ern walked calmly into the hall where all the invited nobles were gathered. He had no excitement about it at all. The students saw Ern for the first time and didn't know who he was. They didn't know that there was one among the freshmen who stood out among the rest. They all thought that Cassian was the leader of the freshman class. Ern's caution seemed natural, for the body in front of them bore the tag of Navarro's top star. Ern noticed that Selina Lefebvre was looking at him. The girl didn't dare to speak to the newcomer. The young man remembered that this girl was also in the Lub 21. He had this fact completely slipped his mind. Ern decided that he should not tangle with her in this life, for he had drawn conclusions from past experience. The girls were shocked that this guy ignored Selina and didn't even say hello to her, pointing out that he had disgusting manners. Selina Lefebvre assumed that this guy had dared to humiliate her by not saying hello or introducing himself, and she figured he wouldn't get away with it. Ern knew that in his past life, he couldn't see Selina's true nature through, so he was simply fascinated by her beauty, realizing that it wouldn't do him any good to be with her, deciding to avoid her. Two big guys asked what he was Erna's Stilgard. The guy was a little flustered by such an encounter with strangers. Ern asked what of the fact that he is Ern Highlandarius, the eldest son of the family, asking that he does not distinguish who is on top and who is on the bottom. Durandarius, the second son of the Darius family, pointed out that this guy beat up their brother and now dares to ignore them. Ern realized that it was the older brothers of Baranden, whom he had recently beaten, and assumed he had complained to them. The young man realized that there were too many eyes here to make a fuss, and he didn't yet know how he should handle the situation. Ern decided to just politely ask them to move out of the way, but the guys showed with all their looks that they wouldn't let him through. Suddenly, a guy intervened in their conversation and pointed to them to stop it. Jason noticed that Ern had come in. The younger brother replied that he had thought of him, and so decided to appear at the invitation of Thane Carson. Durand asked Jason what exactly he'd asked Jason to stop assuming that he'd gone out of his way to protect his younger brother, but Heelan pointed out that he'd said himself that he didn't consider Ern a relative. After these words, Ern looked at his older brother, realizing the full essence of his inner world. Jason replied that he wasn't defending his younger brother, saying that he was here at Thane's invitation, and the Darius brothers were surprised by that. Hearing this, the brothers said that in that case, they would go and not bother Ern anymore. Ern asked his older brother where Thane was. Jason replied that he was inside alone right now. The guy didn't understand who Thane was making of himself since he was a future duke, asking that he didn't want to hang out with ordinary people. Jason asked his younger brother to watch his language, asking that in the time they'd been away from him, he'd lost all sense of fear. Ern asked if anyone else was listening to them. The older brother said that whoever needed to hear would hear, and asked him to keep quiet and follow him. It seemed to the boy that the brothers Darius and Jason were very much afraid of this Thane Crayson. Ern understood their apprehension, for he had a halo of nobility, unrivaled swordsmanship, and icy charisma. Such qualities made not only the students but also the teachers tremble with terror, so in his previous life, Ern also tried his best not to go against that gentleman. Ern was curious to see how Tay would look in his eyes, now that he wasn't the same. Navarro had 3 nobles, grouped by similar nicknames. The first was the Steel Earl Rebadan Stilgader. Second was the ardent Marquis Dorian Albret, and third was the cold-blooded Duke Luther Carson. These were the so-called 3 main lords, all of whom represented the true strength of Navarro, or the guise of a great nobleman who can boast of glory at the continental level. Among them stood out Carson's sterling son, who was the epitome of unquestioned influence on all spheres, and that was Thane Carson. Thane Carson stated that he was pleased to meet Ern Stilgard. The boys were standing against him. Foe Ern pointed out that he has good looks, but it's a pity he's not taller, adding that he's still young and will probably grow up. Ern realized that Thane had started evaluating him right off the bat, and he replied that he was probably right about his height. Thane was surprised at his response. Jason asked his younger brother to tone it down, but Ern didn't care. Ern realized that seeing everything again was exactly the same as in his previous life, realizing that this guy wasn't quite sane. Thane said he was extremely surprised and could not imagine that the Steel Guards had hidden such a pearl. Ern replied that there was no seashore in the north and they did not hide pearls. Carson responded to Ern that he was pretty funny. Rez failed to immediately recognize his comparisons. Looking at his older brother, Tane asked if he should start getting nervous, pointing out that his younger brother looked better than him. Jason asked Thane what it was that his little brother was better at than him. He was really sure of his superiority. Thane pointed out that even if they unmindedly called the same, another in his opinion, Ern was a better ornament in a figurative sense. The boy suggested to end the idle chatter and look at the abilities Ern possessed. Tane told the guy to get the hell out of here because he didn't need a footstool anymore. Jason felt sorry for the guy who'd been treated like furniture. Those present pointed out that thanks to the newcomer's arrival, this guy was quickly released today, suggesting that he wanted to live his whole life as an errand boy. Thane asked Ern what he thought about him overreacting by treating this guy so carelessly. Guy added that treating people like footstools, asked what Ern thought was inhumane. Ern said that to some extent. Thane replied that he didn't care what his thoughts were on the matter anyway, because in the current situation, Ern would be able to see things from that angle. Afterward, Thane asked Ern why he wasn't showing him the courtesy he deserved. Ern asked in response, then that wasn't originally the cultural level here. Thane was surprised by his words. The boy added that the Darius brothers behaved the same way, and Tane too. They were third years and didn't show the slightest bit of courtesy to Jason's senior year. Ern stated that he too had decided to follow a similar line of behavior by asking Thane if there was a problem. Thane laughed at his words, indicating that Ern had a tongue. For the longer he looked at him, the more he thought of him as a useful thing. The boy hoped his skills weren't as good as the art of speaking. Aaron realized that Thane had been making small talk about abilities as of late, assuming he wanted a duel with him. Suddenly Thane asked Ern if they had a duel with Cassian. To him, Ern was surprised by the question. Thane pointed out that after the fight with him, Cassian continued to be in poor condition. Everyone was curious, for they knew about their fight only from Cassian's words, and only in general terms, and Tane asked Ern why Cassian had surrendered. Tane didn't believe that this could have happened because of a couple of phrases Ern had thrown out, because there must have been reasons, and everyone in that place wondered about it. The guy called them all fools, saying there's nothing so important about winning or losing. Thane stated the truly important words about enlightenment. Steel Earl Ern was surprised by his request. Ern assumed that this fellow had thrown bait to the carp to catch the Crucian carp, realizing that Thane might well be interested in such a mystery. As a third-year ace looking at the academy as a whole, Thane was among the best. Tane asked Ern if he had heard anything else on a similar matter. The guy looked at him questioningly. The lad reported that he had heard the words spoken by the Steel Earl, and from this, he thought they might be a guiding thread. Ern pondered his words. Tane pointed out that since he had behaved this way, there might be more to it, adding that this was a rare opportunity to leave him in his debt. Looking at Thane, Ern did not believe his words, for he was in the position of a petitioner, but he spoke as if it were a gesture of goodwill. Ern decided to blow this guy up like Cassian had earlier, because even if an unfathomable mystery is now hidden, the more you savor it, the more you get into the labyrinth. The guy said there was something else Thane asked him to tell him about. Ern reported that a knight who has reached the heights controls strength by gentleness, overcoming gravity with lightness, and overcoming speed with slowness. These words were said to Cassian. Concluding, Ern pointed out that fullness is contained in emptiness. Tane asked what that meant. Ern replied that one should pretend to have nothing. Even if he has something, let it be full. But on the outside, one should look empty. Tane was surprised to realize the meaning of Ern's words. He had the feeling that his consciousness had instantly opened up. Ern seemed to think that Thane thought he would become the founder emperor. If enlightenment could be achieved with a couple of phrases, then no one would have to go through all these difficulties. Thane asked Jason why Ern's words were different from what he had told him earlier. Jason asked what about. Carson replied that the third son knew more nuances from his father's training than the second son asking who he should exclude. Jason didn't know what to say. Thane pointed out that it was surprising he thought Kieran was the only useful person in their family. What he'd said earlier about Jason being nervous had been a joke, but now Tane was going to talk about it seriously. Thane stated that Ern had come to his liking, adding that his attitude was pleasing to him. The guy added that he couldn't let Ern into Club 21 because all the seats were already taken. They couldn't just increase the number of members. Thane was too stingy to just let Ern go, so he decided to try something. Afterward, Carson asked Jason what he thought about making room for his younger brother. Jason asked Tane that he was serious about it, assuming he was surprised that he was straight in his eyes telling him to leave the club. Thane asked what, besides the big name, was left of the Stilgard family. He didn't have to have two offspring from their family. When Thane saw Jason's frightened expression, he said he was only joking and asked him to keep his face simple, saying that thanks to Sir Babahan, he too could enjoy all of these benefits in peace. Thane informed them that they should thank him. Ern realized that every word Thane said sounded like a nag. Carson asked Jason not to worry because he would forever be a member of Club 21. Jason thanked him for that. The boy pointed out that since he had thanked him, he might deign to fulfill his one request. Jason replied that he would be happy to do so. Thane reported that he now sensed something, asking, "How about having a trivia fight?" Jason surprisingly asked, "What exactly is here?" The young gentleman asked why Jason was so afraid of the duel, saying that it would be a trifling match of strength. Then Thane landed a powerful punch to the face of Jason, who was unable to dodge it. Looking at his fist, Thane assumed that this was what was called overcoming speed with slowness. Ern realized that this guy was merely demonstrating the difference in their abilities. Thane asked Jason to try harder. He had no idea if he was doing anything right. Watching the fight, they realized that Jason was the punching bag today, and one of the guys said he always knew something like this would happen. Thane asked his opponent why he froze, ordering him to attack immediately. Jason tried to strike at him, but Thane controlled his strength with softness and struck back at his opponent, overcoming gravity with lightness. Thane realized that this was harder than he thought. Jason grabbed the face where the blow had been struck. Carson continued to overpower Jason, trying to understand the words Ern had told him earlier. Thane said with one of his powerful blows that it wasn't that Jason was barely standing on his feet after those blows. After another punch, Jason flew off to the side. Thane pointed out that he had only hit him a couple times and he was already down. As he approached the boy, Thane ordered him to get up quickly and continue to fight him. For now, he was beginning to realize the essence of the words he had spoken. Suddenly, Ern was on his older brother's defense, asking what might be enough. Jason was surprised by his action. Thane was shocked at this outcome, asking the guy what he had just told him, showing by his behavior that it was a mistake. Ern pointed out that such a spectacle could not be called a fight. He saw only a one-sided beating. Thane said that he couldn't get enough of one spoonful and asked if he shouldn't take one step at a time to realize the truth. If it were a wall that could be overcome by such nonsense, then every dog and cow would be able to use the aura. Thane had not seen anyone insolent in a long time. Thane assumed that Ern thought that the boys of the Stilgard family could cause some trouble with nothing. Carson asked what Ern would be able to prove himself and how much longer they were going to grasp onto their grandfather's accomplishments without realizing what they had even done for Navarro. Young gentleman asked everyone, aren't they interested in hearing the answers to all these questions? The crowd pointed out that the Stilgard brothers were weaklings who only knew how to hang on to someone's neck, calling them hillbillies from the north who had no upbringing or practiced skills. Ern knew it all too, though it made his blood boil, but it was a reality that had to be faced. Their family was no longer the Stilgard family that was revered as heroes. The younger brother held out his hand to Jason, saying they had nothing more to do here and were leaving. Thane wondered if these brothers were just going to walk away from him, saying it wasn't as easy as they thought. Ern asked that they still need to get Thane's permission to leave this club. Thane answered in the negative, saying that he meant differently, for they could leave but had to remember one thing firmly. Carson pointed out that he always pays his bills to both benefactors and enemies. In light of recent events, they belonged among them. Ern replied that if it was a matter of beneficence, no payment was required. He saw no point in handouts. Thane was surprised to hear that Ern thought of it as a boon. He glared furiously at the guy. Ern replied that yes to him, what he so desperately desired to obtain was the knowledge of the Steel Earl's enlightenment. The boy stated that even knowing Thane's secret, he was still unable to comprehend this essence. The brothers left. Thane looked at their backs and said he had no words to say to them. Thane added that if they were scared shitless, they should just say so and call them cowardly northern rats. Ern allowed them to laugh at their own pleasure for now, for things were about to change a great deal. The entrenched denigration of the Stilgard family will change so much that it will shatter. As he left the club, Ern realized that he had been wrong to hold back and not beat up that insolent man, and he had a bitter aftertaste from the encounter. Jason said that it was all because of Ern, saying that what his little brother had done was wrong, because he would now be kicked out of the club and made an outcast in the class. Ern calmly asked his older brother what he was so afraid of Thane Crayson. Jason replied positively, adding that Thane was someone who didn't pay attention to Stilgard or anyone else. Ern replied that it was tearful, asking why such a fate had befallen the Stilgard family. Jason was surprised by the question and didn't know what to say. The younger brother pointed out that it was all about themselves. At least with the older brother, they didn't treat them that way. Judging by the look on his face, Ern realized it was safe to say that Jason was thinking the same thing. Ern pondered the question of how best to proceed. In this case, he had restrained himself long enough and had enough excuses and witnesses. The guy realized that he couldn't be lenient with Tane and decided to just go and paint the offenders good. His younger brother told Jason that he continued to be plagued by doubts, saying that thanks to him, he had made a firm decision. Jason asked what he was talking about in addition to asking why he was walking towards the club again. Ern replied that Jason knew the answer to that question, saying that he had no warm feelings for him, but that they would remain brothers, even though they pretended not to know each other. The younger brother added that by his actions and words, Tane deserved payback. Jason was surprised by his words. Ern stated that Thane had definitely insulted the Stilgard family, and he was determined to get back at him for that insolence. The Darius brothers were surprised that Ern had returned to the club again and asked why he had come, assuming that he had some other business to attend to. Ern asked the guys what was wrong with them and why they got in his way every time. The brothers were surprised at such brazen words from the freshman, asking that he didn't realize at all who was standing in front of him. Hylan asked Thane if there was any more business left with this Ern Stilgard. He was surprised at such a thing. Thane replied that they could do whatever they wanted with the guy since he didn't care about him. Durandarius asked the guy why he came on his own. Without his older brother, Jason Heelan assumed that Ern was uncomfortable with his older brother being beaten. Ern asked the Darius brothers that Brandon had told them nothing much about their battle. The Darius brothers replied that he had told them all that Ern had used sneaky tricks during the contest. Ern asked, and that's all they know, stating that they are as pathetic as Brandon. The guys came in furious at such insolence of the freshman calling him a nutcase who doesn't realize what will happen to him after this. Ern gave 2 powerful blows to the boys, who did not expect such a turn of events. They grimaced in pain and said that they would suffer the same fate as Barandan because their younger brother had not told them much. The people around him saw that the boy had defeated the Darius brothers, and after Ern offered Tane a trifle duel, he was surprised at his words. Ern asked Thane why he had shrunk in fear, for he had told him it was a trifling match, and had offered only a slight contest of strength. Those in attendance were surprised at such provocation by a middle-class freshman who challenged Tane to a duel. The people around him were curious if Tane would accept Ern's challenge, because even if he won, he would not benefit from the fight. But if he refused, his reputation would be ruined. Tane thought Ern was a strong kid, saying that he turned out to be a man who had no concept of social relationships. Then the angry Thane asked if Ern was in his right mind, since he had suggested such a thing to him. The people around him were startled by his reaction. Ern asked Tane what he was muttering to himself, saying that he hadn't been looking for excuses when he talked to Jason. Thane stated that he would have a duel with Ern and said that if he wanted to be beaten, his wish would be granted in the best way possible. Ern indicated to his opponent to attack him, informing him that what he had told him earlier would be demonstrated as an incentive bonus. Tane assumed that Ern had gone completely off the rails for daring to say that to him, and she intended to strike at him. Suddenly, Ern dodged his opponent's blow. Tane didn't realize where it had gone. He was starting to worry about it. Ern reported that he was at his back. Tane was surprised at this ploy and tried to strike at his opponent again, but he was at his back again. The boy asked Thane to do his best, for he would only begin the demonstration when he matched his tact. Thane pointed out that he was holding back as best he could, but Ern had asked to give him a beating. Carson signaled in anger that he was about to knock his opponent's jaw out, but Ern struck him lightning fast. Everyone was surprised at this turn of events. Tane was a bit taken aback, not expecting to get slapped by his opponent. Ern continued to slap his opponent with slaps Tane couldn't dodge them in any way, and took all the blows to the face, asking if he was beginning to understand him. Tane fell from another slap from Ern, not realizing how he managed to do this to him. Ern pointed out that his opponent had a look on his face as if he still didn't realize what was going on, suggesting that he should hit him a couple more times to make him feel something. Tane looked at the guy and realized that Ern's Stilgard was a hawk who hid his claws. As he climbed up, Tane began to realize what was going on, furious that Ern had dared to disturb the Carson family and thought he could get away with it. Thane shouted the names of William Kaplan and Hardin, ordering them not to leave Ern a wet spot. The guys came up and asked what kind of madman dared to muddy the waters. One of the guys pointed out that Ern should have been taught a lesson, and that day fell on today. Ern was surprised to say that the bout was one-on-one, asking if the guys were ashamed to play three-on-one against a freshman. The guy thought he could forget about the fight, deciding it would be better for him to get his own buzz on. Ern Stilgard wanted to see the abilities of the royal family's future Knight Squad. One of the guys tried to strike at his opponent, but Ern managed to dodge it after he counterattacked and knocked the enemy down. Tane couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible. The people around him were also shocked by this outcome. Ern single-handedly managed to stack Tane's personally selected, most talented upperclassmen students. Tane in the greenhouse started calling out to Paris, asking what he would just stand there and watch what was going on. Approaching Paris called Ern, a funny guy asking what he aspires to reach the threshold of second class. Ern realized that this guy had an eye for this kind of thing, knowing that he couldn't send anyone to the other world, so Ern released exactly as much force as was appropriate for a second-class boundary. It was said that if the first year had Cassian, then the third year had Paris. They were the strongest in their courses. Ern realized that after all, Paris was going to graduate from the academy next year. Paris said that with such abilities as Ern's, it was permissible to behave so arrogantly. However, he should have restrained his arrogance until Paris would have graduated from the academy. Ern asked what if they weren't the ones who first went after the man who wasn't touching anyone. Paris pointed out that Ern was better than Cassian because he had a good family, outstanding abilities, and reckless self-confidence. The guy concluded that, for all that, they're not the kind of club where a freshman can dictate the rules. Everyone saw Paris's red aura. Tane was sure that in such a case, Ern wouldn't be able to get away with a couple of injuries. Ern was surprised by his opponent's red aura, realizing that there was something to see here. There were visible spheres of light from the red moon in Ern's opponent, who intended to teach him a lesson. The guy decided to test how strong Paris was an opponent, surprised that Ern laughed with him. Paris threw himself into the fray with the declaration that he was about to show him how to deal with cocky freshmen. The people around him, seeing Paris's powerful attacks, decided to move back a bit because he could hurt them too. Ern managed to block his blows. Paris stated that Ern was a tough nut. Asking how long he would be able to withstand such mana pressure, Ern realized that his opponent was still a long way from being called a glorious warrior. Ern wondered what he should do, because if he used his internal Chewy energy, it wouldn't be hard for Ern to suppress his opponent's attacks, but if he defeated an aura user without using it, it would shock everyone. The boy decided that if things worked out this way, it would be better to have Paris suddenly declare that Ern was finished. Tane noticed that Paris had landed a powerful blow on his opponent, determined that they had finally finished their fight. In a surprise to everyone, Ern managed to respond to Paris's blow and broke his own arm. Tane didn't understand how the freshman managed to dodge such a quick attack from Paris's best fighter, assuming Ern was already using aura on a similar level. Ern stood silently and looked at everyone present who were beaming in shock at this outcome of events. The boy wondered if Paris was overplaying his pain. Since he was an aura user, it would take a week for all the bones to regrow. Ern looked at everyone, and it felt as if they had all caught seasickness. The guy asked everyone present to stop staring at him, and they all abruptly started looking in different directions. Even though Tane had watched the whole process with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe what he had seen, saying that a freshman wielding an aura was a truly amazing sight. Thane added that if he could defeat someone like Pierce, then it could be recognized that the Steelguard family still had some powder in their bellows. Ern asked why he was suddenly talking like that, assuming he had beaten him too badly. Thane replied that he was utterly flabbergasted at Ern's suggestion to end this pointless psychological warfare. He decided to make the freshman a sincere offer. The young gentleman offered Ern a membership in their club, 21 he was sure the lad would accept. Thane pointed out that Paris was right, for if Ern had waited only 2 years, his era would have come. Ern asked what nonsense he was talking about and why he would do such a thing. The guy explained that the world was outside the academy and not worth getting attached to what happens here. Tane said that they were talented people who would be at the helm of Navarro's political life in the future, suggesting that Ern think hard about what would be best for him. Ern replied that it was a very funny argument, making Thane look like a fool in front of the entire audience. Thane was surprised at his answer, re-questioning what he just said. Everyone else was shocked as well. Ern asked what was so hard to understand about his words, pointing out that Thane is funny and boring at the same time, but it's only good for him. Thane was angry, saying that despite the favor Ern had shown him, he continued to bully him. Ern replied that this was coming from someone who ended up holding on to his father's pant leg, pointing out that apparently Thane had essentially nothing to brag about other than his family's standing. Taking out his blade, Thane ordered the boy to be silent and rushed to attack. He didn't understand how Ern dared to speak like that, since he didn't know anything about him. Ern calmly replied that Thane had crossed the line. He used his technique, and the knife fell out of Thane's mouth. After Ern grabbed the distraught boy by the throat, Thane didn't understand how this could have happened. Thane threatened the guy that he wouldn't get away with it, saying that he was Thane Crayson, and he didn't get a chance to finish. Ern pointed out that Thane had always been special everywhere he went from birth until now. The guy added that to him, Thane was nothing more than a worthless person, and he didn't see him as anything special. Ern pointed out that the fortress called Club 21 that Thane had built was really just a sandcastle. Thane asked the guy what he was saying. Ern asked the guy to be careful from now on. Ern said that he would never have thoughts of destroying this castle, and that Thane should be more restrained. After Ern threw his opponent, all the surrounding people were surprised at this outcome. Thane fell to the floor and couldn't move, because he passed out from such a powerful fall. Ern looked at those present, and advised them to be careful too, and not give him any problems. The guy stated that he was waiting for them all to respond. All of them were frightened by this freshman's reaction. They agreed, promising that they wouldn't give him any trouble. After all of this, Ern began to walk away, leaving them all alone with their thoughts and reasoning on what had happened. Walking outside of Club 20, Ern spotted a guy trying to leave unnoticed. Ern realized it was his older brother Jason. He turned to him. He froze with surprise. The younger brother asked Jason what he was going to pretend he didn't see, although it was exactly the opposite. Jason replied in the negative. Ern asked his brother what he came back for since he could have just left. Jason asked how he could have just left in the first place. The younger brother assumed that when Jason fell out of favor with Thane, that his life at the academy would become unbearable. Ern asked that it wasn't enough for Jason to get beaten up, so he was going to apologize. The younger brother pointed out to the older brother that he had changed a lot. Jace asked, in what sense. Ern replied that the Jason he knew would never give up his pride. Jason replied that his little brother didn't understand anything, pointing out that he didn't bow his head to the underclassmen because he liked it. Thane's tentacle destroying the steel guards with its suction cups is scapegoated in the name of merit that no one, including the Carson family, could have earned, and it was Ern and Jason. Jason informed him that Ern was the one who had actually changed, not him, asking what he had been doing and how he had managed to unlock his aura. Ern replied to his older brother that he had been practicing a little secretly. Jason asked what the hell he was talking about. The younger brother replied that even if it was hard to believe, it was still telling him the truth. The older brother stated that he would only ask Ern one question, asking why he did that. Ern answered and asked Jason what Jason was asking, who assumed that Ern was pretending not to understand. Jason pointed out that Ern didn't have to turn Thane against himself without realizing why he'd gone that far. Ern asked how he and he, being siblings, had come to such a misunderstanding of each other. Guy added that Jason was the one who always exhibited only hostility towards him at home and here. Jason remembered his past words about when he said that Ern was a disgrace to the House of Steelgotter, and he didn't count for a little brother. Ern pointed out that even though Yatsek is like that, he will still be his big brother, adding that blood is not water. Younger brother said that if it was, Ern should be the one getting punched. Jason was surprised at Ern's claim that Thane had no right to do such a thing. Jason asked Ern if he could give him a good kicking. His younger brother was surprised at such a request. Ern asked his brother that he was really watching everything properly, raising his fist. Jason stiffened, hearing his younger brother's words, asking him not to hit him too hard, asking for a low blow. Ern assumed that Jason was really crazy for asking him to do such a thing. He didn't understand what had happened to him, and that scared Ern. Jason asked his younger brother what he would do now, because Thane wasn't the kind of man who would walk off the stage with his tail between his legs, and Paris would try to make up for his humiliation. Ern replied that he had an idea, but he didn't want to tell Jason about it. His older brother assumed that he was afraid he'd run to report it to Thane. The younger brother pointed out to the older brother that it's no fun to watch a play when the ending is already known. Jason didn't understand why Ern was suddenly talking about the play, agreeing with his words. Ern advised Jason to just enjoy watching what comes next. Thane was furious that his subordinates had attacked Ern in threes and lost, pointing out that he wouldn't have them in his entourage after such a thing. Looking at the others, Thane pointed out that they were no better than these three, and said that if anyone dared to muddy the waters, they should unite and teach the insolent one a lesson. Paris asked the young gentleman to calm down. Thane was surprised at his assumption. Thane pointed out to Paris that he should keep silent, because he too had not shown himself at his best, because being the best in the stream, he had no sense of shame for what had happened. After calming down, Thane asked Paris how his arm was. The guy replied that the pain was bearable. Thane asked how strong that guy was. In Paris's opinion, he said he was just not careful. Thane asked that being careful wasn't a skill either. Paris stated that Ern was hiding, that Ern possessed an aura, and very powerful, even with such a flawless attack. He was only at the beginning stages of second class. Paris stated that he would be able to prevail next time. Thane was glad to hear that, adding that if he didn't succeed, he would have to ask the upperclassmen for help. Even though everything was clear without words, Thane asked everyone to remember to keep their mouths shut about what had happened here. Thane said that if there were any leaks about what happened today, he would make sure to find out exactly who had blabbed. Ern eavesdropped on Thane's words, who asked those present not to tell anyone about this problem that should be solved in a close circle. The boy didn't understand how the proud Thane had managed to act right on his plan, realizing that for a while everyone would be silent, as if they had water in their mouths, and so Ern had nothing to worry about for now. Ern decided to slowly move out to meet them. It was time for him to move toward the true purpose of his visit to Club 21. Left alone, the guy tried to stab himself with his own dagger. His mind hesitated to do so. Suddenly, an unknown man offered the desperate guy to make a bet with him. Ern informed the guy that he wouldn't be able to stab himself turning around. The guy remembered seeing him at the club recently. The guy introduced himself as Ern, asking if he remembered his interlocutor, realized he was from the Steelguard family. Ern asked the guy what it was, self-destruction or self-torture. The interlocutor was surprised at his words. Steelguard added that whatever it was, he understood him perfectly well, for his older brother was a little over the top when he asked what the other footstool was. Guy asked Ern how he knew he and Thane were brothers, Huyn Carson being the second son of Semni. Carson was Thane's half-younger brother. Ern asked if there was a single cadet who didn't know they were brothers. Huyn Carson replied that's not what he asked him. Huyn asked how Ern knew he was an illegitimate son, since he had not shared such information with anyone. Ern knew all this, thanks to a past life, having answered his interlocutor that he would not answer him on that question. Steelguard pointed out that Huyn would not be able to impale himself, asking why he continued to stand in that pose, asking him to give him the dagger. Suddenly, Huyn tried to injure himself again, but failed. Ern was quickly beside Huyn and stopped him from committing this act. The guy admitted to his interlocutor that he surprised him a little with his behavior. Ern couldn't think that Huyn would actually stab himself. Huyn asked his companion if he was going to remove his hand from his dagger. Ern stated that the older brother was too strong was a problem, and that the younger brother was too weak was also a problem, asking if it would be good if the strength was moderately mixed. Huyn didn't know what Ern was talking about. After another glance at the boy, Ern assumed that he had quite a temper, and Huyn asked him to let him go. Ern asked if he would drop his arm. This time he would try to stab himself properly, saying that if he answered negatively, he would loosen his grip. Huyn replied negatively, asking his interlocutor to let go of him. Ern threw up his hands. After crying and dropping the knife, Huyn stated that he didn't really want to die. He was very upset. Ern replied that he could just live without realizing why he would roar in such a situation. Huyn stated that even if he continued to live, he would be no different from the deceased person. Ern realized that Huyn was right about something, because that Thane was good at bullying others. An unsure facial expression and an attitude of weak impression, without a shred of dignity. Ern realized that if he was going to make something worthwhile out of Huyn, he'd probably have to do a lot of work. Guy asked that Huyn was treated more tolerably in the family than his older brother Thane. Huyn responded positively, stating that his father in no way belittled him. Ern stated that to be cold to everyone is to say that everyone is equal. Ern suggested that this was why Thane hated his younger brother so much. Huyn replied that perhaps. Huyn explained that while at the Duke's residence, he had somewhat adhered to certain boundaries, but once they were at the academy, everything changed. Guy reported that Thane had built his own kingdom, and Huyn was a prisoner receiving the king's hatred. Ern asked the boy if he had thought about running away, and Huyn replied that it couldn't happen because he still wasn't considered human. Huyn reported that everyone is just pointing fingers at him, saying he's no better than the beast, and his father abandoned him too. Ern realized that Thane was bullying him because he knew all of this, and that's why Huyn wanted to take his own life. The boy was surprised at Ern's words about Huyn still being too young to go to the other world. Ern informed the distraught boy that since they had met, he was willing to help him. Huing Carson was surprised at the promise that Ern would make him head of the ducal house of Carson. The boy interjected that Ern wanted to help him become the future head of the Carson family. Realizing his words, Huing asked his interlocutor not to talk nonsense, indicating that he didn't believe him. Ern replied that he was serious in telling him this, leaving Huing asked what he was saying, because his words were utter nonsense. As he left, Huing thanked Ern for saving him from death, promising to pay him back. Huing asked how he would help him become a duke since he wasn't even close to it yet. The boy added that even the very thought of being a duke made him laugh. Ern replied that he wanted Huing to laugh, to find out exactly what he had done to Thane. Huing asked what he had done to him. Guy indicated that if Huing heard it from him, he wouldn't believe it anyway, advising him to find out for himself. Saying goodbye, Ern asked his interlocutor to find him. When he made a decision, Huing was shocked by his words. Ern realized that Huing had no choice but to become the duke of the Carson family. Stilgard knew from his past life that Thane would pass away from a terminal illness, and Huing would take over the Carson family. Ern realized that he just needed to make a small contribution to this process, then he went back to his room. The boy knew that the policy of the 21 Club was to form bonds with cadets who were likely to succeed in the future, and the more he thought about it, the more tempting the idea seemed to him. Ern realized that in all likelihood, this venture would be barely half successful, and he was not satisfied with that. The young man had to choose only those who would succeed besides Huing. There were many promising students who would turn from ugly ducklings into beautiful swans. The future head of the ducal family is the main character of National Song's Loser, who in the future will become the master of the Magic Tower. As Ern stood up, he realized that all this time he had been taking the academy too lightly. Creating a trading company and taking control of the underworld had helped him advance, but not that much. The cadets gathered at the academy are the future of Navarro himself, and it was necessary to select the diamonds and make them his people for Ern. Ern decided that the first thing he needed to do was to raise his own visibility. In the morning, the guys were surprised by a new guy who had previously fought Cassian. They realized it was Ern Steelguard. The guy noticed that the atmosphere in the upper class was quite fierce. He noticed a lot of stares. The instructor asked Ern what business he had come here on as a middle-class cadet. The gatekeepers appeared wherever he went. The man asked again what the guy forgot in this place. Ern asked what his name was. The gatekeeper asked why he needed to know this. Ern agreed, pointing out that really the name was of no use, asking what his rating was. The man replied that he was in 30th place. Ern replied that this was weak, saying that he would not come up asking for his pardon. The angry gatekeeper didn't understand how dare someone who hung out in the middle class say something like that to him. Ern realized that if he was ranked 30th in the rankings, he was the last place in the top class, and if Ern defeated him, he would automatically move to the middle class. He was stinging him, and so he showed him leniency. The guy wanted to find himself a suitable target. He noticed Cassian looking at him. Ern realized that if he defeated Cassian, he would draw too much attention to his person, which was unacceptable for him. The young man remembered that because of Cassian, he was constantly in second place for 2 years, but then he graduated from the academy on an accelerated program, having proved himself as a talented student. Ern uttered Max Jr.'s name, asking what he was in second place in the rankings after all. Max asked, "What about that?" Assumed that Ern had some business with him. Ern replied that he didn't need anything from him, calling him pathetic. Ern added that because of the high wall called Cassian, Max is always on the second position, asking if he is not fed up with this arrangement. Max Jr. pointed out that Ern is now pushing. The young man suggested Max try to fight someone of a different rank. Everyone was surprised at his words. Max Jr. said in anger that he was ready to have a duel with this insolent man. Ern was pleased that he had managed to provoke him. The guys started fighting. Ern managed to block his opponent's lunge after Ern intended to counterattack, but the instructors suddenly stopped their fight. The fight was over because Ern managed to bring his sword to the head of his opponent, who was unable to block this lunge. The instructor reported that in this fight, Ern Stilgard had triumphed to the boys. It seemed unimaginable how a man in 72nd place managed to defeat a man in second place. Cassian Traus watched their fight and was puzzled by the outcome. Some of the boys didn't understand why Ern was in the middle class with such abilities. Upon thinking about it, Cassian didn't realize what Ern Stilgard's true identity was. One of the guys suggested that after this, Ern would move up to the top class, and based on that, the 30th ranking would be in the middle class. The guy was most afraid of such a thing, because if he descended into the middle class, all the upper-class advantages he had been getting so far would disappear. The henchman said he needs 2 wins in the fight, hoping that all is not lost, and he can stay in his top class. The guy was sure that Max couldn't lose twice and his eyes were full of hope. The instructor replied to Grabe that after what he had seen, there was no point in stammering about Max winning a second fight, saying that if there was a fight, the runner-up would be someone else. Grabe realized that this was not a difference that could be narrowed during training. The instructor advised the guy to prepare for the worst, assuring him that Max wouldn't be able to defend his place. The man expected that the steel guards still had powder in their powder pots, and the strength of the iron guard concentrated in the youngest of their family. Ern didn't understand why everyone was crowding here, assuming that they had heard that there was some sort of outstanding fight. Suddenly, Ern met Huyn, indicating that he had come to him sooner than he had expected, asking how he knew he was here. Huyn replied that it was because they came here, pointing to the guys behind him. Ern realized that Club 21 had come here. If it was so interesting they could go inside, Ern didn't understand what good was it for them to stand outside. Huyn assumed that everyone didn't go in because they knew in advance what the result would be. The boy whispered that he had been told that Ern was the possessor of the aura. Ern asked how he had been able to find out so quickly, concluding that that was why he had decided to come to him, and Huyn replied that he had thought his words over carefully. Stilgard pointed out that this was not the best place for such conversations, and asked him to follow him, for he knew of a quiet corner where they would not be disturbed. Huyn had heard about what had happened last night. He asked what Ern's plan was, because Tane would not turn a blind eye to what had happened. Ern asked if Huyn was satisfied internally. The guy reported that he was crazy excited about what happened yesterday at Club 21. Ern was surprised at such a violent reaction from the guy who kept talking about how he had learned how Ern had humiliated Thane in front of everyone. Huyn wanted to see it all with his own eyes. Huyn thanked Ern, promising that he would never, ever forget his kindness. Ern realized that members of the Carson family were a bunch of cadres. Huyn thanked Ern more for defeating his older brother than for saving him. Huyn reported that it was foolish to assume that Ern had gained the upper hand in this way because Thane is the real crazy one. The boy narrated that once Tane had even tried to send him off, Ern asked what would come of it. Huyn replied that he was about 5 years old at the time Ern realized that Thane was really nuts. Ern assumed that Huyn was still afraid of Tane and nodded positively, adding that despite his fear of his older brother, he had come to meet Ern. Huyn asked Ern why he had said those words to him the night he tried to lay hands on himself. Ern replied that his words about her becoming the next duke were serious. Huyn asked his interlocutor to speak more quietly about it. Stilgard asked the young man why he was so excited, for they were not at a meeting of the rebels Huyn thought he would be laughed at if anyone found out. Huyn didn't believe how a man like him could become a duke. Ern replied that it would be difficult, pointing out that since he had already decided to engage in self-defeating behavior, he would list everything in turn. Ern pointed out that Huyn was not legitimate because he was a bastard child, adding that his swordsmanship skills were far worse than his older brother's. Stilgard pointed out that the guy lacked charisma that would be able to lead others or reputation, because Huyn had none of that. Huyn replied that Ern had listed everything correctly. He was in agreement with what he said on his own account. Guy stated that this was why he didn't understand how he could even claim the ducal title. Ern replied that this was why, and said he would prepare the ground for him. Ern compared it to a kind of investing in undervalued stocks, and asked that it is not the basis of commercial activity. The young man stated that the first thing to do was to fix Huyn's rotten thinking by asking him to think hard. Ern asked that if things went wrong, what would he even lose? Huyn replied that if Thane found out about their coalition, he wouldn't put it past him. Huyn was sure that Ern was unable to stand up to Club 21. Ern asked what was the reason for enduring the humiliation from Thane. Huyn replied that in that case, the situation would not worsen. Ern told the boy that he had a different point of view on the matter, telling him his guesses. Stilgard reported that Tane would graduate from the academy brilliantly, thus absolutely strengthening his position as the successor to the ducal title, and if, after a few years, he became a duke, asking what would happen then. Ern pointed out that in that case, Thane would treat Huyn as nothing more than an ant, and end up with the rest of his life filled with nothing but regret. Perhaps, if Huyn had taken the risk, his life would have turned out differently. Ern pointed out that such regrets would haunt Huyn. Huyn stated that Ern was right, because up until today, he had only avoided Thane and was inferior to him in every way possible. So he turned into such a lowlife. Huyn was ready to follow Ern's plan. The guy's first thought was that he should try to do something about it. Encouraged, Huane asked Ern how he should handle the situation. He was ready to do whatever Ern told him to do. Ern replied that the first thing to do is not to hurry, because in a hurry you can break more wood. The lad was pleased that Huane had managed to internalize one thing, that he could not defeat the 21 Club alone. Ern realized that, to be precise, they would not be able to handle the families that are included in the 21 Club. Huane asked the logical question, trying to find out what he should do in such a situation. Ern replied that Huane would also try to start his own club, indicating that he would let him know the details soon, since he already had a list of potential candidates. One of the guys reported that Barian had lost again, pointing out that he had no wins and 64 losses. The other pointed out that with his grades, he'd be out of here sooner than he'd graduate. The guy listened to all the insults he was getting as the guys left and wished him luck to be in a lower class. The guy didn't understand whether it made sense that a cadet who had tied his life to fencing would start trembling at the sight of a sword. One of the guys pointed out that the people who supported him, believing only in his talent, had long ago given up on the idea after seeing him slip. Barian was sworn not to go back that way. Suddenly, someone called Barian's name, and the boy turned back questioningly. Ern said it was a good thing he was just Tiki about to meet him. Barian was surprised at his words, not understanding why he was looking for a meeting with him. Though Barian followed Ern as if mesmerized, he still didn't understand what he was going to do. Ern gathered a lot of losers in one room and wanted to explain everything to them. Huine asked if no one else was coming. Ern replied negatively, indicating that everyone was in attendance. The ugly ducklings that would later turn into beautiful swans and bring the whole of Navarro together. The knights who represent the next generation, Barian and Mita, sat in this room as well. The youngest mayor, Acadio Benjamin, who will be hailed as a genius in the administration. The invincible field commander Davin, who will expand the horizons of military science. Benjamin and Davin were geniuses who were honored at the academy because both possessed talents that could not be measured by the institution's rating system. Ern felt a little sorry that no one had followed this man in his past life. The second son of the Count Claus family, of the famous Knightley family with a 100-year history, as well as a dissident of the Count House Claus, wandering magical genius Chappelle Claus. Heem pointed out that since they were all gathered here, maybe someone could tell them why they were gathered. Ern reported that they had all heard about the purpose of the meeting in general terms, and as they had said, he was going to create a prestigious club that would not be inferior in any way to the 21 Club. Everyone present was a butterfly chrysalis waiting to happen. Ern was willing to bet that they would soon be proudly fluttering on beautiful wings. Ern stated that this was why their club would be named Takeoff, but was suddenly interrupted by Barian. Barian pointed out that from what he'd heard, it sounded like a pretty good idea. He doubted it would work out. Ern replied that he had confidence in his abilities and a firm conviction of success. Barian doubted all of this, pointing out that he had only problems in skills and family. The boy added that there was not a single person among them who had claimed. Barian explained that he had not said this because he wanted to offend them, pointing out that he was generally the most hopeless case. Benjamin pointed out that such a statement could not spoil anyone's mood because Barian was simply stating the facts. One of the guys pointed out that Club 21 is everyone's dream club because all the elite gathered there, but their club Takeoff, without any words, evoked a different association. Ern heard that there was nothing but opportunity to make connections with Steelguard de Carson. Young asked that this is the only thing that makes them feel so insecure, suggesting that it's because the club doesn't have an advantage. Ern said that in that case, he was ready to show them the undoubted advantage of their club. The guy asked someone to come into their room. The man came in and said hello to everyone, introducing himself as Marcus and saying that he was the deputy head of the trading company Flip. The attendees were surprised to hear about Flip for the first time, as they had heard nothing about it. Marcus stated that it was just a small company with a few enterprises, but due to favorable market conditions, business suddenly went well, and he had a chance to hold even gold bars in his hands. The deputy decided to get to the point because he wanted to sponsor students on a regular basis, and everyone was surprised by his words. Barian asked why on earth he was even giving monetary aid to cadets like them. Ern pointed out that this question was very easy to answer because Flip was under Ern's tutelage and the club was also owned by him. Marcus asked that in their case they were all fine with it. Ern said that the streak of what he could give them would not end with this one. Then Ern indicated that the choice was left up to them to join his club or not. When he got to the room, he realized that he had managed to settle things with the newly formed club, and now he only had to get one thing. Then the guy entered the first system of trade measurements, that to find the thing he needed, he decided to see if instead of the fakes that were put into circulation, the originals appeared. Suddenly, the guy received a message from the sun god, who heard that Ern was going to buy the art of rebirth, saying that it was quite expensive. The salesman said he hates those who start bragging about their accomplishments to impress. Ern wasn't going to do that. The seller asked the guy to name a price for which he could buy the rebirth art. The guy realized that this was one of the best things he could get in the first system, so it was always in the top price range. The seller said that the price of the item would be 150,000. The seller indicated that he hates most of all those who, after the price is announced, start oohing and ahing, trying to bring it down. The man added that if the buyer named a lower price, he would end the conversation with him. Ern was decently short because he had only 59,000 on his balance. Ern noticed that the seller's nickname was Sun God and was curious to know what this person was doing. Checking the report summary, he noticed that the seller was wielding a divine weapon, the most excellent being above the first class, the highest limit, soaring above the summit, the boundary reaching which one can look down on everything from above was equal to God. The seller asked in chat where the one who wanted to make a deal with him had disappeared, stating that she hated waiting. Ern asked him to wait. It seemed strange to the boy that a man equal to God was so poor, and it was the first time he had ever seen someone who was going to make a deal without a penny in his account. So he decided to make a more thorough check by requesting a stock report. Ern learned that Li Ji Ham had the nickname of Sun God, Supreme Ruler of the Sun Palace, and was a young master of the first world of Marima, emerged victorious in a battle with the ice warrior Seal Ji Wook. The duel lasted 50 years, but with Li Ji Ham being honored as the winner, all was not well either. The extremely strong ice energy that struck his body was destroying his blood vessels, so he was in a critical condition. Ern realized that Li Ji Ham had put everything on the line for the sake of one fight. Ern realized that he was 90,000 coins short, and even if he used all the price privileges, he would still need more than 45,000 coins. Guy knew to create a body that would support reaching the awakened level, he desperately needed the art of rebirth. Li Ji Ham asked the buyer if he knew what he hated in the fourth. Ern replied that he could not know such a thing. Ern assumed that the salesman didn't like to repeat himself twice. Li Ji Ham asked how he managed to guess that. The guy asked that he also didn't like it when others hit the bullseye. Assuming it goes to number 5, Li Ji Ham said if the guy wasn't going to make a deal with him, he would leave the conversation. Ern said that he was willing to make a deal with him. The guy realized that he had to try to capitalize on the information he had received about the seller to bring the price down. The buyer indicated that the reason Li Ji Ham was in a hurry to reach an agreement was because he needed to get the ice energy out of his body as soon as possible. The seller was surprised at this buyer's awareness, not understanding how he managed to find out about it. Li Ji Ham asked the guy who he was and how he knew it. Ern replied that the sun god and the ice warrior of the North Sea had fought, and there wasn't a person on System 1 channel who didn't know about it. The seller pointed out that there were quite a few observers at their battle, and this helped spread the rumors. Li Ji Ham asked the guy how he knew about the ice energy tormenting him. Ern said that there were rumors that the Sun Palace had turned into an ice residence, and it was also known that it had become as cold as the ice palace of the Northern Sea. Li Ji Ham realized that this customer has a knack for listening to what the rest of us are chattering about by asking so what. Ern indicated that he didn't think he was in a position to ask for double the price. The seller was surprised by his words. The guy realized that this situation was so serious that he even decided to go for the sale of such a valuable rebirth art. Ern asked what Li Ji Ham was struck by the icy energy. The buyer stated that if Li Ji Ham wanted to extract it from his body without a trace, he would need a high-grade base essence or many heavenly-level elixirs. The guy assumed that the seller was in a hurry, so he asked if he had enough coins to buy such medicines. Ern concluded that apparently the giant clan bearing the name of Sun Palace was now undergoing difficulties. Li Ji Ham was furious at such words from the guy. The buyer realized that Li Ji Ham really has an explosive temper when he asked if he was shaking with anger over such a small thing. Ern pointed out that the salesman walks around day in and day out with his head proudly held up as a lord, so he looks upon those who make deals as his subordinates, adding that in interdimensional trade, none of that matters. The buyer asked the seller if he, being equal to a god, could cross space. The guy suggested that one should regret the second heavenly pillar more and the first heavenly pillar Gia less, asking which of the two parties would regret the failure of the deal more. Li Ji Ham asked what sides he was talking about now, not understanding what he was implying by asking what regrets he would have. Ern didn't think that he would die if he didn't get the art of rebirth, and asked what about Li Ji Ham because he was on the verge of life and death. Li Ji Hum apologized to the customer, saying that because of the damn ice energy, he had frozen his brains off. Ern accepted his apology. The seller said that he had never dropped the price in his entire life, but in this case, he was willing to make a discount of 10,000 coins. The buyer responded that there was no need for a discount by offering to renegotiate the terms of this deal. Ern stated that it was ridiculous to value the life of the sun god at a measly 150,000 coins. The seller was surprised, but agreed with his words. The guy added that he needed a rebirth technique, and Li Ji Ham needed a way to get rid of the ice energy, asking, why don't they satisfy each other's desires? After the young man asked how he could help by naming Li Ji Ham as the buyer, they managed to come to an agreement, and Ern received the rebirth art technique. Looking at the load, the guy didn't realize how long the absorption process would take since he had spent several days on the weed removal technique. Suddenly, Ern noticed that he had an itch in the area of his molar after the tooth fell out of his mouth. Ern assumed that the process in such a case had already been triggered by the absorption of the rebirth art technique. Suddenly, the guy's body was pierced by a pain unknown to him before. He felt that his bones and muscles had been made into a tortilla. The internal organs, too, came under the influence of this absorption. The lad curled up from the poly in his room. Ern didn't understand what kind of person this sun god was. If he had gone through this, then he should have also warned him about it. The art download process was 35%. The guy realized if he lost consciousness from this unbearable pain, he would go to another world. The download process was already 63%. The people around him assumed that he was that crazy freshman who had risen to 70th in the rankings after just one fight. Ern was walking down the street and was pleased with this reaction of those around him, shocking them with his behavior. The guys were surprised to feel a very different energy coming from the guy. Ern realized that it couldn't be otherwise, for even he wondered if it was really his body. Last night, after testing his new abilities, Ern realized how born geniuses see the world. If in his old body he had to apply tenfold force to get tenfold return, now everything was different. Ern assumed that if he had been born with such a body, he would have been able to do everything easily, and simply said that it was a terrible injustice. The guy realized that at least from this moment on, born geniuses cast glances at him. He decided to consider that fate had treated them unfairly. Ern managed to unlock the inner nurture achievement. He completed the last achievement to raise his rank in the transactional realm. The system reported that the guy now had access to enter the channel of the second system. From now on, he had access to a new channel he didn't know very well. Even in the first system, Ern wasn't doing too well, but contact with the second system left him with only bitter memories. The system reported that a new privilege check had been opened. Ern marveled at the new feature. After reading her description, Ern was surprised that he'd gotten a rogue privilege like mind reading. Ern decided to try her use later. Now he had far more important business to attend to. The guy asked the system to activate the channel selection window because the window of the second system was not activated. Entering the canal, Ern indicated that he hadn't been here in a long time, having started a magical enlightenment collection of magical lands. The new magical world was filled with mysteries and new dimension trading opportunities. Ern decided to check out the event page first. The guy assumed that this time, too, the system was going to give him a coupon. Ern's inventory was already level 6. He had added the Ancient Mana Enhancement Pendant Seal Culls, Introduction to Hermeneutics Lightning Massager. Ern realized that the name in this system had not changed. He checked the descriptions of the items he had received. He realized that he would need it all. The guy had his doubts about the usefulness of an item called a lightning massager. The invention was developed by Antello the Monster in the field of magical engineering, said that there are about 1,500 symptoms that can be cured and improved with this machine. Wizards afraid of being left without a piece of bread showed resistance, and therefore mass production was not established, and in the trade, rope can be found only a few of this massager. Ern's gut told him that this massager was bullshit. Ern realized that trading measurements shouldn't be based on common sense, and it's a second system after all. The guy decided to leave the massager for now, stating that she would start with what he had right in front of him. He began downloading the mana ring printing techniques and an introduction to hermeneutics. Knights accumulated mana in the heart. Wizards created a mana ring around the heart, but it interfered with the installation of the ring, and the mana ring interfered with mana accumulation. The complex process required many times more effort than using any one thing, so it was impossible to predict whether a single magical swordmaster would appear once every 100 years. The system reported that the absorption of techniques had been completed. Now Ern was qualified as a magical swordmaster. The guy realized that he only had one ring. He was ashamed to call himself a magical swordmaster with such a paltry amount of mana. Ern decided to raise his level. He started looking for items that would be able to raise his level. Most of the representatives of the second system were scientists and explorers. But here there were people obsessed with magic. Ern had heard that the wizards who dealt with the transactions of dimensions were the most sociable of all. Ern noticed the sale of 3 circles and mana loop extensions, and realized that it was a pretty good offer. He contacted the seller, and he immediately replied to him. The young man decided to check the seller's profile and request a transaction report. After reading the report, Ern assumed that the seller was more of a theorist than a practitioner. The seller was going to drop everything and stop practicing magic, so Ern should realize that he would not sell anything individually. After using the heart tone privilege, Ern realized that it was useless. The system indicated that the seller was depressed, but Ern understood this without any privilege. The guy decided to settle down first. He agreed with the seller, pointing out that the ad only said to sell rings and extra circuits. The seller admitted that at first he wanted to sell only this, but in the end, he decided to sell all his knowledge, but he has not yet had time to edit the ad. Ern didn't know if there would be anything useful for him. He didn't want to buy something completely unnecessary. The guy saw that the man was selling advanced runes, mid-level illusionary techniques, and many other things. Ern realized that selling it all was like throwing away 10 years of his life. The seller said that he needed the money badly now, and so he had to sell it. Ern realized what was on his mind. Ern decided to try using his technique later to see what the guy asked the man what kind of knowledge he was selling. The seller replied that he sells magical knowledge, advanced runes, intermediate level illusionary technique, advanced hermeneutic scroll, making 1 ring. Ern was shocked to see that his privilege actually worked, realizing that although all VIP privileges were fraudulent, this one was different. He realized that this privilege was literally a shield of heart tone. The psychological state of the person Ern could talk to was displayed in detail. After the purchase, the seller said that because of this, he can now be treated as a human being. Ern replied that he too was completely satisfied with the deal, saying that if fate would have it, they would meet again. He realized that the heart tone was indeed a worthwhile privilege, and just because this was the second system didn't mean that there were no liars here. Ern decided that the moment this man showed up, he would pierce his soul with a pair of daggers called the Eyes of Providence and the Current of the Heart. The boy was determined to get revenge on Shylock for what he had done to him in a past life. Later, Ern boldly thought that this weekend had gone well because he had 3 rings of mana surrounding his heart, 1 expanded circuit, and the 3 most important wizards' manuscripts were commandeered by Ern, and he could now be fully considered a wizard of the 3 rings. The young man decided to finish his morning workout as soon as possible and set about honing his new powers. Ern was surprised to hear the guy being asked that he had already been going since the morning to practice, pointing out that it was so diligent. The girl sweetly asked if he had a moment, asking him to give her some time. Ern looked at her silently. Selina Lefebvre asked to say something to her. Ern asked what exactly to say to her. The girl herself didn't know what to talk to him about. Ern wondered what was wrong with her, assuming she had waited for him in this place. He thought it odd. The guy said that this time she is all tidy and radiant, so no one guesses anything, assuming that nowadays such a style is in fashion. The girl didn't understand what the guy meant by his words. She looked at him questioningly. Ern replied that he was talking about the true face of Selina Lefebvre. The girl was taken aback by such a thing. Suddenly, the girl said that she too had lost her grip. She didn't think she'd be figured out by some yokel freshman asking how he knew about it. Ern could not help but know, because in his past life, he had fallen into her net. Selina woman was like a drug, beautiful appearance, impeccable pedigree. In addition, she was cunning and perfectly mastered the skill of manipulation. The boy spent years in agony trying to get out from under the action of these charms, dragging him like a swamp. The girl once again asked how he knew of her intentions. Selina Lefebvre replied she guessed what was up. She covered her sly smile. The girl assumed that Ern was of the same berry as her, and the boy looked at her suspiciously. Selina asked the guy where he was going to use his hidden talents, assuming a club called Takeoff. This statement took the guy by surprise. He didn't think she would find out about the newly formed club so quickly. Ern asked Selena what Thane had sent her, assuming that he had ordered her to find out about his club, and she said that if Thane wanted her to do something, he should let her handle it, saying that she had come to him with another offer. Selena indicated that she had originally planned to probe slowly, but there was no point in players amongst themselves pulling the cat by the tail. The girl asked how about trying to meet her once Ern wasn't surprised at the suggestion. Ern replied that he had wasted his training time on such a useless conversation. Selena wanted to know the reason for his refusal. The girl stated that she was Selena Lefebvre, and if he started dating her, everyone would be bursting with jealousy, asking if any more arguments were needed. Selena promised to make Ern crawl to her on her knees in tears, but the guy didn't care what she was going to do to him. Ern was curious as to how Selena Lefebvre knew his club was called Takeoff, assuming there was an inside leak. Gathering everyone, Ern learned that Huyn had informed Thane of his departure from Club 21, for then the name of the club and the list of members was already ready. Huyn apologized to Ern because Thane kept asking him questions, and he had inadvertently told him everything. Ern asked Huyn to come out and talk to him. Once he was alone, he asked Huyn why he had behaved the way he did, and the guy apologized to Ern for his serious mistake. Stillgatter replied, that's not what he was talking about, asking what's so secret about the club name and membership list. Ern reported that in Navarro, those of a higher name than royalty, since Huyn is a member of the Carson family, he should behave accordingly. Huyn didn't realize that even if he was a Carson, so what if he had no skills or talents, pointing out that if you took away the name, he wouldn't stand out from the crowd. Ern realized that if possible, he would like Huyn to realize the situation and change himself, so he decided to take care of his equipment first. Stillgard asked Huyn to give him his hand. The guy asked why Ern asked him not to waste time talking and just give him his hand. Ern put the ring on him and asked if he felt any change. Huyn said that he suddenly felt calmer. Huyn asked what was wrong. Ern assumed that he had run into a crook. He suggested that the interlocutor go back inside. Ern knew that it was right to move Huyn leisurely in the right direction. If he pressed him unnecessarily, he would only cause him more serious injury. When they went into the office, they heard the conversation about Huyn and didn't understand how he hadn't been able to figure out what to say to Thane and what not to say. The guy said it was true, because compared to what he had heard, Huyn looked even more weak-willed and replied that the problem lay in the level of intelligence. Benjamin didn't understand how a cold-blooded duke could have such offspring. He assumed that the best of the best went to his older brother. Suddenly, Huyn intervened and grabbed one of the boys by the scruff of the neck before he could finish his thought. Huyn asked him to repeat himself again, asking that Thane had taken his best from him, assuming that Thane was better than him. Ern was pleased to see such a violent reaction from Huyn to his insults behind his back, assuming it was that easy. The opponent that Huyn feared, Thane, proved to be the key to Huyn's transformation. If Ern uses it correctly, he might be able to get the highest effectiveness from the Ring of Courage. Ern realized that Huyn was losing his temper too quickly, and they sat alone again, discussing what had happened. Huyn didn't realize what he had done because his actions had caused one member to leave the club. Ern pointed out that Benjamin and Deven bowed their heads and apologized for their words, and accepted their apology after realizing that there had been a misunderstanding and apologized for his outburst. Huyn realized he'd lost his mind over the ring, and he felt exactly the same as when he'd first put it on. The guy said he'd better not wear the ring because it felt like he was becoming something he wasn't, adding that he'd never been so angry about something like that in his life. Ern replied that it was good to ask Huyn to scold him a little, for there was some truth in Ben-Dajman's words. The guy asked if Huyn had seen how the guys had changed their looks and manner of speech. Huyn pondered his words. Ern added that if he has such a hard time accepting what happened, then let him consider his opponent Thane, stating that he can be harsh on him. Huyn stated that he would try, because N. Carson and would live up to his last name. Ern was pleased with this response. Later, Ern reported that although there were some unpleasant moments, he asked everyone to put what had happened in the past and take care of each other, asking if everyone agreed with him. Everyone agreed with his words. Then Ern turned to Barian and Mita and asked what was required of them. The guy put the pouches on the table, asking them to eat one pill after each workout. They asked what it was. Ern replied that the green bamboo pills were good for the body. Afterward, he handed Benjamin and Davin a leaf. The boys asked what it was. After reading the contents, the boys realized that they were passes to the Royal Library. They didn't understand how Ern could give them something so valuable. Ern pointed out that if there were no books they wanted to read, they should send a request to Flip's trading company, promising that he would get them all the books they could get from abroad. Stilgard asked the guy why he was staring at him, assuming he had something to tell him. The guy replied that he would also like to read some books and asked if he could get a pass too. Ern replied that there was nothing difficult about it, suggesting that there was no need for him to do so. Later, they came to the 14th magic tower. The guy asked Ern why they had unexpectedly come to this place. Ern asked Chappelle not to worry about it, indicating that he had introduced him to a very good mentor, saying that he was just coming out to meet them. Chapel Klaus noticed at first glance that before him was a high-class mage. He did not expect such an encounter. Suddenly, the mage stated that he hadn't seen Ern Stilgardr for a long time. Chappelle was surprised at such a meeting. Ern introduced his uncle, Sir Kendall Riker, to Chappelle. The lad said hello to him. Suddenly, the boy was surprised at who Ern had introduced him to, for Kendall was the youngest owner of the 6 rings. Kendall Risker was the front-runner to become the next Archmage. Hearing their story, the man wondered how such a thing was even possible. He used magic to pour the tea. Kendall asked Chappelle that he aspires to be a wizard. Even though he's a direct descendant of Klaus's lineage, the guy asked, "What's so weird about it?" The mage explained that a direct descendant of that very family, Klaus, wanted to study magic under him. Ern said that his request was not to take Chappelle as an apprentice, but to allow him to use the materials of the magic tower. The boy realized that it was safe to say that Chappelle had a talent worthy of the Archmage's chair if, from now on, Chappelle would start practicing in the magic tower. Ern speculated that Chappelle might later become the youngest Archmage in Navarro's history. Kendall Risker explained that the magical tower was a haven of truth and a beacon of wisdom, not a place that opened its doors to all, but a magician had to see if Chapel was worthy of such a right. The mage was willing to give Chappelle a chance, since Ern had vouched for him by telling him that he was going to give him a little test by asking Ern to step out for a bit. Coming out, Ern said that Chappelle had a good opportunity, and so he should try his best. Ern didn't know what to do while Chappelle was being tested. Ern heard the magician who could not find the answer. He did not understand where the problem was hidden. Because of this task, he was not at home for a week. If he failed to correct the mistake this time too, his mentor would eat him alive. Ern noticed that it wasn't such a complicated formula, not understanding why he was suffering so much. Ern approached him. The man asked, "What was Ern?" asked if he could have a closer look at this magic circle. The apprentice reported seeing Ern talking to his mentor recently, asking if he happened to be a wizard. Ern replied that it wasn't exactly like that, because you could say he just had a little basic magical knowledge. The man said that he was the senior mage here, the second most important person in this lab, asking if Ern could solve a problem that even he was stumped by. Ern informed the magician that if he increased the value of tea a bit and cut out all the messy parts there, it would be a good magic formula. The man stated that he did not intend to tolerate everything, since he was a guest of his mentor, asking him to leave while he was being spoken to nicely. Ern concluded that he was not a wizard, for he was given an answer, and he stood on his haunches, for the only thing he had was pride in the knowledge he possessed. The boy apologized to the man, saying he had disturbed him for nothing, and the man looked at him suspiciously. Ern assumed that since this man was an elder mage, he must have at least 4 rings, but he didn't see what Ern saw with 3 rings. Unexpectedly, Ern decided to do just that and try to solve the test problems available here. Standard exam Wizard High difficulty exam questions had a time limit of 90 minutes in the task. You had to correct the wrong path of the presented diagram to make it correct. For Ern, these assignments turned out to be the easiest, assuming they were all 2 easy assignments. After deciding, the guy was finally convinced, just as the released internal energy of the first system crushed the owner of the aura. The 3rd ring of the second system was not to be considered the same as the ring of the continent's mages. Suddenly, Ern heard the words, that it didn't make any sense. He noticed that the older mage had turned to him. The mage asked how Ern dared lie, by stating that he had told him he was not a wizard. Kendall Risker informed Ern that he was done with testing his friend. He was surprised at the commotion that was in the lab. The older mage asked Ern who he even was, and where he came from in the magic tower. Kendall, along with Chappelle, didn't understand what was going on here. The mage assumed that the guy liked to bully people that way, asking if he had fun bullying him. Kendall Risker asked Raphael what kind of commotion he had caused in the lab during his absence. Raphael tried to explain to his mentor that this guy had tried to humiliate him in solving a problem. The mentor asked Raphael if he had fixed all the magic formulas, and so he decided to make the whole spectacle. Kendall pointed out that the older wizard had no sense of responsibility and suggested that he should be thrown out by the scruff of the neck. Raphael asked if the mentor was overreacting because he had worked so hard up to this point. Ern was surprised to hear that Raphael couldn't go home for a week because of such a task, and working hard on the research, Raphael couldn't even sleep. He couldn't even wash and eat properly. Kendall asked didn't he know about such a thing when he applied to the Magic Tower, stating that this was the senior wizard's destiny. Raphael replied that he understood everything perfectly well, but if he made someone work in sweat, he should be responsible for that person until the end, pointing out that it was not possible to recruit a boy to give him a leadership position. Kendall asked what Raphael had to say about Ern, explaining that he was only the son of his old friend, but not a wizard. Raphael asked his mentor not to lie, for how could he explain that Ern had managed to solve a problem he had been working on for a week? Kendall asked what the magic formula was, saying that since he had fixed everything, he would have said so right away. The man was pleasantly shocked at such an unconventional solution to this problem, asking how he managed to come to such a conclusion. Raphael said that this task was solved by Ern. Kendall asked what kind of nonsense he has been going on about as of late. Raphael replied that it was true. The older mage asked his mentor to look at the tests Ern had just solved, saying that they were all of the highest difficulty, and he had solved them in 5 minutes without a single mistake. Kendall reported that Ern was from the Stilgard family, asking if Raphael had heard the surname before. Raphael realized that these were the same Stilgards who had possession of the Heart of Steel. He was shocked by this realization. Kendall asked if he needed any more explanation. The older mage tried to justify himself by muttering something to himself. Kendall asked what else he had there. After the staff took Raphael away, who was upset, Kendall apologized to Ern for Raphael's inappropriate behavior, saying that they were working on an important project and he was just overworked. Ern replied that it was more important where to go to find out how Chappelle passed the test. The man and the boy looked at each other. Chappelle happily announced to Ern that he had been accepted and received a pass to the Tower of Magic. A little while later, Thane was beating the guy up trying to figure out how he dared to lose a duel to a weak guy like Baryon. Paris asked Thane to calm down, or he would cause himself unnecessary trouble at this rate. The boy apologized, stating that he had no idea that Baryon had overcome his fear of the sword. Thane ordered the guy to shut up, saying that he didn't care if he lost to Baryon or not, because he was a member of the 21 Club. The guy stated that they were a group of winners that the whole academy looked up to and said that this was the way it should be from now on. Thane announced that they would defeat the Takeoff Club and become the best of the best, ordering Jason to challenge the Takeoff Club to a series of fights where they would win outright. Jason waited for the meeting. Suddenly he was told he was sighing too loudly. The guy became wary. The unknown man asked if it had been hard to come by lately. Jason said it was a silly question, agreeing that he was having a hard time, but he felt like he had aged about 10 years because of the stress. Jason reported that he had been treated without much favor in the past, and now they looked at him as a spy. The older brother informed Ern that everything was going according to his plan. Ern was pleased with this news. Jason added that Thane decided to offer him a series of fights. Eren thought about the offer. The older brother asked the younger one if everything was going to be okay, suggesting that Ern was worried about the other members, stating that not only Baryon and Huyn were showing a staggering mouth, but others as well. Ern replied that Jason was absolutely correct in his thinking, and so asked him not to worry too much about it. The younger brother said that he had to prepare for a series of fights, so he had to leave him, promising that he would contact him later. Saying goodbye, the brothers asked each other to be more careful. Jason hoped for his younger brother, realizing what a ridiculous situation he himself was in. As he walked away, the guy realized that this was a pretty ticky-tacky deal for him too. After the assembled club members asked Ern what he suggested they do, Huyn pointed out that it couldn't be like that, suggesting that he'd just heard it. Ern replied that they had heard correctly, for it had been decided to have a series of duels between the clubs 21 and up, and the club that lost would close the doors of the club. Guy added that both the name of the club and the opportunity for meetings will disappear. Baryon said that this was simply unacceptable, and the other members of the club didn't understand why they had to take such a crazy step, because they didn't want the club to cease to exist. Huyn asked everyone to calm down, saying that Ern had an agenda, and that's why he decided to take this step. Guy asked Ern when the fight series would take place, suggesting it could be a year from now. Ern showed the number 5 the guys assumed that in 5 months, pointing out that this was too tight a time frame. The guy nodded negatively and said that the bout would start in 5 days. Everyone was surprised by this. Ern asked what had happened to them, since it would be better to deal with the problem as soon as possible. In a panic, Huyn asked the club leader to stop talking nonsense, pointing out that he was just crazy for asking why Ern had done that, confident that they would lose. 5 days later, Thane saw his opponents and called Ern crazy. They didn't understand what he was up to. Coming to the site of the fights, Club 21 did not understand what all this was about, assuming that they had been meticulous in their preparation of the fights. Some of the boys were betting on the duel, for they were rich and noble men whose names were on everyone's lips. Thane did not understand how Ern had managed to invite them all here. Paris expressed his concerns to the leader, saying that there was something wrong here and he didn't like what was happening. Thane replied that if Ern wished to be humiliated in front of everyone, he would not oppose it. The leader of the 21st Club stated that they will smear the opponents no matter what. Queen asked Ern if everything would really be all right. He had no idea that so many nobles would be attending the duel. Ern replied that there was no reason to worry because everything was going smoothly, but this did not reassure the boys. Kendall Risker, the magician representing the 14th Magic Tower, will be in charge of live sound and broadcasting the match today. Kendall reported that he would be assisted by the commander of the 2nd Squad of Imperial Knights, Meltatanyan. People were surprised that the commentator was a mage of the 6 rings and a knight of heroic rank, despite the fact that it wasn't even a royal tournament. The commentators announced the start of a series of bouts between Club 21 and Takeoff, as the opponents stared each other down. Kendall said that the first bout was about to begin, and he wondered who would have the honor of opening the contest. As he spoke, the participants of the first fight had already ascended to the arena they would be fighting with training weapons. Everyone saw that the first to speak from the 21 Club would be Thane Carson. The commentator reported that he was praised as a talented youngster who would be a pillar for the next generation. The commentator said that from the club Takeoff will perform in the confrontation. Thane did not listen to the presenter, realizing that Ern has an excellent sense of humor. The host announced that Thane would be opposed by his brother Huyn Carson. The commentator suggested that viewers were meant to be intrigued from the start. Huyn was terrified, even though he'd gotten here because he'd trusted Ern, but he still couldn't put aside his fear of Thane. Thane pointed out that seeing his frightened face, he assumed that Huyn had not entered the arena voluntarily. The older brother asked how Huyn felt, calling him pathetic, asking if he liked feeling like a toy in Ern's hands. The younger brother was surprised by his words. Thane informed his brother that he was willing to give him a chance this time, glaring menacingly at Huyn. His older brother suggested that Huyn withdraw from the fight and return to the 21 Club, promising him that he would not retaliate for his betrayal or punish him in any way. Huyn thought about the words that things could go back to the way they were originally, and Thane would continue to humiliate him like before. After gathering his courage, Huyn tells his brother to go to hell, saying that he will not give up his intentions and does not want things to go back to the way they were. The referee gave the signal for the fight to begin, and the two brothers clashed in a bout against each other. Thane managed to take the lead in the fight and landed a powerful kick to the body of his younger brother, who failed to block the attack in time. Thane asked what Huyn was hoping for by going up against him. Huyn was unable to rise to his feet. The commentator suggested he was seriously injured. They didn't know if that meant the winner of the first fight had already been decided. Thane pointed out to his younger brother that he should have known his place. He was sure he had prevailed. The instructor asked Huyn Carson if he would accept defeat in this fight, indicating if he did not give an answer, he would automatically be counted as the loser. Suddenly, Huyn rose to his feet. Shouting Thane's name, he threw a direct blow to his face. Thane did not revive from his brother's attack. The audience was surprised to see Huyn back in action. Both brothers were ready to continue the bout, but Thane cowered from the blow. Huyn couldn't believe that the day had finally arrived. Saying that he was enjoying it immensely made Thane's nose bleed. Thane indicated to his younger brother not to expect Huyn to leave the arena on his own, stating that he would count all the bones for him. Suddenly, Huyn told the instructor that he was admitting defeat. The instructor was surprised at this turn of events. The instructor announced that the winner of the first bout was Thane Carson, who was also shocked at the outcome. Huyn congratulated his older brother on his victory. Thane didn't understand what had happened or why he refused to fight him. Thane didn't understand how such a thing could happen, and the shame he had to experience today. He noticed Ern laughing with him. The boy realized that Ern had planned the whole thing from the beginning, and he couldn't wait to kick his ass for it. Huyn thanked Ern because the chance he had given him had lifted a stone from his soul. Ern asked the boy why he was thanking him at all, for he had made the decision to cast off Thane's restraints, congratulating him on becoming a true Carson. The commentator announced that they will now have a second fight. Asking the club to prepare for the fight, Ern told Mita and Chappelle to get ready. Ern asked Mitya and Shale if they had forgotten what they were talking about. They answered in the negative, asking if they were really allowed to do that. The club's takeoff leader responded positively by ceding his confident smile to that effect. Later, Mita and Chappelle lost. The commentator suggested that compared to the first bout, both cadets were too sluggish. The commentator announced that the fourth member from the club was coming up to the arena and the guy was ready to fight. The sophomore Barian intended to perform next. The commentator warmed up the audience by asking their guesses if he could break the club's 21-win streak. The instructor gave the go-ahead and the fourth bout began, and the guys started attacking each other. Kendall Risker said it was a terrific fight with excellent striking that made you forget that there had been 3 fights previously. This intense battle, without a single concession, that the huge difference in ranking turned to nothing. Kendall was surprised that a sophomore from a lower class was fighting on equal footing with a third-year student in a leadership position in a higher class, assuming that Barian had tightened his skills, but the situation still seemed absurd to him. Tane realized why William had not taken any action and wondered how the situation had come about in such a way he did not understand how a person could change so much in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, there was pain in Tane's knee from his opponent's powerful lunge, and he clenched his teeth and tried to continue the fight. Barian managed to make another successful attack on his opponent that Thane was unable to repel. The commentator reported that this was the first critical moment, adding that the blow was significant. Tane fell off his feet. The announcer pointed out that a writhing Thane couldn't get up. The commentator apologized to Barian for his past remark. Tane realized he was in a losing position, and he didn't want to use such a method, but he realized he had no other choice. The instructor asked Tane if he could continue this fight. Meanwhile, the cadet discreetly took a pill. Tane said he felt a little sorry for Barian, but he didn't understand what his opponent was telling him. Thane stated that if Barian hadn't been a homeless orphan, he would have invited him to the 21 Club. Unexpectedly quickly, the opponent moved towards Barian and attempted a powerful strike on him. Barian put up a block and was knocked back. Thane continued to launch attacks at his opponent, calling him a small bug. Barian didn't understand where he got such strength from. Swinging Tane said he would show him where he belongs. His opponent managed to block his opponent's jab. Barian continued to try to resist his opponent, who kept stampeding at him without interruption. The commentator noted that Thane was able to unleash a series of furious attacks on his opponent, suggesting that Thane had previously probed his opponent. Barian realized that even though he had raised his mana level to maximum, the shockwave was knocking him off his feet. He didn't believe that a man could change so much in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Thane continued to execute a series of powerful lunges at his opponent. Barian continued to counter him. When he saw his opponent coughing, Tane realized that Barian was now exhausted, because even he was exhausted from his blows. Suddenly, Barian showed amazing fighting spirit rising up. He was ready to continue the fight. Earlier, Ern had trained Barian and thought he could still stand up to Tano, even if he had little strength left. Training with Ern was too strong and grueling for Barian, and so it hardened him. Everyone was surprised to see the results of their training. Barian had managed to emit an aura. The people around him couldn't believe their eyes. Kendall Risker gawked and couldn't believe it because this aura was very even for a sophomore. The commentator reported that they all witnessed this marvelous scene, so beautiful and so horrifying. All present witnessed the birth of a new aura user. Thane did not expect such a thing from his opponent. Suddenly Barian lost consciousness, spending all his strength to create a clot of aura. The man asked what the instructors were doing and ordered them to carry Barian to the healers immediately, stating that this student was a treasure of Navarro. The instructors in the greenhouse said they would immediately take this guy to the healers. The man was already running to the victim with a stretcher. Slowly and carefully, they laid the guy on the stretcher. The instructor asked Thane to step aside and stay out of the way. Thane realized that even though he had won, he was the one who was the loser because of the situation, realizing that the winner was not the winner. The commentator announced that they had witnessed a truly amazing event, and now they needed to get back to their contest. The announcer added that the head of the Rise Club, Ern Stilgard, is understood to be in the arena to fight in the next bout. Kendall Risker said it was his nephew. Everyone thought the Carson versus Steelgrad's bout was going to be an entertaining spectacle of guys looking at each other. Thane pointed out to Ern that he pulled a funny thing by pitting Hoyne against him, adding that it was just a laughing matter for him. After Thane asked Ern how he knew he would be the first to enter the arena, Ern replied that one would have to be a complete fool not to have guessed it. Ern stated that it was so obvious that he would be the last one out of the club takeoff, so Thane expected to have at least 4 wins in his pocket, indicating that he would have an excuse if he lost to him. The guy added that the excuse might have sounded like Thane was exhausted and therefore lost, asking that he hit the mark. Thane replied that no matter what Ern said, nothing would change, stating that today would be the end of the Rising Club. He began to attack his opponent. Suddenly, Ern threw his sword out of his hands. Everyone was surprised at this outcome and didn't understand what this cadet was doing. The instructor asked the guy if there was any problem with his sword. Ern replied that there was nothing wrong with the weapon. Ern said he wanted to be courteous to his opponent, who had survived 4 fights in a row, indicating that in this situation, it would be appropriate to switch to a fist fight to minimize possible injuries. The guy pointed out to Thane that what he said was of course a joke, because that way he would be able to pelt him with blows for much longer. Then Ern broke his opponent's wooden sword, forcing him into a fist fight with him. Thane threw away his broken weapon, intending to attack his opponent, but Ern managed to immobilize him with a touch of his finger on his opponent's body. Suddenly, Thane noticed that his voice was gone, and he couldn't say anything. He didn't understand how this could have happened. Afterwards, Ern touched his opponent's shoulders, and now he couldn't move his arms. Ern asked what Thane was planning to throw a couple punches at him. Thane looked at the guy in surprise. The opponent reported that Thane's voice was gone, and his hands were not obeying. Ern pointed out that Thane could not refuse to participate in the fight if he wanted to. Ern stabbed at his opponent, saying that in that case, he only had to beat him very hard so that he couldn't even move. The commentator pointed out that Ern's attacks were terrifying, but Thane stood firm to take it blow by blow. Taking blow after blow, Thane realized that things were not going according to plan. He began to suspect that something was wrong. Even if Thane tried to simply fall under Ern's onslaught, his body would stand on its feet regardless of his will. Ern used the airflow technique. Thane's body nosedived into a fighting stance against his will. The commentator reported that Thane continued to stand firm, suggesting that he was impressed by Barion's fighting spirit. Thane realized that it wasn't what they thought it was. He couldn't even say anything, because he had already begged Ern to stop. The commentator stated that although Thane lost, he showed a truly amazing fight and was carried off on a stretcher. Kendall Risker said it was a very valuable first win for the club going off. He was burning with anticipation, hoping that such a tense atmosphere would last until the very end. While the commentator was talking, the next member of the 21 club came into the arena. The second contestant was the top-ranked freshman. Cassian observers thought this duel would be extremely exciting. The commentator said that the participants of today's bout will fight for the title of the best in the rankings. He was wondering who will be on top among the freshmen. Cassian asked Ern what he had done. Then the guy was surprised at such a question, not realizing what he was talking about. The opponent asked Ern to repeat again what he did the first time they fought. Ern replied that there was nothing difficult about it. He pointed his blade at his opponent and was ready to fulfill his request. The commentator did not understand why these guys do not fight, saying that it is a game of nerves of the first and second place, suggesting that the opponents began to probe each other's fortitude. Cassian abstracted himself from what was happening, immersing himself in his inner world. Then opening his eyes, he was ready to fight the opponent, who stood motionless. Ern retracted his hand, and his opponent missed his attack. A mighty column of dust rose up on him. The commentator reported that Cassian used tremendous wind pressure, stating that it was a great response to Ern's provocation. The audience didn't understand how Cassian had managed to reach such heights at the age of 16, proving that he wasn't the #1 ranking for nothing. Cassian realized that he couldn't get even an inch closer to his opponent, which made him furious. Ern asked what nonsense he was talking about, stating that he was seeing significant growth, saying that this time he definitely felt the power contained in his hand. Cassian replied that he had managed to get some comfort. He exhaled in relief. Suddenly, Ern's opponent stopped and called him a monster. His words didn't sound like an insult. Cassian started to walk out of the arena. Ern looked behind him, not understanding what had happened. The instructor asked the cadet Cassian about refusing the fight. Paris shouted out why he had suddenly decided to surrender to Ern. He resented this behavior of his comrade. Guy pointed out that Cassian should have attacked his opponent according to Thane's strategies, not understanding why he didn't make Ern use up some more energy on their duel. Cassian replied that they too would soon realize the reason he had made such a decision of defeat. As he left, Cassian concluded that this way Thane's strategy would have absolutely no effect on Ern. Kendall pointed out that Cassian's refusal to participate was a rather odd turn in a fight. Everyone here was extremely puzzled by his decision. After the students, Harton and Radial, despite the fact that they only defended, both admitted their defeat. The commentator reported that the strategy of the 21 club was a losing strategy. Kendall suspected that the best third-year cadets were completely lacking in pride and asked Sir Melt what Sir Melt thought about it. Melt replied that there are times when pride must be forgotten in order to achieve victory, and that was the special appeal of a series of fights where strategy plays a major role. The man stated that however another thing is whether this method works or not at the moment it is not known. Kendall asked his partner in surprise what he was trying to say now. Melt replied that they would figure it out for themselves during the final fight. The commentator announced that the Takeoff Club is coming off their 4th win and it's time for the final bout. Confrontation of the best fighters from the two clubs from a minute to a minute. The audience will witness the final battle. By taking the pill, Paris intended to knock Ern off his guard. He was sure that his opponent would not be able to stand up to him. If we don't take into account the 4th-year students who went to undergo knighting practice, Paris remained the strongest among all the students of the academy. Paris indicated that he had so intended that he and Ern would meet in the finals. He glared angrily at his opponent. Ern replied that his fractured wrist was fully fused, trying to cool his ardor. Paris asked his opponent to wait a little while, for he would soon wipe that infuriating smile off his face. The audience noticed that Paris began to emit a red aura. The commentator was surprised that there was such a variety, because it is very rare Melt also saw such an aura for the first time. Suddenly, those present were surprised to notice Ern's silver aura, and they all opened their mouths in surprise. Kendall reported that Ern had been an aura user all along. The guy was a little embarrassed by that. No one from his club knew that Ern was an aura user. Either Hewan knew about it, but he had no way of expecting his aura to be so amazing. The guys started their fight, trying to attack each other. Paris intended to come out victorious in this fight. The commentator stated that it was breathtaking to see what he saw on the battlefield as the two aura users fought fiercely. Paris was curious how Ern managed to achieve such a result, because he stood like an impregnable mountain, and Paris could not move him an inch. The opponent tried to attack Ern, but the guy managed to block his blow in time, despite the fact that Paris was fighting with 2 swords. Unexpectedly, Ern informed his opponent that after this, Paris had definitively lost this fight. Ern said that even during the fight between Thane and Barian, he suspected that there was something wrong. But until the very end, he pushed such a thought away, because even if our minds are clouded, the desire to win is a line that should not be crossed. The guy pointed out to his opponent that he shouldn't take a banned drug that enhances all the stats needed for the fight. Paris heard that such pills contain an explosive concentrate of strength, asking his opponent what the hell he was talking about. Ern replied that Paris knows that if he miscalculates the dosage, he will be in serious trouble. As he struck, Paris silenced his opponent by asking him who he dared to speak ill of, and Ern managed to dodge his angry opponent's attack. Ern realized that his opponent intended to pretend to the very end that he hadn't used the forbidden drugs, and then launched a powerful wave attack at him. The guy had originally planned to fight at half strength against them, but Paris took him out of his mind with his actions. Releasing his aura, Ern intended to deliver a powerful blow to the opponent from above. Ern pointed out to the lad that teach him to admit his mistakes in Paris's eyes lurked panic at the strength of his opponent. The impact was followed by a powerful explosion that sent everyone present into complete shock at what they saw on the battlefield. A powerful jet of smoke enveloped everything in the area. Some people started to choke on the smoke. Kendall, coughing a little, decided to continue commenting on their fight. The commentator reported that the winner of the final fight was determined after the smoke cleared. Paris was lying on the ground. The instructor announced that the winner was Ern from the Takeoff Club. Paris was shocked by his opponent's strength. The members of the Takeoff Club were overjoyed at this news. They began to shout, praising Ern. The spectators were also happy about this outcome. Kendall reported that the club soared the best in the academy. The commentator repeated that the winner of the dueling series was Ern, and his club soared onto the battlefield, left flying off by a massive explosion. The 21 Club was disbanded, and its members were forbidden to belong to other private organizations on the school campus. Thane Carson vowed that he would govern the members of the dissolved club. The fellow used his mana as a witness, and undertook to enforce his promises by asking if you were satisfied with it, Ern. Ern was satisfied with his promise, saying that now all the dots were set, for there was no room for trust in their relationship. The guy added, as he promised he would keep secret those banned drugs used by their team. Thane called Ern a walking thorn. Ern confirmed the oath as he left and wished Thane well, deciding not to cross paths with him again. Suddenly, the guy noticed a familiar person who was in the room, because he didn't remember inviting him over. Zenith said he hadn't seen Ern in a while, catching the guy off guard. He looked at the guy calmly. Ern asked why he had come here. The man replied that he had heard that a match of the century would be held within the walls of the academy, so he couldn't help but come to watch it. The birth of a new aura user and the subsequent birth of another was surprising to Zenith. The man stated that it would be more correct to say, not birth, but an open demonstration of strength. He looked angrily at Ern. Zenith asked if it was a miracle, since the student who had until recently been a fourth-class knight had become an aura user in such a short period of time. Ern replied that the breath of steel is a method of mana concentration that works wonders. The guy added that being a knight of the first class, the man should have known that aura is not created but given. Zenith asked that there was some special reason about this that Ern emphasized. Ern replied that this sense of urgency, a desperate desire to protect those dear to him, calmly looked back. The man asked the lad that he had this particular desperate urge. Ern replied that the audience might not have known, but on this series of bouts depended the survival of their club's rise. Zenith assumed even if such a condition was put forward, the word despair didn't fit Ern at all. The boy asked the man what Zenith thought he was hiding his abilities all this time. Inspector of the Prosecutor's Night Corps seemed more absurd, because to deceive Derek, the guy had to reach one of the special ranks. Ern guessed what his interlocutor was thinking when he said that he was not in first grade, but in second grade, Zenith replied that such cases happened, and it did not cancel the fact that what had happened looked suspicious. Zenith pointed out that Ern had become an aura user in a short time, and also didn't send him an invitation to a series of fights. Ern asked if there was a single person who didn't know how busy the inspectors of the prosecutor's Night Corps were. Plus, Zenith was the commander of this unit. Ern didn't want him to be distracted for such a trivial matter. Zenith replied that the way Ern cared a lot about him looked overly suspicious. The guy assumed there would be no end to it. Unexpectedly, Kendall Risker, who had searched for Zenith, intervened in their conversation and was surprised by such a surprise. Kendall stated that Zenith himself requested mediation and disappeared without saying a word. Zenith replied that, thanks to Sir Kendall, he had enjoyed watching the series of duels. His interlocutor replied that he was only too glad to discover such a rare talent. Looking at the unknown person, Zenith asked who it was next to Kendall Risker. Suddenly, Miss Sierra's gaze made the man fall into a shocked state. Ern didn't know who she was. Kendall asked his nephew to also pay his respects to this lady. Sierra Pelgas was the 14th head of the Magic Tower, the only Archmage of the Seven Rings of Navarro, the 7th Mage of the continent. Ern marveled at the Archmage whose fame pierced the heavens, not that the nobles of even the imperial family dared not show her neglect. The guy realized that in front of him now was the same crazy maiden from the south. The woman took off her hood. Bowing, the boy indicated that he was honored to meet her and introduced himself as Ern Stilgard, third son of the House of Stilgard. Zenith reported that he had an emergency, and so he had to leave them. Kendall wished him well. The boy asked his uncle what business he had with him. Kendall replied that Ern was giving Rafal advice about the magic circle. Ern asked that this incident was still unresolved. Using the phraseology, the guy tried to explain that this result came about by accident. Kendall replied that he understood perfectly well and asked not to worry, for he had no intention of interfering with his nephew's bright future. He had just seen an amazing sight in many ways. The man assured me that the magic circle is an area that cannot be explained by the word random. Kendall asked his nephew if he had ever heard of the gift of the beautiful eye, a magical talent that was said to be 1 in a million. The eye was capable of seeing the beauty of the brevity and effectiveness of magic formulas, and was called the gift of the beautiful eye. Ern realized that he certainly didn't have anything like that. He looked thoughtfully at his interlocutors. The guy assumed it was just the knowledge of a second system, obtained through interdimensional trade. Suddenly, Ern found himself in a carriage with Kendall and Sierra Pelgas. They suggested he talk in a quieter place. The boy did not realize where they had gone. The woman saw that the guy was very excited, asking at which he wordlessly continued to peep. Sierra Pelgas assumed that the guy would be curious to know why he looked like that. The woman stated that when he reveals his true identity, everyone looks at her with exactly the same eyes as Ern does now. Ern was really curious how a man who was over 50 could look like he was under 30. The woman said her heart had not fluttered like this in a long time, pointing out that it was a creative, concise, and beautiful magic circle. Since this topic was brought up, Sierra Pelgas suggested doing a little checking on this. The woman informed him that if Perry managed to find an ineffective section, she would give him the crystal, asking if Ern knew what she was holding now. Ern realized it was a product of his store, replying to the woman that he knew what it was. Sierra Pelgas was surprised at this reaction of the guy. Added that this crystal has a nice color. The woman thought it was strange, because 100 out of 100 knights who highlighted this crystal immediately had eyes filled with lust for possession. The guy didn't understand, and why would he crave a thing that only cost 200 coins, and he had over 100 pieces of them in his possession? Ern assumed that if Sierra Pelgas was going to give the crystal away for free, then there was no point in refusing. He pointed out inefficient areas. Kendall Risker marveled at this, saying that there was no doubt that Ern had the gift of the beautiful eye, adding that in the time Ern had indicated 4 points, he had only managed to find 1. Sierra Pelgas objected, stating that Erna had been discovered, not the 4 boys looked at her wonderingly. The woman angrily repeated that there weren't 4 of them here. The guys continued to wonder at her reaction. Sierra Pelgas pointed to one of the dots and asked why this section was ineffective. Ern thought about the question. The woman pointed out that this part reduces efficiency, but for the activation of the magic circle, this inefficient section is essential. Ern replied that there is no point in leaving, as is what can be improved. Using magic, the woman created a glowing pencil and told Ern to try and fix it. Ern realized that continental magic was far behind in theory, but nevertheless he was surprised that there were 7 archmages. After the adjustments Ern made, the magic circle looked better, asking what Sierra Pelgas thought of it. The woman replied that N is beautiful, suggesting that in the guy's eyes was really hiding the gift of a beautiful eye. After that, she gave him 2 magic crystals. Ern was satisfied because he got 400 coins. Sierra Pelgas suggested that the lad try to improve this round too, calling him a prodigy. Ern indicated that the head of the magic tower wanted to talk to him in a quiet place, asking what so he went with them. The boy asked that it would not be right to tell her what she wanted from him in the first place. Sierra Pelgas replied that there was logic in his words. She realized that he was a gifted young man. Sierra Pelgas said that she had a very difficult problem to solve. She had been dealing with it for a long time, but felt that she had reached her limit, and so she needed the help of the possessor of the gift of the beautiful eye. The woman added that there might be a breakthrough in this area, asking Ern to help her by promising him a reward that would not disappoint him. Sierra Pelgas, being the Eric Magus of Navarro, had made a promise that she would become the trustee of Ern. The lad was surprised at this. Kendall Risker explained to the master that his nephew had chosen the path of the sword, assuring that no other decision needed to be made here. The woman asked why he thought so, suggesting that it was because Ern was from the Stilgard family, asking that if people born into that family were good at swordsmanship, then they should all ignore magic. Sierra Pelgas stated that she wouldn't have been scared if Ern's father had fielded a troop of knights against her, adding that perhaps only his grandfather would have made her a little nervous. Ern didn't understand what was going on, and why the atmosphere had abruptly become like a kidnapping, assuming that they were now heading to the magic tower. A magical tower with virtually unlimited mana power was the wizard's ancestral home. Ern realized that he could not get out of there on his own, realizing that he could remain a slave to magical formulas for life. Ern asked the Archmage to calm down. He stated that he was neutral to her suggestion, and her uncle didn't give a flat refusal either. The boy added how they knew he was a Stilgard. Sierra Pelgas asked that since he was a Stilgard, there was no point in turning his gaze toward wizards. With a calm exhale, Ern told the woman that he didn't really mean it, because living as a member of the Stilgard family was not an easy thing to do. High interest and expectations of constant pressure from the side, keenly reacting to the manifestation of any weakness, is just a story about the thorny path of humiliation covered with the halo of family or blood kinship. Sierra Pelgas asked why Ern was telling her all this now, for she did not understand his hint. Ern replied that it would be great to have her as his patron because she is one of the 2 giants protecting Navarro. The boy added that since sunlight could not penetrate the crown of the tree, it was difficult for the grass beneath it to grow tall, but if he had to live under the shadow of someone of far greater prestige. Sierra Pelgas realized he was talking about someone who had more prestige than the Stilgard family and asked if he really thought so. The woman replied that she understood the young man perfectly well. However, he was a prodigy. Her prestige could indeed be burdensome to him. After Sierra Pelgas asked the guy what he wanted, the guy gave her a surprised look. The woman stated that Navarro's guardian angel Sierra Pelgas does not hire people for nothing. The guy didn't know what to say to such a request, because he was also a nobleman, and so he didn't lack anything, asking to give him some time to think about this conversation. Sierra Pelgus agreed to give the boy 10 minutes to think. Ern was surprised at such a small restriction. Ern pointed out what his life was worth, asking for time to think things over alone in a quiet and peaceful place, promising in return to improve the formula she had shown him earlier. Sierra Pelgus replied that if the guy managed to really improve that formula, she would give him 2 hours with a promise on behalf of Sierra Pelgus, the 7th mage of the continent. Ern realized that he needed to break free of her captivity, even if he faced the worst-case scenario. The woman pointed out that the guy had 2 hours she would wait for Ern at this place, asking him to think things over in a good place and come back. Ern replied that he would definitely come back after all the promise made by the head of the magic tower was no joke. As he stepped away from Sierra Pelgus's carriage, the boy decided that the hard-won 2 hours he had gained should be spent on a way to get rid of this mad woman. Ern came running into Flip's trading company. Marcus asked why he was here since he was supposed to have a series of fights. The boy replied that all the fights were over because they had prepared perfectly for this confrontation. Praising the deputy, Marcus replied that he was only following the orders he had received from Ern. Ern asked the deputy not to be modest in asking him to watch Sari for a while. After handing him the letter, Ern asked Marcus to deal with it, pointing out that there was a carriage at the crossroads near the market, asking him to deliver the letter there in exactly 2 hours. Leaving through the window, the guy wished him a good day's work, saying he'd come back to see him later. Ern realized that with the help of the dream machine, he had managed to find Sierra Pelgus's weak spot, and by making a deal, he would be able to turn the situation to his advantage. Afterward, the guy stocked up on many useful techniques that he would need in the near future. Meanwhile, in Theros near the outer hills, Ern realized that he had barely finished in the time allotted to him. Marcus delivered a letter to Sierra Pelgus, in which Ern reported that the path of magic was foreign to him, and his grandfather had reached mythical rank, and Miss Sierra only legendary rank. He made it clear which way he intended to go. Ern pointed out in his letter that no matter how great an archmage is, he is only truly great in a magical tower, and offered Sierra Pelgus a chance to prove otherwise, saying that he would be waiting for her in the outer hills outside the capital. The boy suggested that since Sierra Pelgus's appearance could not be more than 30, maybe they should switch to you. Since the difference in age was so small, Ernu thought that the use of respectful speech was somewhat inappropriate. Sierra Pelgus stated that this yellow-haired brat dared to make fun of her. She was furious at the message she read. Upon arriving, the women asked where Ern Stilgotter was hiding, ordering him to quickly get out of his hole, while she spoke nicely to him. The woman pointed out that these damn mountains, every time she crossed this terrain in her carriage, she thought that this road was extremely inconvenient. Ern asked if she could turn this mountainous piece of land into a plain. Sierra Pelgus found that the voice came from the mountainside, 7 hours away from her Ern, asked her to stop looking around and descend from the sky to the ground. The woman realized that Ern was using a spell to transmit messages at a distance. Sierra Pelgus stated that the boy could handle magic. While babbling about the agony of the burden, Ern replied that it was the so-called whole tone. The boy assumed that even if he went into an explanation, she probably wouldn't understand a damn thing. Sierra Pelgus was furious at such a request. After the woman noticed the guy downstairs and started to go down to him to teach him a lesson, Sierra Pelgus came down asking if Ern knew that she was shaking with anger from head to toe. She was suddenly curious. The woman was eerily curious about what this guy believed in, that he was so fucked up. The guy calmly replied that he didn't know what he should believe in such a position. Attempting to strike the guy replied that the answer might come after a little checking. Hearing such a thing made the woman laugh, to tears calling his aura weak and miserable. The woman made sure that the mana flow was unstable, the magical power weakened for unknown reasons, unknown energy hindered the flow of mana. Trying to use magic, the woman realized that her mana had stopped circulating, but she managed to gather her strength and attack the guy. Ern realized that Sierra Pelgus had not been awarded the title of Archmage for nothing, even with his careful preparation. Sierra Pelgus managed to complete the defense spell in the blink of an eye. The woman was ready to fight. The woman said that Ern had done something that even his father Rebidon could not handle. Suddenly, the protective barrier began to break down. The guy realized that in this case, the jokes were over. Sierra Pelgus got angry and said that she would not leave him a wet spot. Sierra Pelgus used fireballs and aimed them at the guy who dared to treat her so brazenly. The woman said that not only did Ern play with her, but he also dared to hurt her. Sierra Pelgus shouted to the whole neighborhood that she would never forgive Ern for this. She directed her magic circle at him. A curtain of fire descended on the guy, but Ern managed to react in time to dodge this fiery attack. Ern realized that this was indeed an impressive large-scale attack that had descended upon him. The guy realized that if he didn't have the scroll, he would really be in great danger. He used a magic barrier enhancement magic scroll of high-level circle, protecting from various attacks and spells. Ern realized that one way or another he had to do something about this madness, since she was in the air, realizing that the items would also be ineffective. Looking at his opponent, the guy realized that in the end, he had no choice but to use an item from his inventory. The woman looked up into the sky, trying to see where the guy was, and asked where he was hiding. Suddenly, the woman turned around and noticed an object flying at her. She couldn't understand what it was. The system informed her that an unknown flying object approaching her at tremendous speed was detecting supermassive energy. Sierra Pelgus could understand if it were a simple flight spell, but this was something else entirely. Ern intended to give the woman a kickback. Sierra Pelgus didn't understand what the guy's whole appearance meant. The woman asked what he was doing, calling him a lad. She tried to ask what that armor was. The guy noticed that even the archmage was surprised by his appearance. He was pleasantly surprised by it. Ern stated that he would not tell her anything about the guise he used to fight Sierra Pelgus. The woman laughed when she heard the guy's reply, saying that in that case, she would have to get the information out of him by force. Sierra Pelgus used the lightning network magic technique and directed it at Ern, who was in the air against her, but the technique was somehow affecting her opponent. The woman didn't understand what happened and why the technique didn't work. She was in shock as she continued to fail after failure. Ern reported that lightning throwing had failed, suggesting that the performance of the magic armor was at the proper level. Magical armor was a variety that could be obtained in the second dimension trading system. As long as the armor was worn by even the weakest wizard, his physical abilities would be in no way inferior to the best warriors of the first system. In addition, various spells and multi-spells were possible, and this item was called the strongest combat weapon in theory. Ern didn't buy the armor for use in battle, but he figured why not try it out like this. As things stood, Ern declared that it was now his turn to strike. He made a powerful swing with his sword. Sierra Pelgus, defending herself, didn't understand how things could turn out this way because she was confident in her superiority. Earlier, she was beyond thrilled when she heard that Kendall had found the possessor of the gift of the beautiful eye. Sierra Pelgus was a little embarrassed by the fact that Ern was a member of the Steelguard family, but his rare abilities were undeniable. So the one wish she couldn't fulfill, she just wanted to finally make it come true. The woman asked the guy why he did that to her. Sierra Pelgus continued to defend herself against the guy's attacks. Sierra Pelgus merely wanted to complete the spell in the magic tower, asking that there was something wrong with her actions. The boy wondered why they should now fight not for life, but for death. Ern did not know what to say to her. Ern asked the woman that she still doesn't understand what she did wrong. Sierra Pelgus asked the guy what he was talking about. The guy replied that it was his gift of the beautiful eye of his eye, asking why he should complete her magic spells, stating that her wishes were not his concern. Sierra Pelgus asked why he said he was fighting with her for such a trifling reason, for if Ern had any objection, he could have said so in the carriage. Ern pointed out that if he had raised the issue, she would not have listened to him, and if she had refused, she would have grabbed him in a vice and taken him to the magic tower. The boy was sure that Sierra Pelgus had done exactly the same thing he had tried to strike her with his sword. Sierra Pelgus, being the seventh Aramagus of this great continent and an undefeated legend, could not lose to any child. Such an arrangement was unacceptable to her. The woman realized she couldn't let herself lose. Ern was surprised that her opponent had started using magic. Ern pointed out to Sierra Pelgus that she was once again wasting mana, being sure that she was powerless against magical armor. Pointing his weapon at his opponent, Ern found that his dispel was not working. Sierra Pelgus continued to accumulate mana. Meanwhile, Sylvia made sure that last week's items were all sold out, and now there were about 20 pieces left in the warehouse. The girl was uneasy, not knowing whether Mr. Flip was all right, for from the words of the deputy, she supposed that he had had some difficulty. Sylvia asked Sari that she too was worried about her master. The girl was surprised because Sari had disappeared from her room. Meanwhile, Ern began to fall due to the impact of the opponent's attack, which he couldn't resist, assuming that she was using the magic of the 7 rings. The guy was sure there was no such thing, since he had confirmed through the machine again that she was defeated. Sierra Pelgas was defeated in a battle with the head of the Pita magic tower because she didn't use the magic of the 7 rings. Ern realized that she had no limitations. Not understanding why she didn't go further than the magic of the 6 rings, he knew that at this rate, he would fall to the ground and crash. Suddenly, Ern realized he was on top of someone's head, realizing that he had to fly for a couple more minutes before he hit the ground. The boy heard the words of the pet, who was glad to have come to his rescue in time. Ern didn't understand where the voice was coming from. Sari said that she had long wanted to address her master in this manner. The boy noticed that blood-like scales covered the huge body, and flames burned softly enveloping his body. Ern assumed that if it was about a creature he was familiar with asking, that it was Sari. After a little thought, Ern realized that this huge snake was Sari, who had come to his rescue. The boy asked how things had turned out this way, and how Sari had turned into a scarlet fire beast while still talking to him. Sari replied that she didn't understand how this could happen either, saying that she had just had a good night's sleep and felt that her body wasn't the same as usual. Ern wondered why his pet had been so sleepy lately, but he didn't expect it to be a prerequisite for awakening. Guy pointed out that Sari is now a very large pet, wanted to tell her master something. Sari asked if in the current situation they could waste time on idle conversation. Ern asked the pet to dodge her opponent's blows. After successfully dodging, the guy realized that if there was no barrier, they would have been in big trouble. He praised Sari. It seemed amazing to the guy that Sari's body was wrapped in flames that made him feel no heat on his body. Sari answered that because Ern is her master, the guy realized that Sari was originally a monster from the trade between dimensions, and decided that in this situation, everything should be judged with common sense. Ern. Seeing the changes, Sierra Pelgas couldn't imagine encountering something like this here. The woman asked the guy not to look at her. Guy assumed that the reason she still hadn't once used the 7 rings mages was because she was taking her true form. The woman stated that it was a correct assumption, and because of Ern, she had to remove the restriction for the first time in 20 years. Sierra Pelgas added that she has put so much effort into plucking something like this from other eyes. Ern thought that Sierra Pelgas was hiding some outstanding secret from him rather than her true appearance as an old woman. Looking at the older woman, the guy realized that she was only acting this way because she wanted to look young. The guy laughed, asking if that was the only reason she didn't use the magic of the 7 rings. Sierra Pelgas asked the guy to stop laughing at her. Sierra Pelgas indicated that she did not want to keep in the grip of the restrictions of one of her rings, stating that Ern had no idea what was going on in her heart today. Ern responded that anti-aging is a serious problem. The guy suggested that the older woman continue their conversation down on the ground, adding that he had something to say about what had happened earlier. Sierra Pelgas asked not to be laughed at, stating that she would not let him live after he saw her true colors. The young man noticed that Sierra Pelgas was eager to fight not for life. He turned to Sari. The pet was ready to do his master's bidding. Sari began wrapping the woman with her body. Ern stated that even if Sierra Pelgas is an archmage, her mana is not limitless, asking if she would like to fight again. After they descended peacefully to the ground, Erna gave her a cloak, informing her that her clothes were torn, suggesting that she throw on her cloak. Sierra Pelgas thanked him, and Ern knew that he should thank her, because if they had a second fight, he might have to use another expensive piece of magical armor. The old woman asked permission to ask the guy one question. She was curious to know why Ern had suddenly become so solicitous toward her. Ern replied that the reason for the confrontation had disappeared. Sierra Pelgas was surprised to hear such words. Guy asked what she particularly didn't want her secret to be revealed, and Ern wasn't eager to reveal his cards either. The woman became convinced that the unknown gear was a monster transformer, and to top it all off, its mighty power. Sierra Pelgas understood that Ern had reached the awakened rank at such a young age. The old woman was sure that in terms of speed, it was even faster than the founder Emperor Peiwei, asking that Ern inherited these abilities from his grandfather, Rebahan. The guy stated that they had a lot of questions for each other, suggesting that they put it all on top of the table. Sierra Pelgas asked what table he was talking about. Ern indicated that he had something he wanted to tell her. Now they were on equal footing, and there was no reason to fight like before, so he suggested Sierra Pelgas reveal all the cards to each other and talk about it. Holding out his hand, the guy asked the woman how she looked at starting negotiations. Later, in the 14th Magical Tower, Kendall Risker began to worry because it had been a long time, and they were still gone. Suddenly, it was reported that the head of the Magic Tower had returned. Kendall rejoiced at the news. The man hurried to meet them. He was glad that the master had finally returned with his nephew. The woman asked that nothing had happened in the magic tower in her absence. He looked calmly at the warden. Kendall assumed that since she was so calm, they'd managed to resolve everything safely by replying that everything was fine. Sierra Pelgas indicated to the boy that from now on he could use this room. It had everything he needed, so he would not be inconvenienced. The woman informed him that no one could climb to the top floor of the tower without her permission, so he had nothing to worry about. Guy stated that in that case, he could safely assume his original appearance, took off his mask. Sierra Pelgas was amazed every time she saw this ability, a transformation spell that could be cast without wasting magic rings. Indicated that she too could do such a thing. Said that this technique involved more than just mana, so it would take about 10 years to learn. Sierra Pelgas refused to leave this option as a last resort. The woman said the room was at the end of the corridor, but could use any room he wanted. Leaving, Sierra Pelgas pointed out that he could do his indoor training or something similar. Thanked her for the favor. Helped Sierra with research on reverse aging magic. In return, a contract was signed between the Mage Tower and trading company for the supply of magical items. The guy had some discomfort in Steelguard Castle and the Academy because he had to constantly worry about other people's eyes. But in this place, he has the opportunity to focus only on interdimensional trade. Entered the second system. He immersed himself in closed training for the sole purpose of exacting one last revenge related to his past life. The guy wanted revenge on an unknown named Shylock who was in the second system. To get Shylocky's attention, had gotten close to him by expressing a desire to buy magical armor, and now that they were getting to know each other, there was only one thing should have done. A few days later, he completed several trades, and today he was able to earn 10,000 coins in daily sales. Had earned recognition in the 0 and 1 systems, so he was able to keep a certain amount of sales there, but in the second system, he was very new and had to start from scratch. But the newfound statuses were very useful. The guy realized that he was still a long way from Shylock's balance. The last time he checked his account was about 330,000 coins and tried to find any other worthwhile listings for sale. Suddenly, the guy received a new request to make a deal and was approached by the channel master of the second Siam system. After checking the information, realized that Siam was indeed a channel master, but he wasn't causing any problems in the second system, not knowing why he had written to him. Sari turned to her master, but the guy asked the pet to wait, promising that after he'd taken care of business, he'd be after her. Said hello to Channel Master Siam and asked why he contacted him. The man was surprised because he had sent him messages earlier, and had not responded to them, but as soon as he saw the MC's message, he responded immediately, saying that the guy had bad manners. The guy didn't understand why his interlocutor started yelling at him from the first sentence. First got a message from him asking what he was talking about now. Siam repeated that only responded when he saw that the message had come from the channel master. Assumed that he had to write that he was a channel master. To get his reply, he remembered that before the battle with Sierra, he kept receiving letters from an unknown sender. Earlier, the guy was very busy and therefore ignored those messages, assuming that they were sent by the channel master. He apologized to the interlocutor, saying that he was adjusting to the second system and therefore did not know what to do. Siam said that Mayam was kicked out for Outwardly, Mayam was a hardcore MC who pretended to be honest and claimed to be running the channel in a fair manner. Miam was actually a greedy guy who gave away privileges to traders by taking bribes. As a result, he was fired from his position, and even his voluminous trading account was destroyed. Realized that Master Mayam was to blame for what had happened because he had misled himself. Didn't know why all the stones were flying at him. Sham pointed out that Mayam had told him everything, that being an auditor, took care of his own benefit, and then sent Mayam to hell. Suddenly, MK Siam invited a user with the nickname Magic was his everything. Realized it was Sherlin. Siam stated that since is in charge of monitoring, he should do his job properly and in good faith, and since he has disrupted the market by using a shadow company to employ part-time workers. The channel master was sure that now was definitely the end of the guy. Didn't understand his accusations. Hiring part-time workers was a real offense, but the deal with Sherlin was made during his first entry into the second system, and they never contacted him again. Pointed out that it's their life, and not a cunt, so he doesn't care what they do, asking why they put him into this kind of shenanigans. The interlocutor objected, stating that he was not trying to get anyone involved in his affairs. He tried to calm down. Assumed that this case is not clean, since Sherlin denies everything and does not want to talk to him nicely. Ern decided to look into the matter himself. Siam pointed out that he had tears in his eyes because Sherlin would not be able to hide their close relationship because Ern was providing most of the money for his enterprise, according to Siam's guesses. Sherlin responded that he had indeed obtained the necessary funds by entering into a deal with Ern. Siam asked Sherlin if he had done part-time work in the trade related to these goods. If Sherlin answered honestly, he was promised to turn a blind eye to the company hiring part-time workers, but he didn't understand why Siam kept bringing Ern into this shit. The channel master verified that there was a pattern of using part-time workers to eliminate competitors. Siam asked if he had anything to say to the merchant Ern. To all these arguments, he looked forward to his answer. The guy made sure that his heart tone technique worked on the channel master as well, assuming that in that case, the second effect could be applied as well. It took Siam a lot of effort to train Sherlin, and he could barely move his tongue without realizing what was so hard to say, that the fake leader was the guy learned all these nuances with the help of the VIP privilege. The channel master asked why Ern was silent. Siam realized that first he had to shut the guy up because soon he would be buried for eternity. Suddenly Ern replied that he knew why he was doing this. Ern reported that the channel master was trying to smear the reputation of the monitoring agent by asking him if he had prepared charges against him. The katana master Siam was shocked that the guy had managed to figure out his scheme without realizing what to do in such a case. Ern realized that his words had hit the spot, and he wondered what Siam would do in response. The guy asked Sherlin to leave the chat room for a bit. He didn't mind and left them alone. When they were alone, Ern suggested that Siam speak plainly, pointing out that if he had 10 mouths to feed, he wouldn't have found anything to say. Siam didn't understand how he knew what he was thinking. The guy realized that the gift he would receive by logging into the second system was actually a gift from another user. Ern asked what Siam had actually sent him, warning him to stop disguising them as gifts. The channel master replied that he made these gifts from the bottom of his heart and wanted Ern to feel his favor. Siam realized that the guy didn't understand sarcasm. Ern was able to get a complete picture of what was going on from his conversation with Siam, because unlike normal users, the MC's intentions are activated only when he is concerned about something, and Siam is a coward, afraid of the position of an observer agent. Siam wanted revenge for Miam, but the bribe he sent to Ern when he first entered the second system completely changed the situation in Ern's favor, and he ended up being an individual who was more concerned with his own skin than with friendship. If Ern took advantage of the situation, it would help his plan a lot. Ern indicated that he was sorry for Miam's bad luck, adding that he wanted to turn a blind eye, but upper management noticed the discrepancy in the reports. The guy added that he didn't know that the mid-level agent of the second system would directly take care of it. Siam was surprised to hear about the mid-level administrator. Ern made sure that the MC's powers even included searching, but now he's a guy from the past who hasn't changed his nickname yet. Guy reported that after the completion of Miam's case, the mid-level administrator targeted Siam. The man realized that to survive, he needed to get rid of the mid-level agent. He didn't understand why Ern decided to help him. Ern, using his VIP privilege, could read the thoughts his interlocutor was thinking and was happy about it. Asked if Siam was curious as to why he was having this conversation with him, the MC replied that he didn't understand his intentions. The guy responded that he had no use for him by asking where at all to use the revisor whose identity is revealed, adding that he too must find a way to survive. After the conversation was over, the guy was glad that everything had worked out well. He stretched and was ready for bed. Ern was able to channel the rage of Siam's channel master into Shylock. Even though he was jumped on so unexpectedly, he showed some pretty good wit and got out of it. Now that he had the channel master on his side, Ern could quickly grab Shylock after Ern noticed that Sari was shivering under the blanket. The boy realized that over the conversation with Siam, he had completely forgotten about his pet who had approached him before. Ern asked Sari for forgiveness. The pet replied that her master had promised to sort things out quickly, stating that she hated him after this. Suddenly the guy felt bad. He didn't expect to hear something like that from Sari. The pet apologized to her master, saying that she had overreacted. Sari reported that something huge and scary was sitting inside the tower. Ern was surprised at this turn of events. As he approached the door, Ern realized that the Archimachus had strictly forbidden him to come in here, but Sari had said that something was behind those doors. The guy noticed the door was ajar, but didn't think Sierra had left it open on purpose. Sari informed the host that Ern realized that the open door was Sari's doing. Ern was given a warning, so if what happened is known to the walls, but he's in for a sad ending. That's why. The closer the guy got, the more he felt streams of pure mana enveloping his entire body. Ern decided that since the situation was like this, it was okay if he happened to catch a glimpse of what was inside. Later at dinner, Sierra Pelgus pointed out to the guy that if he wanted to say something, he should just let him say it and not try to pick a good moment. Guy didn't understand why the woman was acting colder and more reserved than usual, assuming she had noticed everything. Ern pointed to look at the pretty sari and calmed down Sierra Pelgus, asked the guy not to quibble. The woman asked the guy to lay it all out clean water as is by asking how much he saw in that room. Ern replied that a creature called the Majestic Beholder was trapped inside, and he was the source of the endless flow of mana that was needed to maintain this magical tower. The woman asked what he had told Ern. The boy replied that the creature had told him that the mages had been using him for hundreds of years. If he helped him escape the sealed power, Sierra Pelgus interrupted the boy and told him not to think of doing so. The woman reported that it was just an artificial body controlling mana flows called the ego controller. Magical towers were built in dragon craters located throughout the continent. The Emperor's greatest achievement was that the magical tower handled these flows and ushered in a full age of humanity. Dragon blood was still too strong for humans. That's why the ego controller is a symbolic being that shows their limits. Ernu was far more interested in this forbidden power, asking if it was really just a device that controlled the flow of mana. The boy was surprised that Sierra Pelgus was not almost completely angry with him for breaking the contract. The woman replied that she had originally intended to do so. The voice of Ego's controller had magical power, and anyone who encountered it without using a mind protection spell was possessed. The woman pointed out that when this happened, a lot of problems fell on her head and asked why he was okay. Ern offered to allow him to continue dating him. Sierra Pelgus saw no point in the ban, asking what he was going to do with it. The guy replied that it amused him to watch Ego's controller make a big deal out of the fact that Sari had finished her dinner and had gone back to her host. Ern told Sierra Pelgasa that he had another interesting idea. The woman looked at him questioningly. After the guy headed to the controller, Ego said hello to him. He was surprised that the man had come to him again. The controller pointed out that he had again failed to get a hold of Ern's mind, asking why this was happening since the guy didn't use mind protection. Ern asked that since he had failed yesterday, he thought he would succeed today. Northern Lights technique is the quintessence of spiritual martial arts. Ern found it funny that the controller hoped to bewitch him with his voice. The boy reported that Sierra Pelgus had told him all about controller Ego, saying that he was not a great being at all, but merely a control system. The controller stated that he was a majestic beholder guy, asked the creature to stop thinking as he pleased. The guy had heard that the extra mana from dragon blood dissipates before the mana flow becomes rampant, and if there was any of that mana left, he wanted to collect it. The guy intended to collect mana losses to use for his own benefit. He pulled out the necessary device from his inventory. Ern asked that if he was going to stop, why on earth would he pay so much money for a mana stone maker, a machine that artificially produced mana stones by sucking mana from the environment? The guy indicated that he would be happy to collect any mana losses that occurred in this room. After collecting a lot of mana stones, the guy realized that at this rate, his supply would quickly run out. 3 things were needed for the plan developed: earn large capital users who would help with the execution of the work, and a supervising channel master overseeing everything. Ern realized that he had made a huge fortune, and he had Sherlin at his beck and call, who was in charge of a substantial part-time staff, and had even managed to get the master of the Siam Canal to cooperate. The guy realized that all the best ingredients were laid out. Now all he had to do was deal with Shylock. More precisely, he needed Miriam, whom Ern was sure to avenge. Later in the magical empire of Luizenia, Guy wanted to see what happens. If you include interest in the unpaid balance, then gets 3 million gold coins a month, and the interlocutor will have to repay his debt for 10 years. The beaten man called him trash, pointing out that since he was a member of the most powerful guild in the empire, he wasn't allowed to do anything, adding that this fraud was a real scam. Miriam, the executive director of the Rochester Mages Guild, reported that he too was not doing as well as he would have liked. He had a job waiting for him, and so he left the guard with a debtor. The man tried to insult Miriam, but the man pretended not to hear. Upon reaching home, Miriam saw a message in which Ern wanted to contact him. Then he invited the guy into a conversation. Ern reported that the result was as predicted. Miriam received 5,000 gold coins from Ern. The man wondered what the guy was expecting to get as much as 5 grand for the earlier transaction. A few days earlier, Ern was glad that the magical armor was proving to be so useful. Unexpectedly for Miriam, the guy talked about the investment, deciding to make him a simple offer. Miriam reflected on the topic. No matter how close, most premature investments ended up with a hole in the bagel. Based on the fact that Ern bought third-generation armor from him and never bargained, says that he doesn't do idle chatter. Miriam decided to try investing 1,000 coins as a trial, and he didn't take Anne's words seriously that day. Ern asked why the interlocutor was silent. Assuming that the profit was less than he had expected, Miriam was extremely surprised that the amount had increased fivefold. The boy explained to the interlocutor that if it was the Rochester Mages Guild, then its daily income was 10,000 coins in trade, was 100 or even millions of gold coins. Ern was very amazed by the amount of profits of the Miriam Guild. The man understood all this because it was the guild's money, and if it was his personal savings, he would shiver even with a handful of coins, pointing out that the sum itself was not large, but the profit exceeded 500%. Miriam supposed that if he had known that everything would turn out this way, he would have invested all his money. Asking how much Ern himself had gained from the venture, the boy said not much. Ern added that he had earned about 100,000 gold coins. Miriam was surprised at the guy's earnings. Ern pointed out that it was just an owl now because there was almost nothing left of that amount. When Miriam first listened to Ern's explanation, he was very nervous about spreading rumors to drive down the price of high-quality mana stones, then buy up the cheaper ones in larger quantities and put them on sale when the price returned to normal. Miriam made sure that everything happened exactly as Ern had said, and the mana stone that had cost 30 coins was now worth 200 again. The man was curious to know how Ern had managed to pull all this off, assuming the channel master was behind it. Miriam assumed that if the unknown person had appeared earlier, but then realized that this could not be the case, at most, he could just talk to him and no more. After the man assumed that Ern's assistant was higher in rank than the channel master, Ern reported that he had handed over the profits to him and was leaving. Miriam asked for what reason he had suggested he make the investment. Ern replied that he was trying to raise the amount needed for an investment. Miriam suggested that this was his chance to change his life. He pointed out that it was strange that Ern was looking down on a six-figure sum and saying he needed a measly 1,000 for an investment. Guy indicated that he is a capable craftsman who always stays on guard, adding that he would be disappointed if Miriam refused to cooperate with him. Miriam was glad that he had succeeded in his plan, and Ern gave him the go-ahead. Ern reported that the interlocutor's first investment was something like checking. Miriam guessed what the guy was trying to tell him. The guy asked the man if he was ready for the big game. Miriam didn't realize he'd fallen for Ern's ploy to further deceive him. Other users were also curious to know the secret to lowering the price of high-quality stones. Ern simply changed his nickname using the misrepresentation feature and was selling stones like crazy. Then, taking advantage of rumors of an unknown channel master, Ern got close to Miriam pretending to be Siam, and now he would never doubt their relationship. After Siam asked Ern how it went, the guy said that Miriam agreed. Smelling the money, he didn't hesitate for a second. The man assumed that if Ern is a middle manager, he should use his power to uncover corrupt practices, not understanding how he allowed himself to be treated in such a manner. Ern replied that just because he is a monitoring agent doesn't mean he can't be seduced. The interlocutor replied that this was somewhat disappointing to him. The guy asked what Sherlin had the right to quibble about such things when he himself ran an illegal part-time hiring office. Sherlin reported that when he was selling magic, he should have at least put a silencing spell over his mouth. Ern replied that was accurate. CM added that tempting Miriam by lowering the price is a success, asking what will be their next step. Ern replied that the second step is to raise the price in the opposite direction. Ern reported that he had an idea on the matter. He approached Sherlin. The man asked what was required of him. The guy asked if they were bored with just having to watch, indicating that it was their time to get on stage with the part-time workers. A lot of people started posting at Ern's request. They started spreading a lot of rumors. The man noticed that Miriam was in a good mood today. He replied that he was feeling like a normal man, adding that he had been walking around with an eerily satisfied face for days now. He realized that Miriam could not have been as successful in magic as he was, and decided that it was all about interdimensional trade. Miriam was sure that his actions would definitely please the guildmaster since he was crazy about money. Legis being a 5th circle master, Miriam lost to him on a 7th circle mage, not understanding why it was necessary to try to constantly emphasize it. Miriam decided to let Legis get away with it for now since he would get rich anyway by using Or rather, Miriam thought he would become a multimillionaire who would take over the entire city he lived in. Later, Ern reported that everything was going according to plan. Miriam reported that he too had flipped through articles on Raftel. The prices were 8 times higher than the first time. Ern said that it was entirely Miriam's fault. He still didn't know what had caused the price of expensive goods to drop, but getting the Raftel to increase in value had never been a problem. Raftel is the main material for the creation of magical armor that was produced only in Louisiana, and at the same time, it is a top-secret material that allowed the Empire to accumulate great wealth. Since the production technology of high-end weapons and key parts of the second system had never been revealed, users were even more eager to get their hands on such goods. Miriam speculated what would happen if a rumor ran through the situation that there was a disruption in the production of Raftel in the Louisiana Empire, and a representative of a Louisiana-affiliated guild showed up to run a partner store. The man thought that investors blinded by coins had no choice but to accept his words as they were. Ern asked his interlocutor how much he had invested this time. Miriam replied that 30,000. Ern said that if he deducted what was due to him from the profit of 240,000 coins, his share would be 170,000. Miriam was surprised to hear that this was still the case, because if he looked at the trend of the demand flow right now, he could calculate that the profit would increase 50 times so that he could earn 1,100,000 coins. Ern said that it would actually be less than 1 million because 45 times the increase in profit belongs to him. Miriam asked if he would be subject to the sales limit. The guy replied that he didn't have to worry about that, because soon the stock of goods would be almost unlimited. Miriam didn't understand what kind of situation it was, where even the sales limit was ignored. He asked what the size of Ern's investment was. Ern said he couldn't go into detail, saying his investment size has 8 figures. Miriam realized that even 1 million coins is a huge amount of money, because with such money you can live in luxury for 30 years, but it was not enough for him because he wanted something more. The man realized that he needed to earn more than 6 million, and then he could safely take over the guild. The guy asked his interlocutor what he was thinking about so hard. Miriam replied that it was nothing much at the moment. The guild account had more than 450,000 coins. If Miriam takes them and uses them and also changes the goods in the warehouse, he will get about 1.5 million, and if he withdraws the 40 times increased profit from the account before Erna and returns back the main amount of the investment, he will get about 6 million. The man realized that Ern's plan was all cracked up. However, he would not be satisfied with just 1 million and the title of rich man. He wanted to become the big hand that would rule the world of magic and put his name in history. Miriam realized that people only live once, so he decided to take a chance that one of them would one day stab him in the back, and that was the whole point of interdimensional exchange trading. Ern saw that the Rochester Mages Guild had contributed 180,000 to Paulette's account. 21 current nicknames were used on account of the privilege. The idea was to sell the Raftel, bought at the regular price, to Shylock at an inflated price. Then the amount of profit should be about a few 100,000 coins, but the result exceeded all Ern's expectations. Using the privilege of misrepresentation, the nickname Ern was changed to Portia. The guy stated that people don't change coins were pumped into the channel, so there was an increasing trend. Ern kept wondering whether it was right to go this far because of the resentment he had accumulated in his past life. The guy wondered if things would have been different if they'd been given a choice like he was after the Rochester Mages Guild deposited 300,000 into Portia's account. The man was chasing someone, saying that the enemy couldn't have gotten far, and ordering the servants to turn everything upside down. While hiding, Miriam didn't understand how this could have happened. Miriam realized that he shouldn't have touched the guild's money from the beginning, and even if he had made an investment, he shouldn't have touched the goods from the warehouse. The man claimed to have found the traitor. Miriam did not realize what the attack was, and was not given a second to breathe. He continued to run away. Suddenly, he bumped into a man, and without noticing him, he fell off his feet, saying that he was in a hurry like a madman and crashed into something. The guild members who were looking for him said they hadn't seen him in a while, insulting him. The man asked how he was here, saying that they had come to pay off the debt for the magic armor, because they could not expect any other outcome of the guy who had stolen the big money. The guild members heard that Miriam was unable to compensate even 1% of the losses, even though he had retrieved the magic ring. Miriam replied that he would pay them back, asking them to let him leave, saying that it was to their advantage to do so. The man said that the debt had already been transferred to the guild. The man reported that there was no need to beat around the bush from now on. Ern pointed out that the appearance of the interlocutor reminded him in a past life he had imprisoned Miriam in a magical sphere. Now Shylock was finished. He had one of two things to do, either pay for it all with his death, or live the life of a worthless scum. Ern indicated that he was ready to put an end to the settling of personal scores and grudges on that note. When Ern took his first steps on the path of revenge, he was breathless with excitement and delight. But as time went on, he began to feel disgusted. His heart was not at rest, and he felt that he was losing control more and more. What happened was the same. Ern didn't know what would have happened if Shylock really hadn't gotten greedy and stopped there. Knowing his character, one could say with 99% certainty that Shylock didn't stop. But what if that 1% still had some effect on the outcome? In hindsight, Ern realized that his actions were reckless, somehow already dealt with the revenge, so he decided to move on. Ern only had to prevent the fall of his family. He stocked up on mana stones, bought magic armor and magic items. Incredible and unexpected changes started with interdimensional trade, and the one who only a few months ago was called the disgrace of the Stilgard family now became a titan and the real third genius of their family. Then, starting with Ern, signs of change began to appear everywhere, saying that the small changes in life and the changes in decisions happening to everyone represented one big change. Ern's ordinary life had not undergone any drastic changes. He sat quietly in his room and contemplated the future. The lectures at the academy and the activities of the club training and interdimensional trading in the place were hidden from prying eyes, so past the first year since Ern entered the academy. It was the fall of the next school year. The spectators in the arena were surprised at what was happening. They didn't understand what it was. Ern asked what they hoped was no unexpected turn of events, reported that the winner of the duel was Ern. After reading the letter, the man learned that Ern Stilgard had become an aura user. He was shocked by this. Second Captain Derek realized that he needed to go to the capital to find out some things about the missing Kunz Albrecht. 2 years later, in the capital city of Theros, people crowded into one of the buildings, waiting for something. The guy was very exhausted by the paperwork he was doing at his trading company, Flip. Ern didn't understand why he had said he was going to be CEO in the last 2 years. Ern's trading companies had become major firms that no one could ignore. Henceforth, all materials needed to organize Black Mamba were purchased from Flip's trading company. Flip's company has achieved steady growth by trading in the huge Black Mamba criminal organization. Through interdimensional trading of rare items with Zero Systems, Ern's company hit the jackpot, owning 2 companies. Ern climbed to the top, becoming CEO of the combined business. The fellow felt inwardly pleased because his business was booming and a lot of customers were happy to have such a product of Ern's. The girl glared at the guy. Ern informed her that she already had water pouring over the edge. Sylvia was surprised at her recklessness. Sylvia apologized. Ern replied that it was okay, just that he was a little embarrassed that she was doing even that kind of work. The guy suggested that instead of a secretary, the deputy Sylvia refused, because she took care of the flowers because she liked it, so she could take care of Ern. Ern realized that the expression on his face and gestures spoke for themselves. He didn't know what to do if Sylvia fell hard for him. Suddenly, the CEO was approached. Ern was surprised to hear a familiar voice. Ern asked Marcus what had happened. The deputy reported that they had a big disaster. The deputy reported that the guards had arrested members of the Black Mamba organization. Ern replied that we should start with the fact that they are a criminal organization, so arresting its members is not that uncommon. Ern assumed that they would do a standard check and let everyone go. Marcus said that this time the situation was different, stating that a secret arrest had been made. Marcus added that not only staffers were in custody, but also executives Bass and Titan Ern were surprised by the news. He realized that if Bass and Titan had been captured, it wasn't just some petty squabble. The guy arrived in Theros, the capital of Navarro, which was the first city of the country, behind the colorful and luxurious picture of which hid criminal activities in the nooks and crannies, resembling a shadow of the city. Initially, criminal gangs continued to form even if they are pulled like weeds, so it is more useful to maintain public order by checking organizations. Moreover, in the process, a very close connection was formed, and there were many cases when people were already in the same boat with the criminal world before they realized it. Ern knew that the Black Mamba was a huge organization that had entangled a lot of people here with its networks, so even if a raid was organized, it all started with the lower ranks. Marcus assumed the 2 bosses were in the midst of some sort of dispute. Ern didn't think those people had the guts for something like that. Ern didn't understand who could possibly know what would go through the minds of the underworld, but he did realize that the possibility of impulsive actions that led to serious consequences could not be ignored. The guy pointed out that if it was Titan, It was possible, but he would never believe that the prudent Bass would behave in such a way. He had taken this nuance into account from the beginning. That's why he made them co-leaders. Marcus wished it wasn't a big deal, because they were in enough trouble as it was. Ern replied that he hoped so too, stating that the first thing to do is to get a handle on how things are at the moment. The deputy reported that they had arrived at the site. Ern indicated that Marcus had an acquaintance among the guards. Marcus indicated that he knew the chief of guards. Ern changed his image to Flip, reported that in that case, they would have no trouble getting inside. Bass heard the familiar voice of the man who had come to them. He was surprised at this turn of events. The men saw that Mr. Flip had come to them. The guy went to the cell where his acquaintances were sitting. Bass knew Flip would come right away. Titan asked that he had come to get them out of here. They were glad to have such a meeting. Flip wasn't sure he would be able to get them out of custody immediately. The men asked why. Ern, in the guise of Flip, reported that Marcus had met with the head of the guards and found out something about the Night Corps. The guy angrily asked the men what exactly he had managed to do behind his back. The profits that Ern had made working with these guys had been a huge help to his business at first, but now trading with them was a very small part of the total volume, and colluding with criminals might be Ern's weakness. If there's a Night Corps involved, Ern should wash his hands of it. Bass said they didn't do anything. Bass added that the accusations were completely absurd and made no sense whatsoever. Titan confirmed his words by pointing out that it was all because of a man named Andrew. Ern was surprised to hear that name. Bass asked if he remembered that the first time they met, he had used an ice blast scroll. The guy understood the case his acquaintance was talking about when he asked how Andrew was involved. Bass said that that scroll had been bought in Andrew's lair, though it was just money wasted in the end. The man explained that this Andrew had gotten up to conduct a forbidden experiment. Ern asked what exactly he had done. Bass had heard glimpses of it during the interrogation, so he didn't know much, and the problem was that the guy had put their names in the customer line. The Titan gasped at such an unfair accusation, since they had often made deals between them, and there had never been any conflict, not understanding why he had chosen to stab them in the back like this. Noticing the tremor in their voices, their heartbeats and breathing, Ern was sure they weren't lying to him, assuming they had done something to make Andrew angry with them. No matter how much Bass thought about it, they didn't have such a bad relationship, and they were always on good terms, which made it even more frustrating. Thinking about what his acquaintances were telling him, Ern realized that since Andrew couldn't hold a grudge against them, it was a simple evasion of responsibility or someone intentionally targeting Black Mamba. Ern hoped it was a simple evasion of responsibility, otherwise things were bleak. Forbidden experiment. This term was used to refer to anti-human magical experiments, and the level of punishment was different from those for common crimes. Ern assumed that the case had been carefully fabricated and the evidence had been tampered with too, then the whole Black Mamba could go down the drain. Suddenly, Ern, in the guise of Flip, noticed Zeneca Marcus ask what happened and why the guy reacted like that. Ern asked that Marcus saw him too. Deputy asked who he was talking about since he didn't pay attention to the passers-by. The guy explained that the man who was walking in front of the group of people was the commander of the prosecutor's Night Corps, and that Marcus should have memorized his face. The Mad Dog Zeniths showed up in the city guard station. Now Ern understood the background of these unexpected incidents. Ern was sure that the target of this case was not just Black Mamba. That man was targeting the trading company, or more specifically, Ern. The boy came to the very slum where he was told Andrew was hiding. The children looked at the guard. Ern realized that such a place was unable to provide even basic security, especially when it came to the procuratorial Night Corps and not the guards. Inspector Zenitz continued to dig at Ern after the end of the series of matches where the fate of the club was decided. Despite the fact that there was not a single gap in Ern's defense that he could exploit, the incident led to the arrest of employees of the trading house and pressure on Ern's entourage. Ern came to the hideout who had made all this mess. The guy had no doubt that there was something there. As they continued to guard this entire perimeter, he used a scroll of invisibility spell to hide the third magic ring. It had been a long time since Ern had used the invisibility spell and light step technique to sneak into something. He was curious to see what they were hiding. The guy smelled a strange odor. He had some guesses the moment he heard about the forbidden experiment, but he saw the real essence of the disaster. Once inside, the guy noticed many breathless bodies lying in the room and emitting a foul odor. Ern knew that all the houses in the neighborhood were the same, and the brutally mutilated bodies lying near their organs were not just a human experiment. The guy was using the bracelet Sierra gave him. He decided to ask her about it. Once there, Sierra Pelgus asked the guy why he kept pulling her away from important things. Ern asked, "That wasn't it." Because of him, that the reverse aging spell was fully completed, the woman stated that he could have just said it was good to see her. The guy asked, "What is this hat that does not suit her at all?" The woman replied that she could not get back her former hair color, and so she tried to hide. Sari rushed to the owner. The guy was happy to see her. Ern asked how the pet was doing, wondering if she had played with Ega's controller today. Sari replied that she had torn him into small pieces. Sari had been making her own mana stones by visiting the magic tower on Ern's behalf. The woman said that she had no luck at all in gaining the favor of the beast, and that it still kept baring its teeth at her. Ern replied that it was logical, for he and Sari had a special bond. Sierra Pelgus asked what Ern had summoned her for. In addition, she asked what that stench was. The guy asked the woman to follow him. He wanted her to look at something with her gift of a beautiful eye. The woman wondered if she needed to look at something using the gift of a beautiful eye. Once inside, Sierra Pelgus pointed out that this was utter madness. Ern asked what her verdict was. The woman agreed with his words that this was not an experiment, but a summoning ritual. The woman added that it was not just the summoning of some cruel creature. Ern assumed it was a ritual to summon the devil. Sierra Pelgus pointed out that it was a common expression, and in fact, it represented evil living in another dimension. She was surprised that the prosecutor's office was handling this case, which was under the jurisdiction of the Magic Tower. Ern suggested that the reason was because of him explaining that using this incident, CHEATS was trying to capture him. The woman pointed out that although he had accumulated a lot of anger over the past 2 years, he was not the type to fabricate evidence. Sierra Pelgus asked if he had tried to summon a real demon, and Ern replied by asking why he would want to do something like that. Ern understood Sierra's reaction that suggested his involvement. He sank into his thoughts on the matter. CHEATS was not one to act without hard evidence on his hands. Ern realized that he obviously somewhere must be keeping alive the first witness, in this case Andrew. Ern asked if Sierra was able to use the spells of the seventh ring without any risk, and if she was able to find the trace of evil. The woman said that if someone has come into contact with evil, it leaves a trace like a stench. Sierra Pelgus explained that if she used such a high level of magic here, they would be spotted immediately. Ern pointed out that she didn't have to worry about that. Sari turned into the carriage. Ern asked what would be enough to get Sierra Pelgus upstairs. A little later, on the outskirts of the capital, the guards spotted the intruder and tried to draw their weapons. The second indicated that there was no one in sight, and the partner said that he definitely saw the offender and thought it was strange. Suddenly, Ern struck them and stunned them. The guy realized that compared to the outer defenses, the inner ones were many times weaker. Sierra Pelgus stated that they had no idea that there would be an airstrike. The woman reported that whoever did the devil summoning ritual was inside that room. Walking into the room, Ern was pleased that he had finally met Andrew. The man was sitting tied up in a chair, raising his head. He asked who this guy was. Ern replied that it was more important that he was the man who was getting others into trouble by talking as he pleased. Andrew assumed that this guy was a member of the Black Mamba. The guy answered in the negative, suggesting he take the higher, asking what his answer would be then. Andrew assumed that Ern Stilgard himself was in front of him. The guy was pleased that he knew his name. The man asked why the CEO of United Trading House was here. Ern said he had a lot of questions for Andrew. Andrew said he held no grudges against the guy, saying that the reason he blamed it on the Black Mamba was because those guys had poisoned him and he had no choice. The man added that he was told to testify, and in return was promised an antidote, which is why he did so. Ern asked what CHEATS did. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a voice that stated that it wasn't CHEATS. Ern thought the Albrecht family had calmed down, stating that he didn't know that Derek had joined the ranks of the prosecutor's Night Corps. Derek stood silently for a while, staring at the guy who had broken into their territory. Ern realized that the locking device was activated when an intruder got inside. Ern said that he had no idea what Derek was trying to get from him, because if it was about Kunz's disappearance, they had settled all the misunderstandings last time. The guy asked why Derek was dragging Ern into this incident, tampering with evidence. The man got angry at such a question. Derek stated that it was a knight's duty to avenge whoever got rid of his lord, and at the time, his reasoning was not wrong. The second captain added that the tampering with testimony using Andrew was also done by him. Ern asked why. Derek replied that the current him was able to go even farther. Ern smiled back at him. Ern asked what he was carrying. Derek asked why he was laughing. The boy was grateful to him because now he was hearing exactly what he wanted to hear. Derek wondered Ern interrupted him, stating that he had recorded their conversation and had gotten confessions from him. Ern stated that if it became known that the testimony was falsified and the use of poison was mentioned, the guy concluded that in that case, Derek would have to go to the sentence cell with Andrew. Derek realized that he should have stayed calm as a boa constrictor, but in the end, he would have to fight. Derek realized that Ern Steelgatter's skills were so superior that his method of measuring mana didn't work on him, so there was no way he could stand up to him alone. Suddenly, one guard ran in, asking Mr. Derek what was wrong and why the guards in front of the doors were unconscious. Derek suddenly grabbed Gaiman and wounded him. The second captain started screaming, trying to bring the guard he had wounded back to his senses, and the rest of the guards who didn't know what was really going on came running to his shouts. Unexpectedly, Derek informed the guard that an intruder had sent Guyana to the other side of the world by slandering Ern. Derek stated that he, as acting their lord, had ordered them to deal with Ern. The guards were about to attack the guy. Ern realized that Derek was a crazy man obsessed with revenge, and if he showed the contents of the crystal ball, even his companions would turn their backs on him, and Derek had the guts to pull such a trick. The guy tried to stop the guards and asked them to listen to him. He was a member of the squad too, but they didn't intend to listen to him. The guards did not understand how Ern dared to do such a thing to their comrade, saying that he should expect no mercy from them. Derek realized that Guyana's demise was a good excuse to raise the anger and morale of the squad members. The man said that there were a couple of aura users among the squad members, so with that kind of support, he would definitely get rid of Ern. A little while later, Ern managed to disarm the guards, leaving only Derek, who didn't understand how this could happen. Derek looked at the boy and noticed that Ern was just playing with the guards as if they were puppets. Ern asked why the second captain was so surprised, for he had seen what he had been endlessly claiming. Derek replied that as he thought Ern was a criminal, realizing that he would also suffer, he tried to find something that could help him. Suddenly, Andrew jumped up from his chair, saying that they were distracted by the fight and had forgotten about it, saying that he was the real winner. Then he pierced the warrior's body and began to address the great being that roamed the outer universe, saying that he had prepared for him a great sacrifice. The entity accepted all the sacrifices that were addressed to him. The bodies of people began to rise into the sky. The demon took Andrew's body, informed him that he would gladly accept his sincerity in thanking the almighty evil. Derek didn't understand what this feeling of incredible power was, suggesting that he saw an apparition of the devil entity breaking Derek's leg, saying that he wasn't interested in him. Looking at the guy, the devil stated that he looked quite appetizing for a wretched man from the lower world. Ern was surprised to hear the words. Approaching the monster, asked what was wrong with calling Ern an inferior. Being the guy asked why all entities from another world acted like that. Ern pointed out that they are just hungry for something to eat, adding that it annoys him. The creature asked why Ern had so much animosity towards him, saying that he liked him on the contrary. Ern replied that he had seen what his follower had done, so he had no desire to show sympathy for him. The guy tried to attack him. Derek noticed that Ern was using a blade aura skill that wasn't even close to a normal aura. The man assumed that Aaron Steelguard's heroic rank guy had managed to chop up an entity from another world. Suddenly, Ern realized that his attacks had no effect on the guest. From the other world, he was at his back. His body began to recover. Staying in the body of man or other living creature, the devil's essence was a mental body, so even if the owner of the original body will die, it is able to constantly reassemble through the available evil force inside the body. The devil didn't understand how such a weak human dared to do something like this to this body. Ern replied that he had incorrectly combined the top and bottom of the body. Attacking the devil, stated that it was no longer his business. Since he was doing whatever he wanted, Ern prepared to take countermeasures. Ern struck a powerful blow that chopped the monster's body into 2 pieces. The devil didn't realize what had happened at first. Chopping the body apart again, Ern realized that at this rate, he would only be chopping his body to no end. Ern entered the trade dimension and approached the blue-eyed blacksmith, who was surprised that Ern was interested in necromancy. The guy replied that there was some business that made him interested in necromancy. The salesman replied that without looking, he could tell that a high-ranking spirit had appeared next to Ern. When Ern talked to this blue-eyed blacksmith, he felt uncomfortable because of his insight that seemed to penetrate into other people's hearts, as if he could see right through them. The blacksmith said that if Ern did not answer, then his guess was correct, and he should have paid for the consultation. and since they knew each other, he would do it for free. Ern was extremely grateful for his acquaintance's generosity, realizing that compared to his charisma, he was a very soft man by nature. The blacksmith asked if he should start telling Ern what Ern should do in this situation. Ern answered positively, and added that the creature did not look omnipotent, yet it kept coming back to life. The guy assumed that it is about demonic possession. The body stolen by such creatures is just a shell, and it will live until it absorbs all the power of the soul, through which he came into this world. The blacksmith advised Ern to chop the demon until it died. Ern thanked him for such advice. Ern could clearly see that his recovery process had slowed down compared to last time, but he was too angry to let him die so easily. The guy understood that it was about the fun of the otherworldly metal body and the greedy desire of the black magician for which dozens of innocent people had to die. Ern asked the blacksmith if there was any way to turn this thing into a slave. The interlocutor asked that Ern was willing to have a hand in necromancy. The guy answered positively, adding that any dangerous object can become a great tool if it is well controlled. The blacksmith didn't understand why, when it comes to black magic, it is necessarily bad. The blacksmith replied that he would make a good discount, especially for Ern, because he was his regular customer and he liked his thoughts on the situation. The seller offered Ern a deal and asked for 2,000 coins for his items. Ern agreed. The blacksmith pointed out that since Ern could calmly distract himself from his opponent and discuss a deal, it meant that the monster was not of a high rank, and so knowledge alone would be enough. The interlocutor advised Ern to stall for time. While busy absorbing knowledge, Ern didn't know if the need to stall was necessary. He used the privilege of a maximum level sponge in his head. Ern noticed that the demon's recovery was almost complete. The demon asked how an inferior human from this world dared to trick him by saying that if he turned his full power against him, he wouldn't even be left with a wet spot. The guy suggested in that case that the demon hit him as hard as he could. The demon was surprised at that. The demon explained in a dazed manner that it would take some time for him to reunite with his true body. Ern replied that it could wait. Ern said he was curious about what his true body was. Since he was so confident, the demon was shocked by the guy's reaction. The demon didn't know what Ern was up to, deciding that this body's soul power had already almost reached its limit, and if he continued to push it further, the demon's pride would be hurt. The monster realized that in any case, his opponent is this man from the lower world. He started transforming his body. The demon said that Ern would regret deciding to let him reveal his true colors. Unexpectedly quickly, the guy was behind the demon's back and intended to strike it with a powerful blow. Using his aura, he used the Heavenly Sword Soul Chain third technique. Before he knew it, his body was immediately chopped into many small pieces. Monsters called Ern a coward because he attacked him during the transformation, and he could not resist him. It was strange for Ern to hear words of cowardice from someone who was only in the business of stealing other people's bodies. The boy took out the items he had bought from the blacksmith, precisely because of the necromancy training. Ern had given the demon the opportunity to reveal his true form. Since the mental body of the netherworld was in another dimension, in order for the demon to be completely absorbed, the spiritual body had to release its mental power into this world. The demon didn't understand how the wretched man from the lower world managed to use the necromancy technique. Ern replied that his arrogance had gotten the best of him. Once the demon had captured the boy, he said he wouldn't just let him get away with it, promising to skin him, and Ern made sure the demon didn't get tired of talking nonsense. Ern raised his inventory level to 8th so that it could hold 500,000 items. After sealing the demon in the magic mirror and leaving it in his inventory, Ern declared that this place would be perfect for him. Ern asked the necromancer what the Andalusia fragment meant, assuming it was the essence of evil. The blacksmith was surprised that the guy managed to get his hands on such a rare fragment. He asked if it was really a fragment of Andalusia. Ern asked why he was specifying, assuming that he was an important person of the netherworld, but the soul power did not exceed the figures of 1,400 units. The sorcerer replied that this fragment was not something grand, explaining that before the division of Andalusia was a giant mental body and offered to sell it to Ern. But Ern left the conversation without giving an answer. Suddenly, Sierra Pelgas Ern entered their room and turned to the woman who had missed the event. Ern asked if she had seen what happened here. The woman asked what exactly Ern assumed, that due to the inventory function, she hadn't sensed any traces of necromancy. Sierra Pelgas pointed out that while Ern was swinging her sword, she moved everyone away from this place. The woman asked why Ern himself went on stage and fought while she was forced to do the most troublesome work, running back and forth, and the boy replied that even though they were in the middle of nowhere, she could still be seen. Ern added that while being a high-level evil, he was still a monster that a normal level might not be able to handle. Even though Ern used the blade aura, Sierra Pelgas couldn't think that at such a young age, he would have already reached a heroic rank. The woman realized it wasn't enough to deal with that old man, so she decided now to protect Ern by any means necessary. Ern asked how things were going with Derek. Sierra Pelgas was surprised that the guy asked about that man he reported as deceased. The guy didn't believe that the man died because he just broke his leg. Even if he suffered from evil, there is no way it could be fatal. Sierra Pelgas reported that Derek was the one who tried to lure Ern into a trap. The guy asked why she sent the commander of the prosecutor's night corps to the other world. The woman reported that the man had learned of his heroic level. The woman pointed out that the guy himself must realize that there was no way he could be left alive. At this point, Ern knew that was right. Although he reacted too emotionally, but in reality he too knew his fate, realizing that getting rid of Derek was the right decision. Ern realized that it was a mutual hatred, but if it were not for him, Derek would have lived as deputy commander of the night squad of Albrecht, and the guy had a bitter residue on his soul. The boy apologized to the woman. He thought it over again and realized that she was absolutely right. Sierra Pelgas replied that usually Ern always throws around barbed comments, but now he didn't look like himself. Sierra Pelgas didn't know what was going on, but she assumed that she didn't have to worry about the consequences, because soon the magic tower would be involved in the investigation. The woman said that the blame for what happened can be laid entirely on the evil from the beyond. Ern said that after seeing all this, hardly anyone would dare to claim that there was no devil's call. Sierra Pelgas reported that the boy now had another nickname. Ern asked what it was. Later, at the headquarters of the prosecutor's night corps, Ern was now known as the executioner of demons. On top of that, he had a good family, and at such a young age, Ern kept a store. Students didn't understand what prevented him from acquiring nicknames earlier. Ern was pleased that he now had the nickname Demon Executioner, because not so long ago he had only envied such people. The boy came to Zenitz, who was curious to know what business he had come to him about. Ern, having heard the latest news, came to him asking if he was really going to resign. Zenitz answered positively, for he did not understand how the case could have turned out this way. Ern realized that he even felt some remorse at the situation. Derek's dislike for Ern's person was enormous, but according to Sierra, he left a will, stating that Zenitz had nothing to do with the incident. Zenitz had earlier apologized to the guy for being wrong about people, and on his account, as well as Derek's. Zenitz didn't understand why Derek was so obsessed with revenge. He couldn't imagine Derek committing such an outrageous act. Looking at the guy, the man added that he had really lost face as a leader, and the head of the investigation. Ern realized that Zenitz was disappointed in himself. Ern didn't think Zenitz had kneeled and appeared before him in such a manner just to survive, after the man informed him that he had to bow out. Suddenly, Ern stopped him. He realized that Zenitz was just diligently investigating the case, so that it was too early for him to resign, for nowhere on the net is an ally as strong as Zenitz when he stands on the same side as him. Ern pointed out if Zenith thinks his current actions are his responsibility, then he is seriously mistaken. The man asked the guy what he was talking about. Ern replied that Derek had done something that as a knight he should never have done, and if it hadn't been discovered that there had been tampering with evidence, there would have been more innocent victims. Zenitz replied that if he had 6 mouths, he would still have nothing to say in his defense. He was grateful that the videosphere was not officially publicized, because the prosecutor's night corps could have suffered for it. Ern asked that the man resign to assuage his conscience. Zenitz replied negatively. Ern stated that in that case, Zenitz should take responsibility. Zenitz was surprised to hear him cowardly fleeing the ship. He didn't know what to say to the guy. The man replied that he just wanted to take responsibility for his actions, because he started by investigating the Black Mamba, then went after the trading company, and finally tried to hold Ern accountable. However, he now realized that it had been an unreasonable investigation from the beginning, but even so, just conducting such an investigation had dealt Ern a blow he didn't know would go beyond reason and turn into a game of revenge. Ern was sure this was all solely planned by Derek asking why Zenitz should be held responsible. Zenitz replied that he was not a coward, and if he had already drawn his sword, he was also prepared to be struck by another man's sword. The guy realized that therefore Zenitz was also trying to take responsibility. To his great surprise, he was filled with nobility. Nevertheless, Ern could not silently watch Zenitz make such a decision. Ern realized that he had no choice but to go for the ploy of asking if Zenitz was disappointed in himself. Aggression forcing attack regardless of the rank of the opponent and obstacles in the way Ern decided. That is why Zenica is called a mad dog, but for all that, he never bites for no reason. The man was surprised to hear Ern's suggestion that he acted because he thought he was the one who had gotten rid of cunts. Zenitz replied that it was all at once the conflict between the two families in Acadio and Dierik's desire for revenge. Then Erna's accomplishments at the academy in 2 years, he managed to build a giant trading house and take over the underworld. The man indicated that he was under the impression that Ern was not living this life for the first time. Ern replied that he had a strictly business relationship with Black Mamba Zenitz, replied that he did not know whether Ern had anything to do with Kuntz's death. Zenitz assumed that Ern had the intention of getting revenge on Kuntz from the beginning. The man was sure that it was impossible to get rid of a man without leaving any evidence, as if he had disappeared or run away. Exhaling heavily, Ern pointed out the ridiculousness of this whole situation. He didn't know how to respond to Zenith's words. The head of the prosecutor's office asked the guy to apologize for his words. Ern replied that he shouldn't apologize because in any case, he, unlike Dierik, is all the actions he should be doing as an inspector. Ern asked the inspector to continue to be responsible. Zenitz asked what he meant. The guy replied that he was talking about the investigation about him because he had never been wrong before. He couldn't understand why someone like Zenica would give up on another person's misconduct. Ern didn't want the rabid dog to sit still because the dog must bite someone to get a taste. So instead of resigning, Ern suggested that he take charge and continue the investigation so that the innocent and the victims would never suffer again. Zenitz remembered the threats of all those criminals he had put behind bars, and they threatened to take revenge on him when they were released. Nobles and knights never forget their offender and try to take revenge. It was the first time the man had met such a person in his 20 years of knighthood, and even though Ern Steelguard had been victimized, he simply let the situation go and told Zenith to continue investigating Kuntz. Zenith was curious to see what Ern Steelguard was like in his 17 years. After the meeting, Ern realized that in any case he had gotten a good result. He remembered the inspector's words that it was impossible to get rid of a man without leaving any evidence. Marcus asked his boss how the meeting with Inspector Ern had gone, and he said that they had nothing to worry about, even though he had to sweat a lot, but he had managed to persuade Zenitz. Ern added that the inspector himself didn't really want to quit. A man who enjoys bringing others to justice can't work anywhere else. Marcus agreed with his words, because during the interrogation, Zenitz was ruthless and fierce. Despite the fact that he had not committed any crime, his heart was pounding like a madman. The deputy tried to find out how Ern had talked to him about Rayhan. The guy replied that he hadn't talked about it yet. Marcus didn't understand why Ern hadn't brought up the matter. The guy said that Zenitz had just started looking into it, so if he asked him for a favor, his position would become clear to him immediately. The aide didn't think it was worth turning a blind eye to those people, because if the supplies to the royal court were seized this time, they would have more problems. Ern realized that even the part-time royal court had its eye on him, informing his aide that he too had learned a lot about Rayhan lately. The boy suggested that Marcus start by waiting a bit for the coachman to inform him that they had arrived at the location. Suddenly, Sari met her master handing him a letter. Ern asked what it was. The pet said it came today. Ern has received many envelopes over the past 2 years with the same style of message from Havis. Usually, the Havis report that Ern periodically received, he extracted and transmitted only a kernel of information so that Ern could understand the course of things even from a distance. However, the text was always encrypted in case of an emergency. He decided to analyze his report. Ern had learned from the letter that the Imperial Intelligence Service would be watching him even more closely now, and there were also rumors that the Theros organization would move. The sales of the Yulaf company that Ern entrusted to Havis were very steady on advice. He began to accept subcontracts from the Damien Trading Company. Thanks to Ms. Darren's stubbornness, they would be able to make a steady profit for the next few months. Ern had ordered Havis to do this a long time ago, but he did what Ern asked of him, albeit sluggishly. After reading the subsequent contents, Ern learned that there were no special changes in the personalities of the VIP's entourage. Some time ago, however, he had gone to Transem, and since he was there unaccompanied, Havis was unable to find out what the purpose of his trip was. Ern learned that the VIP had traveled to Transem. It was the code word of Ern's father, Rabadan. The incident with the disappearance of his father and the beginning of the breakup of the family case of how the hero vaporized without a trace, Ern needed to be prepared for this event, so he intended to collect as much information as possible. Ern didn't understand why his father had gone to Transem and not Lect, assuming that there was something that could only be found there. As Ern read on, he realized that his father was on his way to the banquet. The Stillguards were the guardians of the North. Because the Stillguard family did not participate in central politics, they became a symbol of loyalty, despite having the power to usurp the throne. The boy assumed that his father had followed his grandfather's wishes and did not appear in high places, unless it was inevitable Ern graduated from the academy with a Karsam and became the main character of the fall banquet. Suddenly there was a knock on Ern's office, and the boy assumed it was Marcus knocking on his door. Having burned the letter, Ern assumed that he had sort of offered to attach an escort by directing the visitor to enter his place. Jenkins said he had something to report to the CEO. Ern asked what was wrong. The assistant said that there was some sort of theft of their goods by the Rayhan trading house. Jenkins was muddling his words, trying to figure out if it was theft or not. Ern realized that the first thing to do was to get his aide to calm down. Taking him by the shoulders, Ern used the Northern Lights technique. Suddenly Jenkins calmed down. The guy asked if his aide had calmed down and was able to speak. The aide nodded affirmatively. Ern asked him again what business he had come for. Jenkins replied that he found it a little difficult to put the matter into words, suggesting that the CEO go to the warehouse. Sylvia was surprised to hear her co-workers plotting that the CEO of their company had come to the warehouse. The men rushed over to the guy with questions. Ern instructed them to calm down and come to their senses for starters. After the guy decided to look at the merchandise, he was told about everyone lined up behind him. Ern thought the merchandise looked like their blue pills and beauty creams. One of the guys replied that they were green pills and beauty cream. Ern interrogated the assistant. The general manager asked Jenkins where all this help came from and said that while doing a trade audit, he found that the goods had been delivered to the wrong address. Assuming that the trading company Rayhan distributes these products posing as its novelty, but they sell everything in extremely small quantities. Ern realized that fakes had already begun to appear, indicating that these rascals dared to lay their eyes on their goods and brazenly copy them. Marcus indicated that the situation was not pleasant, but he didn't think it was worth worrying about. Ern looked at him in surprise. The deputy added that it cannot be said that there is no effect of the pill when he takes it for fatigue. However, if the blue pill is Highland whole leaf tea, then this fake is nothing more than a low-grade crushed hour. Sylvia added that it's the same story with the beauty cream, saying that it moisturizes the skin, but doesn't compare to the beauty cream. The guys pointed out that no matter how well made the green pills and beauty cream are, it's just a second-rate copy of their products, suggesting that because of the difference in quality, they won't be used, even if given away for free. The CEO asked his subordinates why they were laughing. The guys abruptly stopped doing it. Ern stated that even if it is a trivial copy, it is not something to be laughed at. The manager asked Jenkins how much the blue and green pills cost per piece, and the assistant replied that the blue one cost 2 gold and 50 silver coins, and the green one would cost 80 silver coins. Ern pointed out that their own products cost 3 times as much, asking Jenkins if this situation conjures up any associations for him. Jenkins replied that this situation was similar to when they plunged the potions industry into a potions recession, which were the main products of Rayhan Trading Company. The aides realized that Ern meant to say that if counterfeit blue pills became available, their original manufacturers might be forced out of the market. Ern suggested that they consider an option that might well become a reality. Ern was sure that his subordinates knew that blue pills and beauty creams were already in fashion among the capital's aristocrats. The guy went on to suggest that fashion flows from upper class to lower class, from aristocrats to commoners. People said that everyone was taking it, but buying a blue pill was very expensive for a commoner because 2 gold coins and 50 silver coins were very expensive for a commoner. Ern speculated that if green pills appeared on the market and commoners could lay out 80 silver coins, and girls would buy not beauty cream, but beauty cream. After analyzing the situation, it became obvious to everyone that the general manager was absolutely right. Ern said that they not only deal with the nobles, but also serve the entire capital and the people of Navarro as clients. Ern suggested that Rayhan Trading Company was looking at them as an eyesore. Marcus pointed out that if this investigation dragged on, other large shipments would be taken away. Now that things had turned out this way, they had decided to meet face to face. Marcus didn't understand what Ern meant by those words. Ern said that they were moving out right away. Marcus obeyed the CEO's instructions and started preparing the carriage. There was another reason why Ern had recently turned his attention to the Raihan Trading Company with the magic they flew on the carriage. Ern asked after Sierra Pelgas scanned the capital she would be able to find Andrew. The woman replied positively, adding that it wasn't easy because the range was too wide. Suddenly the woman was surprised. Ern asked what had happened. Sierra Pelgas reported that she had managed to net Andrew, stating that there was one more place. Ern realized that they stayed and tried to use him but couldn't. He rejoiced at this news. After an hour, Ern realized that since Sar was acting extremely relaxed, it was safe to conclude that Meryl did not dislike him. The girl asked why Ern had chosen her as his bodyguard even though there were two other more suitable candidates. The guy thought about this question and couldn't answer it so quickly. He remembered what had happened earlier. Earlier, Ern had asked Marcus who these people were. The assistant replied that they were applying to join the night squad their company had created, which Marcus had mentioned earlier. The CEO should have allocated what positions these people should hold and what duties they should perform. Starting from left to right, Ern realized that he was dealing with a middle level, then a lower level, and another lower level of second class. Two of the men were old, and the girl was quite young. Ern learned that the girl was 22 years old. Realizing that she had graduated from the academy 3 years ahead of him, Marcus informed him that Meryl had not attended the academy. Guy appointed one of the men as commander, and the other vice commander of the night squad of the trading house. Marcus asked, what about the escort? Ern indicated that there was one person left to go to this position. The girl realized it was her. The deputy said that in terms of skills, Sir Trail and Sir Alfonso were much better. Ern pointed out that he had no intention of making any more concessions because he had agreed from the beginning only because he had stood his ground. After telling Meryl Ern that this was the reason he had chosen her, the girl realized that he had created the right atmosphere, but didn't say anything. Such a choice he made for the Tear-Up family, because if a girl from an aristocratic family applies for a job as a knight of a trading company, then we are talking about the fallen nobility. Ern tried to find out if Meryl's daughter was the eldest in their family. The girl answered in the affirmative. The guy assumed she was carrying a heavy burden on her shoulders. The girl pondered the truthful words. A sense of urgency that could not be hidden, even if one pretended to be calm. A sense of pressure that oppressed as if the air in his lungs had run out. Ern was familiar with these feelings. The carriage stopped. Ern assumed they were already there, indicating to Sari that she had better stay in the carriage. She asked why. The boy replied that her presence made the atmosphere softer, and that was not why he had come here. Ern and Meryl approached the grand building of the trading company, and Sari stayed in the carriage as her master had ordered, which was no surprise to Ern since Theros was a major trading city. Raihan had been shooting the cream of the cream for decades. Trading in at Ern had indicated that they should be immediately spotted. When they began to sprawl unhurriedly, they went inside. The guests were greeted by Zimmer, who was in charge of welcoming visitors, asking them what their visit was about. Zimmer tried to find out if they had an appointment or if they had decided to pay a welcome visit. Ern replied that it was neither. Ern asked me to tell the head of the trading company to run over here immediately. Zimmer asked the guests to wait a bit and quickly headed to the head to announce the arrival of the guests. A servant informed the head that Stilgard had come to see them. The head realized that the demon executioner had come here and allowed him to enter. Noticing the valuable vase, Ernu assumed that if he squeezed it, he could build a whole building, and the head asked if the boy had come to see the room. Raihan Saliamin stated that Ern behaved rudely since he didn't say hello to him when he walked in. The boy was speechless for a second when he saw such an expensive vase in Raihan Salaman's office. Ern stated that Raihan Saliamin should have come to him barefoot and begged for forgiveness, but he showed leniency and personally came to him. The head did not understand what kind of sack his guest had thrown to him. Upon seeing the contents, Raihan Saliamin pointed out that these were the products of their trading company, which in his opinion were quite good, effective, and cheap. Ern asked the man what kind of show he was playing here, because he knew perfectly well what the reason for his visit was. Raihan Saliamin did not know what Ern had come to him for, suggesting that it was to order the delivery of products. Raihan Saliamin was willing to give the goods to other trading companies for free, but he could not do so with regard to Ern's trading house. The boy saw that the man was a master of evasion. Ern suggested that Raihan Saliamin had lost his conscience with age. The man said that he had recently become annoyed by this manner of speech, stating that Ern was not showing respect for a senior fellow in the industry. The guy responded that he did not intend to communicate respectfully with someone who did not follow the norms of conventional morality, calling him greedy. The man responded the reason he was living well was because of his greed. Ern asked if he had heard the saying that excessive greed causes anger. For Ern, the green pills and beauty cream were literally a declaration of war. The guy pointed out that copying his products reincarnation had crossed the line. The man also had something to say on the matter, asking if Ern knew what phrase was floating around among the merchants lately. Rumors said that a young predator named Ern Stilgard had appeared, who would drive out the old iron rice bowls and take all of Theoros's money. Ern was surprised to hear such rumors about himself. Reincarnation pointed out that this phrase comes up every time a newcomer appears, suggesting that this time the fuss was for nothing. Reincarnation pointed out that Ern has blind faith in his noble blood, and his arrogance pierces from head to toe, asking what he can do to him and how he will stop him. The man added that the guy only cares about his appearance, so he took with him a beautiful bodyguard. Reincarnation was sure that if such a man is the head of the company, it will soon come to an end. Reincarnation asked Ern why he didn't just entrust all the work of the trading company to Marcus, and himself would rather enjoy his undeserved fortune. Ern picked up an expensive vase and launched it at the head. Catching the vase, the man was angry at such an act by the guest. After all, this thing was very expensive. Ern used the eye of a necromancer. Ern stated that his confidence did not just appear out of thin air. He already knew how to block copying of his products, saying that he had many ways to stop Reincarnation. Having analyzed the man's words about Meryl accompanying Ern for a pretty picture, assuming he heads a trading house, but is a poor judge of character. Ern pointed out that most aristocrats would have preferred to advance their families through arranged marriages, but Meryl refused and chose the thorny path of creating a future for herself and her family with her own hands. The guy didn't understand how such a girl couldn't be commended. Meryl realized why Ern had chosen her. After Ern pointed out that since he had satisfied her curiosity, she should now go to the carriage, the girl asked how her duty of protection was. Ern replied that everything was in order and he needed a private word with him. Reincarnation didn't understand what this guy was doing. Ern thought that, from now on, it would be better for the two of them to continue talking together. Ern suggested that the merchant should also withdraw his guards, for in that case, everything would be fair. Ern asked if the one hiding in the ceiling knew the secrets of Reincarnation. The guy realized that the head of this trading company was a demon summoner, which was pointed out to him. Reincarnation ordered to capture this guy. He didn't understand how the guy managed to know his secret. Then ordered, the guard jumped out of the ceiling and intended to strike at Ern, who knew about it. Ern managed to dodge the blow, realizing that this guard was quite agile, but not agile enough to hurt him. Excellent concealment skills and a sword as fast as a ray of light attacked Ern. Despite being of a high enough rank, not knowing about the presence of the escort, Ern would definitely be hit. Counterattacking Ern realized that the opponent had attacked the wrong person. Seeing the guy's aura, the guard was surprised. The guard continued to try to launch attacks, but Ern managed to block it with her bare hands. Dodging Ern's blow, the guard assumed that although he was the youngest Karsam grade holder, he had little experience. The guard was sure that even if Ern managed to wrap an aura around his hand and use it as a weapon, he was still a yokel. Suddenly, the guard's hand froze, and he dropped the knife he was trying to attack Ern with. The characteristic of the dark moon technique was that the longer one fought with it, the more dark moon energy was released into the bloodstream, though it could not be called a weapon, suggesting that the opponent was underestimating Ern too much. Reincarnation asked the guy how he managed to take out his guard in a flash. The head thought that if he was not so good at understanding people, but whoever but the bodyguard he had chosen was the best stealth and surprise attack skills of Chris were at the highest level. The man realized that Ern was hiding his true abilities. The guy asked that Raihan was also hiding a dark evil within himself. Raihan was a bit worried about being called the demon executioner, but he didn't think Ern had come to finish him off, so the angry words poured out of his mouth in an endless stream. Reincarnation revealed his true identity and said that even the mages could not notice anything, so asked how Ern knew about it. Raihan was about to attack the guy, but he stopped his opponent's attack with one punch to the throat. Ern pointed out that he should not rely on his spirit alone, but also learn a couple of martial arts techniques. Raihan called Ern arrogant. The demon pointed out to the guy not to think he would be safe after daring to do something like that to him. Ern said his safety would be fine, but he wasn't sure about the even. The guy directed his aura at the opponent who couldn't move. He was shocked at what was happening. Rayhan Saliamin asked for mercy. Ern pointed out that he was the one who had made the devil's calls, and therefore death was not terrible for him asking for what purpose. He was asking for mercy. The demon explained that if Ern strikes again, he will indeed go to the other world. Ern was sure the demon wasn't lying to him because its recovery rate was slower than Andrew's. The guy didn't know if this was a special case of fusion and coexistence without the dominance of evil. Thus Ern realized that even if the regenerative power was reduced, ego was preserved. He used the necromancer's eyes again. Ern realized that people connected to demonic spirits were not welcome anywhere, and that was why it was so important to hide their own energy. Ern asked what would happen if everyone found out that Rayhan was a devil summoner. The guy suggested that perhaps Rayhan could bribe the whole bureaucratic machine, in which case the truth would not come out. Rayhan pointed out that the guy was in the same position. Ern summoned a fragment of Andalicius. He asked what business the lad had been summoned for. He replied that he had sat idle too long, ordering him to deal with Rayhan Saliamin. Suddenly, Ern realized that everything was working out exactly as the blue-eyed blacksmith Ladriel had said it would immediately. After the incident with Andrew Ern was over, a contract was made with Ladriel. Ladriel was very interested in collecting all the fragments of Andalusia, so if Ern decided to put a fragment he had for sale, Ladriel would be first in line and Ern would be given tips and items in return. The most important information was that spirits lie down like dogs when they see those with spiritual power higher than their own. If the necromancer is lucky enough to catch them, they will be on a leash for the rest of their lives. The demon's soul power began to decrease. Rayhan Saliamin suddenly called Ern master. The guy was surprised at such a thing. Rayhan Saliamin stated that since Ern owned his body and soul, he should call him master, adding that he was his eternal servant. After his words, the demon asked the guy to stop taking away his soul power. Ern was surprised that the demon was so quick to change his mind on the matter. Ern pointed out to the demon that if he didn't want to go back into the cramped mirror again, then let him stop and return to the bottle Andalicius wanted more to eat. The guy guessed that he had sucked out about 500 units of soul power, but his own power had only risen by 300 units. Rayhan Saliamin thanked the guy for such a thing. Ern had a feeling that he was now ready to even lick his shoes. The demon stated that if Ern ordered him to do it, he would indeed do it. The guy replied that he didn't need to do it by asking to step away from him. After a while, Rayhan returned to his former form and offered Ern a taste of the most popular black tea in the empire. Ern asked Rayhan that he had called evil because he wanted to live a long life and stay healthy. Rayhan replied that no matter how much money there was, it would not cure an incurable disease. The guy asked how many lives were sacrificed for his health. The man said about 10 people. Ern realized that Rayhan had made fewer human sacrifices than Andrew, but he was no different from him. He decided that as long as he was useful, he should make good use of it. Rayhan promised to stop selling green pills and beauty cream. The guy was surprised by such a request, because he was sure that this product is in great demand. Rayhan replied that the goods are sold like hotcakes among the commoners. Ern pointed out that it was quite difficult to make a product a hit. Calling the man a savvy salesman, Rayhan couldn't listen to the flattery he was receiving. Rayhan Saliamin realized that Ern was implying that it was better to keep selling these products. Ern nodded positively. Holding out the contract to Rayhan Saliamin, Ern asked him to put his signature on the document. The man noted that it was a trading house loyalty agreement. Ern stated that Rayhan needs to be reimbursed for the copied products sold. Rayhan Saliamin asked how much Ern expects to receive and said that he wants to receive about 20%. The man suggested that Ern wanted 20% of the profits made. Ern replied negatively, adding that 20% of the sales. Rayhan realized that one green pill was worth 80 silver coins, and the profit was about 25 silver coins, so it was safe to give 20%. If Ern puts conditions on receiving 20% of the sales, Rayhan would only have 9 silver coins on hand. Such an arrangement would force the realization of another product. Rayhan thought that the evil here in the flesh was not him, but Ern. Ern assumed that Rayhan didn't like this arrangement, suggesting that he should take the bastard out of the bottle again, and Rayhan said yes. Thus, Ern's first goal was achieved. Rayhan realized that he would lose a lot of money on this deal. Ern asked what to do now with the bodyguard he had recently fought. Rayhan Saliamin said that in such a case, there would be some difficulties. Ern pointed out that he was alive and why he was so worried about him. Ern realized that if they were friends, Raihan wouldn't have made his bodyguard hide under the ceiling. The guy asked what was the matter. Assuming that it was because he was a smart bodyguard, Raihan said that was not the reason. Raihan Saliaman reported that Chris was the bodyguard that Albrecht Ern had assigned to him, surprised by this. Ern asked that by Albrecht he meant the ardent Marquise. The man nodded positively in reply. Raihan Saliaman asked if the boy had any problems with the Marquis. Ern realized that he had not foreseen such a turn of events. He did not know why the Marquis Dorian had been mentioned in the conversation. When the so-called counterfeiting story was over, the Erna trading house had acquired a substantial capital that did not require maintenance or management. There were rumors that the general manager scolded Raihan, after which he admitted his wrongdoing and paid all the costs. The fact that even Raihan could not harm Ern's trading company raised the morale of the staff. Meanwhile, Ern finished using the dream machine. He had not expected that Marquis Dorian would turn out to be Raihan's investor, realizing that Marquis Albrecht actually had complete control over Raihan's trading house. Moreover, even Luther Carson, one of the 3 chief lords with Ern's father and Dorian, was traveling to the capital. Ern assumed that this gentleman also had something to do with what was going on. Since the incident with Derek, the name of Kuntz kept popping up, so Ern's mind was in a real mess. So he decided to do a little interdimensional trading. Going into the trade channel, he noticed that the price of one of the goods was too low. Then he found a really interesting item. After completing his shopping, the guy realized that he had 360 years of internal chi energy. Fierce haggling and arguing was also one of the charms of interspatial trade, but Ern was more comfortable when he didn't think and immediately bought. Even when he reached his peak and crossed all boundaries, he didn't lack chi energy. The guy put on Kipo's battle cloak, which was a legendary magical engineer of the Luazenia magic empire. The area covered by it could be instantly switched to void mode and sent into the otherworldly space. Ern used the void mode. He saw that the color of the cloak had only become slightly darker. When he put his hand to it, it felt as if he was being sucked into infinite space. Ern realized that if he put on this cloak and engaged in battle, the attacker would lose before he could even blink an eye. After taking off the cloak, the guy realized that it was not even bad. Magical armor could cause a lot of suspicion in this world, and this cloak would be a fairly tolerable replacement for this armor. Ern noticed that his current coin account totaled 5,832,000 coins. He noticed that he had received a message. The guy realized that if it wasn't for this lousy guy, he could earn much more coins. He accepted the conversation with his interlocutor. The interlocutor indicated that Ern's partner store is operating on its own and has been doing poorly with sales lately, so there have been rumors that Ern has lost his original intentions. Ern replied that these rumors were spread by his interlocutor himself, and the guy was not pleasant to talk to him. 2 years ago, right after the cataclysm in Raftel, Ern assumed he wanted to buy something from him, but this being from another world, contacted Ern to share information with him. Ern asked what he wanted to share with him. The interlocutor pointed out that Ern should be upset, but Siam's channel master had been kicked out of interdimensional trade. The guy didn't understand why Siam could be kicked out, but he asked Ern not to pretend, because he had planned everything ahead. The creature thought it was just price manipulation, so it tried to put all the inaccuracies together and get Ern excluded from interdimensional trade. Ern learned that his plan was only to strike at the Rochester Mage Guild. Ern asked who he was. The interlocutor replied that as far as he is concerned, it can be said that he is a person who is interested in Ern. The one who caused the Mana Stone crisis achieved the suspension of 2 of the 5 elixir manufacturers. Ern also had direct and indirect influence in the firing of Mayam and Siam, and recently even managed to bankrupt one of the largest guilds. The interlocutor pointed out that although there were some violations, they were not enough to suspend Ern from interdimensional trade. He did not put them in the report. Ern guessed who he was. The creature replied that his guess was correct. The creature said it was the only one who had any knowledge of these rumors, identifying itself as the auditor of interdimensional trade, Alphascan. Alphascan pointed out that he could also use the heart tone and read the guy's thoughts on the matter. Ern pretended to be an auditor for revenge and took advantage of those guys, but he never expected a real monitoring agent to come after him. Ern asked the reviser what he needed from him. Alphascan replied that there was one vacancy, asking if Ern would like to work with him. The guy replied that he was very busy and could not do such a thing, indicating that Alphascan should handle his own work, and replied that he really needed Ern's help. The auditor reported that so far 5 MCs have been dismissed, 3 of whom have been expelled from interspatial commerce, permanently adding that Ern is not short of talent. Ern asked what the monitoring talent says. Alfaskin replied that the guy has a talent for causing trouble. Ern asked his interlocutor what he had just sneered at. Alfaskin stated that the guy should just accept his offer because he was now being harassed, because he had managed to earn the hatred of many MCs and was facing a sales restriction, so the mana stones kept piling up. Ern replied that it was exactly like that, so he asked him not to bother and left. The interlocutor said that the work would be paid, and for each completed service, he would get quest points. The guy knew that the quest was a new category that was added when entering the second system. The points themselves were nothing, but they had to be collected because it was a stepping stone to enter the third system. Ern replied that he had no need for the glasses. Not understanding where he could use them, Alfaskin offered to give him the quest points he needed to enter the third system. The guy asked that the revisor would give him 18,000 quest points at once. Alfaskin replied that it was well within his power. Ern requested a summary of the exchange report, and when he tried to see something, the information changed each time due to information asymmetry. The guy realized that one look at the numbers was enough to realize that the offer was really worth it, because it took him 2 years to earn 30,000 points, and he could get half of that amount in one sitting. Ern pointed out that it all depended on what Alfaskin was going to give him to do. The auditor guaranteed that the task would seem like nothing. The revisor asked the guy to be friendly with the people he trades with in the inner space. Ern realized that this is what he's worst at. Ern decided to try. The auditor reported that the guy made the right decision because he should have started playing in the big leagues. After Alfaskin replied that he would clarify the details to send him a message, after leaving the conversation, Ern thought about the third system. No matter how much Ern dug into his memories from his past life, he had no information about the third system on hand. But the biggest snag was the difficulty of reaching the final stage of the soul phase in the second system. Ern realized that he currently had 3 unique phases of the second system. However, if one were to discard the second stage evil servant, he still had 2 soul phases left, and both of them were eerily complicated. The guy's experience allowed him to achieve the right amount of trading. Unlike the first and second stages, where the complexity increased gradually, Ern was faced with a sudden jump in complexity. He did not know what kind of system it was. Ern realized he had no choice but to ask whoever had entered it. Ladriel, the blacksmith, found it difficult to give Ern an answer to his question, even though he had entered the third system. Ern was surprised that it was difficult for his interlocutor to tell what this dimension was. Assuming that it was forbidden to spread about the third system to lower systems, Ladriel replied that this was not the case. The interlocutor indicated that it was a very tasty drink and not at all caloric. Ern assumed he was talking about sugar-free cola. Ladriel asked why Ern was so interested in the third system. Ern replied that he was just getting close to getting there. Ladriel replied that the third system was worth entering, asking if Ern had enough coins to purchase a level 8 ring. Ern replied that the problem was that a level 8 ring was not for sale. The interlocutor indicated that he wouldn't sell his ring either, advising Ern not to give up hope anyway. Seeing Ladriel constantly dodging the question, Ern assumed he was wasting his time with him. Having finished the conversation, the guy decided to check everything with his personal eyes about the third system. Ladriel had given Ern a mid-level ghost disguise, and after such a gift, it was awkward to ask the blacksmith questions. Guy pondered the words about raising the phase to stage 3, realizing that everyone was plotting and hiding something. He noticed Meryl. Ern indicated that he had assigned her a room and asked why she was in the hallway reading a book. Meryl replied that she was his bodyguard and therefore needed to be ready for any emergency. The guy said that if this situation were to arise, she would probably just be distraught. Meryl apologized, saying that if only it weren't for the mana practice method he had given her, it was the perfectly suited mana breathing technique found on the Zero System channel. The girl was very talented since she didn't even attend the academy and was able to reach the 2nd grade, but the problem was that her family had extremely poor mana practice methods, so to overcome the wall, she needed to change her breathing technique. That's why Ern chose Meryl to be his bodyguard. Unlike the other 2 candidates, who just wanted to make a living, the girl differed from them with a thirst for growth. The girl thanked the guy for giving her time to study Meryl, promised that she would definitely repay him for his kindness. Meryl said that Ern was expecting a guest in the room, and the boy was surprised at the news because he wasn't expecting anyone. Suddenly, Sari jumped into his arms and told him that she had been watching the big roads. Sari smelled a scent similar to her host in the distance and came running over here. Ern indicated that he had no doubts, stating that the escort had arrived at Teatros. A little later, The carriage that had arrived in the city stopped near the fortress walls of Teatros. Ern stepped outside the castle, stating that he would see his relatives very soon. The boy thought he had been abandoned in a past life and was unaware of that restrained fatherly love, so he spent his whole life thinking of his father as an insurmountable wall. Ern indicated to the knight who had first descended from the carriage to him that it had been a long time since they had seen him. Havis bowed to the young lord. Havis was glad to see Ern in good health. The lad asked him to stand up as the other knights were watching. The knight pointed out that Ern had grown a lot since they had not seen each other, suggesting that the boy would definitely be taller than him in a couple months. Ern noticed that Havis's face had become very gaunt, suggesting that the journey had not been easy. He replied that it was because he had a lot to do lately. The guy realized that it could not be otherwise, because by day Havis is a second-class knight of the Steel Guard family, and at night he lives as a merchant Yulaf. Suddenly, one of the knights asked Sir Yavis what he was doing there, stating that he had run so suddenly that they thought of an enemy attack. Ern indicated to Javisa that he would speak to him later. The knight said that he had not expected the young lord to come out to meet them. Ern asked them if they were all doing well. Suddenly, Ern's father came out of the carriage. Ern, Rabadan's son, did not expect such a sudden appearance of his father. Rabadan assumed that the son was somewhat embarrassed to see his father after so long. Ern replied negatively. The reunion was filled with great meaning that is known only to Ern. The son greeted his father. Rabadan asked his son what the animal on his shoulder was. Ern replied that it was a sari he had stumbled upon when he arrived in the capital. His father pointed out that the animal looked very intelligent. Suddenly, Karen's older sister ran out of the carriage and rushed to hug Ern. He was shocked by this. Karen asked that all this time away from home, Ern had been hard and lonely. She congratulated him on getting Karsam. The guy realized that his older sister had not changed much during this time either. After Karen was surprised by Sari, who looked cute, Ern was surprised at who next got out of the carriage. Ern saw that Sister Darren had also arrived. Sister asked what this strange reaction to her appearance, as if he had seen something he didn't want to see. The guy replied that he was just surprised because she now could not secular society banquets receptions. Ern did not understand why Darren had come to the capital. Her sister replied that she had come here to broaden her horizons. Someone told Darien that you can only open your eyes when you reach a higher level of activity. Ern realized that this someone was Yulaf, who was actually Harvest Duracle, and asked what he had said about broadening his horizons. The boy asked Havis why he had brought Darien here, and what about running the trade guild. Chavis said that his trusted subordinates had taken over the affairs of the trade guild. Ern pointed out that nevertheless, all the leaders were away. Havis replied that he had no other choice because the lady was getting suspicious. Havis explained that Darien had begun to guess that he was Yulaf, because during the time he had been away, Yulaf would not have been able to show up at the Steel Guard residence, so she would have figured out what was going on. Ern thought that his sister would be easily fooled by such a cheap trick. Perhaps things would have been different if Havis hadn't gone to the capital, but the fact is that Yuf is also absent from the guild right now. Havis asked Ern to help act out one performance for him on this occasion. The lad was surprised at such a request. A little later at the trading house, Erna had no time to unpack Darren's luggage, and Ern had already forgiven to come to him. Not understanding what urgent business had arisen, Havis explained that her brother just wanted to give a tour of the trading house. Darien asked, since when did Havis obey Ern so blithely? The man didn't understand what she was telling him. The girl pointed out that he had been acting strangely since they first crossed paths, and Ernholm ran to him, one of the first, as if seeing an old friend. Ern watched them through the window, realizing that Darren actually suspected that Havis was Yulaf. The guy realized that it was no surprise that Havis didn't have two bodies, so there was a reason why the voice changer pill and the human mask were stashed away. Ern finished all the preparations, realizing that later he would only need to make his move. The boy didn't understand why Rayhan Salimin had appeared to him with his bodyguard. The man asked that during their time apart, Ern had been in good health. Rayhan Salimin ordered the bodyguard to also say hello to the young master. Chris also said hello to Ern. Ern asked if the shadow bodyguard could walk openly next to Rayhan Salimin. The man replied that it was even more convenient because Chris had been secretly trained by the Marquis, and so no one knew his face. The boy asked if Rayhan had managed to meet with the Marquis, and the man nodded positively, indicating that there was no exchange of information at such meetings. An average merchant like him was nothing more than a purse to the Marquis. Ern stated that this was too long an introduction, asking why he had come all the way here, assuming he had learned something. Rayhan Saliamin reported that Marquis Dorian and Duke Carson had secret meetings, and he had a feeling that they were plotting something Ern had dealt with Kunz, and now his father was a bone in his throat. The manipulation of evidence was handled by the former deputy commander of the Night Order. The Knights of the Prosecutor's Corps pressured Ern's trading house from all sides, and Rayhan's trading guild sucked on the trough. If Ern had not dealt with the whole story, Ern's trading house might already be in Dorian's hands, and it was too early to say that the conspiracy was over. Ern realized that the main problem was that the March's opponent, Dorian Albrecht, already possessed unusually vast wealth in the south. Whether Dorian was preventing the growth of Ern's trading house just to expand his business all the way to the capital, or whether it was revenge for a grudge Ern needed to know the exact answer to use this thing effectively. Ern asked if Marquis Rayan had said anything about him. Saliamin replied that according to the Marquis, Ern was too bold and persistent. The boy ordered the merchant not to bullshit him, being sure that the Marquis hated him. Rayhan admitted that the Marquis was annoyed because he didn't agree with the strict Duke. Rayhan added that Markiak was even more infuriated that Zeniths was also deflated. Ern asked if Dorian had said anything beyond that. Rayhan said that was all he had heard. Ern pondered yes to the information he had received, allowing Rayhan Saliamin to leave his office. When Rayhan Saliamin left, he said that it wasn't enough for Ern to pin him against the wall, but he decided to clip his wings as well. The man asked Chris what he thought about it in the 10 years that Chris had been accompanying Rayhan. Not that he had not shared any information with him, but he had never even asked him a single question. Rayhan asked if they should stay on Dorian's side or if they should join that young guy Ern's side. Chris pointed out that in the CEO's hands was their life preserver, a terrible thing that had happened to him after he swallowed a bug that Ern had given him, an experience he didn't want to relive again. The bodyguard added that Ern had said there was no way to get rid of the bug, so they had no choice but to obey him. Rayhan didn't think so, one-dimensionally. Rayhan was sure that Ern was far worse than Dorian. If they chose Ern for their own comfort right now, they would become something like his errand dogs. Chris suggested that in that case, they should slowly look for a way to get out of Erna Rayhan's bindings. Rayhan replied that if they were going to get out of the trap, they should do it now, his intuition told him. Rayhan Saliamin noticed the beautiful Sylvia saying that he could feel a subtle mana, and looking closer, he realized that the girl was from a very proud and lofty tribe. The man didn't understand how such a coincidence could happen. Assuming that the heavens hadn't turned away from him yet, Chris realized that Rayhan had an idea. Rayhan stated that they would go immediately to meet with Marquis Dorian. Ern was glad that luckily the Yulaf disguise had worked, and Darik was no longer suspicious of Havis. It seemed to him that there were strange currents of air between the two, because what he was thinking about couldn't have happened. Although Ern didn't dislike Havis, he never had any thoughts of considering an imperial spy as a brother-in-law. The rumors that Ern had succeeded in developing his own trading business were true. The boys surrounded the young gentleman and began to praise him. The familiar voices of people he was painfully familiar with lifted Ern's spirits, but the reaction was different from what it had been at the Steelguard residence, which was the change that had occurred over the past 2 years. The lad asked Fry where the Father Knight was. The knight replied that Rebadon was resting in his room right now, and the elder mistress was practicing. Ern asked Karen that she was done stating that he wanted to watch her practice a little more. Her sister replied that he had been told that Ern was busy. The guy pointed out that if she practiced a little more, she would have a second class. Karen said that the book Ern had given her had been useful. For the more she read it, the deeper and deeper the knowledge penetrated her. Asked where he had gotten it, Ern said that it had been lying in a dusty corner in an old bookstore in Lecht. Ern pointed out that when a valuable item is lost in a pile of junk, it is extremely difficult to find it, and the sister agreed that it is difficult to appreciate the value of this breathing technique at a glance. Karen said that if it was a method of practice optimized for women, Ern had carefully learned all these subtleties and presented her with such a gift. Ern didn't understand what his sister was talking about at first. Ern asked if her sister had taken that book with her. Karen took the book with her, and every time she read it, a new sensation manifested itself in her soul. After looking through some pages, Ern realized that all the martial arts in the world focused on the male body, but this teaching used female strength and maximized it. Elder sister Erna was able to rise to the 4th grade, even practicing the standard mana breathing technique. The guy realized that the breathing method was not just wings, but an engine. Karen asked why Blatt was looking at her like that. Ern asked if her sister had received support from her father. Karen replied in the negative, stating that she had never been able to tell him. Ern realized that she had achieved these results without any support, deciding that this technique was perfect for her. Her younger brother tried to find out why she didn't tell her father about it. Karen wanted to surprise Ern with her aura. The girl thought that her father wouldn't like that she started to learn the method of breathing from an unknown source. Unexpectedly, Rebidon intervened in their conversation, stating that Kane's thoughts were wrong on the matter. Rebidon thought she had chosen the right path. The children were surprised at the sudden appearance of their father. Karen assumed that their father knew about everything Rebidon said, that his eldest daughter had made a very important decision, and as a father, he could not ignore it. Rebidon said that when they returned to the Steelguard residence, he would lend her his support. Karen was surprised at such a promise from her father. Karen replied that her father didn't have to do that, but Rebidon asked his daughter not to be silly, because the birth of the fourth aura user would be happening in their family any day now. Rebidon pointed out that his youngest son had handled a great matter. Ern pointed out that compared to his sister's efforts and his father's decisions, his actions were nothing. My father said that there is a proverb that trouble does not come alone, but he never expected that this law works for happy events. Rebidon reported that Karen would soon become an aura user, and the youngest son had graduated from the academy with a Karsam grade. He pointed his blade at Ern. People peppered Rebidon with questions trying to find out how he managed to raise his children while managing such a huge feud. He was extremely confused and embarrassed. Rebidon didn't understand how his youngest son, whom he paid absolutely no attention to training, could achieve the best results of all his children. Ern asked what his father wanted to see for himself. My father responded positively, adding that it is better to see once than to hear once about his incredible stature. Ern looked at his father calmly and was ready to show him the power he had managed to gain. It was a bit unexpected for Ern, but his heart was bursting with joy because he wanted to show his father his height too. Ern asked his sister to lend him his sword. His brother thanked his sister, promising that he would use it carefully and return it safely. The younger son asked his father if he was going to fight him seriously. He was ready for a demonstration of his growing strength. Rebidon replied that he would only use the base aura. The father stated that their contest was starting. She began to attack her son. The men's swords clashed in a unified attack. Their aura began to emanate from each weapon, trying to counter each other. Rebidon pointed out that Ern was not moving badly. Dodging and blocking his attacks, he was intent on continuing their battle. Ern replied that he didn't need the flattery and threw a punch, but his father managed to dodge in time. At first, Karen tried to follow the trajectory, but at some point, she lost sight of the movement of their attacks, realizing that it was not for nothing that they say it is impossible to follow the movements of a knight of a special rank with your eyes. However, Ern was also great against his father's attacks, even though Rebidon didn't put up his full strength, but Karen didn't expect her younger brother to last so long. Suddenly there was smoke. Karen ran up to her younger brother to see how he was. Ern replied that he was fine, stating that father was in a row Lee. When the children saw their father bleeding, Rebidon said he was fine, adding that his youngest son was a master swordsman. Now, Rebidon made sure that Ern got the Karsam grade through his own efforts, and not because he was his son. Ern pointed out to his father that he was completely out of order. Ern realized that he had been foolish, for he should have realized it the moment he was told that his father had come in a carriage. Rebidon always said that knights should ride side by side with their subordinates on horseback and did not tolerate carriages, considering them cramped. Besides, Rebidon had been in Transame not so long ago, a place where priests dwell and divine magic is used, and Ern did not understand why such thoughts did not immediately cross his mind. Ern didn't immediately realize that there was something that no one should know about, knowing that right now his father had some kind of problem with his body. Later, in a bedroom in Ern's mansion, Rebidon was content to leave the knights to Captain Raphael. Karen indicated that it was a relief. Darian was surprised to see tears flowing from such a huge man. Ern assumed his father was trying to make a joke to lighten the mood, but his words only made him feel more uneasy. The boy knew that if his father started nagging, he wouldn't be so hard on his heart. Rebidon reported that he was perfectly fine and just wanted to get some rest. Darek pointed out that the father was not at all well, for the mere coughing of blood, says Rebidon repeated that he was fine. Rebidon stated that they were all his children. Karen motioned for her younger sister to walk out the door, as her father had requested. Looking at Ern, the father assumed that his youngest son had something to say to him. The boy nodded positively. Ern assumed that the others knew nothing, but Sir Kaloi knew everything, and he could hardly hide the truth even from his right hand, so he decided to keep it a secret. Rebidun asked if he had succeeded in satisfying Ern's curiosity, and the boy replied that he had one question left, asking him to tell him what the symptoms of his ailment were and the possible cause of it. The father assumed that his youngest son wanted to play healer, saying that it was a useless idea because he had visited all the famous healers who had been to Transem for the blessing of the priests, and no one had cured his ailment. Ern stated that he now has a slightly different opinion on this matter. He has completed the absorption of life-saving techniques, recipe for making a life-saving decision. The youngest son was going to check his father's veins, asking to give him his hand. Rebidun called his son stubborn. Ern explained that he would invest some of his mana. His father replied that his son could do what he wanted. Ern noticed that there were blood clots all over his father's body, so even a slight overexertion could cause internal damage. The son reported that his father's mana flows were tangled, suggesting that he had been in this state for about 2 years. Ern added that at first, his father felt only a slight discomfort, but gradually it became more and more difficult for him to control the mana, and as a result, he was unable to use it fully. Rebidun replied that Ern was right after his son gave him a pill and asked him to drink it to eliminate the internal injuries. There was no better remedy. His father said it worked, adding that potions hadn't helped him in a long time, so he'd forgotten about the feeling of unprecedented lightness. Rebidun thanked his son for the pill. Ern understood that his father had made such a long journey to the capital, despite his weakened health. It was about a cold-blooded earl who had withdrawn from participating in the politics of the central regions and who had never left the Steelguard residence, but even though Rebidun was such a person. Rebidun also possessed a parental heart that burned with a desire to congratulate and praise his children when they had succeeded in their past lives. Ern had no idea that his father had hot blood in his veins like the others. Ern knew what his father would think of him in the future, stating that he didn't care whether he was doubted or censured. The youngest son said he would do anything to get his father back on his feet. Rebidun replied that although the medicine he had given him was quite effective, his ailment was not an easy problem. Ern replied that the descendants of mana must be completely unraveled and corrected. Father objected, pointing out that it was one of the symptoms and not the root cause. Rebidun reported what was destroying him from the inside out was a demonic heart. The guy was surprised to hear it. The father asked his son if he understood what he was saying to him. Ern replied that he naturally understood him. The demonic heart is a tangle of threads deep within the heart and the inner enemy of the masters that holds them back the moment they try to cross the wall. Ern realized that on the other hand, his father was suffering from a demonic heart, saying that he was on the threshold of the legendary rank Rebidun had pointed out to his son so that he could help him. Ern must be of legendary rank. Rebidun added that with his son's talents, perhaps in 20 years, he could achieve this, and then, of course, unravel this tangle in his place. Ern realized that only a man of legendary rank could help his father. Rebidun pointed out that if his son intended to ask Sir Droyan for help, he had better abandon the idea now. Droyan Rufern was the only knight of legendary rank in Navarro who trained hard to surpass Rebidun. Despite his 71 years of age, his soul still radiated heat. The younger son asked his father not to worry, saying that such a thing would never happen because the one he wanted to address was extremely upset by the comparison with Sir Droyan. The father asked his son what was wrong with his eye. Ern had already made a firm decision and was willing to do anything to save his father. Even if it requires showing an interspatial transaction to his father, Ern introduced his father to the sun god Li Jiham. Ern revealed to his father the interdimensional trade with which he managed to earn his capital. Rebidun was surprised at this turn of events and didn't expect Ern to keep such a thing from him. Li Jiham said that since Ern had called him, it must be important, and asked what the meeting was about. After learning the situation, Li Jiham was shocked because Ern had dared to disturb him for something like this. Li Jiham said that his enlightenment was entirely his own. Ern did not ask for his enlightenment to be shared. He wanted some sort of hint for rank advancement because it was not difficult for him. Ern asked that for a mythical rank, asking for a clue is too heavy-handed. Li Jiham replied that this impertinent question crosses all boundaries. The guy asked his interlocutor not to worry because he asked to share his knowledge with him not for free, offering him 500 coins for each answer to the question. Li Jiham asked who dared to spread such absurd gossip about him. Ern realized that no matter how much the interlocutor denied it, but his privilege of heart tone would always reveal his true feelings. The sun god replied that they were related to each other, and he was willing to grant his request for 1,000 coins. Rebidon asked his son what he was doing now. Asked his father not to look at him like that. He knew he looked crazy from the outside, but he wasn't at all. After looking out of the room, he turned to Meryl and asked her not to let anyone into the room until he himself came out. The girl said that even on pain of death, she would not let anyone enter it. Sari stated that she would also help Meryl. Replied that she was counting on them with all her heart. After all the preparations were finished, had only to put his father on his feet. After 3 days, the sky was becoming clearer and clearer, and the harvest season was coming, when ripe fruits are plucked from the branches, and weighty ears are gathered from the fields, and the traditional Navarro festival opened. The common people all over Navarro enjoyed carefree outdoor festivities, while the nobility enjoyed indoor parties. Oberkammergeur Kanzian reported that this year, everything is prepared according to his master's wishes. King Navarro. Deus Navarro replied to his servant that it was not a bad thing. He was glad for such news. Deus Navarro pointed out that he really liked the way the chandelier looked in this hall. Kanzian was pleased that the king had at least reacted to the interior decoration of the hall. Sitting on the throne, the king proposed to start the official reception. The servant was not opposed and ready to proceed. If the creator of the banquet was the Navarro royal family, the family members were seated according to their degree of kinship. Guests, on the contrary, took their metas in order of honor. Starting with the lowest ranking, Viscount Ryan Televerman came to the king. Then Earl Vint Darius of Darius County came in and greeted the king and took his seat. Count Barmil Irion of Irion County greeted the king, covering his face in surprise. The king asked, when approximately it would be Earl Steelguard's turn, the aide replied that he should be just next. The knight announced that the next turn had come, and the earl should enter the king's reception hall. All the boys were stunned to see the daughters of House Steelguard, Lady Karen and Lady Darren, all swept off their feet by their appearance. One of the men said that Count Rebidon had not only raised his sons well, the second guy reported that the sight of the girls in dresses made his heart flutter. The two sisters bowed to the king, introducing themselves as daughters of House Steelguard, and greeted the king. King Deus Navarro asked why only the daughters came to the banquet, since Count Rebidon said he would also attend the banquet, and the king was looking forward to the reunion of the three legends. Karen replied that her father, due to some unforeseen circumstances, was unable to attend. King Deus assumed that Rebidon had some sort of health problem. Oberchamberlain instructed the girl to quickly answer the king's questions. Darian realized that she would have preferred not to be at the banquet at all. Although Karen thought it would be more appropriate to show up at the banquet, she didn't expect to be asked about her father's health from the start. The girl realized that if she lied to the king, it would be a serious problem. But a much more serious problem was to reveal her father's condition. Karen informed the king that her father Rebidon had a slight cold. The king assumed it was that heart of steel. The king asked how it had happened. Karen pointed out that it was not for nothing, that even if a man had dragon stamina, there was no guarantee that the disease would not catch up with him. The girl added that the healer said her Ositis would come back to normal after a couple days of rest, so there was nothing to worry about. The king directed the sisters to sit down in that place, and instead of their father to enjoy the open banquet, the girls thanked His Highness for his sensitivity and care. The knight announced that it was Marquis Dorian's turn. The man began to enter the throne room. One of the men thought that the three chief lords would be gathering together for the first time in a long time. Knight of legendary rank. Droyan Rufern had expected something like this from such an event. He was saddened not by Rebidon's appearance. Droyan Rufern listened that the head of the magic tower who hated such gatherings was also looking forward to it, so she honored the banquet with her personal presence. Sierra Pelgus didn't care at all about the three chief lords and didn't understand why was nowhere to be seen. The man said that it would soon be their turn and asked to yield to the old man. Because of his young age, Sierra Pelgus replied that he had been the last to enter several times, and this time was no exception. The woman and the man were the epitome of Navarro sword and magic, two of the best, being in the rank of Marquis. If Sierra doesn't enter first, the mages will be displeased, and if Droyan refuses his turn, the knights will be offended. The cold-blooded Duke Luger Carson suggested they all just walk in at the same time. If the higher-ranking Duke would go ahead, then there would be no need to argue and the knight was surprised at such a suggestion. Duke Luther Carson was also introduced to the king. Droyan Rufern, a warrior of legendary rank, and commander of the first detachment of the Order of Royal Knights, was further introduced to the head of the magic of the 14th Magic Tower, Sierra Pelgas, the highest limit in rank and real power, the most powerful men of the country, to whom even the king himself is unable to pick on, bowed before him. Coro Dace Navarro announced to all present that today was the day for everyone to enjoy the food and drink, so he had prepared the best for them. Suddenly, Rebadan and Ern Steelguard entered this hall. The king was surprised at this appearance of father and son. The men of the Steelguard family were late, which they boldly announced to the king. The knight did not know if he should announce their arrival. The knight decided to declare the warrior of heroic rank, Earl Rebadan Steelguard, and his son, Sir Ern Steelguard. As the king expected, nothing changed. He respected and valued the Steelguards, but it was only in words. The king himself was actually suffering from a sense of inferiority from the fact that Rebadan was respected more than the previous king, and Rebadan was respected more than him. In addition, even the naked eye could see that in front of everyone was a taut warrior's body and the king's bulging belly, speaking of his marvelous personality. Also, unlike Rebadan, who had avoided aging by practicing mana circulation and internal energy, the king's wrinkles were getting deeper day by day. The king asked what the count's health was, for his daughters had been told that he was bedridden because of his illness. Rebadan replied that he had already fully recovered. Dace Navarro was relieved at this, indicating to the count that he could take his place. Rebadan was fine with it. The daughters were upset to see their father Rebadan apologize to them for making them worry. All three major lords gathered in one place. It was a historic moment. Some speculated that Rebadan had actually decided to go to the capital because his son had received a karsum. The people around him were confused, for they said that the count was ill, but he looked like a cucumber. Some of the crowd suggested that Rebadan had deliberately been late in order to stand out. The appearance of Rebadan and Ern, who were already considered absent in this confusing situation, had many eyes on them, but nothing much happened. After their appearance, there was a monotonous opening speech and the granting of a magnificent sword to Ernu as this year's karsum, and then the boring sequence was over. A start was made for drinking alcoholic meals and lively socializing. Everyone began to have fun and relax. Suddenly, Ern heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he saw the already official successor of the Huyn Carson family. Ern reported that it hadn't been a few days since final exams. Huyn replied that when they saw each other daily, he then felt a void if they didn't cross paths for a few days. Huyn added that it had been weeks. Calling his buddy cold-blooded Ern, replied that Huyn was famous for his cold-bloodedness. Ern had heard that Huyn had been called the junior high school student Sir Iceblood. Huyn laughed upon hearing this. Huyn asked how Ern knew that. The interlocutor pointed to the guy who was sitting across from them. The guy asked what it was. Chappelle Huyn didn't realize. When he had time to approach Ern, they assumed he had come on an errand for Uncle Kendall, but ended up telling Ern a lot of interesting things. Huyn called Chappelle a talkative boy. Ern heard more than just Huyn's nickname today. Ern learned that Barian had held the top spot all year and was a potential candidate for the next graduating class. With Carson Mita was about to break the second class wall, Benjamin and Davin were also working hard in their respective fields. Chappelle also wanted to become a wizard, not being influenced by his family, famous for their swordsmanship. The boy said that when he reached the age of majority, he would inform his family of his decision and officially enter the Magic Tower. Ern realized that each of them had better beginnings in life than in their previous lives. However, Huyn, standing in front of Ern, was the one who had shown the most progress. The guy who in his previous life had been unexpectedly thrust into the role of successor was now the head of the Rise Club, and even without the Ring of Courage, had established himself as a Sir of Iceblood. Ern asked how things were going with the second generation of Takeoff. Huyn replied that it was still an unopened bud. At first, Ern wondered why he had chosen those guys, but after a while it became clear that they were all pearls, hidden in the mud. It was like their meeting 2 years ago. Huyn asked, who should be chosen from the freshmen who would enter the academy this year? Ern said that after the ceremony he could choose the good guys by making a list that he would look at afterward. Ern noticed 2 guys. The comrade assumed that these guys were there to meet Ern because he was the star of today's reception. Ern didn't think it was true because even though he had graduated from the academy and received a karsum, Kirin was still the heir. Ern added that they weren't even knights, but rather Toho representatives from the Carson domain. Ern assumed that they wanted to take the opportunity to meet the Carson family's successor. Huynh Carson replied that it didn't matter, because in any case, it was immediately obvious that they were the ones who were just going to flatter him. The guy decided to tell them to wait. Ern asked, who now struck the pose of Sir Iceblood, making sure that in 2 years, Huynh had really changed. Huynh asked him not to call him that. Most of all, the Duke needed political power. Leadership skills are also important, and so to improve them, Ern and appointed Huynh as the head of the club. Sor needed to know how to deal with the nobles who come. Ern noticed Luther Carson's gaze on him, and he was as cold as Ern had expected him to be, nicknamed the cold-blooded Duke for a reason. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the banquet hall of the royal palace, Ern watched everyone and realized that they were trying to attract the attention of a high-ranking noble or royal family rather than enjoying the reception. Ern noticed that not all of them could not have fun. Suddenly, he received a message from Alfaskin, who asked if Ern was going to work. Alfaskin was asked to wait a little longer, but an hour had passed, and Ern apologized, explaining that he hadn't thought the official part of the reception would be so long. Ern asked if the group hour had had time to appear in his absence. Not understanding what he was in such a hurry, the auditor replied that it was important to make a good first impression. The reason Alfaskin liked Mr. Ern was because of his performances in the Zero system is the impression the auditor has had of him to this day. Ern thought everything, because his interference had shattered the first and second systems. The auditor replied that, not without it, he hoped that Ern would not be caught. The guy asked not to talk, but to send an invitation. The guy got invited to the Cybernic chat room by the guy who invited Ern to the armored group chat room when the plan to catch Shylock was still in development, and he was now working as a monitoring agent. One of the interlocutors pointed out that Ern was a simple nickname and would be easy to remember, and he was tired of giving advice to everyone. The other replied with obvious displeasure that they were happy to see a new client. Ern realized that he was not particularly welcome here. Engineer Hudrigan was glad to meet him and introduced himself to his new interlocutor, asking Ronnie to say hello too. Ern realized that apparently only the leader was more or less normal who greeted him. Hudrigan had heard that Ern hoped to customize magical armor, saying that he had come to the right place because the skills of those gathered in this chat room were as good as any workshop. Ern asked if the engineer was really sure of his words on that point. Hudrigan assumed the guy didn't trust them because they weren't from the Maddo Empire. The boy noticed that his interlocutor's reactions to his words were much sharper than he thought Ern indicated that they were well aware of his empire. The interlocutor pointed out that they can't pay attention to it because they say that only their products are real, adding that it's not the right situation to talk in a raised tone. Ern admitted to his interlocutors that he had his doubts because the number of engineers was small, so he was not sure they would be able to keep up with the target. Hudrigan assumed that Ern had seen the manual they were giving him. Ern had seen indicating that the drawings were excellent. In particular, one of the models had accomplished the impossible task of increasing performance and lightening weight. Engineer Amakat doubted Ern's words, for he had just said he doubted them, suggesting that he was teasing them. Alfaskin's intentions were not for Ern to get to know them and make a deal. His goal was to grasp the depths of their souls, gradually reducing the distance. Ern had heard that it was as good as the Empire, but Ern had only used Imperial models from the Dispeller. To the third-generation Hellfire engineer, replied that it was the ultimate Ruglin. Ronnie Stock reported that in spite of this, the products are good. The Dispeller was recognized as a worthwhile item. The second engineer added that the value for money does not justify itself. Ern replied that given the poor environment that went beyond the degree of failure and sold well, Hudrigan didn't understand why Ern was saying something so unpleasant. The engineer asked what, in conclusion, Ern the guy wanted to say. Ern knew they were the best engineers, and no workshop could achieve such fine results on this scale. Ern reported that he needed more than the usual magical armor he had ordered so far. Numitatron asked what he needed for the guy. Ern replied that he wanted himself a fourth-generation magical armor. The engineers were surprised by this. Amokat asked who this guy was, assuming he didn't come to get a custom armor design. Hudrigan assumed there was a leak that they were developing fourth-generation armor. Numitatron said that if it became known that they had such technology, everyone would immediately try to take them out of the lead. Hudrigan assumed that it was Ronnie who had told someone about the armor. Engineer replied in the negative. Engineer Amakat decided to take Ronnie at his word. Numitatron added that Ronnie was too stupid for this kind of shenanigans. Ronnie stated that he had told no one anything about the developments. Hudrigan believed his comrade. Amakat asked how likely it was that the cyber guy had shared the information with someone else. Hudrigan replied that the guy didn't know anything because he wasn't there in the first place, and he had only become a member of their team to help run the business. Numitatron agreed with his words. Hudrigan assumed that Ern was just pointing a finger in the sky, telling them to watch their language from now on. Hudrigan pointed out to the client that he had misunderstood, because the third generation of magic armor was the last, and the fourth generation didn't exist. Ern realized that he was being taken for a fool. The engineer was surprised at such words from the lad. Ern replied that he too was as aware as the others. Ern asked the engineers if they knew why they said the third generation was better than the previous one. In every way, Ronnie replied that it was because of the Brant material, which was very good. The guy pointed out that this is the right answer because when the problem of weight loss, which was every time a headache was solved, performance naturally increased armor became the star of the battlefield because it became possible to engrave spells. Ern noted that the third generation was only taking advantage of Brantium, which he called a fraudulent metal. He questioned whether it could be called Progress Numitatron, realizing that a true third generation had not yet emerged. The guy stated that to call a thing the fruit of true progress, you need to have improvements made in other areas, giving the example of a power part that doesn't develop at all after the release of a rechargeable mana stone. Amaketh realized that they weren't the only ones thinking about the fourth generation, but Erna Soaps seemed very similar to them, assuming he was aware of the mana reactor they were developing. Ern said that design was not the only thing he wanted to do, saying that he would now try to formally make an investment proposal, but looking at the reaction, he thought it was a waste of time after Ern left the chat. Unexpectedly, Ern was greeted by Selena Ruffern, who said she hadn't seen her boyfriend in a while. The girl came closer and asked him what he was doing alone, not understanding why he was huddled in a corner, but just thinking at leisure. Ern asked that today was Selena's first official debut. The girl was surprised not to get his hint. The guy was referring to the appearance in society. Selena responded positively, adding that it was not the first to be called the first, but previously the scale was not as large. Ern pointed out that high society is a fun place, special for people like her or Ern, who are brightly colored. The guy added that it was good to indulge in pleasure and fun here. He thought this was an experience that at least once should be had. Selena was surprised to learn that Ern didn't want to get too caught up in what was going on. The girl asked what he was talking about now. Ern replied that she would understand this once, asking her to leave the girl, asked that if he told her to leave, then she would not leave. The guy didn't understand what kind of annoying attitude Selena experienced. The girl thought Ern dared to humiliate her twice already. The girl decided not to tolerate it any longer, and to take revenge on Ern for such an attitude towards her. She was angry with him. Then, Sierra Pelgus approached the guy and asked what kind of girl was here. Ern replied that it was just an acquaintance from the academy. The woman pointed out that for a mere acquaintance, she was too clingy to him. Sierra Pelgus suggested that Selena had some regrets about Ern, offering to help Ern get rid of them completely. The woman explained that regret is something that is formed under the influence of hormones, so if you take a spiritual bonding spell, Ern realized that he was lucky that these two individuals had not crossed paths. Ern suggested that we close this topic and talk about what he had asked. Sierra Pelgus replied that she had prepared everything. The woman asked what he was up to. This time the guy said nothing much. Sierra Pelgus pointed out that it was obvious from his eyes that he was going to mess up again. Ern didn't understand why she had such an opinion of him. The woman asked that the girl who had left earlier was not Droyan's granddaughter. Ern replied that she was from the Refern family. Sierra Pelgus pointed out that Ern had high demands, suggesting that he was going to take the place of the husband of the granddaughter of a knight of legendary rank. Ern was not particularly eager to be related to the Refern family. Ern asked why she was talking about Selena again. The woman asked the guy to look at her himself. The crying girl told her grandfather that she had been insulted by Ern Droyan, who had been drinking alcohol and had taken her words badly and intended to take revenge. Grabbing his granddaughter's hand, Droyan declared that his patience had come to an end. The girl was glad her plan had worked. The people around did not understand what was going on and why the Marcus was behaving like that. Some of them thought that it smelled fried. Droyan pointed out to Earl Steelguard how he raised his children in the first place. Rabidan asked him why he was suddenly talking about it. Showing the mutilation, Droyan said that it was Rabidan's son who did this to his granddaughter. Everyone fell silent in the hall. Rabidan asked what he was sure it was Ern's doing. The people around him were shocked at this turn of events. Droyan assumed that Rabidan wanted to say that his granddaughter was lying. Rabidan said that his son was not the kind of person who would use violence for no reason. suggesting that they should first calm down and consider the situation based on facts. Suddenly, Droyan shouted to the entire hall, ordering Rebidon to be silent. The king heard this shout and did not understand what had happened. Droyan stated that even in the face of doom, Rebidon's continued costuming of himself as a noble is exactly what irritated him most about the Stilgadris. Refern, having asked that Count Rebidon in this case would build himself up as the most noble by throwing down the gauntlet, he challenged him to a duel. Rebidon tried to stop him by pointing out that he had had too much to drink and offered to settle the misunderstanding after the banquet was over. Droyan said that Stilgard was once again trying to escape responsibility with his head held high. Droyan stated that Rebidon had no choice but to cowardly flee, adding that it was still okay, but the rest of them were pathetic laughingstocks. Rebidon asked what he had just said, for his rash words had offended him. Sierra Pelgas informed Ern that Rebidon had picked up the gauntlet, asking if he should stop his father, for her sisters had tried to reason with him, but their entreaties had not worked on him. She questioned whether he was his son. The woman said that there was no one else who was able to stop the knight of legendary rank. Ern stopped her. Ern asked Sierra Pelgas not to do anything. The woman asked why, since that crazy old man could only be pacified by her. The guy asked her to stay here and not interfere. Sierra Pelgas had no idea what was on Ern's mind. As the king approached, he said that there might be a fight in the midst of the fun. Sierra Pelgas thought that since the king was present, everything should be all right. Deis Navarro stated that since this is the way it is, it would not be a bad idea to settle the misunderstanding right now. Sierra Pelgas was shocked to hear that the king wanted to act as a second, assuming that the king was crazy too. The commander of the knight's troop, Meltatinian, asked if a drunken brawl could be escalated to a duel. The king asked Sir Droyan if he was drunk, and he said he was sober as a glass. Droyan stated that, as they saw, he was fully aware of what was going on, and since the count had just accepted his challenge, he was not going to back down. Rebidon declared that he too was unwilling to cowardly hide behind the supposed nobility of a daughter trying to appease her father. Kendall Risker stated that the two of them were Navarro's main strategic units, and he saw no reason for such a futile duel. The king asked why not have the mage provide protection with a magical shield so the others wouldn't get hurt. The people around him did not believe that it was real, although they were both guardians of the north, but it would be strange if the count was more favored than the marquis. Sierra Pelgas asked why Ern was just standing there watching and not trying to calm them down. The woman asked that the guy doesn't care about what happens to his father. Ern pointed out that the facial expressions, looks of reaction by members of the Rufin family look forward to escalating this conflict. Since they have always coveted the title of best fencers, they now most likely think they have the perfect opportunity to secure it for themselves. Ern added that on the other hand, Darius's reaction was surprisingly weak. Sierra Pelgas was surprised to hear Ern's argument. It seemed to the boy that no one else was stepping forward like his two named uncles did. Ern wanted to know what everyone thought about the situation. Ern stated that this is not a bad chance to find out who is a true friend and who is a false one for their family, and it is also an opportunity to identify the enemies of the Steel Guards. Everyone followed to the training arena of the first night squad, all eagerly waited for the duel to begin. Some of the observers could not believe that he was lucky enough to witness such a great duel. It was no comparison to the banquets that were held year after year, Marquis versus Count Legendary Rank versus Heroic Rank. Sierra Pelgas could see that Droyan's heyday was long past, indicating that rumors said that he continued to challenge the Mafia rank, but everyone was well aware that this would never happen again. Even so, a lion was still a lion, and his very stature was different from that of the Steel Earl. The woman pointed out that that was why it was necessary to stop everything before there was no turning back. Ern stated that everything would be fine, suggesting that they just quietly observe what was going on. The king announced that the duel had begun. Droyan allowed his opponent to attack him first. Rebidon expressed his gratitude, so the onlookers noticed the golden aura of the Steel Earl. After Rebidon launched an attack on the enemy who managed to block it, their forces were almost equal. The men continued to strike at each other, and in time to block them, the spectators could hear the sounds of swords striking. The spectators noticed that Rebidon did not retreat even a millimeter. Convinced of his confidence, the legendary rank is the same aura master, but if the battle depended only on aura, then the victory would be in the hands of the Steel Earl. After blocking Droyan's jab, Rufern stated that he was wrong to give Rebidon so much freedom in this fight. Droyan realized that unlike him, Rebahan had been blessed by heaven in the form of Rebadan's son, so he was always jealous of how blessed he was. As he grew older, the realization came to Droyan that it was he who was enjoying the greater blessings. He noticed the look on his opponent's face. Droyan stated that he was experiencing blessings because he still lived on this world. He applied the aura blade. The opponent landed a powerful blow on Rebadan, who managed to block his lunge. A strong wind rose from their clash. After the first attack, Droyan kept trying to increase the distance, as Rebadan expected his opponent would try to take advantage of the legendary rank at all costs. After all, if one considers those below awakened rank, they cannot overcome the limitations of the aura blade. But having a heroic rank, one can use a similar aura blade, even if the quality is not much inferior. Suddenly, Droyan landed a powerful blow on his opponent that caused everyone present to dodge. Many stones scattered in different directions. Knights began to defend His Majesty, cover the king with shields. The audience realized that this was the legendary rank in all its glory. Droyan pointed out to Rebadan not to be stubborn and humbly apologize. As he approached the enemy, Droyan thought that was exactly what Rebadan was thinking, but he couldn't be seen because of the dust that rose into the air. Droyan asked if Rebadan regretted his decision. His body was covered in numerous cuts. Rufiren stated that the time of enlightenment had passed for the Steel Guards too, as Rebadan was one of the 3 major lords, asking how long he would continue to receive special treatment. Swinging, Droyan informed that now no one would tell him to come to his senses. He delivered a powerful punch. Droyan was intent on taking the ropes and setting Rebadan's mind right. He continued to put pressure on his opponent. Sierra Pelgas pointed out to Erna that no matter what anyone says, she didn't think it would end happily, stating that this match needed to be stopped. Ern asked why it was a 30-year difference, meaning the difference in age between them, and if you look at the root of it, with him the difference would be 40 years. The woman did not understand what he was trying to say. The woman said that they should stop this match. Now Ern replied that there was a need to find a suitable excuse. The boy looked at his father and added that it would be a little strange if the older one ended up being unilaterally beaten by the younger one. The younger son continued to watch his father's battle, convinced that things were not as clear-cut as Sierra Pelgas seemed to think. The process of learning under the guidance of Jo Gyum-nam, the sun god, had been going on for the past 3 days before these events. Having solved the riddle that had plagued Rebadan for so many years, he had finally managed to overcome the wall. Now it was time to let everyone know that Rebadan was one step closer to his father, who was his idol. Rebadan gathered his forces, intent on launching a powerful attack on an opponent who thought victory would be on his side. The onlookers noticed that Droyan used the aura shield to close himself off from the opponent's attack they didn't think was possible. The aura blade shattered Droyan's shield, failed to block the opponent's attack, and thus failed. Everyone noticed that the Steel Earl had finally gotten his way. Sierra Pelgas asked that Rebadan had a legendary rank. Droyan realized why his opponent held himself so confidently. However, he too is a knight of legendary rank, representing the nation. So Droyan said that he too was wounded, but tried to attack the enemy again. Rebadan managed to block his opponent's blow that came straight at his blade in time to fend off the attack. Ober-Chamberlain asked His Majesty when it became known that Rebadan had a legendary rank offering to stop this duel. The king replied that unless they stopped themselves, no one could make them stop fighting. The opponent's swords clashed again in a powerful attack. They were intent on taking the victory. Droyan noticed that his opponent was able to use a modified aura to pierce shield auras. Droyan called Rebadan a cunning man, who until today continued to hide that he had a legendary rank. He too thought he was a yellowbird. Earlier, Ern had given his father a book, which had the title History of Destruction and Overcoming Self-Defense. Ern wanted to give his father some of the advanced martial arts techniques, but they were not suitable for basic training. All of the techniques described in this book he would be able to use against an opponent of legendary rank without much difficulty. Rebadan was grateful to his son, for thanks to him, he had been able to force the Marquis of Droyan, who had been a knight of legendary rank for 10 years, to retreat. Droyan noticed that he was inferior to his opponent in terms of young blood and youthful spirit, but also could not hold an advantage in technical aspects. The man realized that he had lived longer, so his mana reserves were many times greater. The spectators were shocked by the unexpected things that happened on the battlefield. A fervor rose around the arena. The spectators did not see how their fight ended. Then they saw something that questioned them. The audience did not believe in such an outcome of the fight. Droyan lost. The man asked how it happened. Rebadan assumed it was all because he had a good son. having the medicinal herbs Ern had given him, had a terrific effect. The energy stored in his stomach now surpassed the amount of mana Marquis Droyan had. If Rebadan fully internalizes what he's learned, he can make a lot of progress. He asked if Droyan was going to continue their fight. Droyan replied negatively, stating that it was all Rebadan couldn't make out what he was saying, asking him to say it properly. Rufern told everyone that he had lost this fight because he had defeated him in a landslide and he had no more strength to fight. Rebadan asked him to admit to Droyan that what he said was a mistake and let him take it back. The man stated that the Stilgard family had never acted cowardly, and this applied not only to him, but also to Rebadan's father. Droyan realized his persistence was not enough and took back what he had said about the Stilgard family. The Stilgard family knew no cowardice, and Rebahan was no exception in this regard. He thanked the loser for his submission. Droyan realized that this loss was humiliating for him because he tried his best to outdo Rebahan, but in the end, he lost to his son, Rebadan. The legendary and heroic rank duel at the end of the fierce Boda Boda battle went to Rebadan, who managed to reach the legendary rank. After a while, the suspended banquet resumed again, and the servants began to bring out new dishes. The atmosphere was fundamentally different from before. Everyone began to greet Count Rebadan. Kendall Risker noticed that everyone around him was like hyenas who realized that this was a legendary rank, and so they surrounded Rebadan in order to appear in a more favorable light. Ern was convinced of the truth of his uncle's words, for if his father lost, he would be treated very coldly. However, Ern was thankful that earlier Kendall and Uncle Melta had stepped forward and voiced their opinions on the matter. In the end, it turned out to be a duel that didn't need to be tried to be stopped. Ern asked what had happened to Sierra, for she had suddenly turned pale and left abruptly, saying that she would leave the rest to Kendall. The man could not answer this question, for he did not know what had happened to her. Kendall was glad to see that Rebadan's sickness had receded, hearing that he was sick. Kendall thought things had gotten worse with his bloodstreams. Uncle asked that it had been 2 years since Kun's son of Marquis Dorian disappeared. He still looked so sad. Suddenly, Marquis Dorian nervously got up from the table. Someone tried to find out what had happened to him. Dorian congratulated Earl Rebadan on his new accomplishment. Rebadan said hello, indicating that they hadn't seen him in a while. The Marquis made sure that the old saying was absolutely true. Rebadan asked what he was talking about. It was said that next to happiness, there was always misfortune, and he was no exception. Rebadan realized that Dorian had not come to say hello, but to start an argument. Rebadan asked his interlocutor what he meant. Dorian replied that he had raised his child to be a traitor, asking if Rebadan knew that his youngest son was hiding a traitor in him. Hearing this, the surrounding people were shocked by such accusations. For a moment. There was silence in the hall. Rebadan asked what it was he was suddenly talking about without fully understanding what he was trying to say. Dorian is informed that Reyna Bale is her current name, Sylvia, and he is informed that the traitor's daughter is the aide to Rebadan's disheveled son. The king asked Marquis Albrecht what he had just stated about the traitor. The king was insistent on making sure of his words. Dorian pointed out that tracking down traitors was the job of the king's knights alone, and he as his subject could not sit idly by, so he eventually allowed himself to take such action. The surname Bale seemed very familiar to the king. Ober-Chamberlain asked what the king had forgotten, what this family was. The entire Ball family is beheaded after being possessed by the devil and plotting a rebellion. The king pointed out that this family was a large merchant family, and that the granddaughter of the head of the family could not be found. Dorian replied that His Majesty could not worry about that. Dorian reported that his subordinates were leading her here. The speed of the Marquis pleased the king. The Marquis indicated that it would be proper to put an end to this as soon as all interested parties get together, asking where Ern is. Now the guy realized that this was an interdimensional deal, but he was going to go to the bank. If the suspicions turn out to be true, it could be a huge blow to the Steel Guards, and if it turns out to be false, the Albrecht clan will be under attack. Considering that Rebadan had risen to a legendary rank, there was some concern as to how easy it was to keep him under control. In such a way, circumstances indicated that Marquis Albrecht's words were true. Suddenly, the doors to the hall opened, and Sylvia was brought in, accusing her of betrayal and begging to be let go. The girl asked the knights not to touch her. The king stated that both sides of the charge are in place. Ern noticed that the girl's body was covered in bruises and abrasions. Sylvia was right up against the king and didn't understand what was happening. King Deus Navarro ordered the mage Sober to obey His Majesty's order. A mage of the Six, rings in the service of the royal house of Sobre, touched the girl's head. Sylvia asked what he was doing. Sober asked the girl not to worry because he wouldn't hurt her. Sylvia calmed down. The mage said that they could now begin the interrogation of Stake, asked that she was an assistant to the chief merchant of Urn. The king assumed that this fact was well known to everyone, so he decided to skip the question. Diaz Navarro asked the girl that she was Reina Bale, the only survivor of the Bale family. The magician reported that when the eyes turn red, it means that the speaking edge is not excited, and in this case, he thought it could be taken as an affirmative answer. The king pondered this fact. Rebirth pointed out that just because a girl is excited doesn't mean she is definitely Reina Bale. Dorian reported that he had a witness confirming this fact. Rebirth was surprised at such a claim. The king asked Dorian to call his witness. Rebirth got angry with Dorian. Dorian asked, before seeking Mr. Sober's help, the magician asked what he wanted from him. The mage pointed out that if the Marquis was referring to the appearance-changing spell, it would be dispelled now. Whereupon the girl's pendant broke, and she began to assume her true form in front of everyone. Then came to them the witness, Rayhan, who greeted his majesty and was ready to confirm the words of Dorian Albrecht. The king asked Rayhan, the head of the trading company, how he knew about the case, and the man said that his company had had close business relations with the family for some time. The mage pointed out to the girl that in this true form, she resembled her traitorous mother, suggesting that the words of the head of Rayhan were true. Rayhan pointed out that the memories of them were still vivid in his mind. He could not think that such people would commit such a terrible act. Sylvia asked him not to talk such nonsense, because he was an enemy of that family. The merchant emphasized that the girl, with all her appearance, looked like a member of the family of those who called the devil and wallowed in evil. In this case, the king said that the problem lies in Ern Stilgard, who hid the traitor. The king added that if he said he didn't know it anyway, Dorian interrupted him, saying it was still treason. Looking at Ern, Dorian stated that the guy knew perfectly well who this girl was. Sylvia, objecting, tried to inform his majesty that the CEO didn't know about it. The king ordered her to shut up. The king asked Ern if he knew about it or not. Dorian said that during the investigation, he had heard from a former member of the underworld that a woman named Sylvia had worked in the organization's brothel 2 years ago. One day, she suddenly disappeared, and it was rumored that a mysterious aura user had done away with the gang members, robbed the safe, and took her somewhere. Dorian stated that the current trading company not only has an assistant with that name, but also a character who became an aura user 2 years ago. Marquis thought it strange for it to be a mere coincidence. Sylvia marveled at this. His eyes were red. The king pointed out that indeed everything fit together too perfectly to be a coincidence, ordering Ern to answer. Days Navarro asked why Ern first decided to get close to the traitorous guard pulling a gun on the guy. Conspiracy on the continent to commit treason was a representative offense falling within the system of determining guilt by complicity. The king assumed that Ern dared to hold a grudge against him. Karen didn't understand why things had turned out this way. Darian was glad her father had finally recovered, but the current situation was much more serious. The girls didn't realize what other accusations of adultery they had gotten into custody too. Rebirth was sure that his youngest son could not be planning treason, and that meant it was a trap set by the Marquis Dorian. Turning around and looking at his son, his father didn't know how to be, and Ern just smiled slyly back at everyone. Ern asked that the logical chain was that if someone helped a traitor, he would become a traitor too. Dorian answered positively, saying that it was useless to evade the answer. The guy replied that he agreed with this too, because when it comes to adultery, the scope of punishment should be broad to serve as an example. Ern asked that if someone who had been falsely accused of treason was falsely accused of it again, wouldn't the whole system be meaningless? Rayhan didn't understand what Ern was trying to say. The fellow declared that at any rate, it was plainly and clearly said by his own lips. Waybank in interdimensional trading was the largest bet a merchant could make. Inventory functions were blocked, and the losing side promised to delete the account. Ern knew to just bet her account, only if she won, asking that in that case there would be no mitigation. Suddenly, Zenitz entered and apologized for his intrusion in the midst of such a splendid banquet. Everyone was surprised to see the knights of the prosecutor's corps. Dorian noticed that at the head of the prosecutor's corps was Commander Zenitz himself. He didn't understand what that could mean. Those present were already confused by what was happening and didn't understand who the bloody traitor was. Dorian didn't know what Zenek had brought, but the duel that had taken place earlier could have been safely avoided. Rabadan realized that the fact that the king had allowed the duel meant that he saw them as an eyesore, so he wanted to get at them at all costs, so that he could do whatever he wanted to them afterwards. The king pointed out that it did not seem that Zenitz was late for the banquet. Asking what had brought him here, Zenitz replied that he had been brought here by matters of treason, which were serious matters that needed to be reported. Zenitz asked permission to report to His Majesty that he had received an anonymous letter a few days ago. The commander of the prosecutor's corps indicated that the sender wished to reveal the truth about an incident that led to the death of an entire family 9 years ago. The king reflected on his words. King reported that at that time, there was only an incident with the Bale family. Zenitz reported that he had one single question regarding what happened then. Zenitz asked why they had taken such a step at the height of their commercial success, and the people around them began to whisper when they heard the question. The king replied that he could not know what was in the minds of the demon servants, but he got the impression that Zenitz continued to sympathize with them. Zenitz said that treason was not a forgivable grave crime. Zenitz added that after conducting an investigation, he discovered a shocking truth. The king reflected on his words. The man reported that someone was behind the incident, and that person is right here, right now. The commander of the prosecutor's corps looked at Ern, who stood still in custody. Those around him realized that Zenitz had figured out that there was a blacksmith present, someone who was pleased with such skills of Zenitz. Zenitz was proud of the fact that he was beginning to be praised for his solved treason case, realizing just what everyone's reaction was. Ern said he had already had time to mention the false accusations of treason. Zenitz was surprised by this. Zenitz asked permission from the king to call a witness in the case. The king granted it. Entering, a man introduced himself as the instructor of the Knight Academy Circle. He bowed to the king. King asked what relationship Circle had with the suspect. Instructor thought about the question. Circle said that 2 years ago, he was in charge of the class Ern Stilgard was in. The instructor continued that after accidentally meeting Reina, Ern helped him a lot. Circle pointed out that Reina's mother had once been his lover, but as everyone saw, they could not keep their love. Later, she was persecuted as a traitor and was sentenced to destruction. He told of her relationship with his mother Rain, who was his first love. The man who stole young Reina and sold her to a brothel was Raihan, and Ern just listened to the situation they were in and helped. So if the crime is treason, it only applies to the one who hid the truth from everyone. The king, having learned how it was, thought about it and began to reason about it, not knowing what to say. After not long deliberation, the king pointed out that even if everything is really like that, it is the same as betraying him. Circle regretted it. Circle added that all the last 9 years, he firmly believed that the Bale family was falsely accused, pointing out that the culprit of everything was the ungrateful Rayhan who deceived everyone. Rayhan Saliamin was shocked to hear such accusations against him and did not know how to react. The traitor told the instructor not to talk nonsense. Not understanding how he dared to bring him into disrepute without any evidence, Zenitz said that he had proof of the case. The king got his hands on the documents, asked what it was. Rayhan Saliamin refused to believe he had proof. Zenitz replied that it was the ledger of the Bale Trading Company, and at the time the ledger had been lost, but in fact it was kept by Rayhan, in which they found evidence of Rayhan's systematic ongoing embezzlement from their joint venture. The man said that the following is the Bale family's official letter of protest. On this matter, Rayhan could not understand how the book ended up in the instructor's hands. Rayhan realized that if he was sniffing around, he couldn't help but notice it. Zenitz added that at the time, Rayhan had overextended his business, and without the Bale family's investment, it would have gone bankrupt. Assuming that he would have been able to keep his business going, he continued to squander his investment without the Bale family getting in his way, who saw his true identity and protested. The king pointed out that this was enough to serve as motivation for the feud. Dorian asked the king not to forget that the Bale family worshipped the devil. Dorian said that now it didn't matter at all what their relationship with Rayhan had been. The people around him agreed with him. Ern realized that even if something came out, it wouldn't be enough for now. They had both fulfilled their roles. For the past 3 days, even while helping his father Ern, had continued to work hard up until this minute. The only people who could get access to the secret room were the 2 men, Zenitz and Havis. Zenitz was needed to turn the tide, and Davis took on the task of gathering information and recruiting witnesses. Ern's biggest preparation was him, and the last thing left were Kendall's words. Kendall Risker has informed His Majesty of a serious crime that cannot be ignored. The king asked what he wanted to tell him. Kendall was referring to the previously mentioned Rayhan, who had been treacherous to such a concept as loyalty by falsely accusing a companion. Kendall used magic. Sober angrily asked how he dared to use magic in front of His Majesty. Kendall apologized for showing tactlessness. The magician reported that demons are a serious problem within the jurisdiction of the magic tower. Everyone has noticed that Rayhan has turned into a demon. The surrounding people began to run away. Knights began to protect His Majesty, who was in a shocked state from what he had seen. Rayhan turned out to be a demon summoner, for all he knew not what to do in the current situation. Rayhan looked at Ern and said that he too had summoned demons, and said that they should die together. Ern said that the demon had been cornered and was now floundering as best he could, asking why he would summon demons. The king instructed Kendall to check on Ern to see if he had summoned the magician's demons, and proceeded to carry out the order. The mage reported that all was clear, stating that Ern's steel guard was not a demon summoner. Rayhan, in the guise of a demon, was surprised by this. Rayhan claimed that the mage was just pretending to test him, stating that he had seen the summoning with his own eyes. Ern never thought that an item unexpectedly received from a blue-eyed blacksmith would be used in such a way. All the knights, except the king's bodyguards, rushed to attack the demon that stood in this hall. Rayhan realized that he should have joined Ern instead of Dorian. Rayhan felt the defeat that encompassed his entire body. This life was maintained through foul tricks to satisfy evil, and now such a miserable end awaited him. The demon stated that he could not end his existence like this. Trying to grab Sylvia, he stated that such an end he would not accept. Suddenly, Ern appeared on his path and did not let the demon touch the girl who worked for him. The knight noticed that Ern drew his sword and struck at the demon, not understanding how he did not notice it. Ern said that he wanted to chop the demon into pieces for a long time, but it never came to fruition. A little later, on the training ground of the royal palace, the mages burned the demonic body. The mage asked everyone not to forget for a second that they must not let their guard down until there was no trace of the demon. A man pointed out that this year's royal house banquet was short. The other replied that it was hard to call it a banquet. Kendall stated that this banquet would be remembered for the rest of his life, and that it involved a duel of legendary ranks and the fact that Marquis Dorian had drawn his sword. Magu didn't understand why Dorian had put up the demon summoner as a witness. The people around him realized that Dorian would have to take appropriate responsibility for his shenanigans. Dorian claimed that he had no idea that Rayhan was a demon summoner. The mage informed the king that the results of the test showed that Albert was not a demon summoner. The king realized that Dorian was not with Rayhan at one. The situation has become a headache for the king, because it is one thing for Dorian to make a mistake himself, but now he has dragged the king into his machinations. The king decided to dwell on the fact that both Rayhan and the Bale family were demon summoners. Sylvia turned to His Highness. Zenitz pointed out that the circumstances were too obvious for it to be so, because the motive was clear, and if both were demon summoners, they would not have suffered at all. The man asked, "How about fixing things right now?" King asked what he was suggesting he admit to ruining an innocent family. The king asked that he had been duped by some merchant of the lowly demon world. Zenitz replied that was not what he meant. Belief in justice and truth, the basic principle of the investigator. But above all, Zenitz was a knight of one man. If the Lord's dignity is violated, Zenith has no choice but to retreat. No one knew who should come forward in such a situation. Sylvia kept worrying about it. Suddenly, the man said that it was not necessary to view what had happened from that angle. The king was surprised by his words. The king asked Duke Carson what the meaning of his words. The duke said that it has been proven that Rayhan is a wicked and cunning man. Rayhan plotted against his rivals. He became the best merchant, but in the end could not evade His Majesty's hawkish gaze. Duke Carson pointed out to the king that if he went this way and confiscated all of Rayhan's property and set aside a portion as compensation for the victims of his machinations, the people would praise His Majesty. King Dace Navarro was convinced that there was logic in these words, and moreover, by taking this chance, he could increase the prestige of the royal house. The man wondered how much the compensation would cost. Sylvia said that when Rayhan passed away, she had nothing more to wish for, adding that she would just be happy if her family's honor was restored. The king thought she should be given appropriate compensation, saying that the Marquis Dorian should pay it. Dorian asked why this was being told to him. The king stated that he knew Dorian was financially supporting Rayhan. The king assumed that the Marquis was doing all this because he wanted to become a better man among the three major lords and asked what would be the next goal. Dorian stated that this was not the case. Dorian explained that he had taken this step for his son, and the king was surprised to hear his words. The king replied that he knew that Kuntz had been missing for 2 years. Dorian indicated that his son had been reported missing, but the actual circumstances of the case were different. Dorian declared that it was Ern Steelguard who had sent his son to the other side of the world. The boy froze in surprise. Zenitz intervened in their conversation by asking His Highness to explain how things were. 2 years ago, when Ern was on his way to the capital to enter the academy, he had a conflict with Kuntz Albrecht. A few days afterward, Kuntz disappeared, leaving only a letter behind him. Zenitz later told everyone that he had been investigating Ern on suspicion of attempted assassination of Kuntz. However, it turned out that it was all about tampering with evidence, with Derek blazing with vengeance, and Dorian was furious at such a result of the investigation. After, along with the help of Duke Carson, his accusation that Ern had done away with Kuntz was summarized as an absurd statement by Dorian, who was madly seeking revenge after the loss of his child. A few hours later, Ern reported that he was trying his best to make things right, but that was his limit at the moment. Looking at Duke Carson, the boy added that if he took good care of him, Tane could live another 10 years. The man thanked Ern for his help. Duke Crayson told the lad that he could consider their deal closed. Ern was happy with this arrangement. 3 days earlier, Havas had suggested to Darian that she check out the scenery around Ern's trading house. The girl didn't understand why the knight was acting this way. Ern, watching them, decided to start putting their plan into action. Suddenly, Luther Carson came up to the boy and asked Ern to give him some time. Erna asked the Count why he was here trying to hide magical items. Luther had a request for the guy. Taking a knee, Luther Carson asked Ern to help his eldest son, Thane. Ern was surprised at such a request. Ern asked what he was talking about. The man said that Thane had said that only Ern could cure him, according to Thane's beliefs, but that Ern would never listen to him. So Luther Kiriasen asked the guy instead. Ern agreed to try to help. When Ern came to the sick man, he realized that Thane's body had already been destroyed by the disease, so he would not be able to become a successor, but he was not able to do anything at all. Ern knew there was only one reason the cold-blooded Duke was trying to save Thane at all costs, because he was the father of his child. The boy asked if Marquis Dorian had really taken this step, thinking that his son's disappearance was due to Ern. Luther Carson gave a positive answer. Luther Carson pointed out that Ern doesn't understand yet because he doesn't have children of his own, but parents who have lost a child can't live a life of remaining sane and sane. Ern learned that therefore even His Majesty wished to close this matter quietly without unnecessary witnesses. Raihan's former shadow bodyguard, Chris, met Ern. The guy asked what the results of the investigation were. Chris replied that the prosecution team had gone into action, which meant that they were planning to use the opportunity to uncover illegal activities related to Raihan. Ern stated that for someone who had worked with him for 10 years, Chris was too aloof to express himself. The shadow bodyguard replied that only Raihan and Dorian were aware of his presence. The guy realized that there was one mistake Raihan had made, so it was his existence. Raihan's life was laid to Ernu because of the maggot in his head. Unlike Raihan, who could be resurrected, Chris betrayed him to survive, and all the information and the ledger and the protest letter submitted by Circle was provided by Chris. Ern, considering that Chris had materials that could be his weakness, assuming that Chris had a strong grudge against Raihan, the bodyguard replied that for 10 years he had been living in a musty space under the ceiling. Chris thought it was better than continuing to be a ceiling rung. Ern indicated that they would see each other later when a job came up. Chris didn't mind saying goodbye. He left the guy. Looking at his back, Ern realized that Chris was an outstanding talent to live as a rich man's bodyguard, and his sword skills were equal to first-class. Dorian would be very upset if he knew that such a guy had been taken in by Ern. Ern was not at all satisfied with this ending, and he went into his inventory to fix it. However, as concerned as the parent was about the missing child, Ern realized that it had nothing to do with Raihan. Ern assumed that since Dorian had made such a bet, he had nothing more to lose. Ern pulled something out of his inventory, asking him to leave quickly. Unknown was on the outside. For the first time, Ern had a plan to improve his situation. A little later, in the center of the Theros, Albrita Howard tried to stop a drinking and raging Dorian. Albrita Howard grabbed the gentleman by the shoulders, stating that he should stop. Dorian ordered him to let him go quickly. The commander of the Knightly Order replied that it was not a good time to behave like this. Dorian asked why he was not allowed to behave like this. Dorian stated that he was unable to take revenge, and instead was even more disgraced and lost Rayhan's trading company. The Marquis pointed out that even Albert Howard was now neglecting him. The knight replied that this was not at all true. He reported that the young gentleman had returned. Dorian ran into the room, trying to find out where his son Kuntz was, but he only spotted Zenitz. The Marquis asked what Zenitz had forgotten at his house, assuming that his urn had sent the man surprised at such a thing. Zenitz replied that he just thought the case was extremely important, and so he contacted the guards and personally brought Kuntz to Dorian. The gaunt boy in torn clothes ate like Dorian's son. Zenitz pointed out that this guy claims to be Kuntz Albrecht, suggesting that he decided to return to his father's home after experiencing what it's like to live a vagabond lifestyle. Dorian tried to find out if it was really his son. He noticed the scar on his neck that Kuntz had. The Marquis was convinced that before him, his son Zenitz was pleased with this outcome. Udi to the house. Ern stated that it had been a crazy day, but he was glad for it. Ern realized that now he would no longer be suspected of getting rid of Kuntz, for he had sent Dorian a similar fellow. A day earlier, the clone had asked Ern to voice his master's order. He was like Kuntz. Ern indicated that he was starting his duties right now, and so let him behave in accordance with the stated guidelines. The clone accepted Ern's orders. The clone proceeded to carry out the order, adopting Kuntz's temper and hatred for Ern by starting to insult him. When Ern was involved in interdimensional exchange and worked for a trading company, his attention was immediately drawn to a magical homunculus creature. A homunculus is an artificial life form created by wizards reaching into forbidden realms, and depending on the method of cultivation used, a homunculus could become anything. However, there was an established belief that it was impossible to become a real human through mere cultivation, but Ern used a handkerchief stained with Kuntz's blood and the memories of the days spent with him at the academy and the night squad. It was not to be assumed that Ern's experiment would make a true Kuntz personality. Saying goodbye, Ern ordered the homunculus to play Kuntz's personality so well from now on, and advised him to cover his body with something before leaving. Kuntz's clone replied that now, Ern dared not order him to do as he pleased. Expressing himself in this way, he faithfully carried out all of Ern's orders, the boy realizing that his plan was flawless. Now Ern only had to wait for the fruit to ripen. He continued to follow to his chambers. Ern realized that in any case, it was he who would absorb the Albrecht family. Suddenly his musings were interrupted. Rebidon met his son, who he thought was from his evening walk. He wanted to talk to him. Ern pointed out that the time was late and asked why he hadn't gone to bed yet. Rebidon replied that he had something to think about. Rebidon stated that it was more important because it was time to tell the truth. To Ern, his son asked him what he was talking about. His father thought about what had happened, and it all seemed incredible to him. A warrior of mythical rank and strange medicinal plants, and Ern, who had the heroic rank of Rebidon, asked his son to explain to him how it all came to be. Rebidon suggested that it had something to do with Ern's grandfather. The boy was surprised, though he was prepared for such a conversation, but his words fell from his lips with difficulty. Ern reported that he had a book of interdimensional trade. Rebidon was surprised by this news. Rebidon interjected, asking about interdimensional trade. Ern nodded positively in response. Ern assumed that this book was used by his grandfather, Rebahan Stilgard, a knight of mythical rank, and it was what made him a hero of this country. Rebidon couldn't think of such a thing. This information might have shaken the common sense of zero-system people who don't know about the existence of interdimensional operations. But the reason my father was still calm was due to the uniqueness of the continent of Jaeon. After all, humans were not the only intelligent life forms on this continent. Spiritual entities have sought to enter here from the netherworld from the incident of evil that descended upon the earth and plunged the continent into chaos, to the existence of God, who influenced the earth in the form of miracles. Even if no one told the people, the inhabitants of Earth 1342 vaguely knew that they were not unique and special, since there was a higher world and more perfect beings. Rebidon assumed that that sun god man was also just a party to the transaction. Ern gave a positive answer. The father realized that even a warrior of mythical rank is just one of the cogs of the trade, and the son used to say that the place where he is called the first system. Rebidon suggested that there was a second system, and even higher. Ern replied that there was a third and fourth system, and everything above that was unknown to the boy. Ern expected that his father would find it difficult to accept the truth at first, and he looked at his father thoughtfully, for in his previous life, when Ern had learned the truth, he had been in prostration for several days. The son said that in spite of this, there was nothing to worry about, although in the higher world, superhumans like them from the lower world are nothing more than fodder, but they are two different dimensions, and therefore they will never meet. Rebirth suggested that his father's swordsmanship urn replied that it was merely a martial art of the first system. The hero who saved the country and the loyalist who stayed in his family nest of steel guard after the war ended have all been laid out correctly up to this point. The swordsmanship talent that follows in the footsteps of the emperor's founder came from their martial arts of Murima. In the end, Rebirth was too far removed from the great genius that the people of the continent praised. Realized that for his father, who respected his grandfather immensely, this must have come as a huge shock, but his son had nothing to say about it. Suddenly his father laughed after realizing that it was he had tried many times to surpass his father, but saw only an insurmountable wall in front of him, so he decided to just stick to those martial arts that he had in his arsenal. Said that if you look at the situation from the other side, Rebirth is a real genius. The father was surprised at his son's words. The son added that his father is a genius of interdimensional commerce. He pulled out a magic book. Pointed out that his grandfather came from a family of ordinary knights, but managed to reach a mythical rank in a way that was truly an unimaginable achievement. Earlier in his past life, with his Stilgard heritage behind him, decided to challenge and failed, but his grandfather was a huge success, even though he was empty-handed. Pointed out that he was initially disappointed when he learned the true nature of swordsmanship, but after realizing that interdimensional trade was not easy, he began to pay more attention to it. The father thanked his son for revealing the truth to him. Replied that there was no need to thank him for it. After the father also thanked his son for saving his life, entered the interdimensional trade system. After drinking tea, declared that he was in a wonderful mood today. Sari was eating something next to him. Yesterday, had told his father his secrets and told him about the incident of the hero's disappearance, and now he was missing one of his headaches. Bought spatial pockets, divine sword armor, recovery potion, and many other things. He provided his father with a complete outfit, and now no one would dare to harm the strongest in Navarro. Now that had nothing else to worry about, he could attend to his growth. Suddenly, there was a knock at his door. Jevis entered his room. Understood what business had brought him in so early. Jevis asked where the Count had gone. The knight reported that as of recently, Count Rebirth had disappeared without a trace. Was dumbfounded by such news. Kendall told that no traces of magic were found in Rebidon's room or anywhere else in the mansion, and Havis replied that everything was clear in the vicinity of the mansion as well. Some of the mages assumed that the master himself had left the mansion, though for what reason Kendall said it looked that way under the circumstances. Kendall pointed out that nothing could have happened since Rebidon was of legendary rank. Havis suggested that he would be back soon. Realized that the legendary rank had disappeared without a trace, which was even more worrisome because everything looked too carefree. The guy suggested that maybe he was overreacting to what had happened. Havis asked Kendall to stop patting him on the back. Felt uneasy, but on the other hand, he had another hope, and as if to prove that his anxiety was not unfounded, Rebidon did not return. 2 days passed. Darren reported that their sister Karen was worried about so she personally brought him food, but he didn't even touch it, asking what kind of violence had done to himself. His brother thanked his sister for her concern. Darian wondered if he was pushing himself too far into exhaustion to talk like that. The sister began to feed her brother, stating that from a rascal to a model son, one should know a measure for everything. Asked his sister what she was doing. Darian replied that he didn't understand the words and that the food itself wouldn't get into his mouth because there was nothing wrong with excitement, but first he had to eat and then worry. The younger brother ate everything asked if Sister Darian was satisfied and pointed out that he should eat all the rolls. Continued eating, realizing that he was perfectly fine, and so he couldn't get up from his seat until he had finished all the bread. Her brother asked what Darian thought he would do, that he would hole up in the corner of his room and stop going out. Darian said she didn't think so. The boy said he wouldn't just sit around while his father disappeared and decided to go looking for him. No wonder, because if it had been before he decided to completely change himself, he would have actually tried to deal with the anxiety by shutting himself off from everyone. Stated that he was no longer the same as before. Darian was not surprised by his behavior. After in the carriage, pointed out that according to Zenika's 2-day investigation, there was no record of leaving or entering through the gates of the fortress. There were no eyewitness accounts. Even Sari by smell could not find any traces. Ern realized that in the end, it all started the same way with the disappearance of the hero as in his previous life. Sari informed her master that something had appeared ahead. Ern was surprised at this unexpected encounter. Sierra Pelgus got in Ern's way. He asked what business she was here on and why she had left the banquet hall so abruptly. The woman asked the guy to stop here. Ern didn't understand her intentions. Ern asked what she was doing. Since he didn't have time to hang out with her, Sierra Pelgus said she knew everything. The woman indicated that the guy was going to go looking for Rebirth. Ern asked how she knew that. Sierra Pelgus declared that she must do everything to make it impossible for Ern to find him. The boy was surprised at such a request. The woman reported that she was the one who made Rebirth disappear. Ern was shocked by this. Ern interjected what she had just said. He burned a piece of paper speculating about his father's disappearance. Guy realized that Sierra Pelgus had made Rebirth Stilgard disappear but didn't understand why. 2 years ago, their first meeting with her had not been pleasant. But as time went on, they had grown to understand each other better and better, and now, up to this point, Ernu thought she had become his closest friend. Sierra Pelgus's credibility was resolved, even though she herself said she kidnapped Rebirth. Descending to the ground, the woman indicated to Ern that she was sorry for the way things had turned out. Ern asked the woman to stand still, asking her to take a couple steps back and not touch him. Sierra Pelgus pointed out if he was reacting this way to the broken words she had spoken earlier, it was because she had something to tell him. The guy asked the woman to stay away from him. Sierra Pelgus saw that the guy was feeling the emotion of distrust-suspicion. Sierra Pelgus pointed out that he knew that Rebirth had disappeared and that they had arranged everything, so the guy asked not to beat around the bush and to tell everything. The woman reported that on the continent there is a secret society called the Seven Eyes that unites all archmages. Ern asked that since they were archmages, they each had 7 rings, assuming that they sought world domination. Sierra Pelgus replied that their goal was to eliminate from the world geniuses superior to them. The archmages were identifying promising talents in sword and magic skills throughout the continent of Jaeon in real time, and evaluating them. Ern ranked 2nd, entering the gifted. Sierra Pelgus said if she told the truth about him, he would be considered monster-like and would be at the top of the ladder, in particular at his 17 years of age. To have a heroic rank and possess 5 rings is something unimaginable. Rebirth was a 3rd-level talent, and among those on this level, he was the leader and had reached the legendary rank. In this situation, the archmages decided to see if he had the potential to grow further. It seemed strange to Ern that the archmages had conceived such a sinister plan, asking why the people at the head of the magic towers and with outstanding skills would do something like this. Sierra Pelgus replied that it was somewhat difficult for her to answer that question. Ern asked why. Ern assumed it was their secret that couldn't be revealed. The woman replied that it wasn't that. Sierra Pelgus replied that it was all to keep the balance of the world. Ern was surprised to hear this. The woman added that it may seem childish, but those old people take it seriously, and they put a lot of resources and effort into it. Ern realized that they were really good at coming up with high-minded phrases like balance of the world. Superhumans were indeed capable of changing the world, just as the Emperor founder and simultaneously a knight of superior rank had ended an era, and Rebirth had thwarted an attempt to conquer the Empire. Ern suggested that the changes that would alter history should not be carried out by one man. The guy couldn't agree with them. Not only did the archmages come from the Empire, but their homeland did not become a colony thanks to the actions of Ern's grandfather, and now they enjoy their status thanks to the Emperor's founding emperor, who established the magical towers. Sierra Pelgus pointed out that she had objections to that plan too, but she didn't want to get into an argument because otherwise, why would she give Ern the bracelet and force her to hide her ring? Ern realized the reason for her similar actions earlier. He remembered her instructions on the matter. The boy asked that his father was recognized as a dangerous man and expelled. In addition to asking what exactly constitutes their expulsion, Sierra Pelgus replied that it is usually demise. Ern asked angrily that they had sent his father to the other world. Sierra Pelgus replied that they had not done so this time, assuring him that he was still alive, but not to try to find him for a while. The guy asked why he shouldn't try to look for him. The woman wanted to protect Rebirth, asking what she could do when he was out of her hands. The woman pulled out an orb. Ern asked what it was. Sierra Pelgus replied that it was a video recorded in a crystal ball. Sierra Pelgus wanted Ern to know how much she was trying to protect them. The guy saw that on the video, archmages were deciding what to do with Rebirth. One of the mages suggested to finish him once and for all by sending him to the other world. Sierra Pelgas stated that you can't do that. Mages asked why. She replied that she loved Rebirth fervently, suggesting that he be locked up in the Requiem. The woman asked what their reaction was because she was just using her authority and didn't know where he was, and so they had no reason to refuse. The archmages replied that they were just a little surprised. One of the mages pointed out that Bamos was not what he used to be, and he understood Sierra. The other mage did not understand why a woman continued to give love to someone who would never be with her. Sierra Pelgas showed this video and stated that his father is safe. He's just imprisoned for a while. The woman noticed that the boy's emotions had changed, and he was full of bold determination. Ern said that because of him, Rebidon had become the main target of the Seven Eyes. The guy realized that his father had reached the legendary rank on his own because he had come forward in vain. If something like this happened, Sierra Pelgas assumed that Ern intended to go there. Ern stated that he must immediately correct his mistakes. Sierra Pelgas was shocked by his reaction. Meanwhile, in Navarro's neighboring state to the east, Caden, a visitor, walked into a hotel. The gentleman informed the client that he could use room 302. If it was not about the empire, penetrating other countries was a simple task for a man. Earlier, Sierra Pelgas had asked Ern not to attack blindly. If he felt the operation had failed, let him retreat. Ern replied that he would look at the situation, and the woman again stood in his way, saying that he was not the only one who owned the relic. Guy was surprised to hear about the relic. Sierra Pelgas pointed out that no matter how many archmages there are, let him not forget that Rebidon also has a legendary rank. Sierra referred to the things Ern had obtained through interdimensional transactions as relics in the Archmage gathering called the Seven Eyes, and there were also items from other dimensions. Ern assumed there was an interdimensional merchant among them. Sari was agitated by the move to the new place, which she announced to the owner. Ern didn't know what to do from now on. They would only have to take on the most boring jobs. The master showed Sari a man whose name was Demius. He was a member of the Seven Eyes organization and was the head of the 11th magical tower in this country and the archmage of the Seven Rings. Ern decided to watch the guy for a while, asking Sari not to get into a fight with him under any circumstances. The guy was intent on following Demius afterward. Alfaskin asked what results Ern was able to achieve. The guy replied that there was no doubt that the people in that workshop possessed fourth-generation technology. The reviewer asked how the guy got such confidence. Ern stated that the engineers accepted his investment and said they were impressed that he was willing to cut a window to creating fourth-generation armor. Ern was wondering why Alfaskin was looking for the fourth generation of armor technology, because the fact that he had to spy on Ern made it very likely that the reason was not a noble one. The guy decided to take the bait to find out about the revisionists' intentions. He said that, as promised, he had made an investment and was told something in confidence. Ern reported that in reality, the fourth generation of Alfaskin armor was surprised by this news. Usually, the revisor did not show his interlocutor his emotions. Ern assumed that his words had surprised him greatly. Alfaskin said that thanks to Ern's assistance, it would be easier to accomplish the task at hand. He paid the guy the promised reward. Ern received 18,000 quest points. After the revisor left their chat, Ern had enough KVET points for the next trade level. Ern assumed that if he had initially gotten close to him, then having good intentions would have become a spy. The guy noticed a strange sound outside the window. Sari managed to get some useful information for her host. Ern asked what happened, letting her into the room. Animal reported that there were rumors that in a few days, Demius would go hunting. An archer managed to hit a rabbit with an arrow. The head of the 11th Magic Tower, Demius Seldor, after a successful hit, stated that today's hunt was going well. Suddenly, a unicorn appeared beside him, who didn't realize he had a hunter beside him. Aiming, Demius Seldor realized that the unicorn belonged to an illusory species. The hunter declared that he couldn't miss such heavenly luck. The mage noticed that his arrow just bounced off the beast's body. The unicorn began to run away from him. Demius Seldor knew that the unicorn's hide was incredibly tough. Demius Seldor stated that even if it was an illusory form, it was nonsense. He didn't notice someone sneaking up on him and stabbing him from behind. The mage swept off his feet, not understanding what had happened. The unknown pointed out that if you change the point of view, then any nonsense can make sense. Ern informed Demius Seldor that all this happened because he was the prey. The mage didn't understand how an intruder could have gotten in here because this forest was covered with defensive magic that had no flaws, and he didn't understand why it didn't work. Ern asked if Demius Seldor had ever heard of an anti-magic field, and he showed him a golden anti-magic cube that could turn a certain place into an anti-magic field that nullified all magic. The guy reported that in this space, any magic is nullified and cannot be used. Demius Seldor asked who he was and how the relic had ended up in his hands. Ern replied that he had come all this way to talk. The guy stated that they both had questions for each other, suggesting the mage make a deal. The mage asked what kind of deal Ern was talking about, and Ern indicated that if he answered the 3 questions without secrecy, he would dispel the anti-magic field. In return, Demius Seldor would have to swear to the lad that if he lied, his heart would be torn apart. The mage didn't understand why he would do that. Taking out his dagger, Ern indicated that since he didn't want it, he was done with it. Suddenly, the mage stated that he would swear an oath on the truth of his words. Ern asked the first question, in which he tried to find out where the place called Requiem was. Demius Seldor was surprised that the guy knew about this place Ern ordered him to answer. The mage replied that he didn't know where this place was. The mage added that only Areldo and a few of the oldest members of the assembly knew about it. Ern assumed he wasn't lying. Ern asked the mage a second question, asking him to tell about the relics available in the Seven Eyes organization. The boy wanted to know what the archmages had in their arsenal, and how they had so easily kidnapped Rebidon. Demius assumed Ern had come from Navarro. Ern pointed out that no one allowed Demius Seldor to ask counter-questions. The magician replied that they used a subspace creator, a relic that creates a new space within the original space once installed. The space will not only become the site of a battle between the many and the one, but will also allow all traces to be hidden, no matter how intense the battle was. Ern replied that he understood this, and asked what about the other relics. Demius said that this was all he knew, since he was not one of the main members. After getting the answer to the third question, the guy indicated that that was good enough for him. The guy said that now there was nothing left for him to do but keep his promise. Demius thought he had succeeded in fooling the guy. Demius Seldor used the Inferno technique, stating that even if the magic circle is damaged, there is still protective magic engraved on the body. The magician said that now only ashes would be left of the guy, but when he saw that the guy was alive, he was surprised. Demius Seldor asked what kind of magical cloak he was using, assuming it was also a relic. The mages decided to spread out and find the teacher Demius. They saw fire in the distance. Suddenly, a group of students noticed a wounded teacher walking towards them in the forest. The students asked if Demius Seldor was all right, trying to find out what happened inside the forest. Demius Seldor answered the students that it was a surprise attack. They were all surprised by it. The students asked the teacher for forgiveness because they had to check everything beforehand. Demius Seldor said that it was enough to wipe his knees because he had already dealt with everything, and asked them to go back and practice harder. One of the guys didn't understand what had happened because the teacher wasn't someone who would just turn a blind eye to such things. Ern managed to get into the 11th magic tower in the guise of Demius without a single drop of blood. He was a little surprised that it was so easy. The guy knew the polymorph spell would have been exposed, but martial arts is not magic, so he stealthily made his way inside and complimented Sari on her unicorn. Ern then took out Demius's magic ring and decided to see what it could do for him. Ern had managed to locate a secret room and decided to inspect it. He knew that such tricks were to be expected from an archmage. Going inside the secret room, the guy noticed piles of gold. It was the class of the head of the magic tower. After exchanging coins, Ern received tens of thousands of coins in the trade dimension, which he was happy about. Joe Geom Nama was one of the richest men in Murim and grandson of the Gold King Joe Geom Hui, owner of the Gold Trade Association. Therefore, he was evaluated as the pillar who led the next generation of Murima. Ern did not understand why Joe Geom Nama wrote to him 2 years later. The interlocutor asked Ern to apologize to him for his sudden association with him. Joe Geom Nama indicated that Ern was the only one he could contact. The guy noticed that his interlocutor was in pain and had a bad feeling about the conversation. Ern asked his interlocutor how he had been living the past 2 years, asking if he had managed to fulfill his revenge. Joe Geom Nama pointed out as far as revenge was concerned. 2 years ago, thanks to Ern, Joe Geom Nama managed to end 2 of the 3 enemies, and soon was able to find the last man in the 5th world. Murim is the greatest black swordsman called the Demonic Dragon, who sent thousands to another world. Ern was surprised to learn that it was a divinity boundary master, because this level was a dream level that could only be reached by someone who had overcome the peak remodeling wall. Guy realized that the latest object of revenge had turned out to be such a prominent figure, indicating that Joe Gyumnam needed to prepare thoroughly. Joe Gyumnama pointed out that he doesn't have the same steely judgment as Ern because he doesn't have much time left. The interlocutor told Ern that for 2 years he had been working under Lee Han-soo to find a way to send him to the other world. However, that person knew about Joe Gyumnam's plans from the beginning and used him for his own purposes. Joe Gyum. Nama offered Ern one last deal with him. Ern was surprised to see the peak limit martial arts he had been looking for so long. The interlocutor gave Ern everything he had, asking him to avenge him on that demonic dragon by sending 1,000 people named Lee Han-soo to the other world. Ern asked what nonsense he was talking about because if he sent him a teleportation scroll and a potion, he could escape. Joe Gyumnama reported that Lee Han-soo wiped out his clan, and now the only thing he can do is impose his will on others. The wounded Joe Gyumnama pointed out that for that matter, he asked Ern to fulfill another request of his. Joe Gyumnama asked Ern not to forget about him, even though he would not be left with a trace of him. He asked him to remember him. Crying, the boy pointed out that Ern would tell someone that there was once a warrior like Joe Gyumnama. Ern knew that the Lord had no right to flinch at showing affection for someone. Moreover, his interlocutor was a representative of another system with whom he had briefly become close 2 years ago. The guy decided to calculate everything properly with a cool head to begin with, but it didn't work out emotionally. Ern stated that Joe Gyumnama dumped his worries on him by promising that he would definitely send Lee Han-soo to the other world. Guy promised that everyone in the 5th world of Marima would know the truth about that incident. Joe Gyumnama thanked Ern. Ern realized that he had unconsciously given in to emotion, assuming that he had been imbued with that feeling of wanting to avenge his parents, knowing that later he would have to keep his word. The guy decided that first he had to complete his own revenge. The northernmost part of the continent at the stronghold of the Seven Eyes, which had the well-known name of the Court Tower. Klon asked the others that Ketis keeps practicing like crazy. Devine thought he was the youngest warrior of legendary rank among the natives of the Kylos Empire, pointed out that they had been quiet for a while, asking why they suddenly began to act. Jane assumed that because Rebidon had reached legendary rank, they had sprung into action and must have been gripped by a sense of crisis. Sierra Pelgas quietly listened to their speculation that the Steel Guards had tried and failed to cover up the disappearance of the head of their family. Areldo pointed out that Ketis was just practicing for now, and so they didn't need to interfere. Ern, in the guise of Demius, heard that the Archmages were ready to move on to the last item of their meeting. Areldo asked Demius why he had not said a word all this time, assuming that he had something wrong. He replied that he had a lot of people to send to the other world, so he was thinking about who to start with. The Archmage asked Demius how many people he needed to send to the other world. Ern, in the guise of Demius, said 5. Kylos assumed that there was no one of legendary rank among these people. Areldo tried to find out that there were young geniuses to deal with. One of the mages tried to get a name, as immediately his lair flew off his shoulders. Everyone was shocked by such. Sierra Pelgas sat quietly, trying not to give the appearance of knowing what was going on here. Ern, in the guise of Demius, continued to send the Archmages to the other side. One by one, Jane said that this old man had gone mad. The man tried to somehow close himself off from the attack of the enemy, who was intent on dealing with her. Dodging the attack, the mage was surprised that he managed to survive. Areldo told him to quickly run to him if he didn't want to go to the other world. Suddenly, an iron golem appeared in front of Ern and attempted to strike a powerful blow at his opponent. Ern, in the guise of Demius, managed to avoid the impact, but the helm shattered the entire stone floor of the room. Areldo stated that fortunately the magic blockade had no effect on the golem. Jane pointed out that if it had worked, they would all be in another world by now because, even without the aura shield, the enemy was of heroic rank. The mage stated that there was no way Demius could have trained at such an age. He began to suspect that it was not Demius. Kylos pointed out that despite this, it was still very difficult to deal with 5 golems. Iron golems were a new invention of superior mobility and super performance that could not be achieved with continental technology. The Archmages were sure that even though Demius was holding out for now, but he didn't have much time. Kylos said that it was their new invention. Thanks to them, their life was saved. Sierra Pelgas knew that it was impossible for a heroic rank to handle so many golems. Ern had a heaven-shattering sacho, with which he managed to disarm one of the 5 golems. The mages were shocked to see the aura release, convinced that it was a legendary rank. Jane stated that in that case, the demise is only a matter of time, adding that it's over. Areldo stated that it's not over. Areldo indicated that they needed to start by changing dislocation. He used subspace creation. After defeating another golem, realized that he had 3 more to defeat before he could take on the mages. After dealing with 2 more, the guy in the guise of Demius Seldor unleashed a powerful attack on the last golem, followed by a powerful mana burst. Suddenly, realized that he was in the very place where his father had been hurt. Jane said that everything was as Areldo had envisioned. Their plan to capture the unknown in Demius's body had been a success. The magician reported that when he is out of range, he can use magic by asking who he is. Jane pointed out that he had no right to do that to the archmages. Was surprised to hear that they had stolen his father without any rights. Replied that he was the son who had come for his father, saying that that alone was enough. He intended to strike at Jane. Areldo stated that it was time to attack, and Kylos asked what about Jane, but the mage told him to hurry up, and then a powerful fire attack hit Kylos reported that due to the combined efforts of the 3 archmages, the enemy must have died. The mage added that he had now used more strength than usual, and now there would be nothing left of him. Sierra Pelgas was sure of the opposite. Areldo saw that Sierra Pelgas had sent Kylos to the other world with her attack, suggesting that she too was a traitor. The woman stated that she would never forget Areldo, what he had done to the master. The mage asked the woman where she had found such a legendary rank holder who was willing to sacrifice his life for hers. Sierra Pelgas replied that he had not come here for her. Areldo stated that if it weren't for the void mode, he too would have gone to Noah's world like all their minions. Realized that the longer a mage lived, the more magical power he had. Areldo was surprised to see Stilgadr, assuming he was too young. The boy was ready to end the last archmage who had kidnapped his father. Asked that even after all this, he still had no right. Areldo replied that this was a very sad situation, not realizing how long it would take him to reassemble the 6 Kren. Sierra Pelgas was surprised by his words. Noticed that Areldo was using 4th generation magic armor. Armor using mana reactor is an energy generator that uses mana stones as raw materials if the previous technology was only at the primitive level of extracting and replenishing the mana contained in the mana stone. The development of the mana reactor is the technology that destroyed the commercial structure of the second system, holding hegemony through existing proprietary technologies. Sierra Pelgas kept wondering why this old man was hiding his true face from them. Areldo had stashed the relic as a trump card. The system detected the superpowered energy, assuming it was a type of magical armor. Sierra Pelgas stated to Ared that he was still out of luck to his misfortune. They had a plan. Striking the woman said it was not the first time she had encountered something like this. Noticed the bright flash from Sierra Pelgas's attack, realizing that in a split second, her attack had blasted through the slits of her armor mounts. Guy realized that Sierra Pelgas's fight was to her advantage, and now she would be able to stand up to the archmage. Sierra Pelgas pointed out that even if the armor is solid inside, it is just the decrepit flesh of one old man. Suddenly, Areldo struck the woman with a powerful blow, dispelling her beliefs about the power of this armor. The woman fell to the ground from such a powerful blow. Areld felt the power that had increased with this 4th generation armor. After the archmage used a force barrier, reported that this spell is designed to absorb blows. Areldo looked at Sierra Pelgas and stated that he ended up being 1 step ahead. Afterward, the Arikmag declared that all he had left to deal with was Stilgard alone. Asked Sari to take care of the injured Sierra Pelgas pet, proceeded to carry out the instructions. Areldo stated that should pray that Sierra turns out to be alive after he noticed the guy's actions, which silenced him. Replied that only then would he be able to leave this mortal world peacefully and quietly. The archmage noticed that his opponent even had divine armor, not understanding what Rebahan was doing. Areldo didn't understand what the Stilgaradum family was doing with such relics. A powerful battle ensued between and Areld. After a series of powerful blows, the mage was about to attack his opponent. Areld managed to land a powerful blow on who failed to dodge his attack. Asked his opponent how he had obtained the 4th generation magic armor. Areld was surprised to hear about magic armor. Areld assumed such a name in the Stilgard family. Asked what he didn't know such a thing as magical armor. Assumed that this man had nothing to do with interdimensional trade. Areld pointed out that some great person had predicted such a turn of events and granted him this relic. Intending to strike, the mage added that they were given these relics precisely so that they could punish people like Suddenly, Sari, copying her 4th generation armor, made a defensive strike. Ern stated that she had hit her opponent well. Sari asked her master what she did well, preparing to continue the battle further. Ern informed the pet that it was a great job. Bulgasari's ability to transform into whatever was eaten by him, magical armor of complex design, was no exception. Areldo realized that he was slowly starting to run out of strength if he was going to die anyway. He realized that he had only one way left. The mage declared that he would fulfill his mission to the end, ordered Ern to go to the other world he intended to attack them with his last strength. Sari said she would block his blow, and the owner had suspicions that the pet would be able to do so. Attacking Areldo indicated Ern Stilgard would go to the other world. He was sure of his words. The system informed the guy that an inventory entry had been made. Areldo flew into the wall of the inventory that called Ern. The inventory was damaged. The system reported that it needed repair. Ern began to suspect that it would fail. Sierra Pelgas asked if Ern was okay and what was even going on here while she was unconscious. The woman replied that it was thanks to the medicine Sari had fed her. Asking what kind of thing it was, Ern said it was a secret and was glad she was all right. Looking at Sari, Ern realized that his pet was fine too. Then he offered to see what was wrong with Harold. The guy suggested trying to eliminate that mage who used the 4th generation armor. After Numidatron wanted to tell Ern the news about the magical armor sent to him, the engineer asked the guy where he'd gotten this junk, and he wasn't surprised if Ern had told him it was a piece from a museum collection. Ern asked what the thing was so ancient. He thanked the engineer for providing the information. The guy stated that if you consider that the armor itself is from the 1st generation, it seems that it was showing such tremendous performance due to one thing. This thing was a rank B mana reactor device, capable of generating energy amplified hundreds of times through mana stones. Ern received the power source of the 4th generation armor, but he knew he had to be careful because Alfaskin was cooperating with the forces that were holding back the development of this armor and could take unexpected steps. Ern wanted to know who had given Areld this mana generator, so he decided to ask him himself about it. The magician pointed out that Eren had made a terrible mistake, for he did not know what the Seven Eyes organization was. Eren realized that Areld still had not come to his senses. Areld reported that Sierra had told him everything, asking that Eren wanted to know the location of the requiem where his father was. The mage was willing to tell the guy where it was located. Ern interjected, trying to find out what he said. The lad didn't realize what thought he suddenly had. Ern assumed Areld wouldn't report it gratuitously, asking what his condition was. The mage replied that since Ern was a knight of legendary rank and a mage of the 6 rings, he was the next owner of the Great Relic after Rebahan. Areld pointed out that the guy had gone farther than his grandfather, stating that she was taller than a monster-like person. So the mage bowed his head and turned to the guy to accomplish a settling of accounts with his personal life. The boy was surprised by such a request of the mage and did not know what to answer. Sierra Pelgas assumed that the old man is completely out of his mind. The Archmage stated that they had no idea what effect Ern's power would have on the continent. Areld added that the moment he reached a superior rank, the continent would face terrible destruction. Because of them, Ern asked who he was talking about. Ern asked that, and the magical armor Areld got from those they call them, in addition, asking who they were talking about. The man replied that it is about the deities that rule this world. The guy was surprised to hear the answer. Ern assumed that the magician was now suggesting that he check it out. The magician replied that whether Ern believed it or not would not change the fact. The mage informed the guy that these gods basically don't interfere with the world directly, adding that they had given the mages relics to control the people they used. Ern realized that by relics, the magician meant items obtained through interdimensional trade. It was about some other interdimensional merchant Ern asked where he needed to go to meet him. The man replied that gaining a simple audience with them was not an easy task, however, if Ern reached a superior rank. Ern didn't understand what was going on with the man's body, assuming it was a spiritual body seeing the mana. Areldo stated that this was the price for revealing the secret, and even though he had no mana left in his body, he was still paying for his oath. The mage reported that in any case, his existence would soon end, ordering Ern to swear, soon asking Ern to swear that as payment for revealing Rebadon's whereabouts, he would commit a tragic act with himself. Ern agreed to take an oath. Sierra Pelgas did not understand what he was talking about and pointed out that it should not be done. The guy replied that they did not have time because if Areldo died, everything would be over. Sierra Pelgas assumed there was some other way, but it was too late to find out. Ern Steelgutter placed his hand on his chest and vowed to honor the agreement Areldo had asked for. Guy pointed out that otherwise the mana in his heart would explode and he would die. Sierra Pelgas was against Ern making such an oath. Areldo indicated that it is fine. Ern indicated in their case to tell him where the requiem is located. The mage motioned for the boy to come closer to him. Ern walked over to the man who was hanging on the wall. Areldo thanked the guy for joining the case, indicating to Jayan that Ern was now his victim. Ern was surprised to hear this. Ern asked why he should sacrifice himself, pointing out that he would save his father and live on his own. The mana oath is an oath of eternal rest. Breaking it will result in death, but people in other worlds don't care much for mana oaths. Areldo was surprised to hear this. Ern answered all because there is a way around it. The ransom doll she was paying for curses, oaths, and covenants. The doll was made to look particularly ugly, thus causing them no regret. Guy claimed that he now knew the location of the requiem. Areldo was shocked that Ern had fooled him. A little later on, Nimit Pates, the southernmost part of the continent of Jayon, going inside, the guy didn't realize what it was. They got to a place where there were many cryocapsules that held the bodies of powerful people and creatures. The Hall of Eternal Life is the former members of the Seven Eyes who have fulfilled their duties and aged out. They will sleep here until the reverse aging magic is completed. Sierra Pelgas stated that even she had never been here before, which she was very surprised about. Ern managed to find the cryocapsule his father was in and apologized to him for being late. After the guy retrieved his father's body and he came to his senses, Ern asked if he was okay. Rebidon asked where they were. Ern replied that this secret place of the Seven Eyes was commonly known as the Requiem. The elderly people held here were former members of the Seven Eyes, so they just kept waiting for that very moment of glory in the Hall of Eternal Life. Rebidon had no idea that so much had happened while he was out. His son replied that now they could be at ease. Aaron pointed out that everyone had to pay for what had been done to their family. His father replied that by eliminating the archmages, Aaron had indeed become a magnificent warrior. The father asked his son to come closer, indicating that he wanted to hug him. This reaction of the father was an unexpected surprise for Ern. Sierra Pelgas, looking at the embrace of father and son, pointed out that it was very touching, barely holding back tears. Rebidon was angry to see Sierra Pelgas. The woman reported that they hadn't seen each other in a while. The man assumed that not everyone was finished, yet Ern informed his father that she was on their side. The boy noticed that Sierra Pelgas had found her teacher. Rebidon assumed it was Mr. Lee Bemos. The man was surprised he knew him. The man replied that he had once crossed paths with him as a child. He introduced himself as Rebidon. Steel Guard Lee Bemos assumed he had been in the Hall of Eternal Life a long time ago and could not believe that the child of the Steel Guard family had grown up like that. Ern suggested that we leave this place as soon as possible, since there might be minions here. Guy asked Sierra Pelgas to handle the place, just in case the woman indicated that they could count on her. Suddenly, the teacher asked her to stop, saying that others deserved to go, but except for one person, she should have been taken with her. Ern noticed that it was an elven girl. Lee Bemos reported that she had been captured by members of the Seven Eyes in the past, but he did not know the details. Rebidon had seen the elf for the first time, stating that the fewer casualties, the better. The guy, when he saw her with his own eyes, realized why elves are icons of beauty. The elfess came to her senses. Rebidon indicated that if she were a man, he would have felt a sense of danger. Ern was pleased that the elfess came to her senses. She saw Ern in front of her. Suddenly, Ern became uncomfortable seeing the naked body of the elf woman. He froze in amazement. Ern asked her to start by listening to her to get it right. The elfess realized that the members of the Seven Eyes had passed away by violent means. The guy said that it happened during the rescue of the kidnapped people, and they also pulled her out. The elf was horrified to learn that they unfolded 7 eyes without knowing anything about the consequences. The elfess said that in that case, it was dangerous to be here, and said that the manager would be here soon, and everyone quickly started to leave the place. As expected, the manager, who was unknown to them, was already waiting for them at the exit. The manager said that because the report was delayed, he came here and wondered if they were hiding somewhere here, but it turned out to be different. The elfess reported that the manager had already managed to get here. Rebidon asked if the man was strong. The girl of the elf race was surprised that they were fighting against the Seven Eyes and didn't know about the existence of the manager. The manager was an 8 Rings mage. Lee Bemos prepared for battle. Ern stated that in that case, he was a worthwhile opponent. Rebidon first rushed to attack the manager, who did not expect such an onslaught. He managed to block his opponent's blow. The manager called them weaklings. Lee Bemos asked Sierra Pelgas to focus on the barrier and occasionally use concealment magic, the woman was fine with his admonition. Seeing them fighting the elf did not realize who they were. Rebidin told his son that now was the perfect moment to attack. Ern struck a powerful blow at the manager. There was a flash of light. Sierra Pelgas indicated the elfess to watch their battle, stating that there was no need for her excitement. The elfess calmed down a bit. Sierra Pelgas added that this is a child beyond common sense. Ern pointed out to the manager that he was very unlucky because he had crashed precisely into the rocky terrain. The manager fell down from the attack and hit a rock. He asked the insolent guy to shut up and not to comment on it. The lad replied that only the manager's side was acting cowardly because the seven were attacking one. Showing the mana reactor, the manager reported that it was on Areldo's new armor. Ern was surprised that he was a quick thinker. Ern asked that the manager was also an interdimensional merchant. The wounded man replied that he had no idea what he was talking about. The manager said that in Ern's hands, a relic passed down from generation to generation by the gods was not something he could do anything with. Ern realized that the manager didn't know anything either, and asked if there were any other managers besides him. The others hurried over to them. The manager said that if he died, the other managers would find his assailant at any cost. Ern did not wait, and sent his opponent to the other world with his sword. Ern pointed out that if there is someone else who can answer his questions, then it's okay, and his relevance is not as important. The guy added that it would be easy enough to capture and finish off every critter he had hidden his sword. Rabadin tried to find out if his son Ern was all right and replied that he was fine. Suddenly, Lee Bemos assumed the elf woman's name was Ariel. She was surprised at this assumption. Ern stated that the elfess had a lot of explaining to do to them. She didn't mind telling them everything she knew. The guy wanted to find out who the managers were and what they were so-called gods. An uninhabited island with no name, it was hundreds of kilometers from the island of Alta surrounding Requiem. Ern asked the pet what fun he was having. Sari offered her master to frolic in the water together. The guy pointed out that they shouldn't get carried away because it was time for them to slowly move back. Sari didn't mind. After they defeated Seven Eyes in advance, prepared a temporary shelter here in preparation for the possible arrival of enemy reinforcements. The two archmages were able to quickly build a hut on a deserted island for them to live in using magic. Sierra Pelgas asked if her teacher was acting like this on purpose, because why does he keep pretending he doesn't know everything? Ern tried to eavesdrop on their conversation. Lee Bemos said that they were teacher and student. The woman asked, "What about that?" The mage replied that he didn't know her feelings, but there is a so-called taboo in the world. Sierra Pelgas asked what he was talking about. Sierra Pelgas pointed out that they don't even have much of an age difference, now saying that she is 60 years old. Lee Bemos was surprised to hear that she had already turned 60, and he did not believe her, for she looked very beautiful for her age. Suddenly, they noticed that Ern was watching them, so they decided to get away from them. Sierra Pelgas pointed out that Ern had misunderstood everything, and the guy realized why Sierra was so persistent with the reverse aging spell. Ern asked, ignoring him, he had no prejudice in such matters. Guy added that on the contrary, if you think of it as 20 years of pure love, he wanted to push them into each other's arms. Sierra Pelgas replied that she certainly had something to say to him. Ern paused, waiting for the woman's words. The woman thanked the guy for the semi and for saving the teacher, because without him, she would not have been able to solve any of these questions. Ern was surprised to hear such words. Ariel pointed out that they deserved to hear everything she knew about her, but she was sworn to mana and therefore couldn't answer their questions. Ern replied that the oath is good, since this area is his specialty. The elfess was surprised. Pointing to the doll, Ern said that this boy would fulfill Ariel's vow on her behalf, stating that she was free to answer his questions. Ern asked Ariel to start by telling her birthplace and age. The elf replied that she was born in the Great Forest and was over 300 years old. Sierra Pelgas was surprised to hear her age, because she looked very young for her age. Lee Bemos pointed out that if we are talking about the events of 300 years ago, then around that time, the era of elves ended, and the era of humans began. Ariel replied that this was correct, and then she received an offer to become a balance holder and declined it. In return, she was imprisoned in the Hall of Eternal Life. Ern asked that she decline the offer, but she was placed in the Hall of Eternal Life, not understanding why she wasn't just sent to the other world. Ariel replied that at the time, the manager had fallen in love with her and kept her alive. The guy didn't believe her, but seeing the arm come off on the doll, the guy assumed her answer was true. Sierra Pelgas asked if it was true Lee Bemos couldn't believe that she was forced to take a mana oath for something like that. Ern stated that she had talked about offering to be a balance holder, but he saw that she didn't even reach heroic rank. Ariel was surprised by his words. Ariel objected because she had not yet fully regained her powers. Rebidon asked his son that he originally had about legendary rank. The boy asked the Elphys to tell them about the governing Ariel promised, that after she regained her powers, she and Ern would fight. Ariel replied that the true nature of the controllers was little known to her. She calmed down. Ern was surprised to hear that there were at least 10 managers, and the manager he eliminated most likely had average skills. An organization where 8 stakes is the average Ern pointed out that if they wanted to, they could conquer the continent, asking why they created something like the Seven Eyes organization. Ariel knew little, stating that there was something the governors feared, and so they operated through their agents like the Seven Eyes. Looking at Rebidon, the Elphys informed him that for the most part, the managers worked separately from each other, but once they got a handle on the situation, it would be hard for them to stay safe. Since the comrade manager is dead, they will seek revenge even if they have to search the entire continent to do so. Ern realized that Ariel was right about that, for in fact, if the 2 managers had arrived then, they would have been buried by now. The guy tried to find out what the race of the gods meant. Ariel apologized, saying she couldn't answer that question because she had sworn to secrecy. A little later, Sari woke her master, indicating that it was morning. Waking up, Ern replied that he understood. Ern knew that today was the day to return to the Steelguard residence. He had gathered enough information and planned what he should do next. Yesterday, Ern was extremely surprised to learn that there was a contract of a higher rank than the mana contract, not realizing how many contracts were hanging over Ariel. The boy noticed the elf's presence in his room. Ariel reported that she was watching him sleep. Ern was surprised at this request, but Ariel pointed out that she was just kidding him by telling him that he was being called by Rebidon, who needed to tell Ern something. Rebidon was glad that his son had come to him. Ern replied that it was for an atmosphere as if he was going to make some important announcement. His father replied that it could well be called an important announcement. Father said that he would not return to the Steelguard residence, explaining that there was a high probability that the next target of the governors would again be him, expelled from society by the Seven Eyes organization. Ern replied that this was utter nonsense, saying that their Steelguard family could not exist without their father. Rebidon stated that his son, of whom he was very proud, would be there. Ern was surprised at such a request. His father added that in his absence, he wanted to see Ern running their feud as master of the Steelguard domain. Driving to the residence, Ern tried to figure out what was on his father's mind, who refused to go. Earlier, Ern had pointed out to her father that she was the youngest of all his children because they even jokingly said similar words. Father replied that the Steelguard family had for generations valued ability above the right of inheritance by seniority. Indomitable will quick judgment and a determination that could sometimes seem ruthless are all qualities of a lord that were in Ern. Rebidon stated that the question of officially granting Ern the rights to inherit the title was open. But still, he did not think that his thoughts on the matter would change in the future. Ern realized that it was completely different from the past. There was a time when Ern took Lore's place in a past life, but that was because his father disappeared and his brothers died, but now Ern has his father's recognition. The son replied that even if he did, he still couldn't leave his father here alone. Rebidon replied that there was no need to worry about that. Sierra Pelgas and Lee Bemos stated that they had decided to stay with Rebidon. They planned to stay here and devote all their time to training and avoiding the eyes of the managers. For the sake of her and her teacher, being able to reach the level of the 8 rings, a Rebidon mythic rank, they are willing to stay here. Ern noticed that his father had a serious expression on his face. The boy realized that they had already made a firm decision, and in that case, he decided to follow their will. The boy added that if they changed their minds one day, let him know any time, but until then, Ern would protect the Steelguard clan. Ern realized that he needed to become stronger than he was now. He needed to possess strong skills with which he could crush the controllers and bring his father back to the family residence. The boy realized that there was one variable in all of this. Ariel asked Ern what he was thinking so deeply about. Ern asked why the Elphys had decided to follow him. Ariel replied that she had some business to attend to in the outside world. The guy assumed that she wanted to find out how dangerous the outside world was, pointing out that it would be quite difficult for her to survive with skills that barely reached heroic rank. Ariel objected because she wasn't as weak as Ern thought. She was suggesting he check her out. The guy thought about it. The elfess added that if she fought, he could see that she was right, asking why he was hesitating and telling him to stop the carriage now. Ern asked if it was necessary to go that far for their fight. Ariel asked the guy to take a stand. Ariel announced that she wasn't going to give in to him. She pulled out a magical weapon. The boy assumed that he had hurt the elf's pride too much. He decided to send the coachman away for a while, deciding that it was for the best. The elfess began to attack. Ern noticed the swords filled with silvery light. The movements were fast and fluid, assuming it was the swordsmanship of the elves. Ern noticed that her punch was very heavy. These abilities put Ariel at the top of the heroic rank. The guy managed to block her punch. When she first opened her eyes in the Hall of Eternal Life, Ern didn't feel such strength in her. If she was on a similar level, then Ern could test the knowledge she had gained from Jogyum-nama in a fight with her. Ariel noticed a strange energy coming from her opponent. Now in Ern's hands were the ranks obtained from Jogyum-nam's legendary rank and top-level warrior. These ranks were the key to the mythic rank. Ariel noticed that her opponent had disappeared. She didn't expect such a reaction from the guy to her attacks. Suddenly, Ern struck a powerful blow at the elf, who barely had time to block his lunge. Ariel didn't understand how this was possible because even if Ern had a legendary rank, it was clearly too much. Ern managed to win this fight by knocking Ariel to the ground. The elfess asked her to step away. Ern pointed out that in the middle of the fight, she was in the midst of internal ki energy, so he had to shield her. The guy pointed out that if the blow had hit the target, her whole body would have turned into a sieve. Ariel stated that Ern was the truest monster. Ern didn't understand how anyone could call a person a monster. Ern asked what the principle behind her silver sword was. He didn't think it was an aura. The elfess decided to answer this question because she lost the duel to Ern. Ariel was one of the few members of the Moon Clan from the Great Forest, and among her kin, she found herself chosen as the master of the Moon Spirits. The boy thought about it after hearing about the Moon Clan and the master of the Moon Spirits. He thought it was familiar. Ern asked what it all meant. Ariel replied that the guy might consider it an extremely rare talent. Ariel assumed that if he saw for himself, he would have no choice but to believe her. Ern asked what this incredible cute creature before him appeared. A small fae was glad to meet him. Later, Numitatron explained that spirit image is usually determined by abstract thinking, and the level of consciousness of living beings. Ern asked for a slightly simpler explanation of this. The engineer pointed out that this means that the spirit appears in the most friendly appearance. To the beholder, the fire spirit was a lizard, for the same reason the ice spirit looked like a snowman. Ern, assuming that this is what a moon spirit looks like to the elves. The moon was often described as a little sister or child of the sun. The moon spirit was so cute that Ern thought it was a game against the rules. Perhaps because Ern had not seen so many beautiful men and women in his past life, he had developed an immunity to beauty, so even Ariel's appearance had not knocked him out of his rut. This situation was notable for the cuteness of Ern, who in his previous life had passed away before he could have children, had zero immunity to any display of cuteness. Sari was also graced by the appearance of the moon spirit. They were both very happy to see them. Ern asked that the moon spirit does not avoid strangers. Ariel replied that a loon likes things that are beautiful. She thought that Ern had taken a liking to her. The lad stated that this appearance, which was recognized even by the spirit of the moon, Ern suggested that he had committed many sins. Ariel fell asleep. Ern realized that she had overexerted herself, for she had been sleeping soundly. The system reported that the Numitatron had requested a conversation with Ern. The guy was surprised at this. The engineer reported that he had found everything he had been asked for. Ern thanked the engineer, asking that with such a wealth of knowledge he would be able to join their conversation. The Numitatron replied that Ern would be able to take an active part in the production. Numitatron asked Ern, being an investor, if it was necessary to acquire such knowledge. Ern replied that it was not enough for him to just invest, stating that he wanted to have basic knowledge. Ern indicated that he wanted to help them. The engineer was touched by his words. Realizing that he was facing an investor with a deeper attitude, Ern had delved into the matter for the sake of analyzing the mana reactor he had recently discovered. The mana reactor that was the heart of the 4th generation magic armor, and if Ern gave it to the engineers, they would instantly create a copy. Ern rejected the idea, deciding that he would rather try to understand the technology himself and slowly learn it. Beginning to absorb the technique using the sponge effect in his head in a couple days, Ern would be able to absorb all the knowledge from the book he had bought. Ern noticed that they were just approaching their destination. He was glad to finally be back home in Stilgard County. Now, when Ern looked at it from this angle, it seemed to him as if he were mother and daughter. For the moon spirit Aluna had turned into a girl, Ariel said that she herself was seeing Aluna as a human for the first time. Ariel assumed that Aluna wanted to spend more time with Ern and Sari. The guy said it was a decent distance from here to the mansion, suggesting a slow walk. Ariel asked Ern why he didn't go straight to the mansion. Ern pointed out that this was where the territory of Steelguard County began. They approached the gate. The guy said that he hadn't been here for a long time, so he should have been the first thing to find out how things were going in the feud at the moment. She put on a hood so he wouldn't be recognized. Ariel asked the boy what the strange atmosphere was in the town. Ern replied that it was the height of the farming season, and something was wrong. Steelguard is a tax-free territory. There was no tax to pay to the king, which meant less burden on the feud's inhabitants. Even in Ern's past life, it was rare to find a village with such a desolate situation. Ern offered to buy something to eat. Ariel noticed that Aluna ate very well. The moon spirit enjoyed the earthly dishes. The guy was shocked by Aluna's appetite, who ate portion after portion. He didn't understand how so much food fit into such a small body. Ern suggested that this was absurd because the spirit had a working digestive system. Ariel replied that it was because Aluna had become human, asking the boy not to try to understand and explain everything. The boy saw that Ariel left the meat, suggesting that she does not eat food of living origin because she belongs to the forest race. The elf replied that their digestive system does not digest fats. The host stated that the visitors had made 3 gold coins and 30 silver coins. Ern assumed that he had added another 0, for there were 33 silver coins. The master replied that he was not in the mood for jokes, instructing the boy to pay 3 gold and 30 silver coins. The owner of the establishment pointed out that otherwise, Ern interrupted him by replying that such a dilapidated cottage could not possibly have so many visitors, deciding that they usually rob visitors. Ern assumed that something had happened in Steelguard County if the situation had degenerated to such a level, and the man was surprised to hear such words. Showing his true colors, Ern ordered the tavern owner to stand. The men were shocked. The guy indicated he had many questions. After Ern had neutralized all the bandits, he wanted to find out from the tavern owner the true state of affairs. The tavern owner apologized to Ern for his actions, saying that he would not charge him for his meal. Ern pointed out that Steelguard wasn't originally such a place, asking why things had changed so much. The tavern owner noticed the blonde hair and golden eyes. Anyone who saw it would say that the owner of this handsome appearance was Ern Steelguard. The boy pointed out that the man quickly recognized him. Ariel calmly watched their conversation. The tavern owner was glad that Ern had finally returned, saying that he had no idea how much they had been waiting for him. Ern was surprised that the man suddenly chortled about stinging him. Assuming that he was too quick to change his shoes, the man informed him that they did not descend to such actions at all, because they liked it. The culprit was Deacon's gang. Ern was surprised that it was about his brother Deacon's. Steelguard, the tavern owner, pointed out that it had happened about 2 months ago. Young Lord Kieran announced that the head of the Steelguard family was missing. Then he sent an appeal to the lords of Navarro and His Majesty the King, requesting a national search. Ern was angry at his brother's behavior, for he should have delayed the official announcement until others were suspicious. The boy realized that his brother Kurna couldn't keep his mouth shut because he wanted to seize the chance to become the master of the county sooner than he thought. Ern didn't know how best to deal with his foolish older brother. The man added that the knights also supported Kieran, and he ended up becoming the new face of the Steelguard family. Soon after, Deacons and his knights showed up and started rampaging. Deacon Steelguard was Ern's uncle Ariel, noticed the boy's confusion. Ern's uncle caused all sorts of problems from a young age, and eventually he was expelled from the academy, and then he went into hiding to avoid his grandfather's eyes. But when he died, Dickens came to Rebadan and demanded a part of his inheritance. Only 4 years ago, Ern heard rumors that he had squandered all his considerable fortune on alcohol and gambling. The guy didn't understand what Dickens was hoping for if he risked taking this step. The tavern owner replied that Dickens had been a great success in foreign lands and had brought with him a host of escorts that even knights could not handle. The man reported that Deacons intended to replace Rebadan's vacant seat and began assisting young Mr. Kieran. Ern realized that in reality, Dickens had taken control of Kieran and just started lining his pockets with ringing coin. The man pointed out that Deacons was out of his mind, saying that it was a defense fee, but they were collecting it mercilessly, and people are not still paying the amount requested. The tavern owner was willing to accept any punishment Ern asked to save their town. Ern asked, what the amount of the additional tax in this city was. The man replied that 3,000 gold coins. The man did not understand where such money could come from in a small town on the outskirts of the feud. Ern said Dickens was clearly not in his right mind. Ariel asked the guy what he meant. Ern suggested that vermin had infiltrated the feud. Ern stated that he came home after such a long time, and it looks like the first thing he will need to do is clean up. Meanwhile, at the Steelguard mansion, Karen didn't understand how the situation could only continue to get worse. Ern was the youngest student to receive the Karsam Rebirth and reach the legendary rank. Only 3 months ago, the Steelguard clan had been the star of the royal banquet. Karen's musings were interrupted by a maid. The servant announced that it was time for the evening meal. Karen replied that she was not hungry. The maid reported that Deacons had ordered everyone to gather for dinner, but the maid would tell him that Kara would not be having dinner. The girl asked why Izel was not coming inside. Entering the room, Karen noticed that the maid had been hit, for her Izel was upset. Izel replied that it was because she was being rude. Karen didn't believe her words. Karen knew her uncle had always been a sneaky man. He used everything around him to get what he wanted. The girl asked the maid to tell her she would be down soon. Deacons was pleased that everyone was gathered around the table, declaring that this was the family. The man pointed out to Lord Kieran that he didn't look like the sisters were also sitting disgruntled. Deacons assumed they were sad because he sat at the head of the table. He looked suspiciously at his nephew. Kieran replied that even though he was temporarily lord of the Steelguard feud, but Dickens was the eldest in their family. Dickens pointed out that since his nephew said so, he couldn't help but take the seat. Deacons stated that his glass was still empty, offering his niece to fill it. Darian asked why she should do that, pointing out that she should let him pour his own drink. Deacons laughed, stating that his niece had a sharp tongue. Dickens stated that he wouldn't repeat himself twice, ordering her to refill her glass. Darian asked why on earth she would do that. Rolling up her sleeves, Deacons assumed she still believed her father was alive. Suddenly, Havis intervened in their conversation and pointed out that Deacons was being too harsh on Darren. Knight First Class Guilfoy instructed Havis not to interfere in family matters by pulling him back. Deacons stated that all the girls in the family lacked any manners, and he decided to take this chance to beat the crap out of them for good. Darian was surprised at such insolence from her uncle and didn't know what to do in this situation. Suddenly, Ern declared that it was the first time he had seen dishes flying at dinner, for thanks to his uncle, he had seen many things. Dickens was pleased to see his youngest nephew and asked if he was back. Ern replied that they were seeing him for the first time after 10 years, and he was touched that he recognized him. Ern assumed that his reciprocal gesture must be to pardon the insolent uncle, who at first did not realize that his nephew was threatening him. The guy ordered his uncle to take everyone he brought with him and get the hell out of here if he wanted to survive. Kieran was shocked by his younger brother's return and threats to his uncle. He didn't know what to tell him. Deacons asked how he got in here. Ern asked why it should be problematic for him to enter his own home. Dickens replied that the road to get here was difficult and steep. The nephew replied that it wasn't quite like that, pointing out that he was moving on a plane the whole time. Zenith saw Ern drop the dishes from his hands. She was very happy for him to come home. The maid apologized for the broken dishes. Ern asked everyone to wait a little. He intended to help her. Ern asked what happened to Izel's face. The girl replied that it was nothing special. Deacons looked indignantly at Ern, who noticed the beating on the maid's face. The uncle informed his nephew that he himself lived a life of not following any laws, without adhering to any foundations, asking if Ern was overreacting and what he was going to do. Ern clearly and explicitly ordered Deacons to leave his uncle, assumed that his behavior was because he had grown up without a mother and therefore had a liking for useless things. The guy indicated that he was demanding 3,000 gold coins from the town of Zaria, 4,000 gold from the town of Delphiran, 6,000 gold from the town of Rosswood. Ern stated that Dickens had squeezed them in a vice that even from a dry towel water flowed. Deacons replied that it was an equal sharing of adversity, adding that their Steelguard family was in grave danger, and so he wanted to help them. Ern asked what Deacons thought of Rebidon sharing these musli with him. Uncle was surprised to assume his older brother was back too. The boy replied that for now, his father is not back, but when Rebidon finds out everything, how Deacons intends to deal with his anger. Ern stated that Rebidon better be here because then Deacons could get off easy. Deacons pointed out that there was still something sweet and childlike about Ern, suggesting that his nephew was deluded into thinking he was a savior because the people of the Ern stated that he wasn't done talking, yet he noticed that his uncle wasn't known for his patience. Nephew said he was willing to give only about 2 chances. Guilfoyle became on Deacon's defense. Dickens indicated that Ern was out of his mind, ordering the guards to bind him immediately. The knights rushed to carry out the order. Darien asked the captain to support Ernu. Kieran intervened, stating that you can't do that. Kieran asked his sister what she thought of Deacon's sending his own nephew to the next world, indicating that they would sort it out amongst themselves. Darien replied that such a reaction from Kieran was unacceptable. His brother declared that, though temporarily, it was he who took the Lord's place, asking what he thought of Stilgard County as a whole. Ern stated that he didn't expect any support from Kieran. He drew his sword and intended to deal with the guards. Darien stated that she would not sit idly by grabbing her sword. She went to Ern's aid. Jason stated that he too was willing to lend his support to Ern. He intervened in their fight. The captain pointed out to Jason that the will of the temporal lord was quite different, and they shouldn't have crossed it. Jason replied that if the young master and mistress were to get hurt, would he be able to look Rebecca in the eye? The battle began in the house. Ern said that for the most part, it is the 3rd class, but there are also some knights of the 2nd class, indicating that it is a worthy composition against them. Ern asked Guilfoyle that he was the commander of this train, and he didn't say anything to the guy. Suddenly, the knights noticed that Toby has suffered at the hands of Darien, who slew him in a fight. One of the knights ordered the others to immediately grab this crazy girl. Darien realized that there were too many opponents, and she wouldn't be able to block all the attacks. Darien decided to abandon her opponent on the left. She intended to deal with them one by one. Suddenly, Ern appeared on her path, and with a single blow, he felled 2 opponents who threatened his sister. The sister was angry that the younger brother had interfered in her fight. Ern stated that it was unexpected. Ern had in no way expected his sister to take his side. Darien was starting to get angry with him. The guy said that he would deal with the rest of the opponents himself, asking them to stand aside. After overpowering Guilfoyle, Ern asked Deacons that he was the commander of his bodyguards. Deacons stated that his thoughts about his nephew were not quite right, pointing out that, on the other hand, he was trying to help. Ern didn't listen to him and delivered a powerful palm strike to his uncle's cheek, which flew off to the side. Deacon Stilgard didn't expect such strength from his younger nephew Ern. He slapped Izel on the other cheek. He gave him another blow, only on the other cheek. Ern pointed out that a 1st-class squad had definitely been assembled under the leadership of one man. The boy added that even that wouldn't be enough to break the Stilgards by asking Deacons what kind of sorcery tricks he was using. Jason pointed out that they couldn't do that, because without Deacons, they couldn't stand up to the 3 Viscounts. Ern asked what the other 3 Viscounts were, for he had never heard of them before and was surprised at this. The guy pressed the point of the main flow of Chewy energy, so even if the opponent comes to his senses, his body will be paralyzed and he will not pose any danger. The commander of the knights asked Ern what he had done. The guy said nothing much. Ern ordered Deacons to keep his hands properly. The man was ready to do all of his nephew's bidding. Kieran asked his younger brother what he was even doing. Now Ern replied that he was late with his greetings. Ern greeted his older brother and pointed out that it had been a long time since Kieran had seen him and was surprised to hear him say so. Kieran stated that he was in no mood to exchange greetings, asking how he could even do something like that on his own, assuming Ern didn't know what their family's situation was. Ern said he would do his best to help, asking Kieran not to worry as he would take full responsibility. Kieran, hearing his younger brother's words, didn't realize who he thought he was when he asked what right he had to take responsibility. Ern replied that he was taking the responsibility by right of the new Lord of Stilgard. All were surprised at this request of the younger brother. Kieran asked that he was now seriously saying this. Ern pointed out that if his older brother hadn't put the feud in Deacon's hands, he might have had a little doubt as to whether it was worth doing. The elder brother said that he did not do it because he liked it, but because of the 3 Viscounts, he had no other choice. Ern replied that it was because Kieran was trying to forcibly take away the mining rights. The Laval Mountains were located north of Navarro, where there were 3 mines that had long been the property of the Stilgards. Ern's grandfather granted mining rights to 3 Viscounts, whose fiefdoms were located in the neighborhood. The Viscounts were deeply grateful that the Count had made such a generous decision, and Rebidin also continued to adhere to this line, so relations with the Viscounts remained good. However, Kieran, who had been interim lord, suddenly announced that he was demanding the return of the mining rights. The 3 Viscounts were angered by this and formed an alliance, thus creating a unit whose strength was comparable to, or even superior to, the military might of the county. Ern asked his older brother what kind of mess he had made and why they had to touch the Viscounts who did nothing to them. Kieran didn't understand what the big deal was, especially about the Viscounts and why they had to adjust to them. Kieran stated that they were the Steelguard family of heroes and owners of the Laval Mountains, and the strongest men of the North. Ern was surprised that a man like Kieran had teamed up with Dixon. Ern pointed out that if his older brother sat still, he could get at least halfway through, but that was the end of his lordly game. The younger brother announced that he was demanding the resignation of interim Lord Kieran. Everyone was not surprised by such a request. Kieran called his brother crazy, saying that no one gave him such a right, but suddenly someone confirmed Ern's words. Deputy Jason confirmed Ern's words by apologizing to Kieran, saying that young Mr. Ern's words were absolutely true. Darian announced that it was time to make a decision, stating that in that case, she was for Ern. Kieran stated that they all cared a lot about his younger brother, suggesting that Kieran would choose Ern's side as well. The commander of the Knights stated that until the missing Lord Rebadan appointed the young Lord Ern as his successor, then Kieran had the right to succeed him since he was older. Kieran was pleased because the support of the military forces was more important than the support of his family. As long as the Knights supported Kieran, he was winning the battle of force against force. Ern indicated that he didn't hate Kieran. Calling it a slight dislike, the older brother didn't know what he meant. Since Ern wanted to avoid bloodshed if possible, he showed a little generosity. Kieran asked what Ern was up to raising his sword. Those present marveled that Ern was able to create a sword flower that was a confirmation of his powers. Kieran realized that his younger brother had reached awakened rank at the age of 17. Awakened rank, a level that every knight dreamed of reaching. Sword flower, a representational technique symbolizing such awakening. Ern asked Isel to look at him. The maid was surprised at his offer with a surprised glance at him. Though the flower changed hands, offering Isel to take it, Ern said it was safe. The maid replied that the flower was very beautiful, and she gratefully accepted it. The knight commander couldn't believe his eyes because even the founder emperor had reached the awakened rank. Kieran said that he didn't believe it, assuming that Ern had used some trick to deceive him. The knight realized that Kieran was completely blind to the fact that young Master Ern had reached the awakened rank was not shocking. The knight commander was certain that in terms of the level of aura formation and maintenance, Ern was very close to the upper limit of the awakened rank, close to the heroic rank. It meant that Ern might have a talent surpassing that of the founding emperor. The man realized that the young master had indeed shown unspeakable generosity. If young Master Ern only wanted to, there would be no knights left alive in this place, for an awakened knight of the second rank, and with just one tooth, he would eat everyone without choking on it. Ern asked his older brother not to worry, as he wasn't going to do anything to him now, suggesting that they should deal with the 3 Viscounts first. The younger brother offered terms that Ern would deal with the mining rights issue alone, and then he could get Kieran's recognition. The older brother didn't understand what Ern was telling him. Ern explained that he was the 5th child of the Steelguard family to become temporal. Lord Kieran didn't understand what nonsense he was talking about. Ern indicated that he needed 5 days. His brother stated that if he didn't solve the problem in 5 days, he would humbly back down and help. Kieran Ern offered him a deal. Jason questioned whether they had done the right thing, and trusting Ern, Darian had pointed out to the aide that the younger brother clearly had some kind of plan. The man and the girl didn't understand why Ern had been playing dumb and doing nothing for the 4th day in a row. Ern was pleased to wake up within the native walls of his home, with 1 day to go before the promised deadline. Rumor had it that Ern gave that Dickens II added that Ern canceled all the extra fees. Immediately after the return of young Master Ern, everything went back to normal. It was still rumored that Ern was a knight who had reached one of the special ranks. One of the villagers realized that Ern would become the new lord of their territories. The interlocutor replied that he had heard that Ern had offered Kieran some sort of wager. The rumors that had been floating around the various cities had reached the Steelguard residence. Punching the table, the guy didn't understand who dared to spread all these rumors about them, asked the assistant how it happened that this information spread all over the county in a few days. The knight assumed someone from the mansion had blabbed, asking that words don't travel faster than the wind. Even without a horse under him, Kieran was dumbfounded by such matters. The commander of the knights understood that the outcome of who would become the next lord was very sensitive, for all the fact that the rumors that were circulating in the county meant that Kieran does not inspire confidence in the population. Kieran pointed out that there was 1 day left before the deadline anyway, and Ern, all he was doing was sitting at home. The knight replied that that was correct, and it was a surprise to him. The boy assumed that since Ern had decided to make the bet, he didn't have the answer himself. Kieran added that his younger brother had praised himself too much. The knight didn't know if everything was really as it seemed at first glance. The young Lord Ern's gaze seemed completely confident to the knight. In 5 days, Ern promised to deal with the 3 Viscounts and prove that he had the right to take the Lord's place. Meanwhile, Ern started talking to Hudrigan's workshop, asking what progress the new Midatron engineers were making and telling the guy that he had shared a truly amazing idea with them. Ronnie didn't understand how Ern could come up with such an idea. The engineers were grateful to the guy because research was now advanced. Ern realized that they were having a good reaction. Engineers said that with this technology, the dream of creating a magical armor of the 4th generation will turn into reality. A little earlier in the conversation, Ern shared a little information with everyone regarding the mana reactor. The guy realized that the engineers are the real geniuses because he gave them just a few hints and they made such a huge leap towards the creation of 4th generation armor. Ronnie stated that this proposed method was excellent. He did not understand how an investor who was not a professional engineer could make such a great discovery. Ern realized that it was because he had absorbed the knowledge and had also personally discovered the mana reactor, and he was pleased that he had been able to help the engineers in some way. Before the conversation ended, the guy wished them to work harder, and the engineers replied that he could count on them. Ern realized that it was only a matter of time before the 4th generation magic armor was created, and suddenly there was a knock on his room. The maid brought the young gentleman some cookies, offering him a taste Ern didn't mind. Ern replied that the cookies were very good, asking if Isel had baked them herself. The maid replied positively and was glad that the young master liked them. The guy asked if the maid intended to tell him off. Isel didn't understand what he was talking about. Ern pointed out that he was lying idly in bed and that everyone was running out of patience because of it. Isel replied that she had faith in young Mr. Ern. The guy asked that even though he had been inactive for 4 days and was now eating cookies in bed, she believed in him. Isel gave a positive answer. Ern said that at this rate the maid might be duped by crooks. Isel replied that it was all right, assuring him that she had good intuition. Suddenly, Karen burst into Ern's room, asking how much longer he intended to act like this. Ern indicated to Isel that she could go. The older sister thought Ern didn't realize the gravity of the current situation. Brother asked what she was talking about. Karen talked about the mining rights situation in 5 days without mobilizing the knights and getting an outcome acceptable to all, stating that it would not happen on its own. The younger brother replied that there was nothing complicated about the case. Karen pointed out that he only had 1 day left. The sister asked her brother what he intended to do if at this rate Kieran took Lord Ern's place. Ern asked his sister to calm down. Ern said he had no idea that his older sister had such a fiery temper. The girl tried to object to her brother, but their dialogue was interrupted. Chavez said hello to young Mr. Ern and Mrs. Karen, who to his surprise were in the same room. Ern asked if the Viscounts were satisfied with the agreement, but without a long explanation, it was obvious that the corners of their lips pulled upwards in the air, and there was an atmosphere in the air that all the Viscounts would be happy to sign the agreement. The older sister asked what kind of agreement we were talking about, since she didn't know about Ern's affairs. Ern replied that the agreement was that for the full transfer of all 3 mining rights, the Stilgard family would receive a portion of the Viscount's holdings adjacent to Stilgard County. Karen did not understand how such an absurd condition could be voiced. Ern replied that his sister knew the approximate value of the mining rights. Her sister was trying to find out from her brother if everything was really going to be all right. Ern was curious if Sari was doing a good job. Meanwhile, in the Laval Mountains, Sari was in miner mode, climbing caves in search of minerals. Sari needed to eat it all and go to meet her master, but she didn't know when she would eat it all. Viscount Gates asked the others that if these conditions proposed by Ern were not a ruse. Heron replied that it was a very favorable agreement for them. Now they could easily trade a few useless pieces of land for mining rights. Ains pointed out that it seemed strange, since the Earl's youngest son, having recently returned to his father's home, is a knight of awakened rank. The Viscount asked Heron what he believed about it, for he thought it was idle chatter. Heron pointed out that if they dig a little and confirm that that kid doesn't have an awakened rank, they should make an agreement excluding cultivated land, asking what the Steelguards would even do if they get bare land. The aide informed the Viscounts that the Stilgard family had arrived, all your wary, preparing to meet them. Upon seeing Ern Gates, Gates assumed that they were too underestimated, since the boy had so fearlessly shown up to the meeting with only 2 people. Ern pointed out to the Viscounts that they had brought a lot of people with them to the meeting. He had a feeling they had come to fight him. The guy asked the men not to worry because he had come to them just to talk to them and advised them not to do anything stupid. The Viscounts realized that this guy was impertinent. The man introduced himself as Heron Rodan, saying that he was pleased to meet Ern and was followed by Ains Medchian. Gates stated that they waited too long for him. Ern replied that he arrived exactly at the time set, asking how early they arrived. Ern spotted a spreading fire, assuming they'd been camped here since last night. The Viscounts had indeed set up camp in advance to prepare for an unexpected ambush, but the fact that Ern did not demand a return of the initial capital invested in the venture said that Ern was not so simple. Count Pizrid was glad to meet him, and he was in the role of notary, saying that in the time they had not seen each other, Ern had become quite a young man. The man added that even though Rebahan was out of the picture, he hoped the Stilgard brothers were able to work together to deal with the situation. Ern thanked Count Pizrid for his kind words. First of all, both parties decided to come to an agreement, and since the basic terms were completely satisfactory to both parties, they decided to consider additional items. Ern had assumed that at this rate, Viscount Medchian's feud would be the only one whose territories would be cut off. The man was surprised by this. Gates asked the boy not to be picky, since they had already discussed everything between them. Ern replied that he was just worried that their blood ties might be ruined over such a small thing. Ern pointed out that the size of the three feuds is about the same, and therefore it would be fair if an equal part of the territory was cut off from each feud. The guy stated that unfortunately for him, he saw this as a huge disadvantage, not realizing how he had managed to overlook it. Ains asked what he was talking about. Ern replied that even if all territories had the same area, Viscount Medchian had the least amount of farmland, so if equal areas were cut off from each feud, Viscount Medchian would suffer the most damage. Ains stated that it was indeed so, pointing out that the two men knew about it perfectly well, and the other Viscounts began to justify themselves. Ern realized that for the moment the three Viscounts were allies, but for the most part they kept each other under control. It appeared that their trust towards each other was weak. Ains asked the boy not to get too excited, saying that if he knew the information he would have put it in the agreement, but he didn't have the information about the other's land. Ern replied that Gates's land was near the mountains. Ern said that in such a case, the damage would be inflicted on the side of Viscount Heron, who occupies the flat lands between the men. An argument ensued. Guy offered to increase the amount of farmland allotments by 1.5 times, asking if that would suit the Viscounts. Ains said he didn't like it, but for the sake of the agreement, he was willing to make concessions. Gates indicated that from now on, he would look after the rest of the Viscounts. Gates asked the squad leader to check if Ern's awakened rank knight was indeed ready to proceed with the order. The knight turned to the guy, introducing himself as Liam Lywell, indicating that he had received a TO sum among the 53rd graduating class of the academy. Liam Lywell had heard that Ern had received a Carsum this year, and he was honored to meet him. Ern replied that he too was pleased to meet a fellow student. The knight indicated that their meeting was the truest destiny by offering the lad a handshake. Ern was fine with it. Count Pizrid sealed the agreement and said that this was the end of the agreement. Pizrid asked everyone to take one copy of the agreement. He handed out agreements to everyone. The Viscounts noticed that Liam Lywell twisted in pain from such a strong handshake. They made sure that Ern really had an awakened rank. Ains felt sorry for Liam. Heron realized that he had to keep his cool, because in any case, iron mines were much more profitable than farmland. Ern asked that on this one they settled all their disputes, stating that it is good to solve problems through peaceful dialogue. Ains saw Ern take down Gates and realized that the guy was far from a simpleton, not understanding why he so easily sacrificed the future of Stilgard to him. Ern pointed out that Viscount Gates seemed extremely unhappy, suggesting that he had to give up a little more farmland. Ern cut off 750 thou. Assuming that the annual yield from such a plot is 6,500, Ern pointed out that for 100 con, offer 1 gold coin, and this plot he will be able to earn 65 gold coins. The Viscounts were surprised that the guy was so knowledgeable, assuming he was now playing the role of tax collector or something like that. Ern pointed out that 65 gold coins were equivalent to the amount of iron ore mined per day, and estimating by eye, the iron mines were much more profitable than farmland. Asked why the Viscounts were so dissatisfied. The Viscounts suspected that they had fallen into a trap. Ern said that now they would not be able to win back, because the documents were already stamped. The men agreed with him after Ern suddenly used a silence field spell. The guards grabbed their swords and didn't know what to do. In this case, they were going to disarm the guy. Asking for 2 cards, Ern accurately hit the guards, thereby disarming them. The Viscounts were surprised by this. The men said that such actions would not help Ern regain his mining rights. The guy said he didn't want these pieces of iron. The Viscounts were surprised at his request. Ern stated that their meeting was planned and he wanted to give them greetings from his uncle Deacons. The lad discerned that the Viscounts were controlling Deacons being in the shadows. He glared menacingly at the men. Heron stated that the guy was talking nonsense, and it was all a misunderstanding because they were trying to protect their mining rights. Suddenly, Ern swung his sword and maimed the talking Viscount. The others were startled by such an act of a guy. Ern said that there was no misunderstanding, but a case of this magnitude would be beyond the power of some ordinary Viscounts. Ern asked who exactly stood behind their backs. The Viscounts looked at the guy in panic and didn't know what to say to him. Ern approached Count Pizrid. Count Pizrid asked Er to calm down, saying that he was not that kind of man at all. The boy asked what he thought he was. The man replied in a panic that Ern was a kind, quiet boy. The lad had decided not to touch ego, throwing away the table. She intended to find out the truth from the Viscounts. Ern declared to Count Pizrid that he did not know him at all. He stepped closer to the Viscounts. Guy ordered the men to line up Gates, called Ern a deranged man who is out of his mind. Ern stated that he has not yet realized the situation they are in. Gates asked the guy what he was doing now. The guy hit him, and he screamed in pain. Ains stated that he would tell everything, asked Ern to stop committing mayhem. The lad learned that the Viscounts had acted according to the will of the Marquis of Brunhel. Ern had heard something of the man. Ern didn't know if Brangle's appearance was much different from the way he had appeared to him in his previous life. The boy remembered that in his previous life, the Marquis of Brangle had appeared on the scene much later. Then now Ern was curious to know what the Marquis was up to. Ern stated that it was a disgusting act, asking how the Marquis family could stoop to such a low act. Looking at the men, Ern assumed they were very eager for the fall of the Stilgard family, asking why the Marquis of Brangle had started all this. Ains replied that he did not know, for he could not fathom the hidden intentions of man. Ern replied that in that sense, he was right in calling Havis. Ern pointed at the Viscounts and ordered Havis to clean up the place for him. Ains was frightened by Ern's instruction, suspecting that he was going to the other side of the world. Ains begged for mercy, saying that if he got rid of him, it wouldn't do the Steel Guards any good. He told Ern everything he knew, and so begged for mercy. Ern only knocked them out of consciousness for a short while, not understanding why it was necessary to make such a big deal out of it. The boy asked Havis to reattach the Viscount's limbs using the scroll he had given him. Havis replied that their memories would be erased anyway, offering to scare them a little more. Ern replied that even though the memories could be erased, the fear embedded in the flesh would remain with them. The boy said that this would be their guarantee that they would never dare to speak again. Having forgiven the Steel Guards, Havis had a feeling that Ern was more of a villain than all of them put together. After the Viscounts came to their senses, they saw Ern, who greeted them nicely. They did not understand why they were lying on the ground. Ern reported that there had been a rockfall. He was surprised that a random boulder had fallen right on their tent. The knights inquired, and Strandil, their lord, ordered a healer to be summoned here briskly. Gates reported that he was fine and had no serious injuries, indicating that only his head was buzzing. Heron asked what it was a huge boulder had dropped on them from above. Ains stated that it was great fortune that they were still alive. Ern asked if everything was all right. The men noticed that the guy didn't have a speck of dust on his suit or a scratch on his body, which was not surprising since he had shown them incredible fighting power. The man doubted his memories. Ern used a memory control that allowed him to delete the memories of the person to whom the spell was applied and edit their memories at will. Ern suggested to the Viscounts that they end their meeting, for they were all busy men, and the men agreed to this suggestion. The men didn't understand why their hearts started pounding frantically at the sight of the guy. Suddenly, Sari returned to Ern and indicated that she missed her master very much. Ern replied that she missed her very much too. Ern made sure that Sari was still a gentle and soft animal, and asked if she had eaten the goodies well. Sari said that she had eaten them all as ordered. The guy praised the pet, then opened the inventory. Before them appeared the doors to the inventory passage. Ern asked if the pet could convert the ore she ate into ingots and put everything in her inventory. Sari replied that she could do it with no problem. Sari began converting the ore she ate into ingots as her master had requested. Bulgasari's special ability as a monster of the fourth system was that he could chew and eat an almost infinite amount of metal, growing stronger as he ate it and melting it into any desired form. The system reported that 500,000 tons of top-quality steel had appeared in the inventory. Ern was shocked by this. Ern realized that when counted by eye, he had 500,000 coins on his hands, but if you take into account the convenience of using such ingots, their value is much higher. The amount that small feuds could only extract in 50 years, Ern managed to get in just a few days. The owner pointed out that his pet was magnificent. That evening at Steel Grove Mansion, no one could believe that Ern had given the mines to the Viscounts. Darian couldn't understand why her brother would give up all of the mines for some insignificant farmland, because it was a mine that yielded an annual income of 200,000 gold coins. Ern replied that he was slowly beginning to tire of this repertoire of her interactions with him. His sister was surprised at his words. The younger brother asked his sister not to jump to conclusions, stating that time would tell if it was really about losses. Ern, smiling suspiciously, suggested that this was a terrific way to solve the problem of the future. A little later, workers were toiling in the Litra mine, mining the remnants that Sari had not consumed. One of the partners pointed out to Kunbo that he had worked hard today. The guy was surprised that Nielsen stayed on to work overtime. Kunbo knew Nielsen had back problems, asking if he was overexerting himself. The man said he still had plenty of energy. The guy decided that it was necessary to finish slowly and move outside, because the work shift had come to an end. Suddenly the guys heard screams. They thought it was something Nielsen had done, even though they warned him, but they saw that there were many holes in the rock. The man said that all the iron ore was gone. The loss discovered was by Nielsen and Kunbo, and then with a slight time difference, the same thing happened in other mines. Ariel asked the boy how long she would have to stay here, because being in one place without being able to leave was boring for her. Ern didn't understand why elves were so impatient. He explained that when things got back to normal, he wouldn't hold her back. Ern realized it was time for some fun interdimensional trades. He decided to log on. Even after reaching the mythic rank and being an 8th circle mage, Ern couldn't guarantee success in case of a battle with a group of administrators. With the need for a new force, Ern decided to buy the necessary techniques and items. Ern decided to see the power of spirits, like Alun the Moon. Spirit was pleased by the guy's interest. The guy realized that in Ariel's case, it was said that there was an amplification of the moon's power going on. A vendor from the magical kingdom of Ashantia Ranuel said hello to Ern, making sure he was looking for a spirit of darkness. Ern asked if Ranuel could sell him a high-level spirit. The seller replied that he didn't sell spirits to just anyone, saying that after a thorough inspection, they would only allow a worthy partner to make a deal. Using the comprehension of the flow, Ern learned that the price for the spirit would be 30,000 coins. The buyer asked Ranuel to check what he was looking at, and he replied that he needed to know if Ern had a basic knowledge of elemental magic. Ern found out that he would also need to pay the security fee the guy offered Ranuel to demonstrate his level of assurance on his part. The buyer was willing to pay an additional warranty fee in return for offering to reduce the number of inspections. Ranuel replied that he wasn't doing the checks to earn coins and was not happy with Ern's attitude. Ern said he was willing to pay 32,000 coins for the spirit. The seller was surprised at his knowledge of these matters. Ranuel said he was willing to sell for 35,000. The deal was done. Ern realized it was too big a sum to pass up. Ern was satisfied that the deal had been finalized. He had managed to buy a high-level darkness spirit summoning stone. Now Ern possessed a high-level spirit, offering Ariel to exchange information on the matter. The Elfess was surprised that Ern's deal ended up working out. Ariel was sure that Ern would not be able to make a contract with a spirit, because the probability that a normal person would make a contract with a high-level spirit was 0. High-ranked spirit masters were rated higher than the awakened rank of the guy decided to give it a try, since there was no way he would know otherwise. Suddenly, the room was filled with a bright glow, and there was a magical surge. Seeing the spirit of darkness, Ern realized why Ranuel had called it a blackie, who was smaller in size than a loon. The guy offered the spirit of darkness to make a contract with him, and suddenly started flying away from the guy. Ariel suggested that Blackie was more comfortable around her, saying that Ern had wasted money. Ern assumed Ariel had never before seen what it was like to throw money around. The Elfess wondered. The blacksmith Ladriel was surprised by Ern's message asking what happened and why he contacted him. Ern replied that he was willing to buy the item being sold. Ladriel asked what he meant by the Dark Lord's Ring of Dominance. Ern replied that he could really use it right now. Ern reported that this was the last condition for advancement to the 3rd system. Ladriel did not expect to see someone from System 0 fulfill all the conditions so quickly. The buyer in the person of Ern replied that the whole thing was very hype. Ladriel congratulated the guy. After putting on the ring, the system informed Ern that the conditions for moving to the next phase had been met, and the phase change from Master of Magical Engineering to Master of Crafts had taken place. Ern's transaction rank was raised, and he reached level 3. Everything in the room lit up with a bright glow. Ariel didn't realize what had happened. Suddenly, the spirit of darkness left her and joined Ern. Ariel suggested that the guy buy the proximity of the spirit of darkness using an interdimensional transaction. Ern replied that since she was born with the skills of spirit proximity, then let her be quiet. Afterwards, Ern decided to go to an unknown world that he had never been able to reach in his previous life. The guy stated that it was time to see what was so special about the third system. A login to the third system channel was made, and the system welcomed a new user, Ern Stilgard. Ariel was one of the few inhabitants of the continent who knew of Ern's interdimensional dealings. However, food and house-building materials appearing literally out of thin air was a shock to Ariel. Ariel suggested that it would be great if her clan had similar capabilities. Ern realized that Ariel's understanding of the exchange system was on Sari's level. The Elfess hadn't seen Ern look so surprised for once during the bargain. The system reported that the current channel was covered by the agreement, and there would be a disposal if prohibited items were sold in one of the downstream systems. The administration of the third system sent the new user a small gift. Ern decided to check it out later. Now, Ern understood why everyone was silent when it came to the third system. It was because sales to the lower dimensions were forbidden from the third system and above. The measurement trade agreement was made by the rulers of the measurement system clarified a bit. The state of agreement was that the leading powers of the dimension spared no effort to preserve the uniqueness of each world. Items that could destroy the dimension's ecosystems were designated as forbidden. Ern realized that this way, each dimension would retain its own appearance. The guy had gotten a lot of offers related to guns, and the playground Ern had absolutely no sense that it could have anything to do with anything. Suddenly, the ring reported that this time it had fallen to a gutless youth who didn't know the basics. The Dark Lord's Ring of Dominance, which contained the spirit of Yonatsu, the ancient monarch who led the Dark Civilization. The wearer of the ring was able to freely manipulate the spirits and powers of darkness, and naturally become possessed of the dignity of a Dark Lord. The spirit of Yonatsu indicated that if he was talking to the guy, but Ern turned on silent mode, interrupting the spirit's words. Ern was told that he had to give the spirit a tough fight, or it would take the initiative away from him. After the guy asked if the Black is ready to make a contract with him, Ariel said that it is not a contract, because Ern just forced the spirit of darkness to obey him. Ern asked the elf not to make a big deal out of it. Ariel stated that spirits don't have the same meaning at all. Aluna cried, seeing what was happening. The elfess replied that Aluna was behaving like this because of the evil energy that Ern was emitting, and asked her to do something about it. Ern asked Blackie to go back to his place for a while. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door opening. Ern saw his sister asking what was wrong. Darian replied by asking what her little brother had done. The sister reported that the Viscounts had just come in with a note of protest. Darian asked how this could happen. Ern asked what exactly she meant. Darian replied that all of the iron mines have been depleted and the mining rights are now worthless. Jason stood at the table and realized that the 5 days that young Mr. Ern had spoken of had passed. The aide realized that Ern had failed to keep his promise and had to give up the Lord's seat, and he standing by his side would also be kicked out. Suddenly, Knight Jason entered the room and asked what was wrong. The boy said that there was a big problem with the Viscounts who had come to the gates of the mansion to protest. Jason asked why the Viscounts were protesting since they had gotten what they wanted. The knight replied that the mines given to the Viscounts were completely depleted. Kieran asked the Viscounts how they could so recklessly invade another's territory and take their knights with them. Gates told the guy to watch his language, pointing out that this was all originally planned by the Steel Guards. Ern asked how the depletion of the mines could have been his fault. Gates stated that Ern had used some sort of ruse. Darren realized that a depleted mine was the same as unfertile land. It was a situation where the Viscounts were at a disadvantage. Ern asked what the last clause of their agreement said, since this agreement is permanent and irrevocable. The men did not understand why. Since the beginning of their last meeting, they had felt an inexplicable sense of dread at seeing Ern. The guy noticed that the effect was still holding up well, thinking that the memories had been erased, but the feeling of terror was imprinted tightly on their bodies. Ern asked how the Viscounts had dared to voice a grievance against the Earl's family, suggesting that they were willing to turn the Steel Guards into their enemies. One of the Viscounts was startled to hear Ern speculate that they had a very trusted associate behind their backs. Gates replied that they couldn't ignore the steel guards so easily, explaining that they were very angry and therefore lost their temper for a short while. Ern pointed out that if they had nothing more to say, then let them take everyone they brought with them out of their territory. Afterwards, everyone realized that Ern had made a very favorable agreement. Karen realized that they had given away mines where nothing could be mined, and in return, they had received land worth $2,000. Darian pointed out that the problem had been solved in 5 days. Kieran assumed that Ern was in cahoots with the Viscounts, not believing that the mines were completely depleted. His older brother recognized this and said that Ern had only been lucky. Ern knew that he would say that, because his older brother was not at all good at calculating things ahead. Ern pointed out to Kieran that since he wanted to surrender, he had no choice but to use it. The guy stated that he did not intend to resort to this method for fear of hurting his pride. The people around him were surprised by his words. The right to guard the treasure of the Stilgard family and the symbol of the Lord belonged to Ern. Ern revealed to everyone that his father had given him the Vigo key that opened their family's treasury. Later, Ern realized the usefulness of technological developments for the human body. The guy sat in a comfortable chair, realizing that the third system was full of such things. Ern decided to check out the rest of the items sent by the administration as a presentation. The most important was the artificial intelligence sales assistant Secretary Emong. Secretary Emong, in Ern's absence, could conduct trade transactions in his place. This was the 13th VIP privilege. Ern realized that he couldn't look at the screen all the time while doing trade deals, so Emong would be very useful to him. The upshot was that Ern returned to Lord Steelguard's seat as he had in his previous life. Ern realized that he was only occupying this place until his father returned, determined that he wouldn't screw it up this time. Raphael walked into the Lord's office, then greeted him. Ern pointed out that he had no face on asking what crime he had committed. The commander of the Knights replied that there could be no crime, for he had not seen life without laws. Ern assumed that Raphael was going to leave Steelguard. Raphael pointed out that Ern at the very end showed the key to the treasury. He quickly caught the gist of what was happening. Ern was surprised that Raphael thought that the temporary lord would kick him out of the residence. The knight asked what it was not. The young gentleman replied that through this incident he was able to confirm who was out of touch and who really cared about the future of the county. Ern reported that he had not been able to locate any pacifiers. The knight warily listened to him. The young lord added that he had only managed to find out that there were conservatives in their territory who valued law and tradition. If Ern just took the key and showed everyone the key, it was unlikely that everyone would recognize him as a lord. Raphael realized that Ern just wanted to convince everyone with his own abilities that he was not the Shadow of the Head. The commander of the Knights suggested that depleting the mines was also part of Ern's plan. The temporal lord didn't want to answer that. Raphael stated that he stood by his older brother Ern's side and was unsure if Ern could trust him in the future. There was a time when Ern held a grudge against Raphael because as a teacher, he was too hard on him. Now Ern knew that it was a strictness born of loyalty and held no grudges against Raphael. Raphael was surprised at the words he heard. He thought that for that reason alone, the young lord would not trust him. Ern stated that he had no reason to distrust Raphael, for in his past life, Raphael had remained loyal to the Stilgard family to the very end. The young lord pointed out that Raphael was someone who had never abandoned the Steelguards. About the rest he didn't know, but he was sure of it. The lad added that he too was a good judge of character like his father Rebadan. Suddenly the knight called Ern Lord. Kneeling down, Raphael swore that he would serve him faithfully. Ern replied that there was no need for such things, but he was the one who had earned his trust in himself. Raphael indicated to the Lord that he could speak to him off the record, and from now on, there would only be 2 lords in his life. Ern replied that it was the nicest thing he had heard. Right now he had used magic. Guy sealed the oath of master and servant with mana, asking if Raphael was willing to serve him as his master. Raphael answered positively. Ern asked if the knight was willing to go through all the hardships and tribulations with him side by side. Ern asked if Raphael was ready to swear his mana. The boy looked at the knight. Raphael swore his mana and spirit of loyalty and obedience to his master Ern. After the oath was concluded, Ern asked the captain to rise from his knees, indicating that fortunately, no one had seen it. Ern asked why when Raphael scolded him, words poured out of him in an endless stream, but when he took the oath, he spoke only short lines, and the knight did not understand his hint. The young lord ordered Raphael to go to work and not to dare stutter any more about resigning the night left his office. Ern had dealt with the 3 viscounts and also strengthened his position as lord, so he thought he could take a short break, but there was a lot to do. The guy asked Jason what it was all promissory notes. There was a lot of contract for various amounts. Ern calculated that it was 1/3 of the annual tax revenue and asked why his father had lent so much. The assistant replied that the terms provided by Crite were good, and because of this they were able to survive the bad harvest year. The lord asked why the Crate Trading Company would give them such favorable terms. Since the value of trading companies is to make a profit, Jason assumed it was to get close to the steel guards. Jason pointed out that there is now an opportunity to open the treasury, and they can pay off the loan as soon as possible. Ern replied that he had different thoughts on the matter. Ern pointed out that even if Crite's words were so, he was not the kind of person who would make concessions given the circumstances. The aide asked the young lord why he felt that way. Dussel Crite was only the person representing the company, and the actual owner of the company was the Marquis of Brangle, who was the very man who planned the fall of the Steel Guards by enlisting the help of 3 viscounts to provide the means to solve the Steel Guards' problems. Brangle's intentions for Ern were obvious to Ern, assuming he planned to absorb the entire family's accumulating interest. Jason objected, because if Ern's guess was right, he could pay off his debts by opening the treasury. Ern asked that they should just rely on the ancestral treasure, asking Jason to follow him. The guy put on his glasses and took out the key to the car, saying that he would explain the rest to the helper on the way, asking if he liked windy rides. Driving the car through the forest trails at high speed, Jason asked the young lord to slow down. The aide didn't understand how such a thing was even possible. Ern asked to think of it as a magical carriage. Jason learned that this was a common means of transportation in the third system. Ern pointed out that the driving instructions indicated that the speed limit should be observed. Ern stated that the null system had no such rules, and so they raced at breakneck speed after they arrived at the Crite Trading Company. Dussel was surprised to see a 17-year-old boy who had gotten a crasum, assuming that Ern was the youngest recipient of such a score on the entire continent. The man also wanted his son to look at least half as much like Ern, as he did the duties of a lord at a young age. Dussel Crite suggested that the guests move on to discuss business matters. Ern agreed with him. The man assumed that they had come to pay off an overdue promissory note, stating that it had already been 2 whole months. Turning his gaze to the guests, Dussel Crite said that such a way of doing things was not good at all. Jason was surprised that the man would say otherwise now, because he had said earlier that the time limit didn't matter and that he just needed to return the money he had received. Dussel replied that he couldn't afford to let that happen now. The aide asked why the merchant suddenly spoke differently, trying to find out the reason. Dussel replied that the situation changes all the time. Dussel stated that the conditions that were allowable then are no longer relevant. Now Jason asked, where is it that conditions change on the fly? Ern asked the assistant to be silent, pointing out that the amount of the payment was 80,000 gold coins, and he would pay Dussel back twice the original amount, asking that they could now execute the debt documents. Dussel responded that it couldn't be done. The aide was shocked. Ern asked if 3 times the size was okay, with Dussel replied that no matter how much the guy offered him, his decision would not change. He planned to follow proper procedures. The young lord asked the merchant how he intended to proceed. Dussel was willing to follow the points spelled out in the contract. Ern assumed that the merchant was going to pursue his line to the very end. Dussel replied that merchants are the people who speak in contracts and answer in gold, and he behaved like a merchant. The young lord understood, saying that he and his aide were leaving. Dussel apologized to the young lord for not giving the answer he wanted. Ern asked if he remembered the way from the reception area to the office. Well, the man asked what the guy was talking about. The young lord pointed out to the merchant that he would regret his decision, so he advised him to jog his memory. Jason apologized to the young lord for the rejection, asking if Ern had anything to say to him. The boy said that the assistant had made the decision he had discussed with his father earlier. Ern suggested that the aide deal with the urgent matters first, by asking what exactly Crite would receive under the treaty. Jason replied that this is a typical paddle contract, and Dussel can exercise the right of pre-judgment attachment for 3 times the amount of the delinquent payment. The aide added that usually the price of confiscated items is grossly undervalued, and so this would hit them hard. Ern realized that they would have to pay 6 times as much. Ern asked the aide how much damage the loss of over 500,000 gold coins would do to their feud's finances. Jason replied that the amount would far exceed the head tax revenue and cause the Steel Guards to go bankrupt. Jason suggested using the treasury. Ern replied that he wouldn't open the treasury, until the moment was truly critical. Ern said he trusted the aide, but he seemed unable to trust him in return. Jason replied that he trusted the young lord. The young lord pointed out that they were targeting their weakness, asking why they too did not strike at the merchant's weak point. Ern stated that Dusselkreit himself had mentioned his weakness, which was his son. Every time Rondon Kreit was sure he was going to win this game, he was just 1 point short. Rondon blamed it all on that weird guy sitting in the corner in the hood who was beating him. Rondon came up and pointed out that he was passing, asking why the croupier didn't watch the players properly, being sure that that guy was cheating. Pierce, the manager of the gambling hall, replied that he had been watching this guy as of late, but had not noticed a hint of cheating. Rondon assumed that this guy bribed the manager to turn a blind eye to his shenanigans. He didn't believe it was a mere coincidence. Losing his mind to recognize the face of the guy who was hiding him under the hood. Suddenly, Ern grabbed his arm and clobbered him. He asked him to let go and started insulting the guy. Ern instructed him to take no interest in other people's faces and focus on the game. Rondon Kreit threatened Ern the lad roughly and expected such a thing from a merchant's son. Afterwards, Rondon complained that he was at zero because of that guy and asked to borrow 200 gold coins. Pierce replied that he couldn't lend him money because the head of the trading company had instructed them not to lend Rondon. The guy was surprised that his father said something like that. Suddenly, a stranger intervened in their conversation and addressed Mr. Rondon Kreit. The stranger indicated that he too once took a hard hit on his wallet. For this guy, Rondon indicated that his hunch was confirmed, and this guy is definitely a cheat. Jason in the hood said he could lend Rondon as much as he needed. The guy said he had to get the upper hand on a crook, who even the manager couldn't grab his hand. The unidentified person suggested that the scammer had deft hands, and therefore a dealer should be placed at their table and personally searched. Jason pointed out that judging by Rondo, there was no way he was going to lose the guy, replied that now that the bad luck was gone, it was time for luck to come in. Ern heard that Rondon was willing to borrow money from Jason, realizing that their plan was going well. Jason replied that he would be willing to lend Rondon any amount of money, but it would require a contract. Rondon indicated that he liked everything in the contract except the last clause, which stated that if he did not repay the debt, he would surrender the right to his entire body, which was too much for him. The unknown person, in the person of Jason, replied that Rondon would win the prize anyway, and if he couldn't win, he would just pay the necessary amount of money. The guy agreed with him, pointing out that his father was rich. Jason made sure that Rondon was as stupid as Ern had assumed by making sure he was on the same level as that Mr. Deakins. A duel at the card table began. This infamous game has produced countless widows and orphans. The rules were very simple: to create an increasing sequence of 40 cards, and Stavu wins the one who collects the highest combination of cards from smaller to larger. After Rondon borrowed the money, he won every round, which he was very happy about. Rondon managed to recover the lost money, and even earned on top. He thought the goddess of luck smiled on him. Surrounding people said that for a long time in this institution has not played big, and if Rondon continues to win in the same spirit, he will have in his pocket as much as 10,000 gold. Rondon spotted the black numbers, making sure his luck didn't let him down this time either. Meanwhile, Ern had 2 closed cards and an open 9 red. The dealer instructed the players to place their bets. Ern placed a bet of 500 gold coins. Rondon backed the bet and added another 500 gold coins from the top. He thought his opponent was bluffing. Ern seconded and made a bet of 1,000 gold pieces, and adding another 1,000 on top. The dealer did not object. Observers noticed that there were 5,000 coins at stake. It was a huge amount of money, having which one could provide himself a secure life until his old age. Rondon opened his cards. When he realized that he had managed to put together the right combination. A combination consisting of cards of the same color and 5 numbers in a row is the best sequence in card duels, an increasing succession of cards of the same color. Rondon tried to calm down and remain cool and not show any emotion. Looking at the cards, Rondon realized that if he won this game, he could live without depending on his father. Rondon backed a bet of 5,000 gold coins and added another 10,000 on top. The guy pointed out to his opponent that he looked a little scared, being sure he'd be okay. Unexpectedly, Ern backed his bet of 15,000 gold coins and added another 30,000 on top. Everyone was dumbfounded at such a bid by the guy. The manager informed Ern that such an amount needed to be verified. Ern dumped the bars of gold on the table and told Pierce to check, saying it would be enough for a bet. The guy asked his opponent if he could handle a bet of 45,000 gold coins. Rondon stated that he supports this bet unconditionally because he will not be intimidated by it. The dealer asked where he would get the money for the bet. Rondon asked Jason if he could lend him some more. Jason, preparing a new contract, replied to Rondon that he was ready to take him on some more. The dealer indicated that betting had been completed, and there were 125,000 gold coins at stake in this round. Both sides were told to open the cards. Rondon was confident of his victory over his opponent. Rondon, revealing his cards, said that he had lined up a sequence of one color. Those around him, hearing this, realized the reason why Rondon was going all the way. They started shouting. Rondon didn't wait for his opponent to draw his cards and started to take all his chips, thinking that he had an unqualified victory. Ern asked his opponent to take his time, stating that he hadn't revealed his cards yet. Rondon didn't see the need, stating that, at best, he would have a pair. Rondon saw that his opponent had a red-colored combination of 6s to 10s, which turned out to be the highest combination in the duel. It was the highest combination and also red in color. The people around him didn't expect it. All three unrevealed cards turned out to be an increasing combination. Rondon didn't understand how that was possible. Ern asked what Rondon was upset about, suggesting he go and order himself a bowl of stew. Rondon claimed it was cheating. He was sure his opponent was cheating. Pierce stated that the visitor should just hand over the money he won and leave, followed by security guards. Ern asked, "What to intimidate customers who won 60,000 only and know how to do in this place?" Pierce replied that it is not the amount of money, but that he chose the wrong opponent. The guy added that they did not pay attention when he was losing, but seeing that he won the last round, Pierce replied that there was nothing to be done in this situation, because the only option was to be born the son of a powerful man. Ern asked if they knew who he was. One of the guards asked who he was. The guy managed to disarm all the guards using game cards. They didn't expect such a force. Manager Pierce noticed the movements of that stranger, was shocked by this turn of events. Pierce asked the guy how dare he touch a white anaconda. Ern asked that they were trying to imitate a black mamba. Rondon stated that their organ emerged first. Ern pointed out that they are also good at exalting themselves. Ern indicated to Jason to get to work and plan. Rondon asked what he was doing. The guy pointed out that Rondon was losing badly, telling him to go to a place with him. Rondon was shocked to see that the mystery player was Ern Stilgard. They went to trade Krite. Dussel didn't think Ern would go to such lengths. He was shocked by it. The merchant asked why the young lord didn't think of the consequences that would follow. Ern said that this kid owed him a total of 60,000 gold coins, and there would be a 20% fee for the return. The young lord indicated that he should receive 72,000 gold coins right now. Ern added that the two knocked-out teeth were valued at 500 gold pieces. He showed Dussel them. The boy stated that this amount would be reimbursed, and thus his debt would be 71,500 gold. Ern showed the merchant the contract his son had signed. Dussel didn't understand how his stupid son had managed to sign his own body away. The merchant asked them to stop, indicating that he would bring them 70,000 gold coins right away. Ern indicated that even though Dussel came in person, he would not be able to solve this problem. The lad realized that they might have agreed then, but now it was different. Ern said that as a merchant, he should understand him perfectly well. Pulling out another tooth, Ern pointed out that Dussel now owed him 71,400 gold pieces. Dussel told the guy he was committing a serious offense from player recruitment to torture. Ern replied that no one forced his son to borrow to lose, to refuse to pay back the money, and it was all done voluntarily by Rondon himself. The merchant stated that he could file a formal complaint through the administration and could also request the trade association to stop doing business with the steel guards. Ern replied that the trade association explicitly granted Dussel's request, pointing out that he was an eyesore for merchants in Licht. Dussel was surprised at the young lord, for they were the same age as his son Rondon. The man stated that even 70,000 gold coins was a sum difficult to prepare, and if Ern did not intend to accept it, Dussel asked what he intended to do then. Taking out a knife, Ern replied that he would fulfill the terms of the contract. Dussel feared for his son's life, saying that the young lord had gone mad, asking that he wanted to deal with the promissory note in this way. Ern's actions prevented the merchant from finishing by damaging the eye of his son Rondon. Dussel was horrified by what he saw. The fellow reported that the debt was now 69,400 gold coins. Having heard the story of the three Viscounts, Dussel knew that Ern had plenty of poison in him, but those actions exceeded all levels of toxicity. After mutilating the guy some more, Ern pointed out that the debt was now 63,000 gold coins. Suddenly, Dussel asked the boy to stop bullying his son by promising to destroy the promissory note he had made with Rebidon and offering to pretend it never happened. Ern pointed out that they should have done that from the beginning, and then everything would have been fine. Dussel replied that he would do whatever Ern wanted, but if he thought he could solve problems that way every time, he would be in big trouble. Ern asked in what way it would be. Duciel replied that by means of cruelty that does not skimp on methods and means asking if the inhabitants could survive under such oppression of their count. The guy decided to return the warning too by asking how much Dussel thought he knew about deacons and the 3 viscounts. After Ern left them, Dussel asked if his son was all right. Then the father called for a healer. Looking at his son, his father was surprised that he was unharmed, except for 2 missing teeth, realizing that Ern had been amusing him with illusions. Once alone, Ern asked if Jason would trust him after the aide apologized for not trusting him before. Jason realized that had in the blink of an eye relieved the feud of a burden of 500,000 gold coins. He was not one to judge anything about the Lord at all. The deputy asked that they now return to the residence. Ern replied in the negative, stating that he had business left here. Ern pointed out that since they had made the first step, they should go all the way. The assistant was surprised to think that they were done with everything. The guy added that the Crate Trading Company was still afloat. The boy was determined to take this chance to show what awaited those who would touch the steel guards. Meanwhile, in the northwest, at the Marquis of Branhel's fief, a man asked how it all came to be so coincidental. The Marquis asked how deacons and the knights ended up being defeated in a landslide, and the 3 viscounts ended up ceding some of the territories to the steel guards. Dussel and Rondon heard that the amount of support from the head of the trading company was 500,000 gold coins. Brangle stated that the Crate family was just unlucky because the noble wolf had a husky offspring. Dussel asked the Marquis to have mercy on them. The Marquis indicated to Rondon that he could no longer turn over the cards, then it was worth getting rid of his hands. The knights grabbed the guy who asked the Marquis to stop saying that he had come to his senses and would not gamble anymore. The Marquis did the deed by telling Dussel that his son could do no more of this sort of thing. After Brangle said that Rondon still had a left hand with which he could bet his father was angry at such words of the Marquis. Laughing, the Marquis assured him that it was only a joke, telling the boy not to make the same mistakes again. After the sight of blood, Marquis Brangle felt unwell and said that if Dussel wanted to move on his own feet, he should leave his residence immediately. Left alone, Marquis went to the wall using magic and tried to open the secret passage. The creature pointed out that the Marquis was late and had a grim look on his face, asking if there was some kind of trouble. Mrs. Cassandra assumed the man had come empty-handed again, without a single piece of good news. Brangle asked Mistress to start by listening to him. She agreed to do so. Marquis reported that the checks showed that Ern Steelguard did have an awakened rank, about didn't know the guy was coming back, and so couldn't do anything to him. Cassandra replied that it wasn't their fault that Brangle was unable to foresee the various options the man stated that wasn't what he meant. Mistress ordered him to shut his mouth because he couldn't deal with one single young man and dared to blame them for something. Brangle apologized, asking that Ern should also be given a place near his father, because the speed of his growth was astounding. Cassandra replied that it could not be done. The man asked why he couldn't do that. Mistress replied that he didn't need to know, saying that he was talking too much today. Brangle asked the lady not to worry, because he knows very well what the financial situation of the Steel Guards is, and that's why he will continue to influence them. The Marquis promised that he would soon get rid of the Steel Guards with his own hands, asking them to trust him once more. Mistress Cassandra confided in him, pointing out that if he didn't want to find himself abandoned by that esteemed person, Brangle replied that he would remember that. Driving back and looking at the son Brangle had abused, he sympathized with Rondon. Dussel consoled himself that the Marquiac had saved their lives. He promised to find the best craftsman and order from him a prosthetic arm that would fit his son perfectly. Rondon swore to himself that he would do the same to Ern Steelguard's arm. He was seething with anger toward the guy. The coachman stopped the carriage, saying that they had arrived. Suddenly servants ran up to the head, informing him of the trouble. Flying through the sky, with his assistant Mangas, who was collecting data from all over the area they flew through with Ern. Ern realized that Emong could be used not only for making trades, but also as a real advisor. Emong informed his host that the territory of the Steel Guardians corresponded to the development of civilization at the level of 1 whole and 7/10. Ern seemed to earn that this was not a very high level of development. The assistant replied that usually the values range from 9 to 9.32. The guy realized that things were very messed up. Ern didn't find it surprising, for the county had almost no fertile land, and even last year they had had a bad harvest. Among reported that it is better to use complex fertilizers and improved rye for feud development, additionally recommending to explore the northern mountain ranges. Ern asked what he said about the Laval Mountains, adding that the problem was that the mountains were high and difficult to traverse, and much of it remains unexplored. The aide recommended the use of reconnaissance drones for various geologic and resource studies. Among added that if more free labor becomes available by increasing grain production through the use of breeding, he recommended using the free labor force to develop the mountain ranges. The boy realized that Emong was clearly a good assistant because he helped not only in trade, but also in the management of the feud. Ern asked his assistant to prepare the necessary drones to scout the mountain ranges. Whenever Ern had to make decisions, he had no choice but to do everything alone. He never expected that having someone to discuss every aspect with would give him a sense of stability. By eliminating those moments when Ern had to make decisions, he no longer felt alone. When they saw Ern, they were all happy that he had returned, for they had all been waiting for him. Saying hello to everyone, the guy indicated that he was glad to see them all, and now that they were reunited, Ern wanted to say something lofty. Raising his glass, Ern declared that may success accompany everything Marcus's golden hand touched. Ern added that Marcus now had the aura of a big man. The assistant asked him to refrain from using that nickname. He was uncomfortable with it. Marcus replied that he had done nothing, not realizing what Golden Hand could be talking about, since Ern was the one who had created the trading company and grown it to such a scale. Ern was pleased to hear such words from the assistant, because Marcus would have to run the company for some time, and therefore he should look presentable in the eyes of others. Even though Ern was always in touch with Marcus, the territory should have been managed until Rebidon returned. Marcus asked what the boy plans to do to stay in Steelguard. Ern replied that he needs to get older. The guy said that the annual tax income of the Steel Guards was 300,000 gold coins, and Ern's trading company had already passed that milestone and continued to expand. Seeing this picture, Marcus might have wondered why Ern was so hung up on the feud. The assistant replied that the essence of a trading company was the bigger the better. Marcus added that one should not compare a trading company with feudal estates. Ern made sure that his assistant had a good understanding of what was involved. The guy advised the aide to keep his eyes open. Marcus was surprised at such advice. Ern said that his feud would soon catch up with his trading company, and if he didn't want to get caught, he'd have to be a little bold. Marcus stated that he would make every effort. Ern liked that Marcus took all matters seriously. The aide asked what he should do about the commercial business in Lehida. Ern replied that let him make Yulaf comfortable if possible. Ern advised Marcus not to profit from his companion, but to use the win-win rule. Marcus decided to console himself with the fact that for the first time in a long time, he was able to meet the CEO. Ern offered the assistant to walk with him. Walking into the warehouse, Marcus asked what it was all about. Ernu was surprised that the assistant still didn't understand. Ern said that these are new items for sale at their trading company. He showed him the hygienic paper. Later, Marcus learned that it is called a roll of paper napkins that are used to remove residual substances appearing during the physiological process. Marcus marveled that being so thin the paper remained, thinking it would be too wasteful to use it for something like this. Ern planned to sell one roll for 1 silver coin, stating that it was not such a great luxury. The assistant asked if there was any profit left after the set price. If a merchant bought in bulk at the level of the third system, then for 1 coin could buy about 3,000 rolls, and if you take into account the logistics costs, Ern will be in the plus. Marcus asked who besides nobles would spend money on something like this. Ern replied that some people call this paper something else. Ern reported that this paper is called toilet paper. Using for needs, the aide did not know how to respond to this. A surprising sensation of softness visited Marcus, not knowing what would happen if he used the roll for toilet needs instead of the usual way. Ern knew that after the first intended use, Marcus would go all the way, for in this matter, the greatest gap between rich and poor was felt in the empire. The royal family and rich people used silk, while the common people limited themselves to leaves and straw. Ern was thinking of supplying slightly lower quality products for about 30 or 40 copper coins. Marcus said that would work 100%. Marcus asked if he could go and check how it worked. Ern assumed the assistant had some doubts about it. Later, the guy decided to buy 100,000 rolls to start with, and this considerable volume would cost him only 30 coins. Ern realized that he was currently a lord and merchant of the 3rd level of interdimensional trade, and he didn't want to leave his subjects at the developmental level of the null system. The young lord decided to develop both feud and trading company, pursuing the goal of becoming the best on the continent. the scope of his actions did not compare to his previous life. After knocking and then entering the office, Circle wanted to have a word with the young gentleman. The reason for the official return was to stabilize public sentiment, and now Circle was also called in to fill that gap. The man asked why Ern suddenly spoke formally, asking to be addressed as before since he was a lord. Ern asked how life was going at the academy, if there had been any incidents. Most of the members of the takeoff who were near Ern have returned to their homelands. Circle replied that Kunz Albrecht had recently returned, asking if Ern knew about it. Ern replied that he had heard about it from Commander Zeneca. Circle was glad that Ern had managed to get the false accusations out of his head. The boy knew the accusations were not false, and no sense of annoyance he felt. No one suspected that Ern had replaced the real Kuntz with a homunculus he could manipulate. Circle suggested that running away from home for Kuntz had been good for him since he was now doing well at the academy. Ern replied that teenage rampages would end at some point. Ern wondered why Circle had gone to Stilgard at his first call, saying he hadn't changed a bit. Cerciel hoped that that child would live a happy life. He was pleased with Ern's action. Later, Sylvia was allowed to continue helping the Stilgard trading company at Circle's request. Ern didn't understand why the girl always avoided his gaze. Ern had appointed Meryl his personal bodyguard, but never once had he used her services. The girl was surprised by this. The guy assumed that Meryl was practicing regularly because her sophomore year was just around the corner. After Titan asked Ern what he should do for him, he was glad they met. Ern wanted him to take control of Lehit's underworld, pointing out that the current name is White Anaconda Titan, heard the name of the group, and laughed, calling it a fake. The guy added that she was connected to the trading company. Krite asked if Titan could do something with her. The man said he would get right down to business. After the Titan came out, Ern instructed Chris to follow him and provide covert support if needed. Chris was Rayhan's former shadow bodyguard, and now he had starved the worm and become Ern's subordinate. The condition of the worm's removal was to work for Stilgard for 5 years. After the guy took care of some urgent business, he decided to have some fun dipping into interdimensional trade. Ern noticed that Alphaskin was texting him. Alphaskin didn't understand how he could have gotten to this point. He was angry because Ern wasn't answering his messages. Lausinia production magic armor market capitalization was 41 million coins. The number of shares issued was within 2 million units. The key business that created the current Lausinia small but strong industry did not lose its leading position from the first to the third generation of magic armor. The guy noticed a complete collapse in the stock price of this company. In the past, Ern wouldn't have realized anything, but now he only needed one look to understand what was going on. This chart showing how investors' desperation to get hot is being burned to the ground like Alphaskin. Alphaskin wondered in the time they hadn't seen each other if Ern had met the members of the group chat where they stood. He asked the guy to contact him. Ern realized that this incoherent message was a greeting disguised as a greeting, assuming that Alphaskin was now out of his depth because the stocks he had invested in had halved. The guy realized that the fall in stock prices was because of him, because not so long ago on the channel of the second system was distributed video from the crystal ball. Everyone learned that an armor with improved power and minimal shipping costs had been created. There were reduced maintenance costs for this armor. The video showed it all. Merchants knew that now this new armor was better than the old, and as this video spread, chaos reigned amongst the armorers. The gunsmiths learned that 4th generation armor had suddenly appeared in some small workshop. Ern managed to properly rub the nose of all his detractors, which he was very happy about. The news spread, and the Lausianian magic armor industry that was leading the existing market collapsed, and investors, including Alphaskin, began to tear their hair out. Ern knew it didn't end there, for the sharp spears of angry investors first headed toward Loisenius. After a while, the target will change to Hudragan's workshop, and they'll be in trouble. Alphaskin tried to find out from Ern that it was all his doing, and in addition, he wanted to know where the men from Hudragan's workshop were. Ern replied to his interlocutor that he knew roughly where they might be, but only roughly. Alphaskin asked where they were. Ern replied that they were near the Kajin Mountains. Hearing this, Alphaskin realized that if they were working on top of the mountain, he could find them quickly. He decided to send mercenaries to destroy them now. Alphaskin thanked the boy, promising to repay him for the information in the future, and Ern was pleased with this outcome. Ern made sure that in their past meetings, Alphaskin had been much calmer, but before the stock plummeted, no one was able to contain their emotions. Ern warned the engineers of a possible attack. Meanwhile, on Mount Kajangar, the mercenaries brazenly broke into the workshop that managed to create the 4th generation armor. The mercenaries reported that there was no one on the ground floor, and on the basement floor, the commander ordered to thoroughly inspect every corner of the workshop. The mercenaries proceeded to carry out the order. The men noticed a set of armor that was on the video from the crystal ball. They made sure it was 4th generation armor. The mercenary pointed out to his partner that if they brought it, they would receive 10,000 coins. The guy pointed out to the commander that it was a hoax. The commander asked what he was talking about. The mercenary stated that it was a recycled product, and this clever device allowed 2 mana stones to be inserted into each piece. The mercenaries realized that 4th generation magic armor doesn't exist, and the video is fake. The commander pointed out that if it turned out to be true, the investors would be at a loss. He was shocked that everyone made such a fuss, but in fact it turned out to be a hoax. 4th generation technology is a show without the real thing. It's not the kind of technology you could realize in a small workshop. Ern was pleased that the stock had skyrocketed after the fall because he held 27,000 shares of the Louisianian Magic Armor Company. The guy decided to sell the stock when it peaks and release the 4th generation magic armor. Ade Emong stated that the Louisianian magic armor industry would collapse and the Hudrigan workshop would monopolize production, and if Ern reached that level, he would be in no danger because investors would side with him. Emong uttered a proverb that said to buy from the knee and sell from the shoulder. Ern replied that he wanted to buy from floor level and sell at head level. The assistant congratulated the host on his successful purchase at a low price, but until Ern converts them to coins, it's just cyber money. Marcus couldn't believe that such a great thing had fallen into his hands. At only this age, Ern asked what the reaction of the buyers was. The aide replied that the buyers are having an explosive reaction. If this continues, it will only be a matter of time before rumors spread. Ern informed him that the supply contract has been awarded. Ern realized that now there would be no problems with the growth of the trading company and decided to focus on the growth of the feud. The young lord asked if Emong had managed to explore Mount Laval. The aide replied positively, adding that Mount Laval was valued at 8 billion coins in potential resources. Ern realized that he should not be happy about the value estimate because he had to calculate the costs of mining and investment in equipment separately. Then the guy noticed an empty space in the mountain that was very large. Emong replied that it was a limestone cave, suggesting that it had been built by the natives. Ern was surprised at such a thing. Ern couldn't believe that someone had built a cave in the harsh environment. Such structures seemed impossible to him. There was a legend of beings living high in the mountains and deep in caves, well-versed in magic and able to use various servants to conduct large-scale construction. Legend had it that there was a dragon's nest in the Laval Mountains. Ern doubted the legend. The boy knew that the dragon existed in the first system, as well as on the continent of Jaon. The very embodiment of a moving catastrophe that could destroy castle walls, houses, and everything else with a single flick of its tail and uses sheer size, super strength, and even magic. Ern assumed that the strongest living creature of the continent nested in this cave. Earlier, of the 30 drones deployed for reconnaissance, about 10 had returned, and numerous traps had been set throughout the cave. Ern motioned for AE to come inside. He put on the magical armor of a hurricane fighter. The guy noticed dozens of traps made of magic circles. He realized he could deactivate them one by one. Ern decided not to do that because he didn't have time for that. He used the magic canceling cube. The guy didn't see any problem in a frontal attack because he was wearing magic armor that was equipped with basic and improved magic barrier. Ern assumed that he was already approaching the nest, realizing that if one lived in such a place, one's heart would be filled with greatness on a daily basis. Suddenly, out of the darkness, the gargoyles that were not happy about the guest came out of the guy. After Ern had dealt with the monsters, he assumed that they only reacted to living creatures and therefore had previously ignored the drones. Lighting everything in the surroundings, the guy noticed the bones of the dragon that was lying in the nest. He was surprised by it. Ern was surprised that such a thing was hidden in the cave he receives as a reward, not resources, but only bones. After Iman started counting the coins that lay in this cave, he used his magic vision. The assistant said that the estimated amount of the exchange was 1.2 of a million coins. Ern thought the amount was too high and suspected something wrong. As he approached the mountain of coins, the guy noticed that from the bottom, all the coins were silver. He was shocked by this. Ern pointed out that for someone who is called a treasure lord and the most powerful being on Earth, this is a bit small. The guy realized that dragon bones alone were an incredibly valuable material, but only 10 of the best swords and staffs on the continent contained parts of dragon bones. The most valuable item was considered to be the dragon heart, which began to glow as Ern approached. The dragon heart was like a core of inner strength. Ern decided to carefully take it out. Suddenly, the dragon spirit shouted, ordering the guy to go to the other world. The system revealed a spirit whose malice had been accumulated. Over the years, the strength of the soul was equal to 50,000. Ern realized that even the Andalusia fragment had a soul power of only 2,000, but now it was about a different power. The spirit of Yonatsu felt that his master was in danger, and so he summoned himself for protection. Ern stated that a powerful soul power should simply be answered with an attack of a more powerful soul power. Using Yonatsu's ring, Ern felt the emotions of the dragon from when he was alive. The boy felt all the emotions that a dragon had to go through in its entire life. The assistant pointed out that if he absorbed the dragon's spirit into the ring, he would be able to bring it to life. Ern thought that the spirit of Yonatsu wanted to escape using the power of the dragon's soul. The Yonatsu spirit replied that 50,000 was a high number for the lower world, but if he had this soul power in his hands, he could do nothing with it. Ern decided to consult. Ladriel advised not to put much credence in Yonatsu's words, pointing out that 50,000 was really not the amount that could harm the ring. The blacksmith saw that the guy hadn't made a fortune, reporting that he had been in the negative ever since his investment went bankrupt. Ern asked what was wrong. Only now, having lived to such an age, did Ladriel realize that the stock was not his. Ern asked why. Ladriel was just saying he wouldn't do it anymore. Ern had different thoughts on the matter. Ern asked that if the interlocutor was leading the market, stocks were not the best source of profit. Ladriel assumed that the guy had some worthwhile information. The guy suggested if he wanted to make a lot of money with him, stating that even without knowing how to play the stock market, he could get 100 times more. Ladriel replied that it sounded tempting, asking what Ern wanted from him in return. Ern replied that he wanted the symbol of the Arihmag, asking to be given the 7th ring. Cassandra assumed that this time again, Brangle had brought only upsetting news. Brangle was confused at not being able to deal with one single feud. Cassandra asked that his power was nothing. The man replied that Dussel's trading company had fallen under their attack, and even the White Anaconda was also defeated, and now if you start a war, it won't work. Cassandra called the Steel Guards the Great Throne of the Destroyer, the overpowering condition restored, with the return of the Destroyer, adding that the true name of the Destroyer is Ern Steelguard. Madam pointed out that you can't just chase a Destroyer off the throne, nor keep him alive by asking him to hand it over to Matthias. Brangle knew that Matthias was the god of wisdom. The man was surprised that he had personally intervened in this matter. He could not believe that Ern Steelguard was really the Destroyer who would destroy the continent. Cassandra asked the man if he understood the gravity of the situation. Brangle replied that starting a war was unacceptable. Mistress suggested that it would suit him perfectly if the terrible secret of the Brangle family was revealed to the world. Brangle declared that war was the last resort. The man didn't understand why he got mixed up with some crazy people, because he didn't want to resort to that method after he said that he had an idea that would destroy Steelguard from the inside. Later, in the main Steelguard forge, Ern noticed that work was boiling here. Jason pointed out that Ern looked satisfied. For the past 2 months, everything has been going according to Erna's plan. Erna's third launch product of the Erna Trading Company, a roll of toilet paper, was a huge success, providing the residents with additional soap and toothbrushes, which greatly improved their standard of living. The commercial district of Lehiside and the night streets have been taken over by Yulaf and Black Mamba. Thanks to the iron ore mined on Mount Laval, the feud became self-sufficient in necessities and weapons, as well as turning it into a major industry for the Steel Guards. Jason thought farming came first. Ern looked thoughtfully at the assistant. The aide added that the youth are concentrated in mining and metals. Jason thought there would be a labor shortage in agriculture. Ern agreed that there were fewer workers and more arable land, saying it was like joking about the land alienated from the Viscounts. Jason asked why they couldn't use the help of the Viscounts, saying that due to the depletion of the iron mines, there was a lot of labor left there. The aide added that the Viscounts themselves had made the request. Ern was surprised, for it was a real blow to the Viscounts' pride. Jason replied that the Viscounts had too many hungry mouths. Ern asked the assistant if they could get 500 laborers from each Viscount. Jason suggested that was too many. The young lord asked Jason to do as he said, saying that they'd taken care of the farming and that he'd give his assistant another job. The man pointed out to Kunbo that that was the end of them. The guy asked why he thought so. The interlocutor pointed out that the new lord was so evil that there was no other devil to be found. Suddenly, Everyone was asked to stop talking and listen to the instructions. Everyone calmed down. The man asked the workers to take the stones and move them to the castle walls. The workers were shocked to be asked to carry these heavy stones with their bare hands. The commander indicated that they could use pullers when doing the job. Workers asked what it was. The man asked that they were going to work without any improvised means, like the last ignoramuses, stating that from now on, a new world was opening up for them. 50 silver coins per person per day. When the laborers worked in the mine, they received less than half that amount. The workers were slaves to the bread they were given as a snack, and it was the first time they had eaten such soft bread. 2 weeks after the workers started work, there was not a single person among them who was not satisfied. The man offered Kunbo to taste a new dish. The boy replied that he didn't feel like it. The partner didn't understand what happened to this guy who was healthy as a horse. In just 2 days, he turned into wilted spinach. If the guy couldn't start work tomorrow, he'd be fired. Suddenly, there was a strange cough in the man. He thought he had eaten too much ramen. The aide informed the gentleman that there is a plague in Stilgard County. Brangle asked how strong the wave of infections was. The aide replied that over 100 people had been infected, and at this rate, the disease would spread throughout the area in no time. Marquise pointed out that this was terrible news, adding that Tikan had good skills. The guy was pleased with such praise. Brangle reported that the plague was a sign of the ruler's vice, and he was going to use it as an excuse to attack Ern. The man assumed the feud would disappear from the map before war broke out. Jason reported to Ern that the number of sick people was 802, 791 of whom were workers from the Vice County, 11 of whom were residents of the feud, 9 of whom were employees of the castle. The aide added that the dead were 30 employees of the Vi County. There were no fatalities among the feud's residents. Jason stated that these numbers are like a miracle. Ern realized that the damage of the plague was lowered because of the hygiene products distributed and said that it was too early to relax, because with the appearance of the first symptoms, the sick had to be immediately quarantined. Jason stated that it was a plague that suddenly broke out in the spring, without understanding what the cause was. Ern stated that a taboo had been broken that the Viscounts were not supposed to break. Ern had assumed in anger that someone more powerful longed for war with them, and now he had no need to hold back. A little later in Viscount Medjin in the Lord's mansion, a man asked what shameless man dared to break into his house in the middle of the night, but his fist was already flying at his body. Ern grabbed the Viscount by the scruff of the neck. He didn't understand what was going on and what the guy wanted from him. Guy told the man that he and the rest of the Viscounts had crossed a line he shouldn't have crossed. Earlier, Tikan had gathered all the workers who were going to work in the land ruled by the Golden Demon and told them that they needed to be in top shape before going there. Tikan asked everyone to come to him so that he could bless them by tricking the workers into thinking it was a blessing, but plagued them. Ains replied to the guy that he didn't know anything about it. The guy gave him a powerful punch in the face for cheating. The man flew off to the side. Ern didn't expect any other response from him, stating that he was following Brangle's orders. The Lord had the right to govern the territory, and was therefore obliged to protect the inhabitants of the territories. Ern asked the Viscount how he dared to use his men as tools for the plague. Ains began to beg the guy for mercy, promising that he would do anything Ern wanted the guy to do anyway. He was going to keep him alive because he needed him to catch Brangle. Later, Ern asked the blacksmith to fulfill his request, and he agreed to do so, saying that he had never disappointed anyone's expectations in his entire life. Ladriel invited the cat-eyed mage into the conversation. Ern realized that although many people possessed the ability to heal themselves, the ability to heal others was rare. The guy wanted to find and destroy each and every one of those who spread the plague, but treatment was the priority. Ladriel asked how the cat-eyed girl was doing, asking the acquaintance why he was asking such questions, since he had never done so before. Ern followed their dialogue. The girl realized that the blue-eyed blacksmith had a request for her, and that's why he was being so polite. The girl of the Muyin people was the most favored subordinate of the Holy King, and used the respect of hundreds of millions of people. After the girl pointed out that she had already been brought up to speed, Ern replied that even in his world, this situation was out of the ordinary, asking what he should do. The girl advised Ern to find out if the infection was bacterial or viral. Ern replied that it would be faster to find out from the guy who spread the infection. Ern found Tikan, who didn't understand who Ern was or what he wanted. The guy claimed that the patients who died from the disease Tikan created were moaning like him. The guy used a grip technique on the enemy in space. Tikan didn't revive such power from the stranger. Tekin asked how the guy knew he had created the plague, deciding that Ains had betrayed him. Angry, Tekin pointed out that he had made a mistake since he had entered the necromancer's house alone. Tekin added that he just didn't have enough samples for the experiment. Had a different opinion on the matter. After changing his appearance, Tekin threatened to send to heaven and use him as an ingredient for a new plague. Pointed out to his opponent that a soul power of 3,300 units was not bad. He used the coal and summoned the dragon spirit he possessed. Seeing the power of the blue dragon, Tekin fell to his knees and began to apologize, saying that he would now consider as his master. Liked that the demon quickly realized his place, suggesting he start over. The necromancer said his name was Tekin. He was 39 years old and belonged to the Black Dawn, adding that he was a sorcerer of the undead. Asked what the Black Dawn was. Tekin replied that sorcerers are not welcome in this world, and this organization is where they share information and help each other. The young lord asked what kind of plague he was spreading, what varieties of what kind of black magic it was. Then a girl from the people of Myoan learned that Tekin himself had grown the plague germ and spread it. Speculated that Tekin had discovered the plague microbe as a result of his own research. The girl was angry that the sorcerer had used such a talent to harm people, saying that in such a case, there was no forgiveness for him. After the girl realized that they needed to quickly create a vaccine and start injecting it into the sick, was counting on her help and promised to pay her generously for it. The girl replied that there was no price to be paid for saving lives, adding that a scoundrel who had committed such an atrocity should not be left alive, asking to punish him now. Said that he would not do that for now, because he was going to destroy those behind him as well. After returned home, he apologized to his sister, for he could not pay attention to her yet because he was busy. Karen told his brother that their maid, Izel, had contracted the plague. Karen added that Izel went to visit her sick parents and got infected as well. Went to the maid and said hello to the young lord who had come to see her. Guy asked Izel how she was feeling. The maid replied that she was fine, asking to leave soon, so he wouldn't catch the disease. The young lord asked the maid not to lie, because he knew she was in a hell of a lot of pain. Isel realized she should have listened to Karen and not gone to her parents' house. Earlier, a girl from the Myoan people had given a scroll that would cure him of the plague. After used this magic scroll in the camp, where there were sick from the plagues, Isel asked what it was. The guy replied that now she would be cured. Feudy Stilgard on the construction site, a worker wanted to go on a picnic. He was sad to build a wall in such lovely weather. The partner pointed out that the man had seen with his own eyes. The man asked what he was telling him. The partner said he was talking about the scene of a miracle being performed. The second partner added that he too had heard of the god's radiance pouring out a warm light from the Lord's body. The man assumed he was exaggerating. The man replied that even now when he remembers, he gets goosebumps running through his body. Earlier in the day, the girl had stated that this was the truest collaboration of modern medicine and divinity. After using the scroll, the patient could never contract the disease again. Informed the Myoan girl that the luster was not lost from the scroll. The girl replied that this scroll is designed to heal a crowd, and if you put mana into it, it can save 1,000 people while the effect lasts. Realized that with this arrangement, he would be able to deal with everything here, and now Izel informed the Lord that she had recovered. The young Lord began to infuse his mana into this magical glow. Izel marveled at Ern's actions. Decided to use the healing effect to heal everyone in the quarantine zone. The people were happy that had managed to cure everyone in an instant. The healers were happiest of all. The man didn't understand who dared to call the young lord a golden devil, calling him a truly golden saint. A little while later, Brangle and his bodyguard were walking through the devastated forest. The bodyguard pointed out that it was almost time for the meeting. The man replied that he knew it without him. The Tekin who spread the plague has disappeared, and Steelguard has cured all the infected in a way unknown to Branhell. Earlier, Ains admitted that has the crystal ball, and if Brangle doesn't want to be taken to the royal palace, then he must come to the dark forest. Brangle did not understand how dared to order the Marquis where he should go. The bodyguard indicated to the Lord that the other party had arrived. Stilgard approached the Marquis, whom he had made an appointment to meet at this place. Brangle stated, as had requested, he came alone with only one personal knight. Marquis didn't wait for the guy's answer and asked if there was a problem why they met here. Suddenly, made the sound Sari was communicating with. He closed his mouth. Brangle didn't realize that had sent Sari to them in his guise. Brangle asked the lad if he had brought the promised item. Ern showed the sphere. Marquis asked what Ern wanted in return. Sari, in the guise of Ern, remained silent. Brangle pointed out that the guy should say what he wanted him to do to fulfill his demand. He didn't understand why Ern, as of late, continued to remain silent. Brangle assumed that Ern had spotted the ambush he had prepared in advance at this location. Suddenly, Ern turned around and started running away from the place. The men didn't expect this to happen. Brangle ordered the knights to grab the guy, and they immediately moved out, thinking it was the real Ern. The commander of the knights ordered the others to keep Ern from leaving, adding that in the worst-case scenario, they could get rid of him. Landis Ronbuddy, Hail 3 knights of the Marquis's special category, advanced in pursuit of the boy Brangle, assumed that no matter how genius Ern was about flying and crawling, he would not be able to escape his knights. Suddenly, the real Ern asked Brangle what he had so carefully prepared for their meeting. Brangle fell off his feet with fright. He didn't expect to see the guy at his back. Ern was glad to meet the Marquis. The Marquis began to shout, trying to call the guards back. Because Ern was here, the guy learned that the third knight's name was Hale. Suddenly, the guy showed the head of the knight, asking the Marquis what he was calling this man. Brangle would be horrified at what he saw. Ern pointed out that they were now both without any escort. Suggesting that the Marquis proceed to negotiations, he used the pure confession serum mental magic. Marquis was terrified of all the techniques and drugs Ern had given him. He couldn't resist it. Ern pointed out that Brangle made the right decision in stopping at the bone and tendon dislocation technique. Guy added that someone named Cassandra predicted that he would be the destroyer and triggered the destruction of Steelguard. The young lord stated that Cassandra knew Brangle's weakness and asked if he could do otherwise. The man said that Ern didn't realize what he was doing because he was a Marquis. Thinking for the people who died because of the plague, Ern wanted to put Brangle in a torture chamber and make him have the same experience. That desire lurked just in the back of Ern's mind, asking why the man shrank back in fear. Brangle realized that Ern would not send him to the other side of the world, deciding to tempt him into negotiations. Ern asked the man what he was so excited about striking the guy, indicated that he was sorry to forcefully get rid of him quickly. A little later, at the Marquis of Brangle's mansion, Cassandra pointed out that the Marquis had labored to the best of his ability, and the work was safely completed. The Marquis stated that Ern was much more talkative than he thought in leading the mistress into deception. Cassandra didn't notice that it was Ern Stilgard in the guise of the Marquis of Brangle. The infiltration of the Marquis of Brangle's family was successfully completed by Ern Stilgard.